Bowing down in front of the guy, the hero screamed his name. Grabbing Bruce, he screamed for him to wake up. The guy looked away and said that the leader. He said that he. The boy closed his eyes and repeated that he was the leader. The protagonist waved his hand and said no, he shouldn't even think that he would let him die. Flames appeared on his hands and he added that he should hold on. The boy wheezed in pain. Ash lowered his head and asked Nano to scan him. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he told her not to come closer. Lucy bowed and said that she understood that he was forced to show extreme danger now. However, since the life of the cult member who followed him was in danger, she asked to leave everything to his servant. Ash looked to the side and asked what she was going to do, to which she replied that she would need his help, to which he asked again. Looking at Bruce, she said that they needed to hurry, so she explained everything on the go. She took water in her hands. The girl was approaching the hero. Looking at her, he asked what it was, to which she replied that it was diluted Kirin blood. Looking at her hands, the protagonist asked that this pure water was the blood of Kirin. Fire mixed with water, and the girl said that the original blood of Kirin is so strong that it cannot be touched. To cool it, the great ruler of the Ming Empire brought many years of snow from the northern sea and dissolved it in it. Now it looks like this. The protagonist looked at his hand and thought that now he had no other choice, but could he trust her? He put his hand on her hands. Smiling, Lucy said that great, it was cooling. Kneeling, the girl said that now they can give him a drink. The girl drank the water. She kissed the guy. Suddenly, his wound began to heal. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The guy began to breathe. A thought appeared that both the wound inflicted by the knife and the injuries caused by the explosion were gradually disappearing, and even diluted blood had this effect. Looking at the girl, Ash heard herself asking to step away from him for a minute. The fire in his body would become stronger, but she would control it so that it could not rage. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that Kirin's blood was capable of healing any damage. Surprisingly, the protagonist looked away. The girl was lying on the bottom, and he added that he should not be afraid. The girl was unconscious. Drops fell on Vivian. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Blood was flowing from the wound. Suddenly the wound healed. The girl was lying unconscious. Suddenly she opened her eyes. Fire particles were emitted from the guy. Looking at him, Lucy thought that the wounds had completely healed, the blush had returned and his breathing had been restored. Closing her eyes, she added that but why he did not flare up, it was because of the cold Kai in his body. The people were covered in flames. The thought arose that whoever ingested the Killen's blood would likely be engulfed in powerful flames. Even among women there were those who lost their pain perception or lost their lives as a side effect. The man folded his arms. The girl thought that among men, no one had survived in the past 200 years except for one, so why hadn't he changed? The girl put her hands on her back, thinking that the most important thing was that when the Killen's blood entered the body had to rebuild itself to form fiery Kai, but she couldn't even see the red scales as evidence of the change. She closed her eyes and added that it was. A red sphere appeared, and Lucy thought that despite the small size of the Danchin, she could feel the rebellious energy raging within it, reminiscent of the energy of a lord had he ever drunk the blood of another spirit beast. Looking straight ahead, she added that then it must have been this energy that prevented the fire. Good. Suddenly her hands began to tremble. The girl's eyes widened, thinking that her natural Kai had become firmly attached to his Danchin, and she could not break the connection. Looking at her, the hero thought that something was wrong, that there seemed to be some kind of difficulty. Suddenly, someone jumped up. The protagonist turned to look at the girl. She suddenly fell on him. The hero jumped to the side. Frowning, he thought that he, of course, admitted the thought. Vivian smiled, and he added that he did not think that she would really survive. She had grown her left arm again. The girl laughed loudly and asked if this was what was called turning misfortune into good fortune. She would repay him for all the shame that she had to endure. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist asked if she was too talkative for someone who had returned from the dead, said that this time he would definitely finish her off. Blue rays rushed towards the girl. She was running away from them. Suddenly, a blow flew at her. The blows were striking her. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, thought that he had pierced her kidneys. She did not feel pain. The girl rushed at him sharply, and the hero said that if she had hidden, she could have survived. Raising his finger, he added that it was stupid. The girl began to bleed. Blood dripped onto the floor, and she asked what he thought of this. Vivian screamed furiously that she could be killed. Ash parried her blow. Looking straight at him, she said that even if she died, she would definitely take him with her. Frowning, he replied that she was pestering him. The hero abruptly lowered his hand. The girl looked at him in surprise. She abruptly leaned towards the floor. Vivian clenched her teeth and thought that where did such power come from? She could not resist even though the blood of the Killen strengthened her Nigel. The protagonist looked at her furiously. His eyes lit up, and she added that the blood of the Killen flowing through her veins screamed inside her. He was a predator against whom she could never stand. Clenching her fist tightly, the girl added that the curse, she thinks, she herself does not know. Suddenly she started running forward. The protagonist looked at her. Vivian stretched out her hand, thinking that she would jump into the pond first. If only she could recover, she would somehow be with him. Suddenly she opened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist's hand lit up and he said that there would be no second time. He waved his hand sharply. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that this was the end. Looking to the side, the girl shouted his name. He cut off her head and she added that he. The girl's head bounced to the side. She opened her eyes wide. The protagonist swung his leg and Vivian thought no. Blood splashes appeared. At the same time, in one of the caves of Mount Huingshan, Hangzhou, Zhejiang province. The man sat still, screams were heard. The guy clenched his teeth tightly. He opened the box. Slamming it shut, he thought, damn. Standing behind the man, the guy said that the head of the acupuncture school's goo must have exploded. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that she had failed the task. The guy lowered his gaze. Suddenly, he looked surprised. The guy suddenly flew into the wall. He spat out blood and wheezed. The guy fell to the ground. The man grinned and said that pathetic nothings, the plan has changed. The guy widened his eyes when he heard that he should call the heads of the Saber Flame School and Saber Madness School. Looking to the side, the man added that he should send them to Tong County, let them help the head of the Saber Force School. This time, misfires in the grand plan are unforgivable. The protagonist stood next to the flame. Looking to the side, he wondered what kind of resonance this was. Looking at the blazing fire, Ash added that it came from that flame pillar. As far as he remembered, the flame of the kiln was cooled by thousand-year-old people. Looking straight ahead, the hero wondered why the Kai of the heavenly demon was vibrating so strongly. Frowning, he added that it was the first time he could not restrain it, not counting that time. A monster appeared. It was said that when it absorbed the Koldian of the 9 sealed meridians. Smiling widely, the protagonist thought that he could not wait to absorb the energy of the pond. Is it too much to want? The Kai of the heavenly demon. Red particles appeared around the hero. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this was the same. A dragon emerged from the flame, and the protagonist added that it was a kiln. Grinning, Ash thought that this was the same hidden power of the Imperial Palace. The Kai vibrated even more strongly, as if in response to the appearance of the kiln. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and said that since it came to that, there was nothing to be done. If no one was going to retreat, all that was left was to chop it up. He suddenly rushed forward. The protagonist struck the dragon. Ash wheezed and thought that he had not expected it to be so strong. The dragon abruptly threw him aside. The hero landed on the water. Standing still, he thought that the water had not even formed circles. Then this kiln was the same spiritual being as a water snake. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth. The hero dodged it. Looking at the monster, Ash thought that it would be difficult to resist the fiery Kai with just the sword of a heavenly demon in such a case. Suddenly, the protagonist swung his sword. A shock wave rushed forward. The flames disappeared, and he thought that it was ready. The flames calmed down, but this was only a temporary measure. He needed to find the source of its power. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped up. The flames surrounded the mountain. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that spreading more heat to hold out won't work. Ash abruptly stopped. He covered his face with his hand, thinking about where this light and heat like the sun came from, and then turned to Nano. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was activating the wide-angle vision module. Looking at the fiery sphere, the protagonist thought he saw this fiery Kai was coming from a pearl the size of a fist. The protagonist raised his head up and thought that the resonance had only increased. It seemed that she was scared of the Kai of the heavenly demon. Maybe she could absorb this energy. Stretching his hand forward, he added that no, there was still only one choice. If this was what the School of 6 Warriors was hunting for, it was better for him to take it. Lucy sat next to Bruce. Her hands trembled and she thought that for. The girl opened her eyes wide and added that her natural Kai was tightly stuck to his dantian. She couldn't break the connection. Looking down, the girl thought that she had a bad feeling. She needed to concentrate all her energy and finish this at once. A yellow glow appeared around her. Rays were coming from the guy. They were intertwined. A thought appeared that how was this possible? The stormy energy, like a glutton, was sucking in her fiery Kai. The girl clenched her teeth, thinking about what she was doing too quickly. This energy did not bode well. She needed to do it somehow. Lucy looked in surprise. Her legs were on fire, and she added that even her flame. Multicolored light was coming from the guy. Bruce sat with his eyes closed. Suddenly the glow intensified, and she shouted that it was the same. The rays were flying straight. It was heard that the bones were being rebuilt. Bright particles surrounded Bruce. He opened his eyes. The guy stepped on the ground. Looking at his hands, he asked that he had overcome the bone restructuring. Was it a dream or reality? Lucy grinned and said that she congratulated him, to which he asked that he was a fire monster. Frowning, the girl asked again and said that it was somehow rude for the first words to her benefactor. The guy jumped back sharply. Bruce frowned and asked what he wanted to say, that it was she who saved him. Does he think he will believe it? Looking at him, Lucy answered that she believed it or not, asked that it would be better for him to say that he could summon flames from his body, to which he asked again. Standing in front of him, the girl said that it was clear that he could create flames. Let him remember this feeling when fire engulfs everything. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and thought that he had not even become covered in scales, but still summoned flames. The guy smiled, and she thought that it turns out that the killen's blood had completely merged with his body. For the first time she saw that blood had taken root so well. The guy looked up in admiration. Lucy grinned and thought, who uses fiery kai like that, and he has a cute side. The girl looked away and said that she understood. He was having fun. Fiery kai was new to him, but he had many other skills. A flame appeared near Bruce's feet. He exclaimed in surprise, and she asked, is it really boring already? Bruce's eyes widened, saying that it was not that. There, a huge flame appeared. Drops of lava fell to the floor. The cloak was burning in the flames. The hero clenched his teeth, and Nano said that the heat of over 3,000 degrees broke through the user's energy shield in an accelerated mode, restoring areas damaged by burns. Grabbing the sphere, the protagonist thought that now he understood why no one had been able to take possession of it yet. If not for Nano's healing and the cold kai of Absolute Yin, he would not have been able to even come close. The dragon bit the monster. The thought that the leaked fiery kai had upset the balance between his forces and unleashed a fight between them. The protagonist fell to his knees. Looking straight ahead, he wheezed. A wound appeared on his body and he thought, damn, he easily overcame the defense of his dantian. At this rate Lucy screamed about the Lord. Raising his head up, the protagonist screamed. The hero held onto the sphere. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that he was wrong. Maybe this was not something he could resist in the first place. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The protagonist rolled his eyes and thought that Nano did not have time to regenerate. His consciousness was starting to get confused. The hero held his hand tightly. Letting go of it, he thought that this was really the end. Ash fell under the water. His eyes were closed. A red eye appeared. The thought that the kai of a heavenly demon arose. Dragon scales appeared. The image of a monster appeared, and the hero thought that the kai of the heavenly demon could not withstand it. Was he really writhing, dodging the fiery kai of the killen? Squinting, the protagonist added that here. He raised his hand up, thinking about what was in the middle dantian. Suddenly, the sphere began to crack. It broke into small particles. Looking straight ahead, the girl screamed about the Lord. Lucy slid along the ground. With her eyes wide open, she thought that the natural kai of the killen was rejecting her. This had never happened before. She needed to break through by any means. The girl looked in surprise. Flames were radiating from the protagonist. The thought appeared that the Lord. Running up to her, Bruce asked what happened to the Lord. The protagonist's body was glowing red. Ash closed his eyes. Looking straight ahead, he thought about what he felt. Blue beams appeared, and the hero continued that the shining kai, uniting particles of internal force, a connection with the formless natural energy that controlled the swords, harnessed by kai. Stretching his arms out to the sides, the protagonist thought that having reached the limit of the incomprehensible, the level where kai takes shape, he thought that he had learned the highest mastery of martial arts, but it turned out that this was only the limit of the internal force that his dantian could accept. The potential was hidden in the middle dantian. At the turning point, the kai of the heavenly demon, bursting out of the lower dantian, opened the upper one. A sudden breakthrough, as if on an instinctive level, forced him to act. The swords glowed purple, and he added that he felt the power boiling inside him. It was worth trying it once. The sword stuck into the stone. The girl's eyes widened, thinking that this simply couldn't be happening. Frost was spreading from the weapon. Purple flames were coming from the other sword, and she thought that where there was black frost, steam was coming from the killen's blood, and where there was black flame, the killen's blood was boiling even more. Looking at the rock, the girl wondered if the energy left on the weapon had such an effect. This power had absorbed the killen's true nature. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist told them both to go their separate ways. Lucy and Bruce ran away, answering approvingly. The protagonist raised his hand up. Looking at him, the girl wondered what he was going to do, barehanded, without a weapon. Ash extended his hand forward. A rift appeared between the boy and the girl. Bruce's eyes widened, asking what. Suddenly, he flew to the side and asked what the. A purple flame appeared, and the thought arose that if it weren't for the fiery kai, he would hardly be able to withstand such unbearable heat. Frowning, he added, what the hell happened? Suddenly, Bruce looked at him in surprise. Since ancient times, there has been a legend in Rome about an invincible swordsman named Philip. At the end of his life, he did not carry a sword. Others asked him the reason, and this is what he said, that the sword no longer has any meaning for him. Looking at him, the guy asked how he could say such a thing. It is impossible to use the will of the sword without a sword that is one with kai. If a swordsman is left empty-handed, he will not be able to resist those who fight with shining kai. Raising his hand up, the man asked why he was without a sword. Abruptly lowering his hand, Philip said that he rose above the tangible kai and materialized the formless nature of kai. The purple flame spread, and he added that he called it a shapeless sword. Lucy, widening her eyes in surprise, shouted that she had incinerated the entire hall with just one swing of her hand. Was this really the legendary shapeless sword? The guy, widening his eyes, asked what the shapeless sword was, said that the Lord had risen to the level of a celestial being then. Suddenly, he staggered. The girl turned her head and thought that there was an earthquake. Such a trap was set up in the underground hall. The column began to melt, and she added that no, the columns supporting the underground hall had melted, causing the ceiling to collapse. Looking up, Bruce thought that it would be bad, even if he was a master of the celestial level, if he was buried under a pile of stones. Looking to the side, the girl thought that for sure the Lord had rammed the passage. Stretching her hand to the side, she shouted that the hall was collapsing. They needed to get the Lord out of here right now. There was a hole in the ceiling, to which the guy objected. The walls began to crack, and Bruce shouted that in his opinion, it was too late. The stones began to fall down. They flew at a fast speed. Frowning, Lucy shouted that no, at least the Lord. The stones fell on them. The hero stretched his hand to the side. Suddenly, a flame appeared near the stones. They suddenly froze. The thought arose that the hall, the ceiling. Looking up, the guy thought that he froze. Raising her gaze, the girl thought that it couldn't be. This was not the level that a person could control. Had all three energies in his body really found balance? Frowning, the guy shouted about the Lord. Suddenly, the red particles began to collapse. The hero's body began to free itself. Light emanated from the protagonist's head. Lucy's eyes widened as she thought that she had met many Muram masters in her time. A red sphere appeared above Ash, and she added that she had never seen a person whose body combined three types of natural energy. The hero stretched out his hand forward, and the thought appeared that a master of the celestial level, commanding the highest yin, highest yang and demonic energy. The column melted. Smoke emanated from it. A tear appeared in the girl's eye and she thought that now, red particles flew around the protagonist, and she continued that she was witnessing a historical moment for all of Muram. A shadow from a sword appeared. Smoke from the blade flew in the air. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that this is what it was like. He spent almost all of his natural Kai, so he could only create two formless weapons, but even in this state, you can create swords from Kai. He grabbed the weapon and added that he made sure Bruce was okay. Black particles were flying around the protagonist's hand and he thought that he should leave the tomb before dawn, so he would leave the experiments with the shapeless sword for later. Ash stepped on the water. He walked towards them. The girl grinned and said that she congratulated him on overcoming the perfect tier and reaching the celestial tier, and Bruce added that he congratulated him on achieving greatness. Looking at them, the hero smiled. Lucy's eyes widened, thinking that the celestial tier, the lord she served, was the strongest master of his time, but even he was several steps lower than the current lord. I wonder what kind of person he is. Several centuries ago, with the death of the last emperor, the central plain was split into 10 small kingdoms. After that, the mayors and officials who occupied all the strategically important regions of the plain began to proclaim themselves kings one after another, which quickly spoiled the relations between the kingdoms. The boundless greed of the lords could not be limited to their territories, and the empire voluntarily stepped on the path of destruction. Kneeling, Lucy said that for about 10 years of the dominion of the 10 kingdoms, the plain was washed with blood, and the once prosperous state fell into desolation. Because even farmers were taken as soldiers, famine began, and troubled times came for the entire plain. Lowering her gaze, she added that although the government and Muram ignored each other's existence, what happened on the plain could not help but affect Muram, and then a hero appeared. King Kelvin, the ruler of the greatest state among the 10 kingdoms, the Song Empire, had a son, unlike Kelvin, who inherited power over Tongsu County by inheritance. Edwin was considered a great and invincible commander who unleashed an armed war against the northern savages. He was such a respected person that he even received an invitation to Shuandashan Mountain from the previous lord of the demonic cult himself in order to establish friendly relations. Standing before her, the hero asked that Edwin was the name of the first emperor of the Great Ming, to which she replied that it was precisely during his service that he defended the country from the northern barbarians, and was recognized as a hero. Moreover, even the warriors of Muram respected him. His loyalty was unwavering, and after the collapse of the empire, he resigned from all authority. Losing interest in everything, he mindlessly wandered across the plain, winning the attention of local heroes. But during the 10 years that he was gone, the peaceful people suffered in the war between the 10 kingdoms. The plain lost its former strength. Blood continued to flow like a river due to the raids of northern barbarians and western invaders. In the end, Edwin, having inherited the throne from the deceased Kelvin, decided to raise a rebellion, but no matter how skillful a commander he was, the strength of the Song Empire alone was not enough to unite the 10 kingdoms and suppress external aggressors. In addition, he, like no one else, understood how much time it would take to grow the strength of the country, and therefore he turned for help to all the heroes of the plain and the warriors of Muram, with whom he had become close over the past 10 years. The man shouted that the heavens ordered this humble servant and the heroes to wipe away the bloody tears of the suffering innocent people. Sitting on the throne, he added that in order to rescue him from the clutches of greedy rulers and bandits, He asked them to join forces. Heroes of the people and great principles, all this was given to Edwin by nature. He quickly destroyed the neighboring kingdoms and suppressed the raids from the outside. And 10 years later, the Song Empire, which united the plain, was proclaimed the Great Ming Empire under the leadership of an outstanding ruler. Peace came to the country, and all the heroes who participated in the founding of the state received ranks and land. The Heavenly Demon Cult and the Muram sect also responded to the first emperor's request, but with the advent of peace, they instead became a burden to the first emperor and his officials. Just the fact that one outstanding warrior could stand up to dozens of soldiers made them feel threatened. But since they helped unify the plain, the emperor could not help but repay them for it. The first emperor was forced to grant the demon cult and the Muram sect whatever they wanted, but on the condition that an agreement of mutual non-interference between the government and the Muram was concluded. In order to maintain relations with the palace, the then head of the righteous Muram sect, the Wudang swordsman, asked for Taoism to be recognized as the official state religion. The girl lowered her head and said that there was a problem here too. They also planned to make the demon cult the main state religion, but they announced it first, so the emperor agreed. Looking at the protagonist, Bruce said that this incident was so loud that even he had heard about it. There were even rumors that the emperor did it on purpose, although both the cult and the sects contributed almost equally to the founding of the empire. The girl, looking straight, said that she believed that the officials had a strong influence back then, and the Lord, who was offended by this situation, put forward a bold request. There has been a legend on the plain for a long time that before the founding of the empire, a spiritual beast descends to the earth. Surprisingly, on the eve of the unification of the plain, a fire kiln appeared in Kaifeng and burned 5 villages to the ground. Then the Lord took 1,000,000 masters with him, including guards and elders. Side by side they fought for 3 days and 3 nights to defeat the fire kiln. After Killen's death, an unquenchable flame burst forth from his corpse. The first emperor considered it a sign to found an empire, building a giant tomb on the site of the spirit beast's death and declaring Kaifeng the capital. Looking straight ahead, the man said that let them give them the extract from Killen's blood. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that of course, the emperor was against it. Closing her eyes, Lucy replied that he was right, not only the officials who claimed that this was a good sign for founding a state, but also the righteous Murama sect, who was worried about the rise of their cult. Despite categorical protests, the Lord continued to stand his ground. The man turned to the side and shouted that he and the cult people risked their lives to kill him. He did not even ask for Killen's corpse, he only wanted the extract and blood. Who were they to forbid them? Since his request was fair, the officials and the righteous sect left the decision to the first emperor, and after much deliberation, he finally approved the Lord's request to appease his anger. The boy looked surprised to hear that, but on one condition, if only he could take them personally, to which he replied that it was cruel. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that but there was no way to take the boiling blood, so the Lord put forward the following proposal. Kneeling, Lucy said that until the Killen's blood cooled down, the 12 cult masters would protect this underground cave. Looking to the side, Bruce said that he was leaving. From then until now, the girl nodded her head. Water appeared. It was said that as long as the cult masters stayed here, they must also protect the palace and swear allegiance to him. Putting the box down on the floor, she said that here are their jade pendants. The signs appeared, and the guy asked that the head of the side branch of the Demon Palm clan, Lucy, to which the girl replied that this was her name. The guy asked in surprise that the Demon Palm clan. Then she is a great-grandfather, in the sense of a great-grandmother in some generation for Betty, to which she asked again, and the protagonist thought that the elder and Betty would be surprised. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that if only pendants remained, then they all, to which he was answered, turned to ashes. The followers of the cult, by order of the Lord, investigated the method of collecting Killen's blood, since the palace also desperately wanted to get the blood. He helped with the supply of 1,000-year-old ice, but this only extinguished the flame emanating from the blood. In search of another method, the palace forced several masters to take the blood internally at once, but since these were men with strong yang energy, many died, unable to withstand the fiery Kai. Looking down, the girl said that they could not take the blood from the palace, so after much thought, it was decided to take the blood one by one. The companions pitied her as a woman, so they left her for last, but when it was her turn, she realized that she could not drink the blood. Standing in front of her, Ash asked what was the reason she was left alone to guard this place, to which she replied that it must be because the companions wanted her to survive. It was a painful time full of loneliness. Although she expanded her Nigong, rising to the level of perfect mastery, she could not stop aging and felt the approach of death. So she decided to take a desperate step one last time. If men find it difficult to withstand the fiery Kai due to the yang energy, then why not try it on a woman's body, that is, on her. Then she successfully absorbed the fiery Kai, survived the reorganization of bones and regained her youth. Looking at her, the hero said that the palace must have tried to experiment on women back then, to which she said that they had, but she had fooled them. Frowning, Lucy said that even if a woman absorbed the fiery Kai, her Nigong might resist, and this would lead to new victims. The palace had already lost many masters and was forced to agree with her. An image of a woman appeared. It was said that at that time, several thousand maids who did not have Nigong lived in the palace. The emperor ordered them to be trained and turned into a guard pavilion. She wanted to return to Mount Shuandashan and tell everything before she breathed her last. Tears fell on the floor, and the girl said that there was no one to protect the blood of Killen except her. She had to restrain the power of the palace, afraid that in her absence they would reveal the truth about the blood. She smirked and added that the devil had helped her and allowed her to meet him, and now she could turn to ashes without regret. The hero thought that with such power, she could easily escape from the palace and live the rest of her life without regret, but she stayed for the sake of the cult. Suddenly, the girl looked at her in surprise. A sword appeared in the hero's hands and she wondered if it was a heavenly demon sword. Lucy's eyes widened when she heard that the 24th Lord of the Great Heavenly Demon Cult and the second Heavenly Demon Ash thanked the heroine of the cult for following the order without question for many years. The protagonist raised the sword up. The hero smirked and said that as a token of gratitude for her feat, he would grant the head of the side branch of the Demon Palm clan, Lucy, the title of Great Elder. Putting her hand to her face, the girl thought that she did not seek recognition for her work. She only wanted to return to the mountain and see the Lord before she died. Falling to the floor, she shouted that she thanked the Lord for his boundless mercy. Glory to the cult. Smirking, Bruce thought about the fact that the Lord not only reached the level of a celestial, but also accepted into the ranks of the cult a fearless warrior of dual swords and the strongest warrior of the palace. Since the Lord dealt with the 6 great clans, the power of the cult began to grow rapidly. The protagonist looked to the side. A thought appeared that the Lord was like the sun, which steadily attracts countless great masters to itself. Particles appeared around the protagonist's hand. Looking at the girl, he said that he would like to take her into the cult right now, but there was still unfinished business. He would come back for her as soon as he resolved all the issues, asked that she could stay here and look after this place for a little while. Looking straight ahead, Lucy said how could he ask, let him give any order as soon as he wanted, she would definitely carry it out. Ash grinned and said great, then let him stay here, he had something for her to do. Tears flowed from her eyes and she asked what this humble servant could do for him. The guest pavilion of the eastern fence appeared. Looking at the corpses, the man thought, it was terrible. Did no one notice that such a massacre was unfolding nearby? Felix frowned, thinking that perhaps the voices were muffled with natural Kai. No, it was impossible, even if the Northern Commissioner himself intervened. Looking to the side, the man shouted that everyone's attention, let them establish the cause of death. People ran to the sides. Felix turned his head and thought, the eastern fence, what were they doing here? Taking a step forward, the man said that even before entering the pavilion, a thick smell of blood hit his nose. Grinning, the eunuch said that the sight was even worse than expected. It seemed that many were killed. Looking at him, Felix thought that he was speaking so that everyone could hear him, and then asked what the eastern fence was doing here. Turning around, the guy said that they should know better than them what they were doing here. Looking to the side, he added that from now on, the eastern fence was responsible for investigating what happened here. The man asked in surprise, what did that mean? They were responsible for murder cases on the territory of the Imperial Palace. Looking at him, the guy asked where he was now. Felix frowned and said that although he was responsible for the eastern wing, the right to investigate belonged to the Jing-Yi. Dozens of servants and officials died. They would not quarrel over trifles. Standing in front of him, the guy replied that he seemed to have misunderstood something. The Jing-Yi were also involved in this crime, to which he asked again. Stretching out his hand forward, the man said that all the Jing-Yi who led a gang of traitors into the palace should be arrested. The guy was laid on the floor. The man's hands were tied. Clenching his fist, the soldier asked what traitors, what the hell was he talking about, who shamelessly slandered the Jing-Yi. Grinning, the guy said that some thousandth Jing-Yi dared to condemn the order of His Highness the Faithful King and Commander-in-Chief. The man raised his eyebrows and wondered what His Highness. At the same time, the palace of the wise King Ted, the palace of the Star Ocean, appeared. Grant grinned and asked if everything was ready. Looking to the side, Quentin replied that it was true. Most likely at this moment the assistant entered the imperial tomb along with the Taoists of the righteous Miram sect, who brought a reply letter. Grinning, the guy said that he hoped the preparations were flawless, to which the man replied that he could rest assured. Looking away, he said that they had received word that everything had been ready since the beginning of the hair hour. Grant folded his arms and said that was fine. Let him tell him that if this matter would strengthen his title of heir, he would give his full support to the school of 6 warriors, to which he replied that his grace knew no bounds. The man smiled broadly. Looking straight ahead, the boy said let him begin. Standing still, Quentin shouted that he should leave the palace and surrender. The man took a step forward. Hearing this, the boy abruptly opened the door. Looking straight ahead, he said that he greeted His Highness the elder brother of the faithful king, asked what brought him here. Grant grinned, wondered what kind of fool he was, and then said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Standing in front of him, the guy said that it was not the most suitable atmosphere for exchanging pleasantries, asked why the entire eastern fence, from the commander-in-chief to the eunuchs, surrounded his palace. Looking at him, the eunuch said that the palace was currently undergoing major changes, to which he said that he should speak more precisely. And Quentin continued that last night, traitors entered the guest pavilion of the eastern fence and killed dozens of maids and members of the eastern fence. The guy asked again in surprise. Grinning, the eunuch said that but that's not all, there was a tip that a bunch of these traitors entered the tomb and stole the treasure of the first emperor. The guy asked in surprise what the tip was. He wanted to say that he was somehow connected with this matter, to which he was told not to be angry. Quentin put his hand forward and said that it seemed that traitors from the demonic cult to which he had gone as an ambassador had infiltrated the procession on the way back and entered the palace. They had statements from the strategists who had survived the night's carnage. Placing his hands on his chest, he shouted that he meant that he claimed that he had brought them. Putting his hand to his face, the eunuch said that they did not know this. His Majesty the Gracious Emperor had given orders to reveal the details of the case and arrest the criminals. Standing before him, the boy shouted that, arrest? They were going to arrest him? Well, let them take the risk. Grant shouted furiously that the impudent boy, he was too self-confident for someone who had tarnished the reputation of the imperial family. If he was associated with traitors, the best he could do was to let himself be captured. The guy glared and said that the people he met were not that reckless. If this was really the work of a demonic cult, they would not have left anyone alive. Without evidence, it was slander. Grant shouted loudly that he thought he would go for it without evidence. Right now, not only the officials of the Eastern Fence, but also the Emperor's investigative committee with ambassadors from the righteous sect were examining the bodies, to which he was told that he would not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes, and he added that he was such a bastard. Smirking, Quentin asked that apparently His Highness was not easy to convince, why not let him personally look at the evidence, to which Grant replied that they could arrest him by force, asked what all the trouble was for. The guy frowned and shouted that he was coming. If he provided solid evidence that he had something to do with it, he would let himself be arrested. Looking straight ahead, Grant thought that he knew he would react violently because he didn't like to lose. He smirked and added that it was his fault that, as the son of the second wife, he thought he could compete with him on equal terms. He would take the chance and trample him into the dirt so that he would not dig himself in again. The pavilion of the Imperial Guards appeared. The man removed the cloth. Looking at the drawing, he thought that the outcome was already decided anyway. Just being arrested for his connection with the missing traitors and the imperial treasure would deprive him of the opportunity to inherit the title. Stretching out his hand, the guy thought that all the bodies should already be decorated with traces of the demonic cult's combat techniques. So he was finished. The central hall of the pavilion of the guards appeared. The man bowed and shouted that he welcomed the faithful and wise king. Looking at him, Grant asked how the identification was going, to which he was told that they had just finished. They would send the results in a separate report. Turning his head, he said that he should forget about it. They would see for themselves, let him follow him, make sure of everything himself so as not to allow the facts to be distorted. Looking at him, the guy replied that of course. Grinning, the man thought about what he had heard. The dungeon had several floors, only here there were more than 50 bodies. Looking at Grant, he added that it would take a long time for 5 people to paint all the corpses with traces of a demonic cult. The heads of the School of 6 warriors did a lot of work. The man sat by the corpse. The thought appeared that now the main thing was for the Taoists from the righteous sect to prove that this was the work of a demonic cult. He smiled broadly and added that those demonic bastards wouldn't even know that they had been slandered. This time they would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. They would receive the support of the Emperor and the blood of the spirit beast. And at the same time they would be able to suppress the demonic cult. The moment had finally come to show the whole world their plan, which had taken years to create. The guy shouted that no, this couldn't be. Grant hit the man and added that there was definitely a demonic spy among the detective committee. They should immediately find a rat and throw it at his feet. The man was surprised to hear that the marks on the bodies were the work of the School of 6 warriors. This simply couldn't be. The man froze in fear and thought that many corpses lay on the ground. Looking around, the guy ordered the corpses to be divided according to the location of the wounds on the body. The man stood quietly and thought with an arrogant look that this was terrible. We are introduced to the 12th of the 17 pillars of the righteous Miram sect and the head of the Kuntong school, Taoist Master Wilson. His gaze fell on the corpses covered with bloody cloaks, and he noted that he had come to examine the wounds on the corpses at the request of a man who called himself a follower of the School of 6 warriors. Wilson wondered if the demonic cult was really involved in this, adding that they were certainly distinguished by their fighting spirit, but they would not commit a massacre, unlike a group of renegades. Wilson closed his eyes, shook his head and stated that whether this was true or not, he would only know after examining the corpses, and it was his job to make a fair judgment on what he saw. The boy looked at the corpse in surprise and mentally noted that this man was a cook. He had heard out of the corner of his ear but only about the maids. He did not think that the cooks of the court kitchen also entered the pavilion of guards. Examining his wounds, he noticed that the wounds were made by a flexible sword. He heard with a furious look that Wilson was asking for an audience with the wise king and the faithful king. The angry Grant cried out that this could not be. He hit Wilson in the face and cried out that there was a demonic spy among the detective committee and they needed to catch a rat and stick it at his feet. The man watched Grant from the side, who asked what it meant that the marks left on the body belonged to the school of 6 warriors, adding that this simply could not be. He was shocked. Quentin looked at the dumbfounded Oscar and asked what he meant by this and if this was his school. Oscar replied that it was, but it was simply impossible. The guy ran in and called out to Quentin. He folded his arms and shouted that there was an emergency. Quentin came face to face with him and said that he had already heard how things were. The people next to him belonged to the school of the 6 warriors. Their plan had already failed, but if they arrested them first, they could divert suspicion from themselves. The enraged guy noted that this was not the problem and on the corpses. Wilson closed his eyes and said that there were also traces of the flexible sword wave technique. Dumbfounded, Quentin asked about the flexible sword wave technique. The guy was swinging a flexible sword. Quentin thought that the flexible sword wave technique. This technique was created especially for the eunuchs by the Venerable Yu, who was the teacher of the current commander-in-chief of the Eastern Enclosure and his predecessor. This technique widely glorified the Eastern Enclosure and became their symbol because the main weapon of the eunuchs was the flexible sword. Quentin suddenly jumped up. He was surprised and asked what kind of business this was. He knelt in front of Grant and cried out that this was impossible. He asked with a frightened look why the Eastern Enclosure would do such a thing. The upset Wilson said that he examined about 20 bodies, and he can safely say that this is a wave technique. They can take a look for themselves. He wanted to conduct an inspection without disturbing the bodies of the dead, but these traces were left by the sword technique that he saw during the martial art demonstration of the Eastern Enclosure. The man was dancing on the stage. The story tells us that a little earlier, a celebration was held in the palace to celebrate the new year. After the celebration, the 9 great schools of the righteous Miram sect and the followers of Taoism gathered together. The warriors of the eastern and western fences, as well as the Jing-yi, demonstrated their swordsmanship on the stage. Kevin, puzzled, lowered his head and thought that a master like Wilson would hardly forget the swordsmanship technique he once saw. Surprised, Grant turned around and looked at Rick. He was scared. Grant saw a grin on Rick's face. His eyes were crazy. Dumbfounded, Grant thought that he was the one who set the traps. Turning his gaze to Wilson, he noted that because they entrusted the inspection to a Taoist master known for his impartiality, it was not the wise king who was in danger, but he. Standing behind him, Rick said he couldn't even imagine how disappointed His Majesty the Emperor would be. Frowning, Grant thought about the Dragon Boat Festival coming up soon, where it would be determined that if His Majesty learned of what had happened, it would ruin all the trust he had worked so hard to earn. Pointing a finger at Rick, he began to shout that it was his doing, and that the second wife's pathetic bastard had coveted the place of the heir and had conspired. Horrified, Grant remarked that he was sure Rick had falsified the marks on the corpses. Lucy asked her to clarify this point. Squinting, Quentin noted that it was a woman's voice. Lucy suddenly jumped up. She landed on one knee in front of Grant. The boys, surprised, wondered when she had managed to do so, noting that she was a master and even they could not determine her level. Looking at Lucy, they wondered who she was. An angry Grant asked who she was and how she dared to appear before the king himself. Holding the tablet in her hands, Lucy said that she was the head of the pavilion of guards that guarded this tomb, and the first guardian was injured. Looking at her, Quentin thought that the first guardian of the pavilion of guards was already about 200 years old and could not have lived to see their days. Grant snatched the tablet from her hands and cried out that this could not be true. He looked at it and was surprised. Stunned, Grant thought that the imperial engraving meant that this woman really was the first guardian. Sitting on his knee behind Grant, Quentin mentally told him that this was even for the best. Distraught, Quentin said that if this woman was the last survivor of the pavilion of guards, they could blame all the blame for what happened on the school of 6 warriors. Puzzled, Grant replied that this was true. Then both he and the eastern fence would be able to divert suspicion from themselves. It was not for nothing that they said that there are no hopeless situations. Raising his fist to his mouth, Grant asked Lucy to tell him what exactly she wanted to clarify. Lucy bowed to the ground and told him that the treasure that the first emperor ordered her to guard was stolen by the eunuchs of the eastern fence along with a gang of rebels, and she asked to be punished. Quentin was taken aback by what he heard. Throwing up his hands, Rick, with a satisfied look, clarified whether the eunuchs were aiming for the treasures of the imperial palace. Everyone present in the room was surprised. Turning around, Quentin thought that at this rate the eastern fence would really be called traitors. He mentally conveyed that there was no choice. It would be better to eliminate everyone present to shut their mouths. Oscar calmly thought that the main thing was to kill them, and the evidence could always be falsified. Quentin shifted his gaze and thought that it was true. Not everyone had access to the tomb anyway, in which case they would deal with everyone in no time, with the exception of Wilson, the Southern Commissioner, and that woman. Looking at Lucy, he emphasized the fact that not only was the head of the acupuncture school a master of an incomprehensible level, but there were also more than 100 eunuchs of the Eastern Fence. The odds were on their side. Gritting his teeth, Quentin noted that no matter what, there was no other choice. He waved his hand and cried out that His Highness the Faithful King had been conspired against. He ordered that all the rebels be eliminated and the king be protected. The men grabbed their blades. Wilson covered Rick with his body and wondered if they had decided to eliminate the witnesses. He stood in the middle of the room and shouted for the students of the Kuntong school to protect the wise king from the traitors. Clint, dumbfounded, called out to the wise king. He turned around and ordered the boys to protect His Highness. Garrett moved quickly with his blade in his hands and said that he did not know what 3 Jinni soldiers could do. Enraged, Clint noted that he had bared his claws. Oscar stood next to the leader and said that he thought they would not be able to settle the matter quietly. His hand was suddenly cut off. Oscar's hand fell to the floor. Ash was holding a bloody sword. Enraged, Oscar asked the leader what he meant by this. The protagonist stood over him and asked if he still considered him the leader even after he cut off his hand. Ash asked with a serious expression if he still saw him as the leader. The plot takes us back 2 hours, to the beginning of the Hour of the Rabbit, to the guest pavilion in the Palace of the Eternal Fence. Oscar was standing in front of the stairs. Looking at the sky, Oscar reasoned that it was taking too long. According to the original plan, they were supposed to finish by the middle of the Hour of the Tiger. A bead of sweat was running down his face and he noted that since they had officially announced themselves to Muramu, this was the 3rd time that they had sent so many masters, even the head of the acupuncture school, one of the 6 top heads. He wondered in his mind if the masters of the guard pavilion were really that strong. The head came up to him from behind and asked if he had been waiting for too long. Oscar jumped away from her and asked who it was. Furious, Oscar noted that he had not even felt her presence. Ash, disguised as the head, showed him the blade. Oscar stood in a fighting stance and wondered if this was the head of the acupuncture school's precious sword. He asked why she was hiding her face if she was the head. The protagonist watched him closely and asked if he needed any more proof. Wary Oscar reasoned that this arrogant voice and manner of speech undoubtedly belonged to her, and if it were an enemy, he would have already attacked him. Oscar stood in front of him and replied that he understood everything. They should hurry, the loyal king was already waiting for them. Turning around, he asked to follow him. Oscar tried to catch his breath and noticed that Ash had recently spoken in the voice of the leader. Holding his hand, he asked who he was and what he had done to the leader. The protagonist swung his blade and said that he talked too much. Oscar parried his attack with his club. His club began to crack. Oscar mentally asked how this was possible, adding that the club was made of ice iron. Scared, Oscar emphasized the fact that this scoundrel was much stronger than him and he only swung his saber without even using a formation and suppressed his attack. Swinging his club, he noted that he would have to use his own strength against him. He swung his weapon. He aimed the club at Ash. His club was covered in purple mana. Oscar reasoned that he used the maneuver to set the direction of his attack. Now he won't be able to use the changed formation. The protagonist watched him closely. He threw Oscar to the side. He flew to the side and hit the wall. Blood started pouring out of his mouth. After such a powerful impact, Oscar fell to the floor weakened. He thought with a dumbfounded look that this couldn't be. He put his inner strength into the maneuver, but he threw him away so easily. Looking at his club, Oscar added that Ash even crushed the ice iron club into pieces. He is a real monster and it is not surprising that the leader was defeated by his hands. Everything went cloudy in his eyes and he said that if he does not kill this monster, the great plan will crumble to dust. He does not know whether to use the improved technique of replacing the reverse circulation, but this is the only way to resist him. With a crazy look and burning eyes, he noted that he is overwhelmed with power. His inner strength is rapidly increasing. With such power he can do everything there. The protagonist put his hand on his head. He sent a powerful electric discharge to Oscar. The hair on Oscar's head burned off. Ash held his hand in front of him and added that they all used the same methods. Standing above him, the protagonist asked him not to be too upset because he was just unlucky with his opponent. Clint pounced on Garrett. Many cuts suddenly appeared on Clint's body. Garrett smirked and asked if that was all he could do. Clint was taken aback by his past battles and noted that because of the injury to his arm he was not strong enough. His duty was to protect His Highness the Wise King in any situation. He looked back. Clint noticed Rick and pointed out that last time, as well as now, he could not change anything, so he was ashamed to show himself to His Highness. Garrett swung his flexible blade. Striking at Clint, he asked if he was allowing himself to be exposed. He stated with satisfaction that he made him regret not fighting at full strength. Rick was suddenly taken aback. He turned his gaze. Garrett pierced Clint's chest through and through. Clint held the blade with a trembling hand. Garrett's eyes glowed red and he said that judging by his efforts, he avoided a fatal blow, although it would have been easier to die. Clint pointed his blade at him. Garrett grabbed his hilt. He stopped Clint's sword and asked if he was going to give in to the last and if it really bothered him that much. Enraged, Clint said that he was tired of Garrett's chatter. He stabbed Garrett in the head and asked for a taste of it. Turning around, Quentin thought that Garrett was a fool and that idleness on the battlefield was certain death. He looked back and asked what happened to the leader. Quentin saw Oscar's corpse. Taking the needles in his hand, he noted that since it came to that, there was nothing he could do. He threw the needles away and declared that all that remained was to take advantage of the chaos and get rid of the wise king. Bruce suddenly extended his hand, engulfed in flames. Grinning, he said that this was not even an attack. Quentin was heading for him. He had a mad grin on his face. Quentin was suddenly pinned headfirst to the floor. His hands were shaking and unable to move. Quentin tried to get up and thought that this pure energy had pressed him down so much that even he, a master at the peak of the perfect level, could not move. He looked at Ash. The protagonist ordered him to kneel down with a serious expression. The angry people were lying on the ground and saying that they could not move. Quentin's people tried to get up. Wilson held the sword and asked not to interfere because Ash was at least at the level of the 5 great masters. The dumbfounded guy asked again about the 5 great masters and clarified if Wilson meant that he was not inferior in strength to the 5 great masters, as was their righteous sect leader. Puzzled, Wilson reasoned that the protagonist was not trying to suppress them, but that did not mean that he could not feel his boundless innate Kai. He wondered in his mind if someone could really control true Kai like that. He imagined the huge Ash standing in front of him and wondered why such an overwhelming majesty emanated from a young man who looked to be barely 20 years old. The boy frowned in pain and asked to be saved. The dumbfounded stranger called for his master. Quentin tried to get up and asked if the pure Kai had only crushed his eunuchs from the eastern enclosure. Turning around, he wondered if Jinniwe was in league with him. Enraged, Quentin looked at Bruce and reasoned that if he thought about it, he had tried to capture the wise king, which he hadn't noticed at all. But this bald man had definitely used fiery Kai and he wanted to know how the man had managed to survive after that. Frightened, Rick grabbed Clint by the shoulders and asked if he was okay. Holding onto the floor, Quentin declared that it didn't matter whether he was Jinniwe or not. He had to get out of there alive by any means necessary and report everything to the palace, then he could turn the situation to his advantage. He stood up and noted that despite the colossal pressure of true Kai, Ash was unable to completely bind him. If he fought back, concentrated all his Nigong, he would be able to jump so high where true Kai could not reach. Quentin jumped up from the ground and said that this would be enough. He flew up. Taking out needles from his sleeve, he thought about a secret technique based on the precious teachings of the sunflower and that the technique was as great as the amount of Nigong it would take to spend. And very effective, even such a monster would not have a hard time stopping it. Quentin threw out many needles in different directions. He imagined the man standing in a stance and reasoned that the technique of the commander-in-chief of the eastern fence was inspired by the technique of cascade of petals covering the sky belonging to the Tang family, famous for their stealth skills and poisons. The man touched the cloud of energy like a wall. Quentin added that the commander-in-chief used one of the techniques of the precious teachings to oscillate the Kai, transforming it into a release of energy like diverging waves. The needles flew at Rick and Clint. Clint covered Rick with his body. A whirlwind appeared around them. Clint opened his eyes and wondered where the wind was coming from. The guy covered them with his body and created gusts of wind. Bruce directed streams of fire at the needles. He burned each needle and thought that the previous blows did not even come close. At this rate he would turn into a sieve. Frowning, Bruce emphasized the fact that he could not hold on any longer. In front of a huge gust of fire, Lucy covered it and stretched out her hand. Turning around, Lucy said that Bruce was a lot of trouble and he had not yet learned to control the fiery Kai, so he should not relax. Dumbfounded, Bruce accepted her order, then reflected the needles. He said with burning eyes that this would not do and Quentin should not think that he could harm the precious witnesses. Stunned, Wilson thought that Ben was strong and his combat skills felt like a perfect level. Ben's face was serious. Looking at the other guys, Wilson noticed that all the other first-class masters, at least perfect level and above, such great warriors gathered in one place. Frowning, Wilson wondered if it was him. He looked at Ash and thought that there was one person who had so many masters under his command. He was sure that it was the head of the demonic cult. There was a smile on the face of the protagonist. Quentin fell to the ground and screamed that this couldn't be happening. He didn't even release the pressure of the true Kai. Ash was holding on with the energy of the needle. Nano said that the user's energy was embedded in the needles. The special system was successfully launched. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that this was a ridiculous attack. Quentin hit the ground and said that Ash was a bastard. He mentally asked how many people Ash had in his head and whether it was possible to divide consciousness into so many particles, managing to control them. The needles were shrouded in blue mana. The protagonist asked to return them to their owner. Nano said that following the user's order, she was launching a spiral system for the needles. The sight was aimed at Quentin and she added that the target was unlocked. Ash released the needles back at Quentin and said that since they were his, he was returning them to him. Stunned, Quentin thought that the protagonist was very fast and aimed only at him. His hands were shrouded in aura and he said that he only had to stop them. He released a barrier of energy in front of him. Quentin asked with a serious expression how he was worse if Ash succeeded. With a wave of his hand, Quentin reflected the needles. He began to run at the protagonist with the thought that even though he was a monster, Nigong was not eternal. Extending 2 fingers enveloped in energy, Quentin said that the main thing was to exhaust his Nigong and make him disperse the true Kai and then wait for the turmoil and escape from there with the faithful king. Sighing, Ash said that he did not know when to give up. The protagonist struck him with a blade of mana. Stunned, Quentin looked away and asked why his hand. Ash pressed his face into the ground. Enraged, Quentin asked if the protagonist wanted to say that he still had so much Nigong left in him. Standing over him, Ash replied that he looked offended, and that was it. He should give up without a fight. He could not do anything anymore. Quentin tried to get up. The protagonist cut off his other hand and asked when he allowed him to get up. Quentin began to scream in pain. He hit his face on the ground and screamed. His men looked dumbfounded, thinking that one of the 3 strongest masters of the Imperial Palace was powerless. Quentin, furious, asked who Ash was, why he had sneaked into the Imperial Palace and dared to stand in his way. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he was the hero of the incident, which he was going to blame on him. Frightened, Quentin asked if Ash was the head of a demonic cult. Grinning, the protagonist approached him and replied that he was. He asked if Quentin had any idea what was coming next. Frightened, Quentin screamed that he was an official of the Great Ming Empire, even if he was a lord. Ash grabbed his face. He tore his head off. The guy was horrified by what he saw. Quentin's subordinates lay on the ground and said that this couldn't be happening. Blood was splattering from Quentin's body. The protagonist, with a dirty face, asked what he would order now. Ryak was taken aback and thought that he had assumed that he would punish him somehow, but he did not hesitate for a second to kill a court official. He wondered in his mind if Ash cared about the non-interference treaty between the government and Muram. Wilson watched this and asked how this could happen. He thought with a dumbfounded expression that Lord Quentin was also a master of the ultimate level, and he did not think that he would be dealt with so easily. Such great power left no doubt that he was the lord of the demonic cult. Looking at the aura emanating from Ash, he added that during Julie's diplomatic visit to the cult, he was only an heir. It was only a short time ago that they received the news that he had risen to the Lord. Because of this, the righteous sect regarded him as a green youth. He imagined a dragon behind the protagonist and stated that it was not a growing water snake, but a dragon that had already soared into the sky. He told his subordinate standing next to him to carefully study Ash's appearance, return to the school and draw his portrait. Kai asked who the main character was that Wilson was reacting to him like that. Wilson replied that it was Ash, the lord of the demon cult. Kai, taken aback, asked again. He stood next to him and asked if the main character was allowed to be there, noting that if it became known that he had invaded their territory, there would be an uproar in the righteous sect. Wilson asked them to keep a low profile for now. He began to leave and said that if they angered the demon lord now, it would definitely not end well. Frowning, Kai asked if the sage, one of the 17 pillars of the righteous Muram sect, was being careful in front of the lord. Wilson was walking towards him. Looking at the guys, he noted that he should not be allowed to get near the king, but his body did not move. Staring at Ash, he emphasized the fact that this was an amazing, overwhelming force. Although the lord had stopped releasing true Kai, the eunuch still could not get up. Grant was lying on the ground. He was trying to catch his breath and asked how the protagonist dared to go against the king. He opened his eyes. Grant saw Quentin's head in front of him. Grant grabbed his mouth. He began to feel sick from what he saw. Vomit was running down his lips. Enraged, Grant asked who the protagonist was that he dared to stand in his way, adding that if everything went according to plan, he could have everything he dreamed of. Looking at Ash's face, Grant said that he would have the heir to the throne and get rid of the hated wise king. Rick's face was serious. Grant was kneeling in front of the protagonist and shouting that this was all because of him. Ash stretched out his hand, shrouded in aura, and said that Grant had a long tongue. He lifted him off the ground and said that he had veiled his attempt to frame his cult well. Grant, taken aback, asked if the protagonist was from a demonic cult. Ash smiled and replied that it was good that Grant was so quick-witted, and now it was time to pay the bills. An angry Grant began to shout that he was the prince of the Great Ming Empire, and a commoner could not dare to threaten the imperial family. The protagonist broke his arm with telekinesis and said that he had not even started yet. A frightened Grant said that because of him, the demonic followers would be wiped off the plane and he would regret it. Ash broke his other arm. He watched him closely. People ran from behind the protagonist and told him to let him go right now. They were suddenly stopped by Ash's mana. Raising his hand, the protagonist emphasized that they had thrown their lives away. Their necks suddenly broke. Surprised, Grant thought that the protagonist did not care at all, be it a court official or even a prince. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Ash said with a satisfied look that it was time to put an end to it. Puzzled, Grant shouted that he made a mistake. As an insignificant prince, he had no right to violate the order of His Majesty the First Emperor, and he begs for forgiveness. Grinning, Ash said that it was a shame. He was going to chop off his hand if he continued to talk nonsense. The protagonist was suddenly surprised. He saw streams of yellow mana and noted that he felt someone else's kai. He pressed Grant into the ground and noted that he would finish here. Standing over him, Ash said that as promised, he was handing Grant over to His Highness. Stretching out his hand, he said that from now on they can do as they please. A smirk appeared on Rick's face. Trembling in pain, Grant said that Rick was a fool. Rick walked up to him and asked how his hand was, adding that it was sad that the plan he had so painstakingly prepared had failed. Grant lay on the ground and told him that the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Fence was dead and he was in such a state. Turning around, he declared that even without witnesses, His Majesty the Emperor would not believe the degenerate concubine, and on the contrary, he would put all his strength into the third prince. Kneeling, he called Wilson. Frowning, he asked Wilson if he had heard that he was on familiar terms with the head of the righteous sect, noting that he hoped that Wilson would not interfere in this matter. Sighing, Wilson thought that despite the current situation, he was going to fight for power to the last. Sitting in front of the guys, Grant said that if the rest of the commission members turned a blind eye to what happened, Rick would never become the heir. Turning around, Grant asked who dared to talk to him. He was shocked. The Emperor came there. Rick fell to the floor. Everyone bowed their heads. Rick closed his eyes and said that the second prince greets His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Ming Empire. The Emperor's face was serious. The plot introduces us to the current Emperor of the Great Ming Empire, Jaden. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ash noted that this is the Emperor. He emphasized the fact that the matter is getting more troublesome with burning eyes. Trembling, Grant saw the Emperor and asked what he was doing there. The man followed the Emperor. We are introduced to the commander-in-chief of the Western Fence, Neil. The strangers' faces were serious. The plot introduced us to the head of the Imperial Chancery, Ryan, and the head of Jinni Y, the head of the Palace Guard, Liam. The man who entered with the Emperor's men silently surveyed the situation. We were introduced to the strongest warrior of the Jinni Y, the Northern Commissioner, Evan. Grant started running towards Jaden. He fell to his knees in front of him. A tearful Grant asked to save him, noting that the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Fence, Quentin, had died because of the machinations of the Wise King, and the same awaited him. Rick watched this and noted that he had not expected anything else. Jaden was furious. Grant's broken arm was shaking and he asked to look at it. He continued to cry and asked why he was silent, adding that he should believe him. All this was the work of the Wise King, he was not to blame. The furious Emperor screamed at him to shut his mouth and asked if Grant thought that he did not know that he and the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Fence had set all this up. Rick calmly reasoned that Grant was a fool. Despite the fact that he had secured the support of many officials, including the Eastern Fence, all power in the palace was still concentrated in the hands of His Majesty. He wondered if Grant really thought that there was a place in the palace hidden from the eyes and ears of the Emperor. The Emperor turned to Ryan, who was standing behind him, and asked to call them. A cry was heard in the room that the inspection by order of His Majesty was completed. Stunned, Grant asked again about the inspection. The stunned guys stood quietly. Turning around, Grant wondered why the eunuchs of the Western Fence and advisors. The guys knelt down and cried out that the advisor of the Imperial Chancery and 4 subordinates had completed the investigation and were asking for an audience with His Majesty. Jaden approached them and asked to report. Covering his face with his hands, the boy said that this humble servant had been spying on the Eastern Fence for half a year. From what he saw, he learned that for the past 3 months, His Highness the Loyal King had often visited the Eastern Pavilion. His humble position did not allow him to learn all the details, but it was true that His Highness had conspired with the 6 Warriors School and tried to falsify the bodies in the Imperial Tomb. Grant was horrified by what he heard. Jaden was furious and asked if he had killed the brave warriors of the Guardian Pavilion in order to ascend the throne of the Crown Prince. The Emperor closed his eyes and said that he was disappointed, that he was to blame for what had happened, that he should have been brought up strictly like the other princes. Turning around, Jaden ordered the warden to arrest everyone and throw them in prison. Looking at Evan, the Emperor said to carry out His Majesty's order. Evan started to whistle. The guards ran into the tomb. The frightened warriors asked if these were the Jinni Y people. Clint chuckled at what he saw. Looking at the crowd of warriors, he noticed that they had brought an entire army. Pointing his finger, Evan shouted to arrest all the eunuchs of the Eastern Fence on suspicion of a coup. The guards ran towards the boys with a satisfied look, thinking that they would pay them for all the shame. The dumbfounded Grant turned around. Jaden stood in front of him and ordered to take this bastard and lock him in the palace of the Eternal Fence. A tearful Grant apologized for his rudeness and said that his father could not do this to him. The Emperor listened to him silently. Grant cried out that Rick had also brought Miriam's men with him, killed the commander of the Eastern Fence and did this to him. Frowning, Rick thought that this vile coward would stick to his guns until the very end. Grant was being led away, and he tried to call out to his father. A puzzled Wilson reasoned that His Majesty had personally intervened. It had taken only a moment to sort out the intrigues of the loyal king, and he had heard that he valued his son, but before guilt everyone is equal. Jaden stepped forward and noted that since the issue with his son was resolved, it was time to sort out everyone else. He walked toward Rick. A dumbfounded Rick mentally asked him to stop. The people ran into the tomb. Watching what was happening, Rick wondered if Jaden had brought all the eunuchs of the Western Fence and the Imperial Chancery and if there were any unanswered questions. Enraged, Evan cried out that Ash was shameless. Looking at the protagonist, he said that His Majesty the Emperor himself was in front of him, and he dared not bend the knee. Jaden raised his hand and stopped him. Looking at Rick, the Emperor clarified whether these were the warriors of Miram that he had involved. Looking away, Rick replied that he had not involved them and that they had helped him. Jaden stared at Ash and thought that judging by the way he had cut off the hand of the loyal king without hesitation, this was not a man of Miram, in which case there was only one conclusion. Jaden frowned, emphasizing the fact that he hadn't seen everything that had happened and had let things slide to figure it out, but he dared to hurt his son. He couldn't do anything with the anger raging inside him. Standing in front of him, the Emperor asked if he was from a demon cult. The protagonist folded his arms and smirked as he told them that they were going to leave in silence. How would it all work out? You never know where fate will take you. He would be honored to meet His Majesty. He was Ash, the current lord of the heavenly demon cult. Neo stomped on the ground and destroyed the floor. He asked with an angry look how the protagonist dared to address the Emperor as an equal. Sam suddenly appeared and said that he should show respect to the lord of the cult. Neo was taken aback by this. Sam held the blade out to Neo's throat and explained that the government and the Miram had entered into a non-interference agreement on equal terms. They were not their vassals. Evan grabbed the blade and declared that it was Sam. He had heard the name. They called him the Lord of the Underworld for commanding life and death on the battlefield. He pulled the sword from its sheath. Liam said with a serious expression that he not only drew his sword in the presence of His Majesty, but also dared to threaten an official. He asked if Sam thought he could leave alive after this. The warriors entered the tomb with shields in front of them. Looking around, Sam wondered if this was the intimidation method of the Great Ming Empire. The ground suddenly split. Ben threw the bag to the ground and cried out that he was warning them right away. Holding the fiery blade in front of him, he declared that he would kill the one who drew not a shield but a sword first. Liam looked back and wondered in his mind if not only the demon cult lord was there, but also the Fire King and the Underworld Lord, and such great people had infiltrated the palace. Lucy's hand was enveloped in fire. Turning around, Liam assumed with a smile on his face that it was the first bodyguard. Ryan grinned and thought that it was fortunate that they were in the Imperial tomb. This woman was a monster who had lived for 200 years. Even the famous warrior Mirama was a boy compared to the first guardian. Liam began to laugh and asked if they thought they would be scared by some flames and asked to see the true power of the Imperial Palace. Lucy waved streams of fire. The fire surrounded the tomb. Standing in a fighting stance, Lucy began to shout that whoever dared to harm the Lord, she, the great elder of the heavenly demon cult, would burn him to ashes. The boys were surprised. Jaden said with a serious expression that the only time he had seen her was when he inherited the throne, but she had not changed at all. Looking at Lucy, Liam asked if she realized what she was saying. Crossing her arms, Lucy told him that she remembered him as a boy. Now he had matured, even daring to raise his voice at her. She began to walk towards him and told him that she even remembered the moment when he, as a green youth, mocked her and his brand new uniform turned to ash. She touched Liam's chest and asked if he remembered it. She pushed Liam aside. He began to fly away from her. Evan caught him. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the marks on the floor, he wondered if he had been thrown so far, because he had concentrated all his inner strength to hold back the onslaught. Lucy smirked, emphasizing that he was still a boy. Liam grabbed the blade and said that he did not know what tricks they used to lure her away. Evan asked him to stop. Enraged, Liam pulled out his sword and screamed that his subject was protecting a demonic follower and this was treason. He would punish her with this blade, given to him by the Supreme Emperor. Surprised, Ben thought that this was the same sword, forged by a famous master, and he did not think he would see it in person. Liam pointed the sword at Lucy and clarified if she remembered the Supreme Emperor, noting that he was very interested in martial arts. From time to time he brought palace warriors there to measure their strength with her. Holding the sword in front of him, Liam stated that Lucy was right to point out that she never took him seriously. Only now he was strong enough to cut her with this sword, so he asked her to come back before he stained his hands with blood. He started running towards Lucy with a mad look and thought that her loyalty was so great that she had been humbly guarding the tomb for 200 years. No matter what trick they used, he believed that she could overcome it. His blade approached Lucy. Enveloped in fire, Lucy emphasized that this was a familiar formation. She put up a wall of fire in front of her. Dodging the attacks, Liam said that it was just a distraction. He swung his blade. Liam cut through her flames. Lucy caught his sword with her hands. Liam was surprised and noted that she was a monster after all. Enraged, Liam asked if she remembered this formation and if she was the one who perfected the steps created by the Supreme Emperor. Looking at Lucy's surprise, he asked her to remember this moment and her loyalty to the Imperial Palace. Liam smirked and asked if she remembered. He was shocked. The edge of his blade fell to the ground. A dumbfounded Liam said it was his sword. A tearful Ben shouted that it was such a famous sword. Shaking the dust off her hands, Lucy said that he did not know what he asked her to remember, but he should not try to impose embellished memories on her. Smirking, she said that she had lived for the cult since she was born. In the tomb she only protected the cult's treasure. Frowning, Liam said that she was a slut. He waved the broken blade in front of her. Dumbfounded Bruce called out to Lucy. The guy smirked and suggested that they stop there. His hand was pierced by the blade. Liam was scared. He held them both back. Closing his eyes, the guy with a smile on his face said that His Majesty was looking at them and asked him to calm his ardor. The plot introduces us to the Emperor's bodyguard, the master of the flexible sword, Bertrand. He knelt before Jaden. Bowing his head, Bertrand apologized, noting that he had planned to watch from afar as he had ordered, but felt threatened and could not help but intervene. The Emperor stood over him and replied that he had been planning to call him anyway. Wilson, dumbfounded, thought that Bertrand was fast and that he had not even been able to keep up with him. Ryan looked at him and thought that this was the last pillar protecting the Emperor, a personal bodyguard. Everyone in the palace had heard of him, but no one knew who he was. Ryan turned around and mentally asked the boy if he knew him. The boy replied that he had never seen him before, and most importantly, he had not been among them during the mass gathering. Ryan was taken aback by what he had heard. Looking at Lucy, Ryan came to the conclusion that he had quietly joined the procession in the middle, disguised as a chancellor. This is an amazing day. He saw two people at once, which is difficult to meet, even if you live your whole life in the palace. Surprised, Lucy thought that she knew that he was still alive, but, unlike before, she could not even discern his presence. The Emperor stood quietly and asked if Ash called himself a lord of the demon cult. The protagonist answered that he was. He put his hands behind his back and said that it was worth saying thank you for helping his second son and he will not pry what prompted him to do this. Turning around, Jaden said that only he knew that she was a person of the demon cult. The head of security did not know. He apologized for Liam's rudeness. A tear rolled down Liam's face. The dumbfounded boys asked what this meant and whether the treasure of the Imperial tomb belonged to a demonic cult. The Emperor opened his mouth and said that nevertheless. He said with a serious expression that this was the Imperial tomb. The non-interference agreement did not give them the right to break into the palace and cause trouble there. Ash smiled and apologized for the inconvenience caused, but if they could clear up some misunderstandings. Standing opposite, Jaden replied that there was no need for that and he was not so familiar with the world of Muram, but he had heard that the truth was found out by force. The protagonist frowned slightly. Enraged, Jaden clarified whether they say that the strongest survives, adding that the protagonist, regardless of the reasons, arbitrarily invaded the palace, harmed its people and broke both arms of the loyal king. Rick looked at Ash standing behind him as the Emperor said that this alone was enough to state that he was the first to break the non-interference treaty. But despite insulting him in the Great Ming Empire, he would still take into account the laws of Muram. He ordered Bertrand to stand up, and he stood up. Jaden said with a smirk on his face that he was his personal bodyguard and if the protagonist could defeat him, he would turn a blind eye to what happened. Bertrand smiled. Folding his arms, he asked to let him introduce himself. He was the personal bodyguard of His Majesty the Emperor. It was an honor for him to clash with him in a duel. Ash was surprised. Bertrand, with his hands burning, called the protagonist a demon lord. Bertrand put his fist in his palm and closed his eyes, introducing himself as the personal bodyguard of His Majesty the Emperor, and added that it was an honor for him to clash with him in a duel. He opened his eyes and grinned, calling out to the demon cult lord. Ash looked at him in surprise. Jaden stood in front of the boy, saying that if he couldn't defeat the bodyguard, they would reconsider the non-interference agreement. The protagonist frowned in alarm. The man stood in front of the kneeling old man, saying that the righteous clans of the Muram sect had sworn allegiance to him and the Great Ming Empire, despite the agreement. Wilson sat on his knees in fear, his head down. He looked at the tears on his hands, thinking that he had to ask such a tricky question in the presence of the demon cult lord if there were no demonic followers here. He would have played along with the Emperor, but if he admitted it, he would announce to everyone that the righteous part of Muram had knelt before the government. He was sweating in fear, listening to the protagonist. Ash looked at him seriously, tilting his head and asking if they really wanted their cult to forget about the agreement and join the vassals of the Great Ming Empire if he was defeated. Wilson sat on his knees, leaning his hands on the floor, thinking about why he had butted into the conversation. He could have remained silent and thus put the Muram sect in an awkward position. He was suddenly surprised and thought that it could be because of the alliance, but even if so, they would still return to the status of enemies someday so that the cult could help in a situation that did not bring any benefit. The old man looked at the guy standing in front of him and thought about how he thought that he had nothing remarkable except for strength. But it turned out that he had the nobility and tolerance of a hero, a great man. That was the current lord of the demonic cult. The man frowned at the boy and thought about how he didn't expect him to have knowledge of diplomacy, but he figured it out right away. It was commendable. The emperor stood with his hands behind his back and said that his cult had contributed greatly to the founding of the empire. His Majesty the First Emperor was good-natured, so he made a non-interference agreement, recognizing his freedom. Jaden frowned and indignantly shouted that however, over time, leniency is mistaken for a right. He caused riots in the palace, relying on the agreement between the government and Muram. Does he think that he should pay for it? Ash raised his fist in front of him and looked at him seriously, thinking about how he made a long speech, made pertinent arguments, but in the end it all came down to the fact that in case of defeat, they must swear allegiance to the Great Ming Empire. Sam looked ahead warily and thought that he had used the situation to reconsider the non-interference relationship between Muram and the government. Quite an extraordinary mind. Lucy looked at Sam, who had put the sword in front of the boy, and asked, through Chongham, if he was the main guardian. They should immediately stop this absurd deal. She frowned, hearing that His Majesty put forward this assumption because he was sure that victory was his. The girl looked warily at the guardian and said that she had been in the tomb for a long time and had missed a lot. Was he really sure of victory? Sam looked at her in surprise, hearing through Chongham that at one time in all of Muram there was no one who had not heard of the Lord of the Flexible Sword Bertrand. He frowned and thought about what he had heard about him in his childhood from the older generation. The man introduced the guy who put his hand to his chin and told us that the Lord of the Flexible Sword Bertrand, once called the Emperor of the Sword, one day this absolute master suddenly appeared in Muram and quickly became famous for his unusual swordsmanship. He remembered how the guy swung his sword at the lying man and said that the newcomer of Muram, barely 20 years old, killed one of the 5 masters and the first swordsman, the king of the smiting sword. They pinned great hopes on him and predicted the title of the strongest master in the world. Sam stood covering the man with his sword and looked at the guy, thinking that as far as he remembered, his fame thundered in Muram for only a year, and then he disappeared. He looked at the grinning Bertrand and thought about the fact that he lived almost 90 years ago. Even if he has a high level and has survived the restructuring of bones, he must be an old man. This is impossible. Jaden frowned at the guy and wondered what the demon cult lord would do. There were too many eyes around. He could only accept his offer. Ash grabbed the fabric. He stretched out his hand and threw back the cloak with energy. The man flew away in fear and screamed about his body. The warriors covered their mouths with their hands and flew back. 2 men grabbed Jaden by the arms and anxiously held him, asking if he was okay. The emperor frowned and thought about what to make of this. The protagonist stood in the center of the hall with Bertrand, pushing the other people away. Ash hit his fist on the palm and smiling said that it was too crowded here, so he moved the audience a little. Let them not misunderstand, this is all for the safety of His Majesty. Bertrand moved behind the guy and smiling said that he was very kind. The protagonist turned around and swung his sword. The opponent closed his eyes and said that His Majesty's safety was his concern. He hoped that the Lord would be able to concentrate on the duel. Ash frowned and looked away. The guys fought with swords, dealing many blows. The protagonist swung his weapon in rage, trying to hit his opponent. Bertrand skillfully dodged and spun the sword. He swung his sword with all his might and approached the Lord's neck. Ash looked at him warily. Bertrand struck and looked in surprise, realizing that he had not hit his opponent. He turned around and, looking at the approaching tip, thought about instant movement. Ash swung his weapon with all his might, trying to hit his opponent's neck. He looked away at the enemy who had moved. The protagonist ran up to him from the other side. Bertrand swung his sword and looked in surprise, seeing a flash between them. The guys stood in the center of the hall and destroyed the ground beneath them. Ash frowned at his opponent, clashing with him with his sword. A powerful explosion occurred at the site of the battle. Bertrand looked at the guy with a crazy look and smiled. They quickly ran to the side and continued to reflect each other's blows. The main character pierced the enemy's weapon with the tip. Bertrand looked at him in shock. Another explosion occurred in the hall. People watched the rising clouds of smoke. The old man sat on the ground, covering himself with his hand and looking on in fear, thinking that this was clearly not a fight between ordinary people. Lucy and Bruce watched the battle in shock and thought that the Lord was surprisingly pressing on Bertrand. The girl looked at the rivals in surprise. The smoke gradually dissipated. The enemy hit the ground with his hand. He smiled creepily and said that he had exceeded his expectations. Bertrand acquired a new form and, holding out his hand, grinned and said that he had been waiting for someone like him for many years. He was very glad to finally meet a worthy opponent. The protagonist stood in front of the enemy, holding a sword in his hand, and said that, as expected, he had accepted the blood of a Killen, in which case he would have to fight at full strength. The guy moved his hand to the side and energy began to ooze from his wrist. Bertrand smiled madly and said that this was not all, anything would do, as long as he entertained him. The guy's whole body exuded dark energy. Ash stood in front of the enemy, surrounded by mana in a serious manner. Bertrand looked at him in surprise and swung his sword. The guy covered his face with his hand and was shocked, thinking what was happening. This was a completely different level than before. He looked at the guy thoughtfully. Ash smiled and asked if he considered himself a worthy opponent. The protagonist was covered in blood stains and smirked, holding out his hand, saying that he was curious how long he could last. He pointed his fingers at him and mockingly asked how long he could last. The people around watched as Ash exuded demonic energy. The warriors looked at him in shock and asked what kind of appearance he was. The protagonist raised his hand up. Bertrand looked at him in shock. Ash frowned and held his hand out in front of him. He quickly put his hand forward and his eyes turned red. The guy stood with his hand down and looked at the destroyed strip on the ground. Quentin covered his face with his hand and looked at him in surprise and thought that the power was very overwhelming, but it was just Sword Kai. Bertrand looked at the guy in surprise, swinging his fist and thinking about what he had planned. Some Sword Kai would not defeat him. The guy was shocked. His eye lit up and he realized that he needed protection. The sword of the dead soldier quickly rushed towards the guy. Bertrand caught the hilt. He went crazy and crossed his arms and began to swing the sword. The guy gritted his teeth and frowned, actively swung the sword, using the wave sword technique. The warriors looked at him in shock with their mouths open and thought that this was a sword curtain from a master of the wave sword technique. Quentin grinned and thought that this curtain was based on the idea of a flower grafted onto a tree. Any force that came into contact with the curtain would be reflected. Bertrand looked forward in fear. The opponent's sword approached his face. The guy closed his eyes and looked at the weapon in surprise. The sword quickly flew through the guy and created an explosion behind him. Bertrand opened his mouth in shock and an explosion thundered behind him. He looked at the frowning opponent and wondered what it was. The warriors looked at the battle in surprise and thought that even if it was Shining Kai, the attack should have split under the force of the curtain's rotation. Bertrand's hand and sword flew back. The guy fell to his knees, bleeding, and screamed in pain. The guy frowned and clenched his teeth, clutching his wounded shoulder. He thought about the shapeless sword. Bertrand looked forward in shock. Ash, in complete madness, appeared behind the enemy. The guy coughed and turned around in alarm. He knitted his eyebrows and furiously swung his hand. The protagonist extended his hand. Bertrand approached the opponent's neck with 2 fingers. He touched his shoulder. Blood suddenly sprayed out. Ash moved his bloody fingers aside. Jaden screamed loudly in shock. Bloody Bertrand stood with his trembling hand outstretched. The warriors looked at him in surprise. Ash put 2 fingers to the enemy's head and said that His Majesty said everything correctly. He waved his fingers to the side and pierced the guy's head. The Emperor frowned in shock and opened his mouth. The protagonist smirked and said that if you show leniency for too long, it can be taken for granted. Lucy looked at the guy in surprise and thought about the fact that Bertrand had lived for many years, so she thought that even the Lord could be in danger. Sam thoughtfully looked at the battle and thought about the fact that the Lord suppressed him in 2 counts. During this time, he again improved his fighting skills to incredible heights. The old man watched Ash leave the battlefield and clenched his fist, thinking that this could not be. Wilson looked at the guy in shock and thought about how when he first encountered the bodyguard, he felt the same tremors as when he first met the head of the righteous Miram sect, and he playfully stabbed him as if he was fighting a 3rd-tier master. He could be wrong, but this is definitely a shapeless sword. He looked worried and said that this is a celestial. The audience in shock asked what he said. Ryan among the warriors looked irritated and decided that this can't be. Does this level really exist? Jaden stood in shock and looked forward, thinking about what he did, wanted to squeeze out the benefit from the situation, but in the end, he lost the bodyguard inherited from the previous emperor. The protagonist walked on the ground. He approached the frightened emperor. The guy smirked and asked if he was afraid of him. The man gritted his teeth and thought in fear that he was the emperor of the great Ming Empire, dominating the entire Middle Plain, and stepped back in fear of some demon cult lord. Jaden waved his hand to the side and shouted at him not to come near him. The guy looked at him seriously and said that it seemed like he misunderstood something. The man gritted his teeth in rage and frowned and asked what this meant, if he was trying to humiliate him. The protagonist approached him and clarified what he had said. He raised his hand and gathered energy in it. The guy smiled and lifted the man into the air with mana. The emperor was in the air and said that he was a scumbag. The guard stood in front of the blade and angrily shouted at him to let go of His Majesty. Sam stood next to him, holding a sword in front of his neck and telling him that he was too disrespectful to the sky of their cult, or he wanted to end up on the ground like this so-called bodyguard. Ryan swung his sword furiously and cowered, screaming that he was insolent and did not dare touch His Majesty. The man grabbed the sword and ran behind Ash. He looked in shock at the flames that appeared in front of him. Lucy stood there frowning and stretched out her hand in the flames, telling him that he better refrain from doing something stupid if he did not want to say goodbye to his life. Ryan frowned and said that even the first guardian behaved like that. The Emperor cowered in fear and looked at the guy in front of him. Ash looked at the man with a crazy smile and stretched out his hand, saying that in order to talk about humiliation, His Majesty must first rise above him. Jaden grinned in fear and lowered his eyebrows and looked at Ash. Ryan drew his sword in anger and asked why the others had stopped. Let them protect His Majesty now. He frowned and turned around and shouted that there were only 5 demonic fools. Were they really going to just watch His Majesty suffer insults? The warriors ran forward waving their swords and shouted at the Lord to immediately release His Majesty. The protagonist turned away and put his hand forward, saying that there was too much noise. He stood in front of the Emperor and created an explosion in the ground behind him, laying down all the warriors. The people were kneeling and holding onto the shaking ground with their hands. The man lay on the ground grinning, stretching out his hand and thinking that he had used one true Kai. He was the incarnation of a monster. Jaden turned to the fallen people in shock and asked how an ordinary person could do something like this. Ash smirked and said that the first Emperor had made a non-interference agreement for his own safety, and asked if he had realized which side was wrong. Jaden looked at the boy in fear, his mouth open, and thought that he could only admit that this monster could take his life at any moment, but he was not going to silently endure the attacks. The Emperor looked at the smirking boy and asked if he was sure that he could withstand the consequences of what he had done. It was unlikely that all the people of the cult were as skilled as he was. The protagonist frowned and said in rage that even under the threat of death, he did not abandon empty bravado. The man furrowed his brows in anger and shouted loudly that he did not dare to mock him, because he knew very well what consequences killing him would cause. He would not dare to harm him. The boy's eyes lit up and he quickly swung his sword. The man stood in front of Sam's sword and called out to His Majesty in fear. Rick frowned in alarm and called his father. Drops of blood were dripping from the tip of the sword. The Emperor looked down at his bleeding neck in surprise. Ash smirked and said that if you pull out a rotten tooth, a new one will grow in its place. The same goes for the Emperor's throne. Jaden looked at him in shock and asked what he wanted to say. Rick clenched his fists in fear and listened to him being called a wise king. The guy was sweating in shock and wondering what he was even talking about. It sounded like he was really planning a coup. Wilson looked at the guy in surprise and thought that if the wise king really had teamed up with the demon cult lord, then the Murim sect that had sided with the loyal king was also involved. If His Majesty died and the wise king ascended the throne, there was no worse outcome. He looked at Ash standing in front of him and thought that the problem was that they didn't have the strength to stop him. Even if all 17 pillars joined forces to resist him, he couldn't guarantee their victory. He didn't think he would experience such impotence. Jaden was bleeding in fear and then thinking that this was the true power of an absolute master. Now he understood why the first Emperor had bequeathed to never break the non-interference agreement. He frowned, trembled, and looked down, deciding that something did not add up. He could eliminate him secretly and seat the wise king on the throne. The man hovered in the air in front of his rival and, looking at his son, thought that it was unlikely that he did not understand that by killing him publicly, much more blood would have to be shed. He looked at the smiling Ash, holding out his saber, and thought that the Lord needed something from him. Rick suddenly appeared between the rivals, spreading his arms. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and asked what he was doing. The guy closed his eyes and desperately screamed that he was asking him to stop. He squinted and screamed in fear that he understood that the situation was not pleasant, but there was a promise he had given. Wasn't he going to stop the conspiracy of a gang of rebels from the School of 6 Warriors? The Emperor clenched his teeth and looked in surprise and thought about the fact that this was the name of the new force that wanted to join the agreement on mutual non-interference. The guy lowered his eyebrows and closed his eyes and shouted that even if he kept his promise, harming His Majesty was too much. Jaden grinned in rage, listening to Ash say that the same thing happened during the founding of the Empire. Their cult responded cordially to the first Emperor's request for help, but it always came down to the fact that the cult was trying to enslave. The protagonist frowned at the guy and said that, as His Majesty said, leniency can easily be mistaken for a right, so he was going to take his advice. They no longer have a reason to show kindness to the first Emperor and His Majesty. Rick shouted that the whole thing is that His Majesty does not know the truth. Ash looked at the guy with displeasure and said that he was not in the mood to explain all the details to His Majesty. If he did not step aside, he would make him leave. Rick, sweating profusely, panicked and shouted that he could not, if he killed His Majesty, let him cut him too. The protagonist looked at him thoughtfully. He put his fingers forward and twisted the guy's leg, calling him stubborn. Rick looked back in surprise and screamed in pain. Ash raised his fingers and bent them. The opponent's leg began to quickly curl. The guy's eyes turned red and he screamed loudly in pain. The Emperor watched his son lying holding his leg and asked what he was doing. Wasn't he going to put the wise king on the throne? He clenched his teeth and thought furiously that his actions were completely impossible to predict. He was completely different from the people of the righteous clans of Murim. This was a demonic cult. Rick frowned and looked up. He was lying and holding Ash's leg, begging him to have mercy and spare his majesty. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and stretched out his hand, saying that 2 legs were not enough to bring him to his senses. Let him not dare to order him. Rick's hands began to twist and he closed his eyes and screamed loudly in pain. Jaden hovered in the air in front of the guy and said that he surrendered, would do whatever he wanted, just let him have mercy on him and his son. The warriors on the ground lay writhing and calling his majesty. Ash smiled and agreed. He lowered his hand, throwing the man to the ground, and said that in 2 days he would come to his palace to put forward conditions. Let him prepare a jade seal so that everything would be official. Jaden frowned in surprise and thought about how he knew that he needed something, what kind of agreement he was hoping for. The main character grinned and said that he was annoyed that his bodyguard died, but the fight turned out to be interesting. The guy rushed to the exit and told the subordinates behind him to follow him. The emperor looked at his shaking hand on the ground and thought that he should not touch the cult lord under any circumstances. He looked at the wall and shouted at his subordinates to quickly take his son to the doctor. The plot takes us to the next day at the Palace of Wisdom of King Rick, from which the greeting of the Southern Commissioner Clint was heard. The man was standing in the room in front of the bed of Rick in plaster and asking if his legs were okay. The guy sat with his arms crossed and frowned, saying that he had never experienced such pain in his life. Because of this he would not be able to walk for a whole month, not a drop of sympathy. He remembered how Ash, drawing his eyebrows together, called him stubborn. The guy imagined Ash smiling and saying that it would hurt a little. Rick sat discontentedly with his arms crossed in front of the man and said that the doctor said that he would become even stronger if the bones healed correctly. Apparently he should also thank him for that. He looked down and thought that on the other hand, it was stupid to deny that they received a lot of benefit from what happened. The guy remembered how Jaden watched as his legs were treated and thought about how while he was being treated, he was worried about him all the time, and also called him his son for the first time. He gained the trust of his majesty, so he was no longer at the very bottom. Rick sat on the bed in front of the commissioner and said that he would have to recover at least until the Dragon Boat Festival. Clint looked at the serious guy and said that he would be very worried if he could not walk. Besides, he did not even know what else this lord was capable of. He frowned at him and thought about the fact that the appearance of his majesty turned the tide of the plot. It was embarrassing in front of the Northern Commissioner, but he had no choice. He had to urgently pass on the information. Rick raised his finger and looked displeasedly, said that it would be good if it was an ordinary fracture. Lord Ash's, of course, good, but he has barbaric habits. Does he think so too? The man looked at the silhouette behind the guy in shock and told his majesty that he was nearby. A smiling Ash appeared behind the guy, saying that it turns out they thought so, and he had kindly taken care of His Highness the Wise King. Rick smiled, spread his hands and laughed, asking how long he had been here. The confused guy sat in front of the happy Ash and said what he wanted to say. It would have been perfect if he had applied a little less force. Rick lowered his head in fear and said that he reported everything to His Majesty as he ordered. He thought about the reason why he considered him a real monster. The guy remembered how the main character lifted his father into the air and thought about the fact that while the Lord suppressed the eunuchs of True Kai and restrained His Majesty, he simultaneously adjusted the plan and conveyed to him by Chongamu what he should say. Mastery is mastery, but is it possible to do so many things at the same time? Rick looked at his plastered legs and said that he had conveyed that the school of the 6 warriors was going to put a puppet in the person of his elder brother on the throne and seize power over the empire, and he had saved the palace from them. Time would pass, and His Majesty would also understand him. Ash smirked and looked away, saying that there was no need for that. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. The guy looked at the table with the vase and asked if he could ask one question, if he did not mind. Rick raised his hand, looked at the protagonist and asked if he could tell what he wanted to ask His Majesty, what else he needed if he had already achieved his goal. Ash looked at the guy, smiling, and replied that it was not so much a request. He planned to make him an offer that he could not refuse. On the promised day, in the audience hall in the Emperor's personal palace, the protagonist stood in front of Jaden and said that that was all. As had been said earlier, even if he refused, the main thing was that he would comply with the agreement of non-interference. The man looked down in disappointment and decided that he was not trying to force him, although he could. He brought his hand to the table with the contract and wondered if he had the right to refuse. With his head down, the Emperor put a seal. Ash smiled as he looked at him. The plot takes us 10 days after the events in the tomb in Henan to the main pavilion of the Muram sect. In the meeting hall of the 17 Pillars, many people were sitting around the table and discussing how the lord of the demonic cult got into the imperial palace. The fourth of the 17 pillars, Nun Gloria, clasped her hands and closed her eyes and asked how it happened. Did the school of the 6 warriors use the loyal king to infiltrate the imperial palace? The head of Shaolin, the great monk Floyd, sat calmly at the table and said that according to the report, The school of the six warriors had taken root even in the government. If they took over the government, Miram would be plunged into chaos. Isaac raised his hand and closed his eyes and said that this was only chaos. It would greatly undermine their position. If anything, they should thank the head of the demonic cult. The 17th of the pillars, Patrick, frowned and replied that he and advisor Julie had always spoken highly of him since their time in the cult. The man slammed the table menacingly when he heard Isaac reply that he was always warlike. Like a warrior, he respected his desire to protect his principles. Wilson gritted his teeth in displeasure and closed his eyes, listening to their argument. He slammed his palm on the table and shouted that he was not finished with the report yet. Lee looked at the old man standing at the table and asked if he wanted to say that he had not yet gotten to the point. The sect leader clasped his hands and closed his eyes and said that he asked the other pillars to stop arguing and listen to the rest of the report. He opened one eye and told Wilson to continue. The story shows us a screen in the room and tells us that as soon as everyone fell silent, Wilson continued his story. Everyone was shocked that the Emperor's bodyguard was one of the 5 great masters who lived 90 years ago. The story shows us how Wilson stood at the table with his hand outstretched and tells us that the guy was also the Emperor of the Sword, who was called the Lord of the Flexible Sword, but from what he said next, the faces of the pillars turned to stone. Wilson stood with his head down and his eyes closed, saying that the Lord of the demonic cult had cut down the Lord of the Flexible Sword, and playfully, without receiving a single scratch. Duncan sat in shock next to the surprised man and asked if it was possible, if one of the 5 great masters had really fallen at the hands of the young lord. Isaac turned around and raised his hand in surprise, saying that he did not remember the Lord being able to defeat one of the 5 great masters. Maybe he had messed something up. Wilson frowned and then said, dripping with sweat, that he had not messed anything up. He had met many followers of the demonic cult, but he was completely different. Isaac looked at him with alarm and said that of course, the lord of the cult should stand out. The old man shouted that he was not talking about combat skill. Wilson lowered his head, recalling Ash's ominous gaze as he extended his hand and said that they would only understand if they saw it for themselves. He was free from human limitations. Perhaps he was a demon god, or rather, it would be more accurate to call him a demon god. Gloria clasped her palms and closed her eyes, saying that she surrendered to him. He had been through a lot and was now in confusion. Perhaps he wanted to drink tea. Wilson frowned in anger and shouted, asking why they didn't take it seriously. The demon cult lord broke through the sword curtain with the formless sword. The man raised his hand, hearing that he had suppressed more than 300 masters with just true Kai. Wai sat with his palm raised and asked if he had just mentioned the formless sword. Did he really understand what he was saying? The old man was sweating profusely and replied that he was confident in his words. He looked at the surprised people at the table and said that Ash had reached the level of a celestial. Lai looked at him in shock and thought about the celestials. Wilson looked down in fear and listened to the laughter. Duncan sat next to the laughing man and looked at him with concern, asking if this level existed only in legends. Gloria turned to Isaac seriously and said that he had just met the Lord. It was impossible to reach such heights in such a short period of time. Wilson sat at the table and closed his eyes, saying that no matter what he said, they would not believe it. Lai sat with his hands clasped together and thought that this could not be true, but if he had not lied, it would undoubtedly shake up the power in all of Miram. The guy quickly ran across the floor. An alarmed and shocked Ryan held a scroll and shouted that an urgent message had arrived from the Kaifeng branch of the Miram sect. He stood holding the door in the doorway in front of everyone and said that the Imperial Palace announced that the Great Ming Empire was changing the Taoist teachings to the Heavenly Demon Cult. Li looked at him in shock and asked what he was saying. In the audience hall of the Emperor's personal palace, 2 men were kneeling in front of Jaden and begging him to understand their situation and cancel the decision to change the state religion. After all, there are so many great religions, why the demon cult? Neo frowned and shouted, asking if the demonic followers should not kneel before the Great Ming Empire, especially this Lord Ash, who was too arrogant. The Emperor slapped the armrest. The man looked down furiously, clenching his fist, and said that he had reached the level of a celestial being during the incident in the Imperial tomb. Neo looked at him in shock and sighed. He began to bow his face to the floor, shouting that he had made a mistake. Jaden looked at him seriously and told him to stop. The man with a broken forehead closed his eyes and thanked His Majesty for his mercy. The Emperor put his head on his fist and asked what they thought of the enemy of the enemy. Ryan was kneeling and looked up and said that he thought that the enemy of the enemy was the same as an ally. The man frowned and said that he was right. That was what Lord Ash had told him. The Emperor said that for the cult, the school of the 6 warriors was an enemy that must be gotten rid of. He remembered how Ash stood with his hand outstretched and asked how His Majesty would deal with the enemy of the enemy. Jaden raised his hand and thought about the difference between the Lord's question and his. He asked not what he thought, but how he would act. Ryan looked at the ruler worriedly and said that if you follow this logic, the Miram sect is also an enemy for the school of the 6 warriors. Besides, the righteous Miram sect is positively disposed towards the Great Ming Empire. Jaden sat on the throne at the table and asked what these righteous people had done. Wilson just stood and watched as he was humiliated, while his subordinates, many times weaker than him, were ready to sacrifice their lives. Ryan sat on his knees in fear and listened to the story that the School of Six Warriors was a gang of renegades that posed a great threat. The Emperor clutched the armrest with a trembling hand and said that these people were targeting him, and the palace, the Miram sect, with which they were closely connected, was making no attempt to help. He frowned furiously and shouted that he had no reason to trust her with the state religion. Ryan gritted his teeth, looked down and thought that this was a disaster. He did not take into account the nature of his majesty. In politics he always chooses benefits. Neo grinned and lowered his eyebrows, thinking that even if so, trusting hooligans was a bad idea. Jaden looked at his subordinates with displeasure and thought that he was going to take this opportunity to sever all ties with the righteous sect and the demon cult. But those who fearlessly sent spies right into the palace would not give up so easily. He imagined the furious Ash and thought that his combat skills were beyond all expectations. Moreover, he even uncovered the rebels' plot, ruining their plans. He was also resourceful. The man thought about how to dominate the barbarians by using them. Jaden frowned menacingly and shouted that he had adopted the religion of the heavenly demon cult to oppose the School of the Six Warriors. He frowned and stretched out his hand and shouted that if they had no better options, he would never reverse his decision on religion. The men were kneeling with their heads bowed and discussing through their chongyam that it would be better to retreat for today, but at least His Majesty left a choice. Ryan opened his eyes and looked at them seriously and said through his chongyam that he had ordered them to find a better way out. The plot takes us to Henan province, to the building of the main residence of the righteous Miram sect. Wilson stood at the table with his hand raised and told us that because of the Emperor's statement declaring the religion of the heavenly demon cult as a national religion. The conference hall where all the pillars had gathered had been arguing for 3 days. They were planning to suppress the School of the Six Warriors through an alliance with the demon cult, and from their point of view, it was like a knife in the back. He introduced the frowning Ash and the men behind him and said that another bone of contention was the Lord's combat prowess. The masters who showed the divine power of the shapeless sword were at the dawn of their lives, so even his evidence could not convince the others that a 20-year-old youth had risen to the level of a celestial. Gloria looked anxiously at the boy standing in front of her and asked if his words were true. Russell stood in front of the people in a cloak and said that it was true. As the leader said, His Majesty would reconsider the decision if there were alternatives. Lai looked thoughtfully ahead with his hands clasped together. The old man sat next to the upset Wilson and thought about how the Emperor had been insulted and he did nothing. Patrick grinned menacingly and frowned, thinking that it was not surprising that His Majesty was disappointed with their alliance. The time of the Kuntan school was gone. Wilson put his hand on the table and thought that even if the Lord's abilities were so paradoxical, as long as they did not believe him, he was completely powerless. He got up from the table and said that he apologized profusely for the situation that had arisen. He would take responsibility and leave his post. Patrick closed his eyes and laughed, saying that everything was simple for him. After all, he said that he was ready to join in order to prevent something like this, but he had messed up and was now running with his tail between his legs. Wilson sadly lowered his head, putting his fist in his palm. The 17th of the pillars grinned and asked if the old man felt anger. Had he really swallowed his tongue? Wilson calmly closed his eyes and replied that he was right. He had nothing to say. He admitted that what had happened was the result of his powerlessness. He began to lift the sleeve of his cape. He put out his bare arm and clenched his fist and said that he bet his hand that if he were in his place, they would do the same. Patrick frowned in shock and screamed. The old man pointed his finger at the angry man and said that his word was worth its weight in gold, so be kind and not interfere. Patrick stood up from the table and put his fist in his palm and told the leader to send him to the palace. He would be able to convince His Majesty the Emperor, settle the matter and return the old religion. Lee looked at him calmly and thought that this was good, asked if he was sure that he could handle it. Patrick smiled and folded his hands, thinking that he inherited this place from his father and had not yet managed to accumulate virtue. But this was a great chance to prove his fighting prowess. Ruddy walked up to Lee sitting at the table and called him. He stood smiling in front of him with his fist in his palm and asked to be allowed to accompany the 17th pillar to the palace. The plot shows us a smiling Ruddy. Ellie and Ryakan tells us that the head of the Miram sect, the righteous sword of the north, took 3 children under his wing. All 3 turned out to be exceptional talents that can only be envied. The narration shows a happy guy and says that Ruddy was the face of the next generation of the Miram sect, and even the 7th pillar himself raised him as his own heir. Lee looked at his son with a slight smile and thought that it was because of the Lord. He was too interested. If you think about it, he was also always compared to the past Lord. A worthy opponent will help to overcome the limit. The man smiled and closed his eyes, decided that this would be a great experience for him and allowed him to do as he knows. Joyful Ruddy smiled sweetly with his hands clasped in front of Patrick and said that he was not so skilled, but still wanted to help him. The man put his hand to his bicep and said with a smile that if he was accompanied by a secret weapon in his face, it would increase the likelihood that he would take Wilson's hand. Patrick raised one eyebrow with a smile and thought that he would have a genius with him, who had already become a member of the 9 great schools after 3 months in the sect. This would make things much easier. Wilson stood by the table, looking at the man, and thought that judging by his personality, the right hand of the leader was more suitable for the role of a pillar. He himself ignored his warning. He frowned and thought that the lord of the demonic cult knew no mercy. Most likely, thanks to the alliance concluded, he would not die, but he could not wait to see his face when he returned. The plot moves us 3 days forward to the southern gate of the Imperial Palace, where many people had gathered. Russell stood in front of the warrior, frowning, holding up a golden tablet and saying that these gentlemen were diplomats of the righteous Murim sect. Every hour counted, so let them issue a permit for passage quickly. The spy stood in front of Patrick in a cloak and said that he would have to wait a little. The man looked at Gloria with a smile and said that he was not sure that her presence here was necessary. The nun clasped her palms and closed her eyes and said that if the great monk Floyd were here, he would be able to offer Buddhism as an alternative, but he would try to think of something. Patrick smiled and said that the great monk had another mission. First of all, they needed to talk after the audience with His Majesty. He had not yet renounced the temple. Perhaps it would not be so difficult to convince him. The man stood in the street in front of Ruddy and smiled, asking what he would do, because the lord of the cult was not here now, and he was so looking forward to this meeting. The boy frowned and thought that maybe it was not the right time yet. Julie had praised him so much that he was curious about what he was like. He imagined 3 corpses covered with cloth and thought about how the bodyguard's corpse had not yet been burned. He could check the wounds left by the sword. Just a few months ago he was at the perfect level. But what a shapeless sword. The boy decided that the only thing he was sure of was that he had become so much stronger that his strength could not be measured. Ruddy looked at the sky as they flew, thinking that it was curious. Apparently the heavens did not want them to hurry. He remembered how he stood in the forest holding the saber over the boy's corpse and thought about how while wandering around Murim and fighting with masters for supremacy, he could not help but feel disappointed because none of his peers could compare to him. The boy imagined how bravely he fought with his opponent with swords and thought that even among the 17 pillars, only a few masters could stand up to his Tao. Ruddy remembered standing on top of a high mountain and thinking that only then did he understand what the title of the so-called genius meant. The boy clenched his fist and thought that if he was his true rival, the heavens would bring them together someday, no matter how hard he tried to avoid meeting him. The boy clasped his hands and ran to Russell and shouted that something bad had happened. He bowed his head, handed the sign to the spy and said that this was a pass, but everything was so simple. The boy frowned and shouted in panic that followers of a demonic cult had entered the palace in the morning. The date of the demolition of the temple had been postponed. The guys looked at him in shock and asked what was going on. Russell frowned, turned away and said that there was no time to hesitate. They needed to meet with His Majesty right now. The spy ran ahead of the other guys and called them to follow him. Ruddy ran and thought with a smile that the lord of the demon cult had also returned. The plot takes us to the Taoist temple in the southeast of the Dragon Palace in the courtyard of the main temple of the Sanking Monastery, where many people were shouting, driving the demons out of the temple. The guy dealt a powerful blow to the monk's stomach. The man closed his eyes and flew to the ground. Travis lowered his hand and, looking menacingly, asked whom he called vile demons. They were building a temple of the heavenly demon cult by order of His Majesty. They were the ones committing tyranny. The man frowned and said anxiously that the ambassadors of the Murim sect would arrive and they would no longer be able to act willfully. The heavens would punish them. Bruce grinned and, closing one eye, created a flame in his hand, saying that they had already had enough. A tree suddenly caught fire in front of the frightened monks. The men shielded themselves from the flames with their hands and said that it was the witchcraft of vile villains. Bruce stretched out his hand, releasing fire, and said indignantly that this would happen to those who wished to stay. Let them leave quickly while he was kind. Many monks quickly ran away. The guy turned around in surprise. A crowd of people entered the temple courtyard. Gloria entered the gate and called out to the deity, standing behind 2 warriors. She stood with her hand raised and said that even if they were bound by an alliance, they should respect the boundaries. Bruce stood opposite the woman, raising his flaming hand and asked who they were, what kind of boundaries and alliance. Gloria frowned and thought about the alien energy emanating from the guy. She looked at the energy hovering around the guy and thought that at his 20 he already exuded such an aura. She was sure that this was the perfect level. The woman frowned and thought that maybe he was the lord of the demon cult. No wonder Wilson was wrong, but it was not at all the level of a celestial. Gloria raised her hand and introduced herself as the head of the Hangshan school, saying that she wanted him to take his followers and leave the temple immediately. Bruce looked at her in surprise and asked why she was barging in here and telling him what to do. The woman stood there, holding her palm up and frowning, saying that he should be ashamed of his insidious intrigues. This is the territory of the righteous sect. Let him not transgress the dogmas of the Union. The guy put his hand to his chin and lowered his eyebrows, asking how long ago the Imperial Palace became the possession of the righteous clans. The woman took out her sword, thinking that she could easily defeat him, and said that she warned him. She frowned and said that he, the lord of the demon cult, had crossed the line himself, so he shouldn't regret it now. Ash suddenly appeared behind her, grinning, and asked what he shouldn't regret. She turned around in anger and swung her sword, asking who dared to approach her. Gloria looked at the guy in surprise, frowning. The protagonist smiled and waved his fingers and broke her sword. He grinned and grabbed her by the neck and said that she had drawn her sword first. The guy lifted the woman up by the neck and looked at her. She grinned, trying to take his hand, and thought about how she couldn't put up a shield. What kind of incredible power was this? Bruce fell to his knees. He looked forward seriously and crossed his arms over his chest. All the people around Ash knelt down and said that they, as humble followers, greeted the Lord. Gloria looked away in shock and thought about what was happening. She looked at the smiling guy and realized that it was him, the Demon Lord. The girl frowned and stood with her saber outstretched and her fingers raised, and thought about how he had simply grabbed the leader by the scruff of the neck, and she couldn't even move. Two girls stood with their swords outstretched behind the main character and discussed through their voices that the mentor was in danger. It was necessary to attack him together with the binding sword of peace on signal. They quickly ran forward, hearing the signal. The girls jumped into the sky above Ash and the leader. The warriors bared their teeth and, swinging their swords, flew down. They furiously frowned and shouted at the guy to let go of the mentor. Travis and Sam caught the flying girls. They threw them to the gate. The guy stretched out his hand and said that this was very impudent. Travis, smiling, collected energy in his hand and, looking away, said that you can't call the sky of their cult a scoundrel. The girl sat on the ground by the wall and clenched her fists, thinking that he had an excellent return from one blow. He was an outstanding master. Bruce smiled happily and called Travis. The boy turned to him and said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if he was enjoying the privilege of accompanying the Lord alone. He looked at the red aura around his joyful friend who was sitting there and thought that he was glad that he was the only one of the 6 blades who had risen to the initial stage of the perfect level, and that Bruce was emitting more powerful energy than him. The boy frowned and thought that if his fighting skill had increased as much as his strength, he could take first place in the next duel of the 6 blades. Gloria, emitting energy, spread her arms out to the sides and screamed furiously that he had brought his wrath upon her. She grabbed her chest and frowned and created a flash behind her, activating an attack from a distance. Ash looked at the woman seriously and dodged the blows. The protagonist continued to stand, holding the woman by the neck, while flames filled the ground around him. Gloria looked away in shock at the guy and decided that this couldn't be true. Did he really deflect a long-range attack that had the power of the 10th level invested in it? Ash smiled, looking at his rival, and said that this was too weak for a nun. The woman closed her eyes in pain and raised her head and shouted that she was a mentor from the Murim sect. Let her go and they could talk. Blood splashed from the woman's hand. The guy waved his hand and tore off Gloria's hand. She roared and screamed loudly from terrible pain. The woman flew forward and sat hunched over on the ground. Ash looked at her with a bloody cheek and, smiling, said that according to the rules of decency of the Union, they would limit themselves to the left hand. The girls looked at him in shock and thought about how cruel he had been to the leader, nicknamed the Empress of the Sword. The protagonist looked at Sam and Travis and ordered them to arrest everyone and kill those who resisted. The plot moves us to the building of the pavilion of the Emperor's personal palace. The guy was kneeling, surrounded by energy, and said that he could not get up. Patrick stood in the pavilion and looked ahead anxiously, thinking that this was incredible. He expected something like this when he rose to the stage of returning to the origins, but he was even able to reach the level of an incomprehensible master by the age of 30. He looked at Ruddy standing in front of him, who spread his arms and sat everyone around him on their knees, and decided that perhaps he would live to see the birth of the strongest master in the world. The guy was told that he could hide True Kai. Patrick looked at His Majesty and pointed his hand at Ruddy, asking if he had seen it, and added that this was the power of the master, in the future one of the 5 great masters of the Middle Plane. Jadden put his fist to his cheek and clarified whether he was talking about the 5 masters. Patrick stood and smiled, imagining Lai, and thought that no matter how you look at it, the sect has a better chance of protecting the Imperial Palace than the cult. His Majesty should understand this. He watched the Emperor snap his fingers and thought that the leader could not worry. The young master had coped with his role with interest. Many people quickly ran. Ruddy turned around in shock. The guys were standing in the hall in front of the throne, surrounded by a crowd of monks. Patrick looked around in panic and called out to His Majesty. Jadden looked at him and said that the cult lord brought 300 people to their knees with one wave of his hand. The man told Ruddy to try and do the same. The guy looked down in surprise and fear. Ruddy worriedly wondered if he had misheard the number of 300. In his opinion, even Chief Patrick could handle them all by himself, but forcing them all to their knees with True Kai alone would be another matter entirely. He clenched his jaw tightly and thought that if he exerted all his strength, only about 100 would submit, and that would only last for half an hour. Ruddy swallowed nervously and concluded that bending 300 people with a single wave of his hand was impossible. Jaden asked him if he could do that. He looked at the young man appraisingly, resting his head on his hand. Patrick telepathically informed the young master that His Majesty was exaggerating too much, and that he was waiting for them to show something worthwhile. He stared ahead intently. Ruddy, having calmed down, thought that Patrick was right, that such statements were usually bragging. The young master mentally addressed the demon cult lord that since His Majesty was comparing him to him, he must be a worthy opponent indeed. He retorted to His Majesty that such a thing was possible. He bowed his head to the emperor and stated that repeating someone else's achievements would hurt his pride as a warrior, and that he would demonstrate something different. The emperor expressed extreme interest in his words. Rudy raised his hand up. His power activated, surprising the eunuchs. Their swords flew up, to which they expressed their surprise. Jaden looked at the scene in surprise. While Rudy was concentrating on maintaining his power, loud statements could be heard from the crowd about this being a sword harnessed by Kai. At this time, Quentin respectfully addressed the emperor and explained that this was a high-level technique that only someone equal to the 5 great masters could perform, to which the emperor inquired about the 5 great masters. Jaden asked if the lord was one of the 5 masters. Quentin bowed and replied that he was not, but he had heard that the previous lord of the cult was one of them, to which he responded thoughtfully. The emperor remembered that those who competed to be the strongest were called the 5 great masters. He thought about how strong the lord was to be able to easily defeat Bertrand. His Majesty wondered if this was the one who would become one of the 5 great masters in the future, concluding with disdain that even if the sect leader personally proved his skill, it would not be enough. Jaden was outraged that he sent a green boy. Ruddy continued to hold his swords in the air. His face showed confidence in his own strength. The emperor wondered if he would be as confident when he met Ash. Ruddy, with a determined expression, decided to demonstrate a different formation to change His Majesty's mind. He raised his fingers. The boy quickly changed his stance, drawing a circle around himself with his legs. He addressed the emperor, holding his swords above himself, and said that he would try to repel the attack of all the eunuchs without taking a step out of this circle. Jaden became curious and made a hand signal, saying that it was interesting. The eunuchs simultaneously rushed to attack, with the task of pushing Ruddy out of this circle. The boy pointed his fingers to the side, making an attack and surprising the eunuchs. He waved his hand up. A powerful whirlwind appeared around Ruddy. The surprised eunuchs covered their faces and wondered. The boy used his technique of the greatness of the flowering saber, pushing all the eunuchs away with one wave of air. The men fell to the floor, hitting. Jaden noticed the falling people in surprise. One of the eunuchs trembled and remarked that it was a wind of powerful true Kai, while the other noticed an incredible formation. Rudy was delighted that he was able to reproduce his father's saber style with his sword. He excitedly wanted to ask the emperor how he liked this technique. He did not show the slightest interest to the man, and only asked with boredom if this was all his strength. Rudy worriedly noticed that His Majesty's face had become indifferent. He was surprised that he could not impress him with his fighting prowess. Patrick quickly changed the situation and loudly declared that the fighting prowess demonstrated by the young master was comparable to the 5 great masters. Jaden interrupted him, saying that he knew of the 5 great masters. Sitting on his throne, he turned to Rudy and told him that he realized what an outstanding master he was. The young master replied that he would consider it an honor. The emperor asked him if he could defeat his father in 3 formations. Ruddy did not expect such a question and was surprised. He clenched his fist and thought that despite his level of incomprehensible, how could he defeat his father who was at the top of the saber fencing? Jaden waved his hand with a sigh and declared that his decision remains unchanged, telling him to step out. Patrick was worried that things were going badly, and at this rate, the heavenly demon cult would really become the main religion. He bowed to the emperor and addressed him, agreeing that he might be disappointed because of what happened. Suddenly, a man appeared at the door and loudly addressed His Highness. Jaden frowned and asked him what happened outside. The man introduced himself as a Taoist from the temple. The emperor allowed him to enter. He bowed before His Highness and asked for an audience, to which Jaden noted with displeasure that the Taoist distracted him from talking with the ambassadors who had arrived earlier, but still decided to clarify what the matter was. The Taoist asked the emperor to understand their situation and noted that the Great Ming Empire has revered the way of Tao for a long time. He is extremely displeased that His Majesty allowed the Lord and his followers to destroy the temple. A smile flickered across Ruddy's face when he heard that the Lord was here. He informed Patrick that the matter had been simplified, to which he called out to the Lord in surprise. The young lord with an evil grin was glad that he could personally challenge the Lord of the demonic cult to a duel. The emperor repeated that his decision remains unchanged and asked everyone to leave. Ruddy and Patrick respectfully declined. The Taoist continues to ask the emperor to understand their situation. Jaden noticed Ruddy's eyes sparkle when he heard about the Lord, though he pretended to accept it. The Emperor, watching the ambassadors leave, thought about how the more courage, the shorter the life, and he warned them. Ruddy, Patrick, and the others run out of the palace. As they ran, Ruddy asked Russell if he had ever met a demon cult lord, to which Russell stated that he had. The spy replied that if he hadn't fought a demon cult lord back then, he would never have felt what it was like, firmly stating that he was not human. He added that it would be more accurate to call him a demon god. Ruddy noted to himself that the Taoist had said the same thing. He couldn't help but feel excited as he clenched his hand, though he knew in his head how dangerous it was. Suddenly, they reached their destination. Patrick looked ahead in surprise. He saw two silhouettes in the distance. The man was surprised to see the Hengshan school nuns there. He loudly declared to Ruddy that he would definitely succeed. As he drew his sword, he thought that he had finally had his chance. The head of the family ordered his warriors and brothers to draw their swords in the name of saving their sisters. Suddenly, Ruddy stopped. He felt some kind of eerie energy behind the fence, and he could not understand whether it belonged to a person. He only managed to stretch out his hand and try to stop Patrick. In a panic, the guy cursed. He quickly jumped forward. Suddenly, the head was called out. In the middle of the courtyard stood Ash with a terrible red aura. The young master looked at what was happening in horror. He noticed how the hero kicked Patrick's head into the slab. Wiping the blood from his cheek, he said that today everyone is so eager to lose an arm. His eyes sparkle with madness, and in his hand he holds Patrick's severed arm. The Patrick family of Hebe is one of the three famous families of the righteous sect who wield the saber. Along with his half-brother, Moon Saber Lord Marion, Patrick, the head of the family, was a swordsman like no other. He had ambitions to take over the position of the head of the Muram sect, but he thought that going against the Six Warriors School was too risky. There was too little information to counter the Six Warriors School, and they were quite strong. And then, an opportunity came. The Heavenly Demon Cult had become the official religion of the Great Ming Empire, and Taoist Wilson, who was the reason for this, had resigned from his post as the 12th pillar. Patrick thought that since Taoist Wilson had resigned, the remaining pillars would move up. But that was not enough for him. He needed to climb to the top even faster. So, he quickly headed to the courtyard. As he ran inside, he tried to figure out which of the people present was the Demon Lord. He saw a young man in red clothes standing in front of him, his back to him. Patrick thought in rage that it was him, undoubtedly him. Suddenly, he felt the alien energy of another young man and decided to leave it to the young master. He noticed that there was no energy coming from the young man in the red robe. Patrick swung his sword, deciding to start with him. The boy disappeared, forcing the man to think about instantaneous movement. The hero moved behind him and grabbed his shoulder. Patrick watched in horror as his arm was ripped off in a flash. After that, the boy pushed him down. Dropping to all fours, the man felt only the unimaginable power of Kai coming from the young man. While trying to hold on, Patrick wondered who he could be. With a tremor in his body, he wondered if this was the lord of the demon cult. Suddenly, Ash straightened up, landing with his foot on the man. He pinned his head to the floor. Everyone stood up in surprise, watching this scene. Russell wanted to rush towards him with a scream, but Ruddy stopped him in time. The young master looked away and noticed none Gloria. He sighed in relief that they were both still alive. Gloria was writhing in pain, her severed arm lying on the ground nearby. Suddenly, a masked man appeared behind them. The warriors of Patrick's family recognized him as the great King Sam. One of them turned to Ruddy and noted that things were bad, because it would be difficult for them to get out of here. Ruddy, without even turning around, looked at the man standing in front of him. He was sure that this was the lord of the demonic cult. He noticed that the oppressive grandeur did not match his young age. He could not even determine his level. Squeezing the sword, the guy realized that he wanted to clash with him right now in a duel, but he understood that he needed to control himself. Ruddy took a deep breath. He folded his hands and said that it was an honor for him to meet the lord of the demonic cult. The gentleman announced his name and said that he was the eldest son of the head of the Muram and the commander of the White Circle Squad. The lord's henchmen recognized him as the man who had attracted the attention of all of Muram as the representative of the future generation of the Five Masters. They thought that the Muram sect must be desperate to send such important people. The protagonist noted that he was the one who was compared to him when he was the heir. He removed his foot from Patrick's head. Throwing the man's hand aside, the boy turned to Ruddy, asking if he represented the righteous Muram sect. Ruddy, remaining calm, noted that for a start, that was a good way to put it. Ash said that it meant that he would be responsible for the consequences of the righteous sect's unauthorized attack, calling him commander. Anger was evident in his eyes and the energy erupted with such force that the air around him blazed, which caught Ruddy's attention. Patrick, still lying on the ground, thought that he needed to protect the young master. He attempted to stop him telepathically, that he would be doing something stupid by engaging in battle with him. He added that they should abandon the idea of bringing back the state religion. Ruddy remained silent upon hearing this. He folded his hands in front of him and apologized on behalf of the entire sect. Ash was surprised by his decision to retreat, as from the look he had given earlier, he seemed ready to pounce on him at any moment. Ruddy continued his speech, saying that from their sect's perspective, the cult was the same as taking away their state religion. He added that they had to use all methods and means to regain His Majesty's trust. The Lord continued that they should consider the cult as a catalyst for what had happened. Ash was surprised by such words. Ruddy asked him if the alliance did not imply an equal relationship between the sect and the cult. He expressed his hope that Ash also did not want what had happened to ruin their alliance. Standing before the hero, the young lord declared that they would retreat and allow them to establish their own religion, and also asked, relying on the rights of the alliance, to release the 2 pillars and the students of the Hangshan school. Holding his bleeding limb, Patrick thought that he would swallow his pride and bow his head, but was amazed that Ruddy, on the contrary, acted very wisely. Gloria also thought that this was the best way out now. She came to the conclusion that now the Lord had no reason to continue, when they abandoned the religion, deciding that this was a good trick. Ruddy bowed his head and expressed hope that his requests would be fulfilled. He was surprised that Ash told him that he was mistaken about something. The Lord took a step towards him and clarified whether they would allow the cult to take over the leadership of the state religion, asking if they had any choice. He gave Ruddy a withering look and asked if they attacked them because they could not change the Emperor's decision, and decided to try all means and methods. Ruddy made an attempt to object. The Lord, grabbing his sword, said in disappointment that they attacked first, but realizing that they were inferior in strength, they started a boring pun. He pulled out his sword and said that until he received his hand, he would not calm down. Ruddy added with a grin about the terrible things he was talking about, thinking to himself that he would not talk. Feeling ashamed in front of the 2 pillars, he decided that although he wanted to avoid battle, trying to reduce the number of victims, they were probably destined to clash in a duel. Taking out his sword, Ruddy told Ash that, frankly speaking, he himself would not mind meeting in battle. He expressed the opinion that he also noticed this and that is why he reacted like that. Pulling the sword out of its sheath, he directly told him that the heavens sent him a worthy opponent. The Lord wanted to express that the hero also heard that he was called the genius of the righteous sect, but he was not allowed to finish his thought. Ash, with a quick swing of his sword, deftly cut off his right arm. The arm instantly flew down, dropping the sword that was previously holding it. Ruddy looked at this in horror. He jumped back in shock. He thought that he did not notice anything, although Ash was right in front of him, and then was surprised by the speed of his attack. The master clenched his jaw tightly in anger and pain, wondering if this is what it felt like to be powerless. Ash, stepping on his arm, stated with satisfaction that he received his payment. He asked the young master with an evil smile if he wanted to continue, as Ruddy glared at him in the reflection of the sword. He began to stop the bleeding with his hand in a panic. Suddenly, he activated the power of Kai with his remaining hand. He pointed the swords towards Ash. The blade moved forward, causing the severed arm to fly off. A whirlwind appeared around the hero. He looked around sullenly. Ruddy thought furiously that even if you move like an elusive ghost, it is impossible to escape from the circle. He pointed his hand upward, creating a giant whirlwind. The Lord's minions were shocked. Sam just watched silently. The warriors of Patrick's family quickly retreated back, warning everyone not to come closer. Even the tree standing in the yard began to be sucked into the whirlwind of this power. The hurricane sucked in everything in its path. The boy waved his fingers in anger, thinking about the hero being sucked into the vortex. Ruddy sent a rain of swords at the center of the hurricane, where Ash was standing. But the Lord quickly waved his hand. All the swords froze in the air. The young master was surprised that he did this with his true Kai. Then he decided to increase the amount of his energy. But Ash only smirked, saying that this was unheard of. He took possession of the sabers. Nano said that he was implanting the user's energy. The boy pointed his swords at Ruddy when Nano said that the spiral decay had been successfully launched. Ash clenched his fist tightly. The swords were aimed at Ruddy at lightning speed. The boy pierced the righteous sect commander's entire body with them, while he only had time to think about what kind of unimaginable power it was. Ruddy sank to the floor. Gloria and Patrick screamed at the same time. Patrick's family warriors and the spy were dumbfounded that he took control of the swords of the young master, who had reached an incomprehensible level. Seeing the hero, Ruddy thought that he was not his opponent at all, that the Lord was a true demon god. Ash started walking towards him, and a thought flashed through his mind that the Lord wanted to finish what he started. The commander could only say that their alliance was over here and asked the Lord to kill him. The protagonist asked why he would kill, to which the commander responded in shock. He looked at the commander with a grin and said that he would make an excellent hostage that could be used at any time. Ruddy couldn't believe his ears. The Lord asked if he wanted to continue. Patrick mentally ordered his men to drop their weapons, no matter how shameful it was, because the main thing now was to survive. The man ordered to drop their weapons. All of his warriors' swords flew down with a loud sound. Patrick thought with alarm that for the Lord, a master of the inconceivable level was no stronger than a child, and the higher his martial art, the greater the gap between them. He noted that this was a truly terrifying type, and an exceptional master and above needed tens of years to break through to the next level, and the Lord had reached such heights in just a few months. Clutching his bloody wound, the man thought that even if they were lucky and were released, he would have to give his other hand to Taoist Wilson. After a while, the courtyard appeared. All the attacking members of the righteous sect were kneeling before the Lord with their hands tied. Mike approached the Lord that the son of the head of the Muram sect and 2 pillars were injured and asked if everything would be alright with the alliance. He heard Travis laugh and tell him not to worry. He said that the alliance with the sect was only made in order to resist the school of the 6 warriors, that if it was dissolved, a war between the renegade clans would immediately begin, adding that Ruddy used this trick in the hope of salvation. The Lord noted with a smile that he understood everything correctly. Mike sighed that he was worried in vain. Travis noted that of course his fears were not unfounded, but they would not take such a stupid step, leaving renegades in the west, the school of the 6 warriors in the east, and their cult in the south. Mike asked the Lord what he would do with them then. He replied that he would send everyone away except Ruddy and the pillars. Travis, putting his hand on his chest, accepted the challenge and said that then he would go to the Muram sect and pass on his words along with the people. Ash hurried to stop him and said that it was useless. He expressed the opinion that they could take him hostage and demand an exchange. He said that it would be enough to send a letter from which all Muram would learn of the Lord's greatness. Mike inspiredly remarked that maybe he should have some nickname. 3 days later in the main hall of the righteous Muram sect, Lee, listening to Herskai's report, does not understand how this could happen, asking the nun if it was true. Herskai confirms his words by saying that even young Master Ruddy is no match for him. Lee is still perplexed as to how the Lord took control of the sabers harnessed by Kai. He sits at the table frowning, resting his head in his hands. Isaac at this time realized that Taoist Wilson was telling the truth. He was worried that the Lord's heir had achieved incredible heights in just a few months, and whether he had really become a celestial. Lee asked Pearson what was behind him. He replied that the Lord had told him to give this box to the head of the sect without fail. The head was worriedly surprised by these words. Floyd and Chester cautiously reached for the box. There were 3 severed hands inside, Ruddy, Patrick, and Gloria. Lee was overcome with furious rage. Patrick and Isaac looked warily at the maroon box. The old man hesitantly reached for it, not knowing what to expect. Opening the box, the men saw 3 hands, one of which was clenched into a fist. The head looked at the contents of the box in horror, frowning. Addison stepped back in shock. The monk and the head looked worriedly at the contents of the box. In a trembling voice, everyone said what it could be. Lee suddenly extended his palm, which lit up with a bright blue flame. With a sharp wave of his hand, the leader brought it down on the severed closed hand, causing the sleeve to fly back, and squeezed it, letting his powers into it. Exclaiming that this was a demon lord, the leader remarked how blind he was to think that the leader would not be able to dissolve the alliance. Lee's gaze was suddenly attracted by something. In the closed palm, a roll of paper was visible. Lee did not understand what this meant. He tried to open the fist of the severed hand, but he could not. After that, the leader put his palm to the fist using magic. A bright light flashed again. The next moment, the dead palm opened, and a roll of paper was visible in it. The leader noticed that the rigor mortis had gone away. Picking up the severed limb and the sheet of paper, Lee was indignant at what could be written on the scrap of paper that it had been hidden like that. He read the text thoughtfully. At the same moment, the leader slightly squeezed the sheet of paper, frowning and slightly tilting his head back. Isaac asked the leader what he thought it was. Patrick suggested that it might be a warning and, closing his eyes, folded his palms together. The monk said that they could be warned not to interfere in the affairs of the state religion anymore and that the current demon lord had surpassed the previous demon lord of the south. Raising his head up, he added that they were not in the best situation now and they had no good reason. Worriedly opening his eyes with a narrowed slit, Patrick said that the demon cult was even more dangerous than the school of the 6 warriors. The leader lowered the severed hand and indicated that the other pillars should be notified. Addison was taken aback, and beads of sweat ran down his face. He asked the leader again what he should inform the pillars about. The leader hung his head gloomily, and the veins on his neck bulged. He told Addison that the pillars should agree to terminate the alliance with the demonic cult. All the pillars in the room looked at the leader in horror. He was still confidently holding the severed arm. Isaac and Patrick looked at the leader in dismay, and the monk asked again if this was too hasty a decision. Isaac immediately agreed with the monk and exclaimed that it was unwise to terminate the alliance. He asked the leader to cancel the decision. The leader put the limb on the table, asking if everyone thought the same. Addison watched what was happening silently, crossing his arms over his chest. The monk looked at the leader Addison with alarm, turning to him and thinking that only his objection would cancel this decision. But the leader of the Addison family was extremely negatively disposed towards everyone who did not belong to the righteous sect. It is reported that even when the 6 warriors school appeared in Muram, he was against the alliance with them. He adds that he is also the young master's mentor, and naturally he will support the decision. Surprisingly, Chief Addison was deep in thought while the others looked at him and waited for the final answer. The man was thinking about what to do at this moment. As the Lord of Heaven, he was all for breaking the alliance. Clutching his severed hand and realizing that even if the young master had lost his hand, the man knew that this was not in the spirit of the chief. The decision was too radical. He knew that the chief came from the 9 schools or 5 great families, but he still managed to become the head of the sect. And it was not only about his fighting prowess, for his righteousness and impartiality, he received the nickname Noble Warrior. Addison still remembered that the Dragon Boat Festival would gather the renegade clans, the demonic cult, and the 6 warriors school. Thanks to that book left by the landlord, they had barely managed to spread the healing arts. However, if the sect supported them, they would have a chance to eliminate all the leaders at once. Addison turned his gaze to the leader and asked if he could hear why the leader had made such a serious decision. The leader lowered his head, and the other pillars listened attentively. He said that he had initially supported the alliance with the demonic cult because dangerous evil must be nipped in the bud. Frowning and wrinkling his brow, the leader added that he had been wrong. The man realized that colluding with evil to eliminate another evil would be contrary to the lofty will of the Miram sect, which had long revered righteousness. The leader also said that, although it was belated, their sect needed to correct this. Addison continued listening to the leader with a slight, excited smile. The Lord of the Sky hesitated at the sudden proposal to dissolve, but in vain. He realized that he could not miss the chance until the 2 commanders and the other pillars returned. Addison cried out sharply, putting his fist to his palm, that he heard the will of the leader. The man's heart was touched by his noble desire for justice. He added that he was against this union from the very beginning, and therefore supported the proposal of the leader. Patrick watched the Lord of the Sky with a gloomy look. Laughing nervously, he tried to object to something, but did not finish. The monk looked at Addison with a serious expression, realizing that if this continued, there would be trouble. Isaac got angry and decided that first they needed to stop them. He shouted at the leader that in order to make a decision, the approval of the majority of the pillars was necessary and objected, should they not call all the others. Addison said that there was one way. He looked at the others with a smile and suggested using the chief's order. It was reported that although the Miram sect, which consists of many clans, decides on the agenda through meetings, a decision made through the chief's order is the only exception. The order can only be used 3 times during the entire time the chief holds office, and everyone, regardless of their opinion, must obey it. The 6th pillar of the Miram sect slammed his hands on the table in rage and cried out that even the past heads of the sect did not dare to use the order except in extreme cases, and Addison was suggesting to spend the chief's order on such a trifle. The chief lowered his head, saying okay. The next moment, he exclaimed that, taking into account the opinions of the 3 pillars, he would use the chief's order to declare the dissolution of the alliance. The 2 pillars were extremely indignant. Isaac expressed dissatisfaction. How could such a decision be made? Addison was happy with what was said. He enthusiastically said that the proposal to dissolve the union was obviously not a bluff. This would greatly please the Society of the Blue Sky. Further events moved to the residence of the Miram sect. The head's office is presented. The head himself was sitting worriedly at the table, pressing his fist to his mouth and reading the very note found in the limb set. It said that the lord of the demonic cult apologized for crippling the son of the cult leader and the pillars. He had hurt his feelings greatly in an attempt to avoid the pillars' suspicion. The Lord promised that once everything was over, he would return the son and the 2 pillars to the cult leader safe and sound. The same applied to religion. He would talk to His Majesty about accepting Taoism again, so he hoped that the cult leader would trust him again and assist him in one matter. The grand plan of the 6 warriors school had failed in the palace, which is why its leaders might not show up at the festival. As far as he knew, Lai, as well as the cult, were racking their brains over what to do with the spies. The cult leader finished reading the letter and twisted it with force. The man was angry at the Lord for what he had done. However, he was not going to take drastic measures. However, in order to deceive the 6 warriors school, which had sent spies, it made sense to deceive his comrades and break the alliance for a while. With this thought, the leader lights the rolled up letter on the candle flame. The leader decided to trust him, even though it was a pure risk. Thinking about this, Lai silently watched the burning letter. The action moves to the southwest of the Miram sect residence. A deep thicket in the mountains is shown. The event takes place in a deep stone cave. On its threshold, the silhouette of a man in a long cloak suddenly appears, confidently heading deeper into the cave. Kneeling down and folding his fist to his palm, he reports that the captain of the 3rd detachment of the Saber Fist School has carried out the order. The clatter of someone's shoes is heard, then the boot of an unknown person appears. Tyler appears in front of the bowed man. He briefly asks how everything went. To this, Chen answers successfully. The question follows whether the dissolution of the alliance was announced, to which Chen agrees. The guy takes off his flat hat and puts it on the ground. He looks up at Tyler and smiles, squeezing the skin on his face so that it stretches unnaturally. The guy says that, as expected, the human mask Tyler made is just perfect. Then he adds that even the man from Isaac's family did not question his identity. The man in front of him tells him to stop pulling the skin, as it is made from a corpse and can tear like that, after which Chen apologizes. Tyler asks if the Blue Sky Society interfered. The servant in front of him raises his hat with a smile and says that, as he suspected, Addison himself contributed. He also said that he thinks that it will be very soon possible to find out who is in charge of the society. Tyler ordered him to stay with the sect and keep an eye on it until they begin to implement the great plan. The guy in front of him agreed to this. A light rumble was heard. Tyler grinned angrily, frowning. Turning to the demon cult lord, he exclaimed, "Did he think he could hide all this time and ruin their plans?" He waved his iron hand, and his long hair flowed in the wind. Tyler angrily exclaimed that he would pay for everything, including Beck's life. 2 days later, Andrew was reporting on the current situation, ending with the alliance between the sect and the cult being dissolved prematurely after less than a year. Andrew stood in the chambers of the leader of the alliance, in front of the Lord of the West himself, while Gerald was jabbing healing needles into his back. The supreme leader believed that the alliance should also be especially careful in responding to the situation. With that, he finished his report on the events in the Muram. Seth chuckled, replying that things were going interestingly. The man suddenly stood up straight, exclaiming with the same irritated smile that they could have hit the jackpot at the Dragon Boat Festival, but because of the damned bastard they were missing out on such a chance. Seth was told that he could get rid of him at any time, as soon as his internal wounds healed. Seth initially remained silent to this. Then, remembering his offender, he expressed doubts about whether this was true, after which he added that even if he was attacked by a crowd, he had dealt with him and could understand. The leader of the Renegade Alliance suggested that they might be destined to face each other one-on-one in the future, but he could not be sure of victory. He added that there was nothing surprising in this, lowering his head. Seth explained that the new generation was superior to the old, and this was natural. Harold, sitting behind him, remained silent, continuing to treat Seth. The leader of the alliance concluded that he had dedicated many years to this matter, and apparently this moment had come. Andrew immediately frowned and cried out for him to stop talking like that. He exclaimed that Seth was the leader of the great alliance of renegade clans and the Lord of the West. Andrew reminded the leader, spreading his hands indignantly, that he was revered by tens of thousands of masters, and these wounds were nothing. As a result, he asked him not to give in to his subordinates. Seth just laughed and called Andrew a scoundrel, jokingly commenting on how he had brought a pirate to his own detriment, then adding that the supreme leader grumbled too much. Andrew raised his head indignantly, crossing his arms over his chest and grumbling that it was cruel of him. He also reminded him that he was responsible for a third of the alliance's budget. Seth laughed again and said that after listening to Andrew, he realized that it was time to show Muram that he was still afloat as a lord. The man opposite him was surprised, trying to understand what he wanted to say. Seth beat him to it, saying that he was going to sign a non-interference agreement in Tonk County. Andrew tried to convince Lord Seth with a trembling, uncertain voice, saying that he had not yet had time to recover, and it was better to focus on treating his wounds. Seth objected, explaining that if they missed the Dragon Boat Festival, both the Muram people and that bastard would realize that he was injured. And if they didn't send a man to sign the agreement, there was a high chance that their souls would be taken again. The only thing that pleased Seth was that his personal presence was not required to renew the agreement, and this time he would send a representative again. The alliance leader suddenly added that Andrew would be the one to attend the signing. The man opposite was shocked by this news. Andrew tried to explain what would happen if he left the residence, but Seth immediately interrupted him, saying that he didn't care, then explained that the place was guarded by a fallen immortal and a decayed Jiao sword. The supreme leader clenched his fists tensely, but the alliance leader explained that he would not send him away without a reason, and reminded him that his nephews, the three demons, were killed by the cult followers. Andrew furrowed his brows in anger, agreeing and saying that he owed them something. Seth smiled and pointed at him, informing him that he was giving him a chance to repay the debt, because after the ceremony there would certainly be a commotion, and Andrew would have the opportunity to find out who the righteous sect or the school of the 6 warriors would target first. Seth looked confidently at the supreme leader, saying that there were rumors that John's offspring had also been causing a lot of noise lately, and Andrew should teach him that in Muram, not everything was subject to force. Seth asked what the righteous had nicknamed the current cult lord. The supreme leader replied that they had given him a very arrogant nickname. Andrew added that he had insulted the emperor and betrayed the trust of the alliance by cutting off the hands of the top representatives of the Muram sect. For this, he was nicknamed the Fickle Heavenly Demon Emperor. Seth laughed, objecting that even he, one of the greats, was only honored with the title of Lord. He frowned and responded to this nickname as too arrogant for the former. Then he ordered Andrew to make sure that he could no longer use this nickname. Andrew clasped his fist with his palm, confidently saying that he would definitely fulfill Seth's order and trample these demonic bastards into dust. With these words, the Supreme Leader left the head's chambers. Seth immediately pressed his hand to his chest, gritting his teeth from the pain. As soon as he thought about the bastard John, the wound on his chest began to ache again. Seth remembered the moment of the battle, when John in a second turned into a beast with bloodshot eyes, despite mortal wounds, rushed into battle. He understood that he should retreat. Seth bared his teeth furiously, saying that as payment for that shame, he would take the life of his son. 4 days before the agreement, the action took place in the main pavilion of the Muram Righteous Sect's residence. Wall read the message about the location of the non-interference agreement between the Righteous Sect, the demonic cult, the Renegade Alliance, the Six Warriors School, and the Great Ming Empire. He also mentioned that each clan has the right to take no more than 100 guards. The pillars bowing before Wall were surprised by the limitation of guards. Addison grinned as he looked at Wall and thought that he even knew whose idea it was. The Lord of the Sky knew that it was useless for the demonic cult lord, because the alliance with the Righteous Sect had been destroyed, but he was in the very center of its domain. 5 squads had taken up positions in the outskirts of Kaifeng, including the White Origin Squad, and Lord Tong would not leave alive. Addison knew that by the time the cult lord became worried, it would be too late, and everything was going smoothly. Before the alliance was announced to be broken, the warriors of the Muram sect had set up camp on the border of Hubei along the Yellow River. However, the Renegade Alliance occupied the Sichuan border region, and the Six Warriors School occupied the Zhejiang region, thus blocking the path of culture to the north. Addison smirked contentedly. He also thought that at this moment, there were no more than 500 demonic cultivators left in the palace. He knew that the lord of the demonic cult had made a mistake. It was a mistake to make everyone feel threatened. Addison also noticed that they had perfected the physique surgery of the perfect mastery. Addison smirked at the nickname of the windy heavenly demon emperor, thinking that evil would never reach the heavens. The Lord of Heaven was convinced that Tong County would become his grave. The leaves rustled outside. It was said that it was during the Dragon Boat Festival that the Yang energy reached its peak. The following events took place in Tianjin, located in the very center of Tong County in Hunan Province. It is described that it was here that the founder of the Great Ming Empire established the first capital. Here, together with the heroes of the Middle Plain, the founder swore to save his people. Many people gathered in a huge square. The gong was struck and it was announced that the head of the Righteous Muram sect and the heads of each clan had arrived. Head Lai, Addison, and Isaac came out to the square. The head of the Muram sect looked away, happy that everything had finally begun. He understood that today would be the beginning of many changes. The heads were asked to lead them. The next moment, the heads were already standing in their places. The guards stood foot to foot. A huge number of people stood in the square, most of whom were guards. The employees looked at the guards, noticing the complete order, which was worthy of the guards. However, one thing was bothering them. The righteous ones emitted an extremely gloomy aura, and the servants did not understand why they could not control their anger. Addison smirked, looking to the side. He was glad that he suggested using the White Circle Squad as security instead of the Justice Squad. He understood that after all, the commander of the White Circle Squad was none other than the son of the sect leader. Not only the members of the White Circle Squad, but also the assistant commander Eric did not even try to restrain his anger. He looked angrily ahead. Addison, on the other hand, looked at him from the side with a smile. Judging by the stories, he suppressed 300 Gen Y people and eunuchs with pure Kai alone. Addison wondered if he could do the same with the masters. Addison had no doubt that the Renegade Alliance and the Six Warriors School would bring their best masters, and he understood that as soon as the ceremony ended, a war could break out at any moment. Suddenly, the gong rang again. It was announced that an influential person from the top of the Renegade Alliance and the heads of each clan had arrived. Isaac chuckled, as he had heard that the alliance was mired in internal strife. He was surprised that he was attending the ceremony. The first to enter the square was the leader of the Yellow River Gang, Andrew, clenching his fists. Kane and Ken, who were standing nearby, were shocked to see him and did not understand what he was doing there. Chief Lai looked at Andrew. He knew that Chief Seth would not show up again. The chief noticed that the people behind were the captains of the pirates of the 18th Band of the Waterway, but one of them was missing. Footsteps were heard. Andrew looked around angrily, looking for members of the demonic cult. He could not wait to tear them to pieces. In Andrew's memories, a beaten and wounded young man emerged, tearfully telling the names of those who found the gang of the dragon and the tiger. He also mentioned a young man with a snow-white face and explained that he could occupy not the last place in the cult. Andrew clenched his hands into fists, still not knowing who the real culprit was, but he must definitely find Nathan. He confidently decided that he would chop up everyone who was dear to them. More and more chiefs and guards were standing in the square. Andrew and Lai looked at each other tensely. They were both distracted by the announcement that the 3 top heads of the 6 Peerless Sword Warriors school and the heads of each school had arrived. Kane and Isaac looked around in horror, not understanding what was happening. They knew that according to the information they had, there were only 6 top schools, and they were stunned to hear that half of that force had come here. The leader looked after them, also realizing that this was their first meeting since they took Jiangsu, and guessed that they too had decided to take this opportunity to claim supremacy over the Middle Valley. Lai was told that an unusual aura was emanating from the heads as they entered. Dark silhouettes appeared at the entrance. The leader looked at them tensely and turned to leader Addison. He stated that perhaps all the members of the righteous sect would have to put their lives on the line today. By this time, Tyler, Tim, and Robin emerged from the darkness, confidently walking forward. Lai told the leader that these people looked very determined. Nervously, he called out to the leader Isaac. A team of people appeared and the man said that perhaps each of them would bet their lives today. He remembered the team of 3 members and added that all 3 had reached the highest level of mastery, and each of them could match the strength of the leader, to which the leader was surprised and asked again. Isaac thought in fear that he could not accurately determine their level before, and of course, he knew that they were superior to him, but could all 3 really be of the highest level? He frowned and with sweat on his face thought that there was no arguing with that. He looked at Tyler and thought that it was because that man with a black blindfold had certainly reached such mastery a long time ago, and would even say that he could compete with the 5 greatest masters. The man thought in shock that it couldn't be. This incredible power, among the dozen people following the leaders, everyone also had a high level of skill, and all the warriors of the 100 standing behind them were at least on the threshold of becoming supreme masters. The advancing army appeared and he thought that he had planned to attack the lord of the demonic cult first. But now it seemed impossible, so he had to point their blades at each other, because if they engaged in battle, their defeat was inevitable. Robin said with a grin, "Well, they made faces, laughing," to which Tim replied that he saw no point in paying attention to those who were going to die anyway. Robin grinned, noticing that everyone was so tense, asking if he could feel their gazes. When he asked if his senses had dulled over the years, Tim exhaled and thought, "How dare this brat." Scott reported that everything was ready in the fortress's dungeons, adding that they only had to give the signal and no living soul would be able to leave this place or enter it. To which Tim asked if he trusted the information from the 7 stars, saying that it was enough to just destroy the head of the demonic cult. He lowered his head, saying that he did not think they would need Nojik bombs. Nojik bombs were created 100 years ago during experiments with Nojik explosives. They were 5 times more destructive than regular ones. Walter seriously said that they should be prepared for any unforeseen situations, adding that only by eliminating all interference would they be able to get closer to their main goal. Tim said that he thought so, and added that he understood him, after which he thought that having lost his younger brother, he had become more cold-blooded. He thought about how he had agreed to help, following the orders of the head, but even without his intervention, this day would have been the last in the life of his enemy anyway. The drum beat and announced the arrival of the demon cult lord. Everyone stood and thought that here he is. Scott thought that as soon as the demon cult stepped into the center, the operation would begin. Tyler thought about what kind of peace treaty, and as soon as the leaders of all 3 sides gathered, he would destroy each of them. Seeing how people were carrying some boxes, he added that he would not even leave bones. Andrew was surprised and asked if he was carrying something. He decided that this guy was huge and wondered if they were really holding coffins. Everyone put the boxes on the floor. Travis turned around with a smile. He looked at the army. Robin furiously wondered what he was staring at. The man opened the box and bombs rolled out. Everyone looked at it in shock. The men thought about what it was and if they were iron spheres. Tim said that was impossible, to which Robin nervously asked how they managed to do that. Travis bowed down to everyone. He folded his arms and apologized for being late, adding that there were so many bombs that they barely had time to defuse and collect them all. The man called out to the leader and looked at him. Tyler reacted in surprise. Andrew asked again in surprise. Lee asked in shock if this old man was the leader of the demonic cult, wondering if they were trying to trick them. The old man asked the frightened woman if they had checked everything. Emily, in fear, said that there were so many bombs under the fortress. Edon nervously said that their number exceeded the entire Imperial arsenal and asked how something like this could have ended up here. Seeing the iron spheres lying on the ground, they wondered what the hell was going on and if these were real bombs, then asked if the other boxes were also bombs, and if they were to count, there were at least 500 of them. Seeing the many bombs, they decided that only the ruler should have such a weapon, but how did they end up with them? There was a cry to report this to His Majesty immediately. The leader stretched out his hand sullenly. His power reached the bombs lying on the ground. Tyler noticed in surprise that it was absorption. He saw the man take the bombs in his hands and realized that he really was the lord of the demon cult, and there were rumors that he had collected the 4 holy scriptures. Tyler noticed the shining sun and thought it was strange, because it was already well past noon and the crown prince still had not appeared. He suddenly realized that they had never intended to sign the pact from the beginning. He bared his teeth and thought about this is what Ash had planned. Anthony wondered in surprise if this man was the leader of the demon cult, deciding that he looked like a simple bureaucrat, and then thought that he still did not feel any energy from him, wondering how this was even possible. The Lord pulled out the bombs, asking Eden if he knew whose doing it was, adding that he then asked him to convey this to the Emperor. Emily said that she obeyed, and the man, folding his arms, said that if he, Lord Ash, had not warned them, something irreparable could have happened, and also added that he would definitely convey this to His Majesty. The man, running away with the bomb, said that he was counting on him, while the woman ran after him. Tyler solemnly called out to the enraged leader, saying, to which he said that everything went wrong from the very beginning, and although he had prepared in advance, but suddenly the man made a powerful jump upward. Tyler frowned and shouted to close the gate. Scott frowned and blew his horn. There was a noise and a cry that the enemies were on the walls, ordering to prepare to defend themselves. The battle began and the fighters began to kill each other. One of the fighters cut the ropes. The others were shocked to see the gate closing. Lee asked in surprise what was going on, and Andrew asked if they were really going to take the gate. While running, Emily noticed Robin and shouted that they were being chased, to which Edon shouted to run to the north gate and not to look back. The fighters noticed the people running away and said that they would be caught up with them now. Robin began to laugh furiously, calling them brats. He swung his sword at them and shouted that no matter how fast they ran. Edon looked back and thought in horror that he had already caught up with them. Robin began to strike, declaring that they would die. A powerful blow was heard, made by a man. Suddenly, someone reflected his attack, surprising him. Sam appeared in front of the man. He blocked the blow, to which Robin tried to resist with trembling hands. He shouted in rage about the Guardian King, defending himself with his sword. The man made a strike, causing their swords to separate. Sam began to make attacks, which he barely dodged. Robin prepared to jump. He did a somersault and aimed an attack at the man. Sam braced himself and thought about swinging the sword in that position. Robin landed on his feet, cursing. He smirked and said that he was indeed a worthy defender of the demonic cult, thinking that it would take a lot of effort to defeat him. The man noticed the running silhouette, thinking that damn, he couldn't let them go. Tyler held out his hand and said that the north gate was open. They were leaving. Using his abilities, he sent the swords forward. The man pointed the swords at the man and woman, asking if they thought he would let them go so easily. They noticed the swords approaching, to which the fighters were surprised by the demonic swords. Emily, horrified, noticed that a sword was approaching her. They began to run away from them through the gate. Tyler noticed this in surprise. His hand was shaking and he said that he could not control the demonic sword, to which Tim, shocked, asked how this was possible. The Lord began to take off his mask, hearing a cry about who dared. He threw the disguise aside. The guy put on a sword. His hair fluttered. The hero stretched his hand forward, creating a stream of wind. He looked forward with a serious face. Lee thought in surprise that intercepting a sword connected with internal energy. Is it even possible? Andrew wondered with an evil look. This is the line between life and death, deciding that this is just incredible power. Ash waved his hand and said with a grin to catch it back. The swords began to fly towards Tyler. He wondered in surprise about an ordinary demonic sword. He grabbed the sword in his hand. The man began to quickly attack near him. The fragments of the sword fell to the ground. Tim said that they still managed to escape, to which the man remained silent. Tyler bared his teeth, cursing to himself and thinking that their plan from the beginning. He looked at the smiling hero, realizing that it seemed like he was not going to give up without a fight, the lord of the demon cult, Ash. Isaac looked at the situation nervously, thinking that not much time had passed, and his appearance was still the same, but his aura was completely different. Oh heavenly lord. He looked at the guy, thinking that it was amazing that he managed to reach such a level in such a short time. He had become much stronger than when he was a junior sect leader, and now he exuded the majesty of the head of a powerful organization or even a real ruler. Andrew remained silent, angrily. He remembered how the tied-up man told him that the ones who discovered the dragon and tiger outposts were the northern provincial head of the demon cult, Edmund, and a young man with a pale face. He said that it seemed like he came from Mount Shuandashan, and judging by how respectful Edmund was towards him, the guy was a high-ranking demon cultist. The man looked at Ash, thinking that he could definitely tell just by looking at his face. The one who had beheaded his nephews and wiped out the Longhu clan seemed to really be a demon cultist lord. He clenched his fist and thought about grabbing him right now and tearing him to pieces, but they only had a chance to kill this monster if everyone here united. Andrew grinned evilly, thinking that it seemed like he wasn't the only one who thought so. Anthony thought in shock that it was 3 times the size of the bombs they had shown off in the palace, and those idiots had planted so many of them. He looked at the bombs in front of Tyler, wondering if they really intended to kill all the Muram fighters here, adding that the School of Six Warriors was much more dangerous than they could imagine. They should not be underestimated. The man turned his gaze to Lee, thinking that at the same time, even their leader would not be able to face the Lord of the Demonic Cult one-on-one, and judging by his appearance, he was right. He became nervous and thought that this is the situation. A wolf stands in front of them, and a tiger is watching from behind. Who should they attack first? Suddenly, a voice was heard about the head of the sect, which Anthony was surprised at. The voice reported, or rather, the head of the Heavenly Alliance, to which Tyler stood silently. Anthony asked in horror, wondering how he knew, and added that only a few in the Muram Alliance knew about this. He wondered if there was a spy among them, looking to the side. Stephen looked at the man nervously when he asked the leader if he had any business with him. Anthony turned back and the voice said no, nothing, he should ignore it, and thought that it seemed like only he could hear his voice, which meant he said that he would be brief. Tyler asked sullenly. He also understood that for the righteous sect, the Lord of the Demonic Cult was a threat far greater than that of them, adding that he was a monster that had gone beyond human capabilities, but now he was alone. Looking at Ash, Anthony asked if he wanted to say, really? The leader sullenly replied that yes, now they had a chance to kill this master who had reached the brink of life and death. Anthony panicked when Tyler said that no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to repel the attack of dozens of manifestation and transformation level masters, and besides, he knew that the leader had more aces up his sleeve. The banner appeared and the man said that by his calculations they would lose about 80% of their forces, but if it allowed them to defeat him, then he was willing to make such sacrifices. Anthony sullenly said that he was aware of the extreme lack of will, adding that there was definitely a traitor in their ranks, after which he continued that, fortunately, it seemed that he did not yet know about their leader, to which he replied not to worry, adding that they would stand in the front ranks. The territory appeared and Tyler asked if he would fight them. Anthony looked at the hero, thinking that looking at this, you understand how strong the head of the demonic cult is, and since the School of Six Warriors itself offers them to unite. He frowned, thinking that the man was right, and there would be no more such an opportunity, because if they did not kill the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult now, then they would never be able to do it again. Tyler, standing in front of the man, said that he had just made an agreement with the representative of the leader of the renegade faction, to which the man was shocked by their alliance. He lowered his head, thinking about the surprisingly fast reaction, and then agreed, adding that only until they dealt with the Lord of the Demonic Cult. Lee looked at the man furiously and a voice said that there was little time, now they needed to convince the leader of the Muram Alliance, to which he said that he understood. Anthony thought that in any case, the leader should listen to his words, and he was furious and even broke the alliance, so he would hardly object. Suddenly, Andrew sullenly shouted to everyone that their enemy was determined. It was the leader of the demonic cult Ash, who destroyed the Longhu clan of their renegade sect alliance. He raised his saber up with the others and declared that today they would quench their thirst for revenge for their fallen comrades with his blood, and then shouted to follow him. Tyler extended his sword forward and called out to the inheritors of the extreme divine path, adding that for the sake of their school's grand plan, they must destroy the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Cult, then shouted to cast aside their fear. A sound was heard and an army appeared. Anthony nervously told the leader that this was their chance, to which the leader replied that they should first join forces with them and attack the head of the demon cult. The men looked at each other nervously. Suddenly, Lee jumped up, surprising everyone. He landed on his feet. The man stood up straight in front of Ash. Anthony, scared, wondered what was going on and was he really going to fight right away. Isaac also jumped and stood next to the head. Everyone also jumped towards him and stood in front of the hero. Tyler, surprised, wondered what he was planning. Everyone began to step forward. The fighters lined up in front of each other. Ash looked at Lee and they nodded to each other. Anthony, scared, asked what was going on and why he was nodding at him. He looked at the leader and shouted at the leader what this meant. Did he really want to ally with a demonic cult? Lee shouted furiously, asking how the leader dared to agree to an alliance with these traitors. Anthony asked in horror what he said. The action took place near Kaifeng, deep in the forest. One man told the other that he was late, to which the other said that they finally met. Lee showed up, telling him to get down to business and asking what the letter meant. Ash showed up and said that he meant what the letter implied, adding that he thought he already knew about it, but apparently he didn't. The night sky appeared and the guy said that the extreme ideal is to make the world pure by destroying evil. He said that at first glance it seemed like it wouldn't hurt his alliance at all, adding that this is how they expand themselves, they are called. The hero said about the Blue Sky Society, to which the man reacted in shock. Standing in front of the man, Ash said that many of the alliance members were already receiving orders from them, and their orders took priority over his, to which the leader asked in surprise. The boy handed him a journal, saying that it was a list of people from the Blue Heavens Society that they knew of, as well as their hierarchy, and then said that unfortunately they were unsure of their leader in some of the higher ranks. The name of the Master of the Sky appeared, to which the hero asked if that meant anything to him. The man remembered Anthony's words, who told him to use the mandate of the leader of the Alliance. He clutched the pages of the journal in his hand and thought about the patriarch. Lee asked what the boy wanted, saying that he believed he had his reasons for telling him this, then adding that he did not believe it was out of genuine concern or that he thought they were going to destroy the Miram Alliance. Ash stated that they were going to attack them together with the 6 blades during the Nano festival, to which Lee asked in horror. The boy said that it would be a bloody war, then added that he was sure that it would not end with only the man and the masters dying. He frowned and stated that it would completely destroy the Miram Alliance, to which the leader reacted in horror. The hero continued in front of the surprised man that they were not too late, and they gathered here to prevent that, then said that they had been enemies for a long time, but it would be bad for them too if the Alliance disappeared, so they needed the Miram Alliance in Jongyuan. Lee wondered in fear if he was testing him. When the hero said he was sure, it was hard to believe. Standing in front of the man, Ash continued that anyway, he did not expect him to believe him so easily, so he had a proposal, to which the man asked about the proposal. The guy said that it was necessary to reverse their plans, surprising the man, then continued that from now on, once the time comes. The man thought that he had hoped so. He remembered Ash standing and the words to watch him. He remembered himself and Anthony with the words soon. The man thought that this moment. He remembered the words that Anthony would pass on a message to the 6-Blade sect. The man finished the thought that this moment would not come. He remembered the frowning face of the hero. Lee frowned, realizing that he was right. He heard an indignant Anthony, who asked the leader of the Alliance what he was doing, and did he really team up with the demons. The leader furiously shouted that the Patriarch could ask the same thing, asking why they were with their enemies. Anthony, horrified, began to question in his head. Tyler furiously called out to the leader of the Miram Alliance and said that he broke the alliance with the demonic cult, and then asked what the hell that meant. Anthony frowned, thinking that he did not expect these bastards to take sides. Lee stated that this was the one who planted all those bombs underground, and then said that he remembered all the letters they sent, forcing him to break the alliance. He shouted that they thought he wouldn't know that they sent spies to sabotage the letters. Anthony asked in surprise, thinking about the letters. The leader said that they made a small but fateful mistake, thinking that he was able to work with the cult leader Chin in secret because he found out that all of this was organized thanks to this mistake. He said that after all these years of feuding with the demonic cult, one thing he realized is that they do not call themselves a demonized cult. He read a letter where it was written that he, Ash, the leader of the demonized cult, apologized for all the damage he did to his son. The man said that they call themselves a heavenly demonic divine cult, to which Tyler was surprised. Tyler exhaled and asked who exposed them. Lai raised his sword and declared that he would destroy the supreme saber of the 6-Blade sect for trying to sabotage their alliance and threatening the Great Ming Empire, to which the other fighters also raised their swords and said that they could not side with these traitors, adding that they were with the leader. Anthony cursed angrily and thought about what kind of ridiculous situation this was, then a voice called out what they should do. The voice said that the soldiers' morale was falling, to which he turned around and noticed the fighters. Anthony began to draw his sword, thinking that he could not refuse this, and even if he was framed and had to make a great sacrifice, he must kill the leader of the demonic cult. He raised his hand and shouted to the brothers from the blue sky not to flinch, that they had the advantage in this situation. The man pointed his blade at the hero. He frowned and stated that this was the only chance to destroy the leader of the evil demonic cult, then shouted to follow him, declaring for the blue skies, to which all the other fighters raised their swords. Standing in front of the army with swords, Anthony proposed that everyone destroy the demonic cult, again shouting for the peace of the blue skies. Lee became nervous and wondered how they would be the Patriarch, then thought that he would not allow this organization to exist, so he must destroy them here. Suddenly, he noticed Scott among all the soldiers. The man called him and asked why he was still there, let him come here with the soldiers, to which he frowned and asked, so he was going to side with the leader of the demonic cult, who took the squad leader hostage. Scott said that he apologized, but he decided that the White Ring squad will not follow his orders, and they will also destroy the leader of the demonic cult, to which the man responded with horror, asking again. Lee heard a voice saying that he hoped he would be safe, causing him to grit his teeth, curse, and wonder if even the White Ring squad would. He turned to the demon cult leader, Ash, saying that it seemed like their situation was not going in their favor, asking if he had a plan, to which he snapped his fingers. The gates closed. One of the fighters looked ahead in panic and noticed that the north gate had closed, to which the other said that he thought their allies had captured that gate. Isaac turned around and asked the leader in surprise what he was doing, stating that he had blocked their only escape route. Tyler began to laugh, saying that he couldn't believe that he had blocked the demon cult leader's only escape route, adding that he was so grateful for him doing his job for him. Ash smirked and said that there was no need to thank him. He stated with a determined smile that he was just making sure no one escaped. Tyler was surprised and asked again, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking. He felt something in surprise, wondering what kind of aura it was. Jumps appeared and the man thought that they were all above the final sphere, then realized that they were outside the walls. People landed on their feet. Many fighters appeared on the walls of the fortress. Travis asked with a smirk how dare he be late if he was from the Guardian Pavilion. Isaac turned around and asked about the Guardian Pavilion in surprise, wondering if they were direct minions of the cult leader then, amazed at their number. The fighters jumped and landed on the ground. Josh frowned and said that Travis was so angry, adding that he was with the cult leader all this time, so he had no right to say such a thing. All of Ash's partners showed up. Josh knelt down, folded his hand, and said that he, Josh, the second leader of the Six Swords Troop, greeted the Demon Lord. Chris folded his hands and said that he, the third leader of the Six Swords Troop, greeted the Demon Lord, after which Keith also folded his hands, said that he, the fourth leader of the Six Swords Troop, greeted the Demon Lord. Amanda folded her hands with a smile and said that she, the fifth leader of the Six Swords Troop, greeted the Demon Lord, after which Nate also said that she, the Sixth Sword Troop leader of the Six Swords Troop, greeted the Demon Lord. Travis lowered his hands in front of them, saying that he, the first Sword Troop leader of the Guardian Pavilion, once again greeted the Demon Lord. Tyler thoughtfully thought that it was the Six Swords Troop, deciding that it didn't matter because they wouldn't change anything. He turned his head in shock. Lee wondered in fear what this irresistible aura was, thinking that someone was approaching quickly. An unknown figure was approaching in a jump. It was Howard, who was running forward with a serious face. Anthony opened his mouth in surprise, thinking about the steps of emptiness. Andrew said in horror that no, this man. He looked at the man who landed and thought that he was the man who single-handedly killed 3,000 people and turned 30 waterways into 18 waterways, and then called him the Peerless Sword Howard. Andrew clenched his hand and asked in anger what the hell this bastard was doing here. Tyler thought of the Peerless Sword, one of the 5 great martial artists, in surprise, asking what he was doing here. Tim stuck out his tongue with an evil grin. Howard folded his arms and said that he came on his orders, the Demon Lord. One of the fighters knelt down on one knee. They shouted in unison that they, the humble believers, pay their respects to His Majesty, the leader of the great heavenly cult of divine demons, to which the other fighters began to turn around, wondering what the sound was. Tyler became nervous and asked why. He noticed the soldiers kneeling and wondered why the guards in embroidered uniforms and other palace soldiers were kneeling and saluting the leader of a demonic cult. One of the fighters asked in surprise if they were members of the cult, to which another wondered why the unrivaled Sword Howard called the leader of the demons a lord. Sweat began to trickle down Anthony's face and he said that it couldn't be, asking what the hell was going on. Ash grinned darkly, saying that he said no one would escape, adding that this place was a grave. He stretched out his hand and shouted that he, Ash, the second heavenly demon of the great heavenly demon divine cult, was ordering them. The boy furrowed his brows and furiously told them to kill all the enemies. Hearing this, everyone agreed to carry out the Lord's order. The guy gritted his teeth, answering that no one would escape from here and this place would become their grave. The hero channeled magic, shouting that he was the second heavenly demon of the great heavenly demon sect and his name was Ash. The protagonist shouted, ordering to destroy all traitors. One of the men was surprised to realize that the heavenly demon had taken the path of a tyrant. The army ran to attack, wondering if the cult leader would take the path of tyranny. All the heroes shouted angrily, taking out their weapons. In the center stood the guy who answered that this was indeed a good first mission. There was a smile on the man's face, and he himself said that he needed to cut off the first head. Andrew gritted his teeth in anger, shouting that he knew that they would target him first. The guy ran at the hero. The heroes began to fight with swords, not letting themselves be killed. One of the guys looked away in surprise. Tim smiled, asking the hero if he wanted to fight someone equal. The boys continued to swing their swords at each other confidently and quickly. Andrew looked at Tim in surprise, not believing that he called him a weakling. The army fought, hearing how they were told to join forces with the main gate and attack the head of the demonic cult. Andrew looked at his army, shouting for them to follow him so that everyone could attack the head of the demonic cult on the platform. Tim swung his weapon, noticing that one of the heroes was swinging his sword as if it were a light branch. Howard saw with a smile on his face that Tim's technique was unique and he was able to dodge his close attacks without moving more than 3 steps. The heroes touched each other with their swords. Howard confidently extended his hand towards Tim, trying to do something to him. The men bounced off each other. Howard continued to confidently approach the man. The swords made a sound of hitting each other. A small explosion went through the area, causing everything to collapse. His foot slid across the floor. Howard smiled, thinking that Tim was one of the leaders of the 6 warriors school that the Heavenly Sovereign had spoken of, and his martial arts skills were no less than his. The man looked at Howard, realizing that he must be so strong that he could finally become his opponent. The heroes stood at a distance opposite each other, shouting about something. Tim laughed evilly, answering with a smile on his face that his sect had prepared something special for the leader of the demonic cult, so he would fight Howard to the last. The man smiled, shouting that they had already finished their warm-up. The heroes' bodies were filled with strength, and they themselves decided to have a real fight. The armies fought among themselves, although they wanted to join their leaders. The heroes watched as the Alliance members blocked the front, and the demonic cult members attacked from behind. The leaders of the people confidently fought each other, swinging their weapons and killing people. Some of the armies saw one of the leaders standing in front of them, so they decided to attack him. Their teeth were clenched in anger. The army died one after another from the leader's sword. The hero looked confidently to the side, thinking to destroy all the demons. His fingers emitted power that was directed forward. Everyone looked at the fight between the leader of the Alliance and the hero himself. Tyler directed his magic, answering that he was not so easy to defeat. The guy created something with his own strength, trying to make the hero realize his mistake. With the help of Tyler's power, the earth rose up in huge pieces of stones. The leader looked at this in fear. All the magic by Tyler's will was directed at the hero. All the stones quickly flew at the leader of the Alliance. Lee, trying to protect himself, began to do something with his power, realizing that Tyler had excellent technique and each of his fragments had magical power. Magic stones or magic swords flew at the army. The guys shouted to each other in fear to avoid these fragments. One of the heroes stood aside, watching the fight between the best masters. Anthony, gritting his teeth in anger, began to understand that in this situation they had no way to attack the leader of the demonic cult. Someone began to call the man. Behind everyone stood the deputy confidently. The heroes fought among themselves, and the deputy was told that it was dangerous on the platform. The army of the unorthodox alliance was right now fighting the defenders of the leader of the demons. Anthony looked away in surprise, not believing the words of the deputy. The man simply pursed his lips. Kai gritted his teeth in anger, answering that with this last bottle of formless poison he would become one with the Lord of Demons. The Dang family has no equal in the quality of poison. The Dang family's formless poison is the best poison in the Central Plains. This potent poison has no smell or taste and is so strong that even the most skilled craftsmen will die in an instant if a drop touches their skin. This poison was banned in the Alliance due to its strength, so the recipe was reproduced and destroyed in front of all the craftsmen. Anthony looked at the part that still survived in surprise. The hero looked at the battle, seeing how the cult leader was distracted by the attack of the School of 6 warriors, so for him, this was a great opportunity to take the leader to the afterlife. The hero smiled, answering that he understood everything. Kai looked away in confusion. The 3 warriors ran away, running quickly up the stairs. The heroes looked down in fear. Kai, meanwhile, killed people one by one with his sharp sword. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that this was the reason his family was famous in the Central Plains. Ash fought just as calmly, letting the blows pass him by. Kai watched the battle, seeing how the School of 6 warriors fought better than he expected. The poison was opening, and the hero understood that he needed to get to the leader quickly. A few seconds later, Kai was already drinking the poison. The bottle fell to the ground with a loud sound. Kai began to scream loudly, looking at the floor in confusion and realizing that there was an innumerable amount of poison in his body and it felt like his organs were being torn apart. His mouth changed color, and the hero decided that he needed to end it all quickly. The hero's entire body became a different color, muscles showed on his face, and the boy himself wanted the glory of the family to spread throughout the Central Plains again. The army fought Ash, trying to kill him. The hero fought calmly, not fearing anything. People gritted their teeth in anger, not knowing what to do. One of the guys stared at the leader, thinking of some plan. Ash looked confidently forward, not noticing the mutated Kai standing behind him. The hero looked at Ash with anger and full force. The warrior looked at Kai in fear, realizing that this man was from the top of the Blue Sky Society. The warriors looked at the monster, realizing that he had to be stopped and not allowed to reach the leader. Kai was very angry, gritting his teeth. The guy's magic passed through the entire territory. All the warriors' bodies instantly burned as soon as they touched the force. Some skulls fell to the ground. Anthony looked forward in fear, seeing that it was a very strong poison. The hero saw everything burning to the side, realizing that he was burning everything around him. Kai confidently walked forward. People looked at him in fear, realizing that it was very dangerous. The monster walked towards Ash, shouting that he would take him to the grave with him. With a burn on his cheek, the protagonist looked at Kai. The monster screamed loudly, emitting power and magic. Kai's body rose into the air. Ash calmly held the guy suspended, not allowing him to do anything. Kai was angry, not understanding what was wrong. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked calmly at Kai. The wounds on the guy's face instantly healed. The hero, due to the power directed from Kai, began to slowly explode. The monster looked at Ash, realizing that the poison would fly apart within a radius of 10 meters and nothing would remain of him. The hand stood next to Kai's body. The hero looked displeasedly at his body, which was beginning to freeze. Ash directed his power at the guy, quickly freezing him. A few seconds later, Kai was already digging with an ice cube. Ash did something with his power, shouting at Kai that he should go alone. A few seconds later, the ice with the monster flew away to a long distance. The protagonist confidently looked forward, continuing to hold his fist with magic. Kai screamed displeasedly and with a good one, not knowing what to do. An explosion appeared far away in the sky. Anthony looked at the cloud of power, realizing that the protagonist had completely neutralized it with ice art. The man looked away in surprise, not believing that he was capable of such a thing. Anthony looked away in surprise, hearing how they shouted at him that it was his turn. Ash looked forward with a smile on his face. The hero looked forward in fear. The warriors laughed, admiring Ash's strength. Some guy laughed loudly at Anthony for hiding. The man looked at the warrior with displeasure, asking him who he was. Anthony looked at the man in surprise, realizing that a very strange aura was emanating from him. The guy aimed his weapon, answering that he was the first disciple of the leader of the great heavenly demon sect and part of the security team. The sword was handed over from the fire. Anthony looked forward carefully, realizing that he felt alien energy from this flame, so he should not be so frivolous and should not lose his vigilance. Ash looked away, realizing that the experience he had gained from the poison was very useful, because if the poison had spread, it would not have been the battle the guy had planned. The hero looked opposite Ash. The warriors smiled, telling the guy that they would kill him with their own hands. Ash calmly looked at the guys, holding the sword. The warriors began to create new magic. The protagonist confidently looked at them, saying nothing. 3 people jumped on the protagonist from different sides, trying to injure or at best kill. With one movement, Ash pushed everyone away from himself. The guy continued to run, realizing that he was very nervous because he was a master of life and death. One of the heroes laughed, thinking that everything was working. Ash laughed, asking the warrior if he was going to do something. The army ran at the protagonist, trying to kill him as quickly as possible. The warriors shouted to each other with smiles on their faces that they needed 7 more open matrices. The protagonist looked away in surprise. One of the warriors flew up. The guys jumped on Ash with great force, stretching out their palm. Ash raised his sword up, realizing that this is their technique, where they all use it on purpose. The protagonist laughed, realizing that the attack patterns of several opponents were recorded and analyzed. All the swords merged into one. The warrior looked up, shouting at Ash not to try to escape. The hero's hand put away the sword. The guy's hands created new power. A huge snake-shaped monster looked at the warriors. People were shocked. Ash moved to different sides. The protagonist began to laugh. The monster, along with Ash, quickly flew towards the warriors, answering that he did not let anyone go. The explosion became stronger and stronger. The warrior clenched his teeth in anger, not understanding why he used such attacks. The sword, imbued with magic, flew towards the army. All the people began to die one by one. A dead warrior lay on the ground. Ash looked at them, seeing that he successfully broke the matrix of the 7-star blades. The hero walked away, realizing that it was easy for him because he was already familiar with the technique of extreme swords. The guy looked at the warriors who were fighting among themselves and understood that they all had to become stronger in this war. The protagonist watched everyone, realizing that this was the only way they could keep up with him. Forces were flying in the sky again. The man ran forward. The heroes fought among themselves, answering that they had underestimated each other. Tyler gritted his teeth, answering that he had to deal with him and join forces with the 7 sects against the leader of the demonic cult. The hero began to notice someone on the side. Ash looked ahead. Everyone was surprised that he had already finished the battle. The man gritted his teeth, realizing that he did not feel the other leaders. The hero screamed loudly, thinking to implement Plan B. The army, fighting with others, agreed with him, starting to act. The warriors looked forward in fear. Clothes were torn, muscles began to appear. All the warriors laughed, shouting that they were overwhelmed with strength. The army looked at the monsters in fear, not understanding what it was. The bodies were torn apart in one movement. The hero ran to the sides, asking not to compare this technique with unfinished nonsense. The mutant laughed loudly, not knowing what to say. Anthony looked away with interest. The hero began to notice with fear that the warriors began to use their secret weapon. This meant that the combat situation was unfavorable for them. The hand took out the pipe, realizing that they also did not need to hide the trump card. Anthony began to confidently play the pipe. The warriors heard the flute's clicks in fear. The hand held a syringe. The guy, without controlling himself, stuck it into himself, shouting that he was doing it for the sake of the blue skies. All the other people did the same. One of the guys ran, not understanding what they were doing. Then the warrior calmly fell. The hands threw out the needle. Then the armless warrior stood up, starting to fight the guy. The hero looked at the guy with incomprehension, thinking that he did not feel pain at all. The hero calmly looked away, despite the fact that his hand was cut off. The men, gritting their teeth, began to fight. One of the heroes saw someone running behind him. The heroes confidently swung their swords. Hands held the weapons tightly. Power passed between the people. The hero in the mask looked away. There was a playful feeling on the man's face. The hero calmly destroyed everything with a smile on his face. Two men stood opposite each other. The hero looked closely at the man, realizing that he used half of his strength to somehow injure him. The man gritted his teeth in anger, asking him how long he would dodge. His gaze fell to the side. The hero looked away, realizing that he must complete his plan. The hero pointed his hand at the god of wind. The army fought among themselves. Robin confidently looked at the hero, starting a real massacre. His hand held the sword tightly. Sam calmly listened to him, looking forward. A few seconds later, the legs left the ground. Robin looked away in surprise. The hero was in the sky. Ash calmly walked in the air. All the warriors did not understand how he did it. One of the heroes, looking at what was happening, answered that it looked more like flying. Tyler was angry. Ash looked at all the people, answering that everything that was happening was the consequences of their own actions. No one understood how a person could end up in the sky. Hands created power. The army looked around in fear, feeling that the earth began to shake. The heroes began to quickly run away. The warriors' swords flew in different directions. Tyler looked at the guys, asking them not to panic, since the hero just wanted to make the sword degenerate. Power continued to be created. All the swords were hovering in the air. The warriors looked at it in surprise, could not believe it. The man looked forward, not believing that people could do this. Ash held all the swords, asking his assistant to set him a target. The hero looked down. Some of the people screamed loudly. Some were smiling because they enjoyed fighting. Ash started to smile. The protagonist calmly replied that they would see their own trap, which he himself had named. The hands began to capture someone. The strength began to grow. Ash, with a smile on his face, created a flash of heaven. The weapons began to fly down quickly. Tyler was frightened, thinking about what to do. Some of the weapons cut people. All the warriors screamed in pain, asking to save them. The other part of the guys looked at this in fear, deciding to run away. The warrior noticed how the leader was aiming accurately at the enemy. The girl looked at all this in fear. Ash continued to gain more and more strength. By the will of the protagonist, another part of the weapons flew down. Everything began to fall quickly on people. One of the warriors blessed the leader. The man clenched his teeth, answering that this was simply unacceptable. The hero screamed loudly, looking away, answering to connect his dreams and defend himself. The weapons did not kill everyone. The captain heard his assistant answer with displeasure, who answered that they needed to run away quickly. All the magic and power filled the hero. Andrew opened his mouth in surprise, noticing how the hero was able to cut off the head of the great master with one blow. The man looked away in surprise. The sword was Andrew's defense. A few seconds later, the weapon was already broken. Beams of power and magic were flying down. One part was quickly killing people. The hero began to grit his teeth in displeasure, ignoring everyone around him. The man bowed, thinking that he could protect the woman. Andrew gritted his teeth and was surprised to realize that this monster was able to destroy everyone alone. The hero screamed loudly that the demon had returned to them. The weapons quickly accelerated. The guy looked at the man, realizing that the attacker did not stop moving, even when the limbs were cut off. Ash looked away, heard that his shots would hit the head. Anthony saw with a smile on his face that Ash was attacked only in the head. The man looked away with displeasure, answering that they wanted to take him out of the battle. The entire army stopped moving. Someone stood near the soldiers' bodies, answering that if they did not feel pain, then they still continued to fear death. The warrior smiled and created fire, asking to end this battle. Anthony began to laugh. The hero swung his weapon, but Anthony wanted to kill him immediately. The army became twice as similar. Only dust and dirt flew from this technology. The hero clenched his teeth, realizing that no one was holding him with swords. The guy confidently looked away. Anthony's hand was torn to pieces, but he did not give up. Bloody hand now looks good. The hero sadly walked to the store after school. The warrior continued to smile. The army began to combine, despite the fact that they worked a lot. Some girl with a weapon ran at the guy. Everyone began to talk to Tyler about expulsion. His mouth clenched angrily. Robin held a hammer, not understanding what he should do. The assistant began to create something, everything that was needed for a person and his energy. The guy's strength interfered with something. The sword confidently jumped forward. The heroes looked at each other with displeasure, answering that it was all over. The warriors began to look at the sky, seeing how the leader of the demonic cult was falling. Tyler looked at the guys in fear, shouting that something was about to happen. Mike looked up in surprise, not understanding what was about to happen. He raised his head up and watching Ash fall, the warriors shouted to each other to take care of themselves. Loudly laughing, Andrew told the protagonist that he was waiting for him to lose his vigilance. Ash looked at the warriors with a slight smile on his face. Without falling to the ground completely, the guy began to gain new magic again. something new began to be created by his hand. The second hand began to create magic swords. Andrew looked at this in surprise, not understanding that this was possible. Surrounding Ash from all sides, the leaders could not understand where he got so much energy from. Ash looked at everyone with a sly grin. Holding his weapon tightly in his hands, the leaders looked at the protagonist, thinking that they were specially replaced here. The hero grinned. Crushing energy was pouring from his body. His hands were enveloped in energy. It covered his entire body. The man frowned and thought that he couldn't believe it. He continued to think, where did he get so much energy from? Was it really him? Ash extended his fist forward with a smile, and the man continued to think that he had lured them here on purpose. The man bared his teeth and realized that he could no longer retreat. Tim's eyes lit up and he thought that using this, he would finish him off. They met in a crushing blow. The man furiously screamed that this was revenge for Chris. The energy from their fight poured into the sky. He shouted for the protagonist to die. He grabbed the weapon and cast the spell of the second technique of extreme divine martial arts. The hero showed incredible swordsmanship. His opponent exclaimed in shock. Tim was frightened and thought that he could not believe it. How could he know incredible swordsmanship? Their fight made everything around him glow. People covered their faces from the explosions. The guy shouted that the shockwave was incredible. The girl screamed about the cult leader. The man's thoughts flashed that he was fighting all these techniques at once when an ordinary person could barely cope with one. The man sobbed in pain and covered his wound. Bright waves rushed forward. Strong energy vibrated in the sky. Tim bared his teeth furiously and wondered what kind of black flames were these. It was suppressing his highlights. Robin screamed tensely that this was the cult leader. The man thought furiously that his technique was more precise than his. The only one who truly mastered the essence of extreme divine martial arts was the head and high-ranking officials of the Six Gates. So what? He continued to think, looking at the sword, that this black ice sword also froze the space. Along the path of the sword, the cold air squeezed his heart. It flashed through his mind that this way he could not even guarantee that he would withstand the next attack. But if he retreated even a little, the balance of power would collapse in an instant. Looking at the protagonist, the man thought that he thought they could deal with him if they joined forces, but he did not expect that the man who served the realm of life and death would be so strong. They clashed in battle and Ash said that yes, this would work better for them. Robin exclaimed. The hero hit the man and he flew to the side. The guy's foot hit his opponent right on the face. The man looked at the furious protagonist and thought that he could not avoid this. Robin laughed and shouted that it couldn't be. Energy flew past his body and he continued that it couldn't be, and in his thoughts flashed that the cold air was spreading. Ash ran into the enemy with a scream. Robin's body was torn in two. He dropped his sword and began to fall. A loud explosion thundered. Tim frowned and thought that this was a monster. He froze and destroyed a body that was harder than diamond. Ash grinned and asked if he had time to be distracted now. The man shook himself tensely from the blow. The magic sword was rushing straight at him again. Tim looked at the hero's blow in fear. He began to be sucked into a giant funnel and he thought that he could not drive away this fiery energy. Tim began to fall with a wheeze. Then he thought that this was impossible. They could not defeat him. The only one who could deal with this monster was the leader of the Blades, and that they should retreat. He continued to think that since they had failed so much, they would not make the same mistake again. He chuckled and mentally said, "Go ahead." The man bared his teeth and thought, what is the head of the Fireblade sect? What is he? Tim clenched his weapon. Ash looked straight at him. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "Wait a bit, head of the Fireblade sect." He raised his weapon tensely. Then he cast the incantation of the seventh technique of the extreme divine martial arts, the battle of the 8 divine blades. Ash swung his sword for a sharp strike. Tim and Ash clashed in a crushing battle. It flashed through his mind that he really knew about extreme martial arts. Tim began to cough up blood and thought that he had hit the exact center of the only weakness of this technique. Ash frowned furiously. The sword fell to the ground and Tim realized that it didn't matter anymore. Then he hugged the protagonist with both arms. The wide veins on his back were glowing. He increased in size and shouted that he had acted exactly as he had planned. The leader of the demon cult, he would not be able to rampage any longer. Tim continued to listen carefully. 6 extreme martial arts. The battle is over. Everyone disperse. The warrior's eyes widened in confusion. The man looked at what was happening and thought that the leader of the Fireblade sect, how could he? Looking at the enraged Tim, he thought that they had done everything they could, and he should please hurry up and inform the leader of the Kai Blade sect about everything. He bared his teeth and realized that this was not the end. He thought to prepare even more thoroughly and carry out the plan absolutely accurately. The warrior silently turned around. Then he jumped up and shouted to get out. Everyone disperse and save their lives. Sam's eyes flashed and he thought that they could not let him go. The man smirked and said that they were idiots. A tall man flew towards the people and shouted to run, to spread out. Someone shouted to not let anyone get away. The warriors cut the air with their swords. They shouted that nothing would stop these guys and to slit their throats. A foot slipped on the ground. The warrior ran after the people shouting where they were going. Sam's eyes widened sharply. The people behind them were shouting that they thought they would let them go and that they would have to go through them. The man jumped up. Tim continued to squeeze the protagonist in his hands. His teeth were clenched and his thoughts flashed, what the hell? He continued to think that it felt like the muscles in both his arms were about to burst. His strength right now must be beyond the capabilities of a normal warrior. Tim's hands trembled and he wondered how a person could have such brute strength. Ash's eyes flashed and he looked into the eyes of his enemy. Tim was shaking from the strain and thought that the bones in his arms were breaking from the strain. It seemed that he could not hold it back any longer. He opened his arms and continued the thought that he had pulled with all his might, so it was enough, and that even if only one Kai Blade leader managed to escape, it was enough. His entire body was covered in veins and his thoughts flashed that now all that was left was this. His head swelled and he shouted that the leader of the demonic cult, he would take him to hell with him, even if he was a monster like him this time. Ash chuckled and replied that again these words, he was not tired of them. The man asked again. The man screamed furiously. The skin peeled off Tim's body. Ash grabbed the enemy's strained hand. A moment later, he threw his head back and coughed up blood. The man rushed forward. His thoughts flashed that he sacrificed his comrades and subordinates to escape like this. The man bared his teeth and continued to think that it was a shame, but now he had to survive no matter how. He ran and thought that he would tell the Blade leader everything that had happened and he would have to come up with a new plan. The guy clenched his teeth to the point of grinding with thoughts to enjoy his current victory, the leader of the demonic cult. He continued to think that those who have strength also have weaknesses and suggested to see if he could stay strong after losing something valuable. He opened his eyes wide and thought that there would definitely be a next time. The man suddenly fell to his knees and thought in confusion. A magic sword was rushing towards his chest and he thought that the black flames of a shapeless sword. The guy thought that this was impossible. He was more than 3 miles away from the place and thought about the hero. The man lay on the ground and thought that seriously, he was not a human. Bloody tears flowed from the guy's eyes. Energy flashed above his body. About 4 li away from the palace, Mount Bayan, the top of Chang'an Peak. Clothes fluttered in the wind. The man stood on the top of the mountain. His whole body was wrapped in bandages. The boy thought that he couldn't see anything here because it was too far away. He continued to think, looking at the horizon, could he really see something? He hadn't taken his eyes off there for some time now. No matter how hard he tried to concentrate, he couldn't see anything. The leader of the Extreme 6 Swordsmen, the leader of the Blades. The boy called the leader and asked what he saw, and in his mind he thought that the Lord was angry. Then he continued to think that seriously, could it be that even the plans of the leader of the Blades Kai had collapsed, and exclaimed, could it be that there was some kind of snag in the grand plan? He looked at the leader and thought, how could this happen? From choosing the crown prince to infiltrating the 3 great clans with traitors, could it be that all the great plans they had worked so hard on for so many years had collapsed? The man grabbed the weapon. The hat flew off the boy's head. The blade leader cut through the air and the entire space in front of him. The man thought in shock that this was an incredible power. Could it be that the leader had really entered the territory of the Celestials? The blade leader hid the knife and said that they were leaving. The boy shouted at the leader that if there really was a problem with their plan, shouldn't they send out the Blade Destruction Squad or the Blade Cleansing Squad? He was told that this battle was already over. No matter who they sent, they would not be able to turn back time. Then he continued that it didn't matter either. He had something worthwhile. The boy asked what it was. The leader smirked and said that he had finally found the demon god. In the palace, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The man's mind flashed. How terrible. After all, this was the largest war that the entire world of Miram had ever fought. The man said that about 600 masters had died here and about 1,000 were injured. They would make a detailed report after they sorted everything out. They answered that they understood. The guy frowned and said that they were evil idiots. Another asked that they were all under internal control without exception. The voice said that all the disciples they had captured from the 6 major clans of the magic cult had died from the explosion of their heads. It seemed that the parasite in their heads had been activated, just like the cult leader had said. Sam's mind flashed that they had prepared well, and why were they so afraid of information leakage? He turned his head and continued the thought, but they probably didn't expect this either. Tim's body was burning to ashes. He was shaking and saying that he was a monster. How did he get rid of the parasite in his head? Sam looked at what was happening and thought how high the cult leader's abilities were. He was clearly different from the other heavenly demons he served. Ash stretched out his hand and thought that he was becoming more and more excited, thinking that all the goals of the great heavenly demon sect could come true under his leadership. Bruce asked in shock, which was impossible. The man walked straight. One of them said that it was true. They personally caught him when they saw him trying to leave. The Miram Alliance, the 7th Master, the head of the family, Kane. The Miram Alliance, the 11th Master, the leader of the Open Door sect, Ken said that even among allies there are rules, and how dare they ask them to hand over all the prisoners. Bruce sighed and said that the head of the Namling family, didn't they run away after he cut off their hand with his sword? The man shook his head and said that such a thing had never happened. The guy widened his eyes and said that the place where their arm was cut off must have been burning, but he was pretending not to care and that he was really shameless. The man said that he was captured after fighting with Chief Kane and the Hong sect leader and that he had no idea what he was talking about. He thought that they should not let them capture them and that they would torture them until they died to get information about the Blue Sky Society. There would be no easy death. Someone approached them and asked what they were not finished yet. The guys turned to look at the leader. Bruce stood next to the protagonist. He frowned silently. Everyone looked at him and thought, what an overwhelming aura, but even so, they can't give anything away. If they do, the corruption within Muram will be exposed. They continued the thought that moreover, there is a high probability that they will be able to learn about that dangerous technique and use it for evil. Such a technique should be used for the benefit of the sect. Everyone turned around abruptly and flashed through their minds that the alliance leader. He frowned and thought that their eyes were asking for help. What should he do? Someone mentally called out to the alliance leader. The man looked at him and said that if the cult leader came to power, the secrets of the supreme martial art and the Blue Sky Society would fall into their hands. If that happened, not only the alliance but the entire society as a whole might be in danger. He asked if he was sure that everything would be fine. The man thought that the words of the head of the Namnung family made sense. The demonic cult had become stronger than before. The man continued the thought that if they gained even more power, the balance of the three major powers might completely collapse. The alliance leader folded his hands and said to the cult leader, "Can't his cult forget about this matter?" Ash asked again. He replied that even if a follower of their cult had injured the head of the Namnung family, in the end, the two leaders of the alliance caught him when he was running away. He continued that so he could not deny the fact that he should be handed over to the alliance. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. Ash sighed. He extended his hand to the side and wrapped it in Kai. The tied-up Anthony felt his feet leave the ground. He lost control of his body. The protagonist lifted him higher and higher. Lee jumped into the air. He grabbed Anthony by the waist with his hand. The leader of the alliance landed and took the tied-up man with him. He turned his head to the protagonist and was indignant at what he was doing. The Sky Demon, without showing any emotion, continued to apply force. Anthony was torn from Lee's hands and flew towards him. The leader of the alliance opened one eye. He did not understand why the protagonist so stubbornly continued to stand his ground, pulling Anthony towards him with his stronger energy. Anthony screamed at the alliance leader, begging him not to let go. Lee's hands began to tremble. He knew that even if he tried to hold on with force, the gap between their Kai would play its part. Anthony's belt began to tear. The tied man flew towards Ash. While Anthony was in the air, he desperately called out to his leader. The Sky Demon caught him by the head. Kane began to sweat and worried about Anthony. Ken was outraged by what Ash was doing. The protagonist looked at the man in his hand and said that since it was said that he belonged to the one who caught him last, Anthony now belonged to him. Lee clenched his hand into a fist. He was shocked by such an answer. The protagonist turned around and looked at his captive over his back, adding that in that case he would take him for himself. Anthony screamed while in his hand. Turning to his leader, he asked if he was really going to just watch this. Before he could finish the sentence, he received his portion of Kai. The man remained in the protagonist's arms, but now his mouth was closed and he could only hum. Ash noticed that even with his mouth closed, he still talked a lot. Someone approached and addressed the protagonist with respect, as if he were the original ruler of the skies. This person turned out to be Isaac. He asked, as a sign of politeness towards the alliance, to hand over Anthony to them, justifying this by the fact that he was an important member of them. Ash, continuing to hold the prisoner, asked Isaac if he could let go of the enemy who was trying to take his life. His interlocutor lowered his head and did not know what to say. Bruce, Isaac, and Lee were nearby. The protagonist shouted for everyone to hear that he was ready to explain the essence of the matter without using words like respect and ally. He assumed that the alliance was trying to protect Anthony as his comrades, but he had another idea. Ash lifted the corpse of one of the alliance soldiers with the help of Kai. He threw it high into the air for everyone to see. The warrior fell from a great height right in front of Lee's feet. The Sky Demon wiped the blood from his face and thought that the alliance was afraid that they would find out about the Blue Sky Society's techniques. Lee closed his eyes and bit his lip, his expression darkening. Ash thought that if they wanted to protect Anthony from the start, they should have punished him before the war began. The alliance leader opened his eye and turned to the protagonist, deciding to be honest with him. He noted that everyone present had already realized that these techniques were too dangerous, and added that, as the Sky Demon had said, the alliance was worried that this technique would be used against them. Kane and Ken nodded to each other. They understood that Lee had chosen to speak first in order to eliminate the reason why the Sky Demon could take him. The men believed that if they seized the initiative, they would be able to achieve the result they wanted. Mario approached Lee and agreed with his leader that the alliance was worried about such abuses. He believed that if the cult leader truly had no such intentions, then he should punish Anthony instead, as the martial arts world demanded. Mario remarked that it was already suspicious enough that Ash had taken him prisoner. Lee nodded, but remained worried. He was glad for Mario's support and believed that the Heavenly Demon had now lost all reason to keep Anthony. The Alliance leader decided that even Ash would have to give in this time. He wondered if the protagonist would be able to reveal his evil intentions now, in front of all the heroes of the martial arts world of the Central Plains. Lee clutched the piece of Anthony's belt that he had torn off. He thought that if the Sky Demon refused the prisoner, they would find out about the technique, but if he insisted on his own, they could accuse him of trying to use a dangerous technique. The protagonist sighed and agreed that there was some truth to it. Ash's subordinates were surprised that their leader was convinced by these statements. Mario smiled and folded his hands in gratitude. He was happy that they almost managed to convince him. The man appreciated the protagonist's action and called him a hero of the world. He added that the Alliance is sure that he does not have such evil intentions. Below stood a master in white with a bandage on his head. Mario shouted at him and urged him to come and get Anthony, and he hurried to carry out the order. Mario tensed up, because as soon as he was about to leave, Ash asked him to wait a minute. The head of the cult was still holding the prisoner's head in his palm. He reminded that one of the leadership and the leader of the Blue Sky Society himself still exists on this earth. The protagonist warned the Alliance that they must capture them or at least do something about them. Lee tensed as he listened. Ash added that he would not accept the Blue Sky Society's attempt to threaten his cult again. He smirked slyly, stated that otherwise he would assume hostility was the Alliance's true intention, and left what would happen next to their imagination. Lee frowned, and Mario stopped smiling. After thinking about it, they came to the conclusion that they were being threatened. Mario cleared his throat. He convinced himself that the Sky Demon probably had no evil intentions behind that phrase, and decided to just deal with it. The man promised that it would never happen. Ash smiled and allowed Anthony to be taken away. He placed the prisoner on the ground, who remarked that he had barely escaped with his life. The master led Anthony away, glancing at the leader of the cult. The prisoner clenched his teeth and made a sound of pain, which the man in the white bandage noticed. A blade came out of Anthony's forehead. The man fell to the ground, knocked down by the protagonist. Lee and Mario staggered in surprise. Mario broke out in a cold sweat. He did not understand what had happened and reminded the protagonist that he had promised to give them Anthony. Ash smiled and admitted that he did not remember saying that he would give him back alive. Mario was shocked. The subordinates of the Sky Demon were in a stupor, but this was expected for them. They knew who their leader was. Bruce smiled contentedly. He knew perfectly well that the leader of the cult never gave away anything that fell into his hands. Lee yelled at Ash and said that now was not the time to joke. He believed that this was the same as insulting the Alliance itself. The Sky Demon spread his hands and said that he did as the Alliance asked. He did not understand why they called it an insult. Lee could not believe such impudence. Mario frowned and clenched his teeth. The protagonist recalled that they had said that Anthony should be killed as the martial arts world demanded. Mario raised his sword with trembling hands and objected, saying that this was not what he had in mind earlier. Unexpectedly for the others, Sam approached the protagonist. He released his golden kai and asked Mario what kind of person he thought was standing in front of him. The man was overcome with fear. He replied that the Dark King stood in front of him. Mario did not understand what he was facing. He felt a bloodthirsty intent that felt like a blade pressed to his throat. Sam's eyes flashed. He declared that he would not forgive the Alliance if they lied to the Heavenly Demon. Even Bruce recoiled from the bodyguard. Mario realized that all the cult members were ready to fight at any moment. More people approached. They surrounded the Alliance warriors, and only then did they realize what situation they were in. The cult people were silent and confident in their strength. Mario looked around and didn't know what to do, so he asked the leader what the best course of action was. Lee was shaking in fear and couldn't answer that question. Sam stood behind Ash, who smiled and asked what was wrong with giving the Alliance the corpse of an internal enemy that they were going to deal with anyway. He pointed out that in this case, there was no way that the Society's techniques that the Alliance was so concerned about could be used by anyone else. Lee closed his eyes and asked the protagonist if he really meant that he hadn't been aiming for the Society's techniques from the start. Ash looked at him confidently and replied that of course he didn't need them, since the Heavenly Doctor who developed them was in his cult. Mario clenched his fists and cursed silently, not understanding how things could have ended up like this. He realized that he had screwed up, and that it was his attempt to trick the Heavenly Demon that led to this. The man looked gloomy. He realized that the Alliance would now be focused on eradicating the remnants of the Blue Sky Society instead of the cult. Mario deduced that not only their sect, but the entire Central Plains were under the control of the Sky Demon. Isaac looked at Ash's back. He realized that the cult leader's target from the start was the people of the Blue Sky Society. Besides, they themselves had given a reason to attack the Alliance. Lee tensed up, learning the protagonist's true goals. He looked at Ash and Sam and decided that he had to admit that they were completely different from the cult they knew. The sect soldiers were standing surrounded by the Sky Demon soldiers. Lee realized that the cult was no longer at a level where they could do anything about it, because unlike the Alliance, which had lost almost all of its forces, including the White Ring Squad, most of the demonic cult members had survived. He saw the stately figure of the protagonist and understood that even if that were not the case, Ash's very being was the cult. The sect leader took a step. He hoped that the situation in the Muram world would change after today. After thinking about it, the man decided that it had indeed changed, but in favor of the cult leader. He threw up his hands and admitted to Ash that he also had no intention of abusing this technique. Lee promised not to criticize the protagonist anymore on the issue of disagreements with Anthony due to such concerns, since he had settled them. Mario's face darkened. He realized that they were forced to submit in the end. The cult leader was tense. He apologized to all the heroes, but he had no other choice. Lee believed that if they continued to create friction, there was no way to predict what could happen. Mario closed his eyes. He understood the leader's intentions, but he was still amazed by them. However, considering what King Gaojian, the mythical Chinese king, had gone through, Mario thought that such a struggle with the ego was not a problem at all. Lee saluted the cult leader, apologized to him for all the inconvenience caused by the situation with Anthony, and asked him to disband his comrades so that they could discuss what would happen next. Ash raised his hand. His warriors saluted, accepting the order. The cult soldiers moved away from the Alliance soldiers. Those who were surrounded sighed with relief. The protagonist hid his hands behind his back. Since the cult had put enough pressure on the Alliance, he decided that it would be right to stop there. He knew that they had won this war, but they had not completely dealt with the Extreme Six Martial Arts clan, so the Alliance's strength should remain the same. The Heavenly Demon did not think that there was a need to destroy this alliance. He smiled slyly and decided that their alliance was still worth using. The Great Ming Empire, the capital of Kaifeng. The Great Hall of the Jianan Palace. In the throne room, two people were worshipping the ruler. The guy sitting on the throne had been waiting for this for a long time. He was smiling but also a little nervous. This man was the crown prince of the Great Ming Empire and his name was Rick. He was happy that he had finally taken the position of crown prince, but he felt that now was not the time to show joy over this. The gloomy man spoke up. He asked the black-robed reporter kneeling in front of him how it was possible that some organization in the Central Valleys had explosives that they were supposed to monopolize. This man was angry because it was located under the entire fortress. His name was Jaden and he was the emperor of the Great Ming Empire. He was dissatisfied with the information that this organization had planned such a vile plot in a place where His Highness the Crown Prince and the officials were supposed to be. Jaden waved his hand and declared that this was a real group of traitors. He said that he could not just sit and wanted to do something. The emperor ordered the commander of the royal guard to immediately lead the troops and subdue the 6 extreme martial artists. Commander of the royal guard, Colin, who had received Jaden's orders, stood at the head of 10,000 soldiers and marched towards Tonho with the southern general, Clint. This was the first time since the nation's founding that war had been declared against the powers of the Muram world, even if they were few in number. However, the emperor soon jumped from his throne when he was informed that the army was already returning, although it had not been several hours since they had set out. Jaden was informed that the commander of the royal guard, Colin, was requesting entry into the main palace, and the emperor did not object. Colin entered the room. He dropped to one knee and formally greeted His Majesty. Jaden glared at him and asked why he had turned back his troops after a short march. The commander was nervous. He was sorry to report this, but he did admit that the group of traitors had been destroyed before they arrived. The emperor leaned forward on his throne in surprise. He assumed that it was the work of the Ash cult leader, but he thought it was too quick, even considering that they had lent him the royal guard armor and the soldiers' clothing. Colin, flanked by Jaden's subordinates, explained that, in accordance with his orders to get to the fortress quickly, he had sent the southern generals, warriors, and some of the royal guard to check out the situation. After the southern general Clint and his army left, several guards returned and Colin, who heard the news from them, told His Majesty exactly as he heard it. The emperor and the officials who heard this could not believe their ears. They were shocked, because it meant that the leader of the cult killed the enemies on his own. Jaden could not hide his surprise when he learned that Ash flew into the air and struck the castle with lightning. Ryan frowned and sweated, not understanding how a person could do such a thing. Rick darkened when he heard about such incredible power. He noted that he was very lucky to have become an ally of Ash. Colin continued to sit on one knee. He explained to His Majesty that this was why he decided to bring everyone back. Jaden lowered his head and thought deeply. The commander, maintaining his pose, assumed that the emperor was very surprised. He knew that for the emperor who ruled the world, a monster with powers beyond human capabilities was a threat, and he could see that Jaden was even more afraid than before. Sweat was pouring down the emperor's face as he spoke again. Even Rick jumped at his statement that the religion of the masses would not change during his reign. Colin and the other officials looked at the emperor. Jaden, who had been stunned for a long time, muttered shocking words, but no one could disagree with them. Within 2 weeks of the festival, news of what had happened spread throughout the Murama world of the Central Plains. Here, everyone continued to live as before. The Murama Alliance announced that they and the demonic cult had united to prevent the plot of the 6 clans of extreme martial arts and the unorthodox alliance to cover up the humiliation. But too many people had witnessed what had happened, so rumors quickly spread through conversations. 10,000 Great Mountains, Heavenly Demon Cult, Great High Lord Temple. Solomon drank a cup of hot liquid. Hank laughed and advised the Great High Lord not to rush as the medicine was still hot. But Solomon drank it all and slammed the empty cup on the table. He looked at the current left guardian and asked him to continue the story. The sick man reminded Hank that he had left off saying that Ash, or rather, the cult leader, was currently residing in Kaifeng. The bodyguard was sitting in front of Solomon's bed. He confirmed that this was the case because the current leader was very busy running the cult's main branch in Kaifeng. The Great High Lord was surprised. He looked down, not believing that all of Kaifeng had become cult territory. Solomon wondered how the Muram Alliance tolerated this. Hank smiled widely and admitted that they really had no choice. At this time, the Great Ming Empire had adopted the Heavenly Demon Cult as its state religion, so an imperial decree was issued to build a branch of the cult in the capital of Kaifeng. The Muram Alliance announced that they accepted this, showing respect for the emperor's decision and the alliance between them and the cult. But given that the alliance had lost nearly 30% of their forces due to the high officials joining the Blue Sky Society, they had no other choice, given that they would be surrounded by enemies if their alliance with the cult fell apart. The left bodyguard smirked contentedly as he explained that it was all thanks to Ash demonstrating amazing divine power in the battle under the Great High Lord. Solomon stared at the empty cup in front of him. It had been 3 days since he woke up, but he still couldn't get used to it. His memory from the fight with the head of the 6 extreme clans was fragmented. Solomon thought back to the current cult leader before and now, and wondered how much had happened while he was unconscious. He admitted that it was indeed strange that everyone called him a Great High Lord, but what struck him most was that this child had reached the realm of life and death. He lowered his head, his expression darkened, and said that the title of Great Masters should be passed from him to the current leader. Hank coughed into his fist and said something he was sorry to say. He smiled widely and said that Ash was already being called one of the 5 Great Masters because of this war. Solomon was shocked and did not believe it was true. His hands began to tremble. He did not understand how such a miracle could happen. The sick man covered his face with his hand and began to blame himself for not even being able to hug his son properly, much less teach him martial arts adequately, and Ash himself had reached life and death at such a young age. He remembered Nora's smiling face and admitted to himself that he was very proud of their child. Hank smiled contentedly and looked at Solomon silently. The Great High Lord felt that look on himself and was embarrassed. He cleared his throat and remarked that then the leader should have a proper title for it. The bodyguard laughed and said that he had earned the best nickname in their cult. Solomon turned his head to him and asked him to tell him more. Hank leaned forward and happily announced that their leader was called a demon god. The sick man shook with excitement. He did not believe that such a thing was possible. After all, Ash was the second leader of the cult to receive the title of demon god since the founding of the cult. A dark cave. Someone was running towards the exit. It was the wounded Nigel, who was breathing heavily. The boy tripped over a stone. He fell into the water. After he raised himself up, a stream of blood flowed from him. Nigel gritted his teeth and put his hand to the wound on his chest, which was hurting badly. He knew that if he didn't leave this place quickly and get treatment, the cold could cause tissue necrosis. Shivering, the boy tried to get up. First, he had to hurry to the palace. As he stood up, Nigel heard a rumble. He saw stalactites falling from the ceiling of the cave. The boy tensed up and looked around. He didn't want to believe that this creature could break through even the thick wall. The noise came from under the ground next to Nigel. Cracks appeared on the ice. Finally, it split and the boy lost his balance. He flew back and hit his back against the hard wall. Opening his eyes, Nigel saw something terrible in front of him. Opposite him was the toothy mouth of a dragon. The creature's eyes were glittering. It sparkled with lightning and looked at its victim. The boy couldn't move and just waited. The dragon opened its mouth. Nigel opened his mouth and screamed loudly. He jumped out of bed, awakened from a nightmare. The boy sat up and tried to catch his breath. Sweat was pouring down Nigel's face. He had that dream again. The man threw more wood on the fire and noticed that the boy was having another nightmare about that time. Nigel addressed him as Uncle Dan. Dan looked at the boy, who, as he could see, really had those events deeply embedded in his memory. He knew that this was logical. After all, he was the only one who survived the encounter with that monster. Nigel silently wiped the sweat from his face. Dan stood up from his place, took off his jacket and said that a lot of time had passed since he was here last, but here in the Central Plains it was still just as hot. He did not know how the people of the plains lived in such a hot place. The man noticed that they had not slept for 3 days, descending from the mountains, so he suggested that Nigel rest a little more. The boy looked at the fire and declined the offer, since that monster could break through the iceberg at any moment. He knew that Dan had only slept 4 hours in the 2 weeks it had taken them to get here, so he didn't like that he was still being stubborn. The man looked at Nigel and mentioned that they would soon be parting ways, since he was heading to the Muram Alliance headquarters. He asked the boy if he was really going to Kaifeng. Nigel looked down and answered in the affirmative. Dan closed his eyes and admitted that Nigel was as stubborn as his own brother. He doubted that they would really help the boy. The man threw his jacket on the ground and stated that among the Muram masters of the Central Plains, the only ones who sought loyalty were the members of the Alliance. Nigel believed that it was better to try than to regret for the rest of his life that he didn't. Dan sighed and asked if those who pursued demons would listen to someone's requests. He said that Nigel had no idea how consumed with malice they could be. The boy was clutching something under his clothes. He couldn't even show it to his uncle, because his uncle wouldn't believe him. He thought that the cult would want to help him since he had it. Then the masked man handed him the gold plate and asked him to be sure to pass it on. The boy frowned. He hoped that the person he needed really was the owner of this, near the Kaifeng branch of the demon cult. The Blue Wind Inn. A merchant with a backpack on his back noticed this establishment and offered another one to have lunch and a drink together, and the other one didn't refuse. They walked on and something caught their attention. A powerful man in black with a red sign on his back was ahead. He was wolfing down his noodles at an incredible speed. The merchants were scared. They passed by and decided that this inn was full, so they went to another one. The innkeeper was upset by this, as the inn was completely empty. The cult soldiers continued to eat their noodles. Bruce watched the merchants leave, not understanding why they didn't just come in and eat. He had no idea why people avoided them like that. The innkeeper gritted her teeth in frustration that they truly didn't understand. It would have been easier for her if they had just eaten upstairs. Falk chewed on his noodles. He figured it would take some time anyway, but he noticed that it was better today than it had been when they first came here. Bruce put down his chopsticks. He agreed with that statement, but he was still unsure. Falk encouraged him by saying that it just meant they had a lot of work to do. Mike patted Bruce on the shoulder and told him that he was being too ambitious about everything. He pointed out that it wouldn't be possible to completely change the opinion of them in 1 month, which had been built up over hundreds of years due to the Muram Alliance. Mike smiled and added that due to the leader's fame, hundreds of new members had joined in a month, which was enough progress in his opinion. So he asked Bruce not to worry too much. Bruce pointed out that they were all Muram masters. Falk still considered it progress, since it showed that many people wanted to work under the youngest of the 5 powerful masters. Bruce looked at him and admitted that he was actually very unhappy about it. He sighed in displeasure, crossed his arms over his chest, and expressed the opinion that Ash should be called the best Muram master in the world at the moment, since even the Alliance leader could not compare to him. Besides, right now, the only person in the Muram world who could handle 3 of the best masters at the same time was Ash. Falk stuffed his mouth with food and noted that this was true. Amanda brought the noodles to her mouth and assumed that it was because of the Beast of the East. Bruce looked at her in confusion and asked what it was. Mike guessed that she meant the fighting god of the East. The Eastern fighting god Harry. They call him the fighting god of the East. He reached the top of the martial arts world with only 2 fists. Harry was the first person to have the word god added to his nickname, even before the demon god Ash. Bruce waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile that it hardly made sense to compare a man who was only known from rumors to a cult leader who demonstrated his power in front of everyone. Falk looked up from his food to say something to Bruce. He slammed his fist on the table, spilling his plate, and was indignant that he had just questioned something his Amanda had said. The girl choked. All the food that flew out of her mouth landed on a saddened Mike. Bruce was unhappy that Falk was repeating himself and said that it was too obvious that the 2 of them were dating. The man in the black cloak was watching them. Bruce asked if a single man could live in peace. He admitted that he had long refrained from talking about it. It seemed to him that Amanda and Falk were so close to each other that the fragile chair was about to break. The girl was wiping her lips after eating. She was embarrassed, but unhappy, because she had asked Falk not to call her his Amanda in front of strangers. She saw that Falk did not even understand that she was upset and only continued to giggle. Bruce and Mike looked in the same direction. Next to their table stood a man in a black cloak. All 4 of them turned their attention to him. Judging by his gait, they noticed that he resembled Master Muram, but they did not know who he was. The man in the cloak thought that he had met those close to the top. He glanced at the soldiers at the table and was glad that he had finally succeeded. The man fell to his knees. Amanda and the others were surprised. The man grabbed his hood with trembling hands, saying that he had finally met them. Bruce stood up and asked why he was falling to his knees so suddenly. Nigel looked at the soldiers and began to beg to meet with the leader of their cult. Amanda, Falk, Bruce and Mike looked at him silently. Bruce left the table. This request was very sudden. Amanda thought that this guy looked like a beggar. Bruce put out his hand and suggested that Nigel contact the branch of their cult in the alley opposite if he planned to join. The guy quickly explained that this was not why he came. He put his hand on his heart and said that he came to meet with the leader of the demonic cult and ask him for help. Bruce frowned and asked Nigel if he really thought that they would immediately bring the guy to him just because he decided to insist on it. Nigel reached into his pocket. He showed the covenant and Bruce shuddered. Falk approached, not understanding what was going on. He saw the gold plate and was shocked. The branch of the heavenly demon cult in Kaifeng. Two people were fighting in the training ground of the branch. The crowd watched the fight attentively. One of the fighters was Chris. Nate was fighting against him. The guy swung his leg, and the girl dodged. Chris hit with another. Nate ducked and prepared her fist to strike. She attacked from below, but her opponent managed to step back. The cult soldiers could not look away. They were shocked, because the techniques of the fighters were different from the usual ones, in which each move is sequentially connected to the next and the previous one. Each move in itself was a technique aimed at the vital point of the opponent. Nate struck one after another, and Chris had to dodge them. The girl frowned, but expected Chris to be fast. The guy turned his back to her, but continued to watch. He kicked Nate in the torso. The girl slipped back. She looked at his bruised arm and assessed the increased force of Chris's blows. The guy landed and promised to do everything right now. Nate took a boxing stance and said that the guy should start worrying. Chris motioned for her to attack and noted that she had been doing the same thing before. The girl got angry. The guy launched one leg attack after another, but Nate dodged. The audience watched Chris fight and marveled at his jumping technique. She did not look serious, but the movements were quite effective. The guy swung again. Nate grabbed his leg unexpectedly for him. Chris was surprised. The girl grabbed his leg. She made Chris lose his balance and fell on top of him. The spectators were amazed that Nate held back the commander's blow. The girl smiled evilly and urged her opponent to give up, because if he resisted, he could remain crippled. Chris tensed and shook. He was worried about his knee. He had another leg, which was now aimed at the girl. Nate's eyes widened in surprise. Chris spun around on his hands and sent her flying. The girl landed and clicked her tongue in indignation. The people in the stands jumped out of their seats when they saw Chris spin out. They were amazed that he was able to use such a technique on the ground. Nate frowned. She did not think that her opponent would be able to dodge her technique, so she wanted to know when he learned it. Ash was also watching the fight. He asked Nano for his opinion. The mechanism replied that the distribution of energy in the capoeira mill was correct. He said that if Chris could use the accumulated energy, the force of the blow would more than double. Nano demonstrated the martial arts of the future, boxing, taekwondo, jiu-jitsu, capoeira to the protagonist, then mixed them with kai and created his own martial art. The existing martial arts in the Central Plains can be destroyed by knowing the chain of moves. So Ash, creating a new martial art, made sure that each blow was critical for the enemy, thus inventing new dangerous moves. Chris and Nate stopped fighting. The cult leader was worried that they would not be able to learn everything properly, but his fears were unfounded. He knew that there could be individual differences, but he saw how these two learned them perfectly. Ash noticed that Nate specialized more in boxing and jiu-jitsu since she mainly used her hands to fight. He also saw that Chris focused more on taekwondo and capoeira, being a master of kicks. The two specialized in techniques that suited each of them better. The commander of the guard, Adam, was also watching the performance. The protagonist had trained him, Chris, and Nate as a test of the new martial arts, and in a few months they had mastered everything perfectly. The demand was made to stop the fight. The fighters saluted each other. The audience was delighted. Adam climbed the stairs and loudly asked the guards if they were all paying attention to the new martial art created by the leader. He proudly clenched his hand into a fist and declared that the martial art that would become the main one in their cult was called the technique of combined martial arts. The soldiers in the stands heard this and tensed. They were convinced that Ash was truly on the path of a great master, since he had created such a powerful form of martial arts. The protagonist felt awkward, because to be precise, it was Nano who had created him based on his analysis. Adam put his hand forward and announced that from today on, he would become a martial arts teacher and teach the soldiers this technique. He urged the audience to make sure they learned it perfectly so as not to become a burden to the cult leader. The audience was ready for training. Ash could not wait for it to begin. Currently, the cult's healers had begun the process of turning the blood of the fire Kirin into a lasting elixir. The protagonist had already passed on the analysis of the ingredients to Nano, so everything should go faster. Ash sat in a chair and Sam stood behind him. He was sure that the day would soon come when their school would gain the power he dreamed of. The two girls looked at the training ground on the other side of the cult leader. Betty looked away and pretended to be offended. She glanced over. Howard's double sword's daughter, Lara, stood there. She was a beautiful white-haired beauty. Betty was not pleased. It had been 5 days since Lara had arrived with the left guard, and despite Hank having already returned to the cult's headquarters, she was still here, secretly following the leader. Betty cleared her throat, deciding that she should be braver since Lara herself had said that she would let her stay. She turned to Lara and admitted that she had heard that she was still feeling unwell, and then suggested that she go into the house to rest. Lara smiled sweetly and assured Betty that she was fine. She said that it was nice to get some fresh air like this, looking at Ash. The girl practically sparkled as she asked Betty not to worry about her and to go first if she was tired. Betty blushed and scolded herself for not being brave. Lara blushed slightly and mentally apologized to the girl next to her. She thought this was her chance since she didn't communicate with the leader very often. Betty turned away, offended. Lara hoped that if everything went well, she would treat Betty like an older sister, but she had no time for that. Something cut through the air next to them. It was Bruce, who jumped off the wall of the platform. Betty looked at him, puzzled, and thought that he was in a hurry. She wondered what was going on. Bruce knelt down in front of Ash and reported something to him. The protagonist jumped up from his chair. Betty tensed up when she saw the leader's reaction. She saw that Lara was also worried. The protagonist menacingly asked Bruce what he meant. He looked at his subordinate and clarified who brought it. In his hand was a tablet of his missing grandfather Mark, branch of the Heavenly Demon cult in Kaifeng guest house. Bruce was hurrying somewhere. Ash and Sam were following him. The protagonist was holding Mark's tablet in his hand. He asked Nano what the analysis results were, and he replied that it was the same material as the sample he had presented earlier, jade. The leader of the cult frowned. He confirmed that it was the ID of his grandfather, who had gone missing about 20 years ago. Ash had heard that followers from all over the Central Plain had been mobilized to search for him, but they had not been successful. Sam turned to the leader and warned him that he should be prepared for any possible outcome, if possible, since the jade tablet was genuine, but the whole situation was highly suspicious. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression. He decided that everything would be clear once they saw it. The bodyguard looked gloomy. He noticed that Mark had not even told him, the only person he had met before he disappeared, why he was leaving. He found it hard to believe that the extremely cautious Supreme Leader would trust his ID to someone else. Bruce opened the door. He let Ash and Sam into the room. Amanda and Falk stood on a chair on either side of the guy, greeting the protagonist. Nigel looked at the leader of the demonic cult and did not feel any signs of martial arts training. It seemed to him that the protagonist looked like a simple young gentleman from a noble family. Ash stood in front of Nigel. Sam was a little behind. The guy assumed that these people were trying to test him. He turned his attention to the main bodyguard and admitted that he felt an incredible aura of martial arts from him. Nigel thought that he could be the King of Darkness, and if so, he was the current leader of the demonic cult. Ash showed the sign and asked Nigel if he was the one who brought this item. The guy confirmed. Falk turned his head to look at Nigel and noticed that he had insisted all along that he could not reveal anything until he met the leader. He wondered if the boy would continue to keep quiet now that he had actually met him, or even introduce himself. Nigel became flustered, saluted, and declared that he was very pleased to meet the leader of the Heavenly Demon cult. He gave his name and said that he was a representative of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. Ash tensed slightly at the name. The three major powers outside the walls. Ethnic groups of people who had laid the foundations of their martial arts outside the Central Plains. The Changbai School, called the birthplace of swordsmanship, originated on the sacred Changbai Mountain in the east. The Potala Palace, which, along with the Shaolin Temple, is famous for its martial arts, is the birthplace of the Gelugpa, which arose during the spread of Buddhism to the Tibetan Plateau. And finally, the Northern Sea Ice Palace, located in the Northern Sea in the land of snow fields, practices ice practices, a type of Yin martial art. Sam's expression darkened. He knew that the Northern Sea Ice Palace had gone to the Central Plains about 30 years ago to conquer the Murim world, but had abandoned the war and returned to the Northern Sea less than a month later. The bodyguard was sure that a peace treaty had been signed with the Murim Alliance at that time, so he didn't understand why the guy had come here. Ash tensed up even more, accepting the fact that this was a messenger from the Ice Palace. He looked at Nigel and saw him as only a beggar in those shabby clothes and with a scar on his face. Sam looked at the guy and asked him if he had anything to prove his identity if he really was a messenger from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Nigel hesitated, uttered something incoherently and said something about his uncle. Amanda wanted more details. The boy waved his hands, worried and wondering how to explain it to him. The others seemed suspicious. Nigel turned his head sharply to Falk and thought of some proof that he was from the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. He asked Falk to lift the ban on his kai for a minute. The cult soldier did not understand what he meant. The boy urged them to look more closely and froze the liquid in his cup. Bruce leaned over the cup and examined it with surprise. Nigel sighed with relief. All he had to do to prove it was to show the palm of the Ice God, symbolizing the Ice Palace, but he was so excited that he ended up being suspected for no reason. He opened his eyes and was surprised. Everyone was looking at him with a menacing expression, and he felt awkward. Nigel broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't understand why the cultists still suspected him even though he showed them ice art. The protagonist slammed his palm on the table. He released his kai, which instantly covered the entire table in ice. The boy's mouth dropped in shock as he saw the table freeze in an instant. Ash raised his fist over the table. He slammed it on the surface, which immediately cracked. The table was destroyed. Nigel didn't understand how this man was able to use such incredible power, which was much faster than the palm energy of the ice white god. The cult leader looked at the boy confidently and asked if this proved that he was also a man of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Nigel was scared and desperately tried to say something. He turned to Ash, who was frowning, and asked him in a trembling voice how he was able to release such energy. The protagonist did not think it was important, and he did not think it was that difficult. Bruce cracked his knuckles and asked the leader if there was an easier way to find out. He promised that he could get the boy to explain why he came here. Nigel put his hand to his chest and asked him to wait another minute. He believed that the people of the cult should know that those who perfectly mastered the ice white god palm, the martial art of the palace, would have gray hair due to the influence of their internal energy. The protagonist noticed that the boy's hair looked black. Nigel admitted that his hair was not always gray because he had not mastered the art completely. He said that if he increased the divine power of the white ice to 10, then it would appear. Ash looked at Sam, who shook his head. Neither of them knew about it. The bodyguard put his hand to his chin and suggested that Ronald might know, but he was currently in the 10 Great Mountains. He gestured with his hand and informed the cult leader that Howard might know, since he was part of the Muram Alliance 30 years ago. Ash agreed that it was possible. Bruce bowed slightly, having been ordered to bring Laura, Howard's daughter. Nigel's mouth dropped open in surprise, hearing about that same Howard, the twin sword of the plains. He had heard rumors that one of the top 5 masters of the Central Plains, Twin Sword Howard, had joined a demonic cult, so he figured it must be true. The boy looked at Ash's majestic figure and suggested that if just one demonic cult had 2 of the top 5 masters of the Central Plains, then they were currently leading the Central Plains. The protagonist sighed heavily, urging Nigel to stop being surprised and prove it now. The boy, nervously, agreed. He began to materialize Kai between his hands. Nigel closed his eyes and concentrated. He did not study the Ice White God's skill to prove anything, but he knew that at this point it was the only way to prove his identity. Falk looked at the freezing boy and became interested. Nigel's hair was turning white. Amanda was surprised. She noticed that the boy's skin had turned white and his hair was turning silver from the roots. Ash, who was watching this, was also surprised by this. He did not know what kind of internal energy technique it was, but he felt that when Nigel changed the color of his hair, a mysterious aura began to emanate from him. The boy exhaled and his hair began to return to its original color. Ash closed his eyes and thought. Nigel asked what they thought. He remained tense, but noticed that the atmosphere was clearly different from before. The boy thought that if the dual sword Howard could help him prove it, he could ask the cult leader for help. After all, he had the identity card of the Supreme Overlord. The door opened and Bruce announced that he had brought Howard. Nigel was looking forward to meeting the great swordsman of the Central Plains, one of the 5 greatest masters, whose fame he had known since childhood. Suddenly, he frowned in disappointment. Howard was walking in front, and Laura was walking behind him. The guy looked at the girl and felt her energy. He could not believe that this young lady had mastered the power of ice, so powerful that her hair turned completely silver. Nigel's head began to spin. He thought that it was impossible for this girl to master the incredible power of yin, which was stronger than even his own. The guy was afraid that he would not be able to convince the cult now. He fell into despair and exclaimed that something was wrong. Nigel did not believe that Laura could do this, because without studying the divine art of white ice, this was impossible. Bruce did not understand anything he said. The headquarters of the Righteous Muram sect. Dan was waiting in the reception area in front of the Ministerial Assembly Hall. He was thinking hard about what had happened in Jinsong, Tongsu County at such a time. He noticed that the Righteous Muram sect had also suffered a serious blow in terms of power, so he assumed that they would not be able to receive help this time. Dan raised his head and looked at the door. He calculated that it had been almost an hour since he had delivered the letter from the Northern Sea to them. He was in a hurry, so he hoped that they would give him a quick reply. Meanwhile, in the assembly hall of the Masters, Ken jumped up from his seat and said that although they had a peace treaty with the Northern Sea and occasionally interacted, it was too dangerous. Kane turned to Lai and said that he agreed with what Ken had said. He did not understand why such a monster was locked in the ice palace of the Northern Sea. The sect leader lowered his gaze and thought. Ken leaned forward and shouted that they should never underestimate the importance of this matter. He reminded them that the dragon turtle was the greatest disaster that had existed since ancient times. Ken believed that they would never be able to deal with it on their own. Daping, Imugi, White Wind Tiger, Fire Killen, and Dragon Turtle. These 5 legendary spirits were called the 5 sacred creatures. Among them, the dragon turtle was a spirit with a dragon's head and a turtle's shell. It was worshipped by merchants who hoped for increased wealth. However, its appearance and attack on the Northern Sea Ice Palace was completely different from what they had hoped for. The 7th pillar, Kane, looked at his leader and reminded them that his family came from the once fallen state of Yen. He said that in the past, a dragon turtle with 3 heads appeared in Yen, and 5 provinces were burned to the ground, and tens of thousands of people died. Kane admitted that even then, with the help of a large number of soldiers and Murim craftsmen, they had managed to seal it with difficulty. He made a gesture with his hand and concluded that it was not for nothing that this creature was called a disaster. The man believed that in their situation, they could not help them by force. Floyd put his hands together as if in prayer and said that if they did not help, the ice palace of the Northern Sea could be completely destroyed. They were allies, so in his opinion, if they did this, the other people of the Central Plains would look down on them. Ken stood next to Kane, who did not argue with Floyd. Another person present stated his agreement with the monk. This person was the 14th pillar, White. He reminded them that their alliance was meant to uphold justice, and he felt that they would be going against that principle if they decided not to help the Ice Palace. Kane chuckled. He had nothing to say. Ken looked at White and made a gesture with his hand. He assured that they, as the righteous alliance of Murim, adhered to justice, but noted that the apostate alliance and the Six-Sword Range School were still in good health, and the demon cult's power was growing day by day. Kane nodded in agreement. Ken asked who would protect the Central Plains if their alliance suffered more. White frowned and countered, pointing out that they could help by trying to prevent losses on their side. Ken made a reference to Kane's words, who said that the dragon turtle was strong enough to burn 5 provinces to the ground. He did not like White's ignorance of how dangerous it was. Lee remained silent and gloomy. White suggested that they should be grateful that the spirit appeared in the Northern Sea and not here in the Central Plains. Floyd quickly interrupted his ugly speech. The sect leader continued to think. He admitted that both sides presented an argument in favor of the future alliance, but something bothered him. In front of Lee was a paper that mentioned that the sealed dragon turtle was released by the power of a bomb borrowed from the Central Plains. This continued to bother him. The man looked to the side. Sitting there was his second son, Ryuk, frowning. Lee realized that he was also suspicious. The cult leader crossed his arms over his chest. He noticed that the boy seemed more and more dangerous with each passing day. In his opinion, Ryuk was as talented as his older brother. Once in the past, Ryuk got angry and declared that they must completely get rid of the alliance of apostates and the demonic cult. Lee did not take his eyes off his son. He remembered that 10 years ago, he was distinguished by a strong bloodlust. Of his 3 children, Ryuk was the most ambitious, so the man tried to keep him away from the possibility of becoming his successor. Reddy trembled and hugged himself. He was afraid of this monster and could not contain his fear. The cult leader looked forward. It had been 2 weeks since Reddy had returned, but he had not recovered mentally. Lee had been giving Ryuk a chance to participate in various government affairs as a test, and he was curious about what would come of it. The leader's second son slammed his fist into his palm and asked his father and the pillars for a favor. Floyd asked him what he wanted. Ryuk explained with a serious expression that he had something to ask the envoy from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and so asked if he could invite him into the meeting hall for a moment. Kane frowned and noted that the decision had not yet been made. Ryuk looked at him and replied that it was an important matter that would determine whether to send troops to the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Dan opened the door. He looked at the table in front of him and hoped that they had finally made a decision. Ryuk slammed his fist on the letter and said that he wanted to ask Dan a question. He pointed out that the letter said that they were searching for a divine relic underground and had broken the ice to do so. Second son Lai raised his hand and added that this was done even though the dragon turtle might still be alive. Dan was surprised. He was dissatisfied because even though he had said it was urgent, the sect had still not made a decision. The man explained that hundreds of years had passed since the dragon turtle was sealed in the ice, so the palace assumed the monster was dead. Ryuk went to him. He accepted the answer and admitted that it was not that important. Dan tensed up. He felt like he was being interrogated. The leader's second son continued to clarify what the letter said. He spread his hands in front of Dan and said that this situation arose because of a bomb that was brought from the Central Plains. The man confirmed this information. Ryuk pointed his index finger up and noted that the letter was vague about how they got the bomb from the Central Plains and asked for more details on how this happened. Dan did not understand why he was asking. The ceiling was decorated with traditional Chinese chandeliers. Ryuk believed that if this bomb was able to destroy the place where the monster was sealed, its explosive power must be extraordinary. He was also worried that the bomb was obtained from the Central Plains. Dan confirmed everything again. The boy, without taking his eyes off him, remarked that a bomb of that power must be something like the Fury explosions that the government had, and its use by someone like Dan was forbidden. He admitted that even they, the Murim Alliance, who had very close relations with the government, could not use it. Everyone present shuddered at the thought. Lee continued to listen silently. He knew that the Six Sword Range School had buried a bunch of Fury explosions underground during the signing of the treaty, so he was also worried about it. Dan's expression darkened. The man sighed and explained that this matter was related to the palace's internal affairs, so he had planned to tell them about it later, but it didn't work out. He clenched his fingers into a fist and admitted that they had received the bomb from some strange group from the Central Plains, whose people had brought the item to the palace themselves. Ryak asked who the strange group was. He frowned. Dan said that neither the palace nor he knew what kind of organization it was. The leader's second son asked what he meant. The man put his hand forward and said that they had only heard that it was a martial arts sect from the Central Plains that was affiliated with the third elder of their palace. Since the bomb was a forbidden item in the plains, the man said that he could not reveal its origin. Ryak became angry. He said that it was very hard to believe that the third elder of the Ice Palace did not reveal who they were until the very end. Dan sighed and said that nothing could be done now that the elder was no longer with them. He was going to tell them about the palace leader and the third elder who had left with a group from that strange organization. The pillars were shocked. The man admitted that they had been trapped in the ice cave where the dragon turtle was and had died. The sect leader lowered his head. He realized that this was why the letter did not have the seal of the leader, but the acting one. Y said that this was very sad news. He raised his head and said that they deeply regretted the loss of the leader of the Ice Palace. Dan thanked him for his kind words and added that the death was not an accident. The leader tensed up and asked what he meant. The man stuck his hand inside his clothes. He pulled out a piece of cloth and placed it on the table. Ryak watched it with interest. It seemed to be an ordinary white rack. The guy picked it up and unfolded it doubtfully. Someone's torso was imprinted on it, as if covered in cuts. Ryak did not understand what it was. Lee jumped up from his chair. He recognized those blade marks. Dan frowned and explained that he copied the marks of the blows from the body of the only survivor. The leader of the sect was angry. He was convinced that the school of the Six Sword Limits was to blame. Nigel showed the cult members the scars on his body. Ash and Sam looked at him thoughtfully. The guy threw the clothes back on and asked if they knew this technique. Sam looked at him and replied that it was the great sword spirit martial art of the Six Sword Range School. Nigel turned his head sharply towards him. He had heard rumors about this school, a new force that had recently appeared. He was surprised that the art that had almost killed him belonged to them. The protagonist was annoyed. He was dissatisfied that they had even reached the Northern Sea. There were frozen fragments of a table on the floor in front of the cult leader. He clarified that Nigel had said that he had been invited by his third elder. The boy confirmed and added that the man knew of a sect that was making bombs in the Central Plains, so the situation had developed quickly. Nigel explained that in the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea, there was a sacred object that had been lost long ago. This sacred object was a treasure that symbolized the palace, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. However, hundreds of years ago, in the process of subduing a dragon turtle that appeared in the Northern Sea, the leader of the palace and the warriors of that time were sacrificed and buried together in an underground ice rock cave. Amanda kept her eyes on the boy. He added that since hundreds of years had passed since then, they thought that even the dragon turtle had frozen to death. Nigel explained that the leader, along with the third and fourth elders, the general, and the elite warriors of the Ice Palace used bombs to break apart a section of the ice rock and create an entrance to the underground cave. The group from the Six Sword Range School that went with them wanted them to go down together. Since the third elder confirmed that they could be trusted, they did not question his words. At some point, at an unknown depth in the underground cave, they discovered the frozen torso of a giant dragon turtle. The boy closed his eyes and said that this was where it all started, namely the traitors from the Six Sword Range School revealed their true intentions. They suddenly attacked Nigel and the group. The warriors of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, known as the undisputed masters of the Central Plains, reacted calmly despite the sudden attack. Nigel became nervous and clenched his fist. He admitted that they had overlooked something. The boy sadly recalled how the third elder, who they thought was an ally, stabbed the leader in the back with his sword. After that, he was attacked by people from the Six Sword Range School and died on the spot. The surviving warriors of the Ice Palace, including Nigel, resisted, but the enemy was too strong, so they were not able to hold out for long. The boy, stained with his own blood, thought that this was the end. He saw that everyone was dead, and he was so injured that he could barely breathe. Just when Nigel was about to give up, the bomb they had on them exploded for some reason. At that moment, the monster frozen for hundreds of years split the iceberg. No one could have imagined it. No one even thought that it could still be alive. The dragon turtle, freed from the ice, began to rampage, and crowds of swordsmen from the Six Limit Sword School rushed at it. However, they died from the turtle's electricity attack, unable to deprive it of even a scale. Nigel said that among the masters of the school, there were those who wore iron masks and used a completely different type of martial art. One of them possessed martial arts so amazing, in his opinion, that even if the leader came back to life and fought him one-on-one, he would not be able to cope with him. However, even such masters were helpless before a real monster. The dragon turtle was a disaster in itself. While everyone was distracted by the monster, Nigel took the opportunity to escape. Without looking back, he climbed like crazy. The boy, looking at Ash, said that as he was climbing, he heard a huge explosion. He assumed that the masters with the iron masks detonated a bomb to kill the monster. Nigel fell to his knees in exhaustion. He had been running for so long that he could not even remember when he stopped hearing the sounds of battle, so he thought that the dragon turtle and everyone else except him were dead. Then stalactites began to fall from the ceiling. It was his mistake. The ice next to him cracked. The boy lost his balance as the floor beneath him turned to rubble. Nigel, covered in wounds, looked into the face of danger. The moment the crack in the floor opened and one of the dragon heads poked out, he froze in place. The boy instinctively knew that he had nowhere to run from this monster. Of course, the monster rushed at him to eat him. At the moment when Nigel thought he was lost, someone appeared and struck the dragon turtle in both eyes. The protagonist tensed up and wanted to hear more about this savior. The boy said that the one who attacked the monster's eyes was a man in an iron mask with incredible skills. Nigel had no idea why he saved him. He was sure that the man was in cahoots with the 6-Limit Sword School group. The man landed next to him. He turned to the boy and urged him to run and ask for help, as they must not allow the dragon turtle to fall into the enemy's possession under any circumstances. Nigel looked at the back of his protector and decided that he was not his enemy, after which he offered to run away together. But the man in the mask replied that he had to stay and collapse the ice cave so that the monster could not escape. Nigel made a gesture with his hand and added that he gave him a tablet and told him to find the leader of the Heavenly Demon cult, and he himself disappeared into the hole made by the dragon turtle. Sam darkened, thinking about the man in the iron mask. He and the cult leader listened attentively to Nigel. The guy said that the man only said that he was the owner of this tablet. He could not even clarify who he was talking about. The bodyguard stepped forward. He hugged Nigel, who did not expect such an attitude. Sam seemed nervous. He asked the guy if he, by any chance, remembered at least one of the things that the man in the iron mask used, at least one technique. Nigel admitted that the technique he had used was too subtle for him to replicate. Sam looked at him hopefully and asked him to just try. He wanted the boy to at least repeat something, even if it wasn't exactly the same. The head bodyguard turned to the leader as if asking for permission, and he nodded silently. Sam pulled his weapon out of its sheath. Then he placed it in Nigel's hand. The boy picked up the sword and warned that he didn't remember the details, so as not to expect too much from him. He tensed, remembering the art the man had used against the dragon turtle. Nigel only remembered how tough he was and that the monster couldn't resist him. The boy got into a fighting stance and prepared to do something. He took a deep breath. Nigel changed the position of the sword. He thought it was similar now. In reality, he was just swinging the blade. Bruce didn't understand what he was doing and doubted that this was a martial art. Ash and Sam flinched and shouted in unison that this was the Heavenly Demon sword control technique. The head bodyguard was happy. Now he was sure that the man was definitely the former Great Lord of the cult. Sichuan Province, Hidden Bone Mountain, Death Valley. It was pouring rain. Two warriors were fighting each other. A swing of the sword. The opponent of the man in red robes hid his face behind a shawl. He seemed confident. The one in red, Oliver, gritted his teeth in anger. He delivered another powerful blow, but his opponent easily parried it. One of the observers of this battle remarked that it was truly incredible to demonstrate such pressure in a fight with the leader of the school. There were two of them, men in black cloaks with bamboo hats. The one who spoke out was called Dean. The second spectator, Baron, agreed with Dean and admitted that he now understood why the leader of the Renegade Alliance did not fight internal conflicts. Another man in a hat, Abraham, frowned and noticed that he was full of despair. He noticed that the leader had not taken a single step during the battle. The man said that no matter how talented the boy was, it was like trying to break a rock with an egg. Dean sighed and said that they all knew that, but he thought it was still amazing how talented he was at such a young age. Oliver made a sweeping strike, holding his sword with both hands. Suddenly, he let go of his weapon. The man changed his position, grabbed the sword in a different place, and struck again. He was stunned. Oliver saw his opponent behind him. He realized that this was a quick clone technique. The rock began to crumble, and the boy jumped back. In midair, he threw a blast of Kai at his opponent. The man, covering his face, blocked everything that flew at him. Abraham smirked. He didn't expect this guy to even use a Kai sword technique and admitted that the Muram world was really wide. Abraham didn't know that someone of Oliver's age could use such a technique, except for the demon world. The guy glared at his opponent. Abraham knew that he was unlucky to meet the leader before the flower had time to bloom. Oliver bared his teeth. He thought of his opponent as a monster. He knew that his skills had improved greatly since he and his comrades attacked the Lord of the West, but he still couldn't make the enemy move an inch. Behind Oliver were people wearing bamboo hats. He was dissatisfied because this was his chance to kill the right hand of the despot Seth. The guy felt that death would overtake him because of these people who suddenly appeared. The man in black with a shawl over his face asked if that was all. Oliver gripped the hilt of his sword and trembled. He had nothing to say. He couldn't even make a scratch. Only a cut remained on his opponent's bamboo hat. The guy's opponent smiled broadly and said that he had been watching him with interest because he used various martial arts. Oliver was very surprised when his opponent named their exact number 38. He did not understand how this was possible. The opponents stood at a certain distance from each other. The man in black asked if Oliver knew anything else. The guy remained silent. The man put away his weapon and decided that in that case there was nothing more to see. Oliver looked at him in surprise. His opponent waved his hand. The shawl flew off his face. This man's name was Craig. He wove a blade of golden kai and pointed it towards Oliver. The guy could not take his eyes off such an incredible amount of natural kai. Craig smiled like a maniac before killing his victim. The next moment, a hole appeared in Oliver's chest. The boy trembled and coughed up blood. After assessing Craig's kai, he realized that this meant that this monster was on the verge of life and death. Oliver lost his balance. As he expected, his intuition was right. He realized that he could not win. His body fell into the water. Craig walked to the river in which the boy's body was floating. Soon, it fell down a waterfall from a great height. Craig stood at the edge of the abyss and watched it. A man in a maroon cloak, Patrick, approached him and laughed. He noticed that Oliver's body was unable to recover properly. Craig continued to look into the abyss thoughtfully. Patrick said that the leader's martial arts had truly reached the level of a god, since he could deal with such a monster like a child. Abraham smiled and said that nothing was impossible for their leader. Patrick turned around, remembered Abraham's name and his position as the leader of the Six Limits Sword School. The man was the second in command of the Renegade Alliance. He thought that the Alliance leader would be delighted to hear the news. Abraham saluted and admitted that he was glad to hear it. Since they had already fulfilled Patrick's request, he hoped that the Renegade Alliance would also fulfill their end of the deal. The Alliance representative promised that they would. He smiled widely and menacingly and stated that now that they had gotten rid of the damn freak who had rebelled against the Alliance leader, all that remained was to deal with his minions. Craig was left alone. He stood and looked forward. He could clearly see that his technique had pierced Oliver's heart, and he could even feel with his natural kai how his heartbeat had stopped. However, Craig did not understand why he felt as if something had gone wrong. He was quite uneasy. The school leader's subordinate appeared out of nowhere and addressed him. He fell to one knee. The boy saluted and said that there was a problem coming from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. His entire body was wrapped in bandages. The boy's name was Diego. He added that most of the spies they had planted had been eliminated, and that it seemed that only 2 leaders and 1 member of the Clearing Blade squad were left alive. The boy suddenly felt scared. He felt Craig's angry gaze on him. The man reached out to him. He grabbed Diego by the neck. Craig looked at the boy from under his bamboo hat and asked why the plan had failed if the demon god had not interfered. Diego tried to explain, while Craig was squeezing his throat, that the dragon turtle was not dead and had most likely come back to life. The man lowered his subordinate lower. He demanded details. Diego explained that the monster had 4 heads, which was different from what they had heard. Craig let go of the boy. Diego sank to the ground and began coughing. The man smiled as he thought of the 4-headed dragon turtle. He agreed that it made sense since the 2-headed dragon turtle had lived for hundreds of years and had become even more powerful. Just as Craig called out for the leader of the Blade of Annihilation, another man appeared. The subordinates knelt down in front of Craig. The man ordered the leader of the squad to take his men and 20 more members of the Clearing Blade squad and bring him the inner core and blood of the dragon turtle. Diego was shocked. He looked up and noticed that 20 men were half of the entire squad. Craig believed that they were created for this kind of work. He glared at his subordinates and asked if this number would be enough. Abraham, the leader of the Blade of Annihilation, looked up and asked if he was sure he was willing to give him half of his soldiers. He had heard that the creature sealed in the palace might still be alive. Craig, without even looking at him, was indignant that he was not following his orders. Abraham hesitated and agreed to follow the leader's order. The man confidently stated that there was no need to worry about the palace since he would take care of it personally. The main pavilion of the Muram Alliance. An entire army was gathered here. At the head of one of the detachments stood the 15th pillar, Yang. Another detachment was entrusted to the 7th pillar, Cain. Also here was one of the 4 main armed groups of the Muram Alliance, the Black Shadow. Ryuk smiled and thanked Cain for his support. He hoped that his warriors, who were immune to the cold, would be of great help to them. The second son of the leader of the Muram Alliance was also the leader of the Black Shadow. Cain closed his eyes, exhaled and said that Ryuk should express his gratitude to his father, since if Lee had not asked him to do so, he would not have joined. Dan approached them and admitted that he, of course, was also grateful to the 3 great warriors. He sincerely thanked the heroes of the Muram Alliance who came to help. Ryak looked at him and said that the fact that the six-sword range school was targeting the dragon turtle meant that they were definitely up to something. Therefore, he thought it was only natural that the Muram Alliance, as an ally, should help. A girl came up and said that it was the strength of the leader Ryak that brought the opinions of the masters together. She was one of the three beauties of the Central Plains and the second military advisor of the Muram Alliance, and her name was Sophia. Sophia was sure that when Ryak's brother Ruddy came out of his isolation, he would definitely appreciate his spirit. Ryak turned away and said that he did not need his appreciation. Sophia was upset that everything remained the same. The girl looked at Ryak's back as he walked away. She knew that the two of them were not on the best terms from the start, like water and oil, but she thought that perhaps the relationship between them had become better because of what happened. The girl decided that she was wrong. Ryak addressed his army and said that the situation was tense. He was sure that everyone had prepared in advance, but warned that the rest on the way to the Northern Sea would be minimal, so he urged them to monitor the distribution of forces. The soldiers gave a synchronized response. The second son of the Alliance leader opened his mouth and loudly announced the beginning of the march. The army went to the gate to exit the pavilion. Nigel bowed low and began to beg for help. He looked at the floor. Now that it was confirmed that the owner of the tablet was the former supreme leader of the demonic cult, the boy could not pass up this opportunity. Nigel believed that the cult was obliged to help him in order to save him. Ash looked at him and said that judging by what Howard said, the Northern Sea Ice Palace is an ally of the Muram Alliance of the Central Plains. The protagonist asked the boy why he did not ask them for help first. Nigel broke out in a cold sweat. He was worried because things had not gone as he wanted. The boy was going to report this on the way north after the decision had been made. The shards of the table were still lying between him and the cult leader. Ash was grateful for the news about the former supreme leader of the cult, but he did not understand how they could send only one envoy from the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea, based solely on his word, and without even an official request. The protagonist's face darkened. He pointed out that the palace leader was dead. He did not like the fact that Nigel thought they would believe that a simple courtier would have the courage to descend to the Central Plains alone and demand the dispatch of troops out of pure loyalty, without an official document. He lifted the boy with Kai. Nigel did not understand what he was talking about at all. He clenched his teeth and tried to move, but realized that his body was not moving at all. There was a piece of ice next to Ash's feet. The protagonist said that anyone who was not an idiot could draw two conclusions. First, Nigel believed that he had the right to represent the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. He looked at the boy and added that second, he believed that there were enemies inside, which is why he was asking for help as a private individual and not as a representative of the palace. Nigel looked at the cult leader with a serious look. He thought that the protagonist was only a master of martial arts, but his insight was just as incredible. The boy decided that he should not hide anything from him. Ash continued to hold him back. Nigel assured him that he had no intention of deceiving him. He admitted that he could not say this right away because he was in a hurry, and the cult leader might ultimately reject his request. The protagonist asked to tell him what he had not said. Nigel looked Ash in the eye and said that he was the young leader of the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea. Bruce leaned forward and exclaimed that he thought so. The protagonist lowered the boy to the ground. Nigel appreciated the cult leader's insight and apologized for his rudeness. Ash remarked that it was brave of him. He glared at the boy and said that if he hadn't told him the news about the previous leader, it would have cost him dearly. The boy clenched his teeth as if he physically felt the pressure. He spread his arms out to the sides and assured him that he had nothing to hide anymore. He added that, as the protagonist had assumed, a messenger with an official request for help had gone to the Muram Alliance. Bruce frowned and became indignant. He thought that if they simply listened to Nigel and went to the Northern Sea, it would be more of an interference than a help. Falk thought that was odd, because if the boy really was the leader of the Ice Palace, he should be fulfilling his duties. Nigel looked down and said that if normal procedure was followed, that was how it should be. The guy said that he was not the acting leader now, but his deputy, his second uncle, Richard. Ash put his hands behind his back and noticed that Nigel was heading towards them to ask for help without the palace leader knowing. The guy shuddered. He leaned forward and said that he had no choice since there were too many spies walking around the palace. Nigel looked down when the protagonist asked if they were from the great sect of the Blade of the Six Martial Arts. The guy sadly confirmed this and said that his main suspects were the acting leader of the Ice Palace, Richard himself, and his followers. Nigel clenched his fists in anger and said that as soon as the news of the death of the palace leader and the release of the dragon turtle reached them, a ceremony was immediately held to transfer the powers of the ruler to Richard. He reproached himself for lying unconscious for several days. The boy gestured wildly as he explained. He said that under the pretext of protecting himself from the dragon turtle, Richard had united all the troops of the Northern Sea Ice Palace into one unit and was now revered as a hero. Falk thought about it. His expression darkened and he agreed that this was highly suspicious behavior. However, he did not think that made him a spy, since the thirst for power was common among many. Nigel looked at Falk and said loudly that he and his father trusted his uncle's abilities, and if he wanted the position so much, he could have simply asked for it. The boy was furious that Richard had instead taken advantage of the palace's vulnerable position to build up his fighting strength. He asked the people in front of him if they would write it off as simple political battles if something like this happened in their cult. Falk looked away. He admitted that the boy's words made sense, and remembered that the supreme sect of the Blade of the Six Martial Arts had deceived them in the same way in the recent past. Nigel raised his hands to shoulder level and added that the third elder was also the right hand of the acting leader of the palace. He explained that the elder was the person who agreed to the supply of explosives from the highest sect. Ash interrupted him and said that it was enough. He looked at the guy and said that he understood everything now and there was no need to continue. The protagonist decided that they would go to the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea and ensure the safety of the former Supreme Heavenly Demon. Nigel was very happy and grateful. The protagonist opened his mouth again and proposed to make a contract before that. The boy was confused. He didn't understand the point and thought that the safety of the former supreme demon of the cult was a top priority. Ash folded his arms and repeated that if their cult showed up on the palace grounds without an official invitation, they would only find themselves in conflict with both Richard and the entire Orthodox Miram sect. He added that there was also a chance that they would find no trace of Mark or even his corpse, in which case there would be no point in the trip. Nigel relaxed. He realized that there needed to be a good reason for the cult's presence, and if there was not even a corpse left of the soldier who saved him, then there would be no way to explain the cult's actions. The boy put his hand to his heart and said that signing the contract was no problem for him, but at the moment he did not have an ounce of power in the palace. He warned that Richard could easily invalidate it and asked if Ash was sure of that. The cult leader replied that it did not matter. Nigel looked at him, worried. He was surprised that the protagonist didn't care, but he decided that he needed to sign the paper now before he changed his mind. The guy picked up a brush. He asked the protagonist, who was standing in front of the desk, what the essence of their agreement was. Ash said that it was simple, and the Ice Palace would guarantee them 3 things. Nigel looked up and was surprised. He didn't expect there to be 3 demands. The cult leader showed one finger and put forward the first one, that after the death of the dragon turtle, its flesh and blood would become the property of the demonic cult. The guy started writing. He asked Ash if he would be the one to kill it, and Ash confirmed it. The protagonist showed 2 fingers and wished that after eliminating the monster, the Ice Palace of the Northern Sea would break its alliance with the Orthodox Miram sect. The guy looked up again, doubting. The protagonist held up 3 fingers, smiled, and said that the last demand was that the Ice Palace form an alliance with the cult instead of them. He asked to write it down as a final request. Nigel tensed up and broke out in a cold sweat. Ash continued to smile. He stated that if the boy agreed to these conditions, they would immediately head to the palace. Nigel waved his hands and asked them to wait. He pointed to himself and admitted that he did not have the authority to fulfill these conditions. The protagonist interrupted him again and urged him to stop panicking. Nigel was very surprised when Ash promised him that he would soon become the leader of the palace. He looked at the cult leader, trying to comprehend what he had just said. The protagonist smiled, left the choice to Nigel, and named him the leader of the Ice Palace. 15 minutes later, the protagonist walked out of the office. He was followed by his subordinates, whom he instructed to urgently summon 6 demonic blades. Ash confidently looked ahead and announced that they were heading to the Ice Palace. The northern regions beyond Zhongyuan, bordering Gansu, Shaanxi, and Hubei provinces. The route to Lake Baikal, where the Ice Palace was built, passed through the Great Plains inhabited by barbarian tribes. 400 elite martial artists of the Orthodox Miram sect raced in this direction without rest, reaching the border of the Great Plains on the 4th day. At the head of these troops was Ryak. Behind him rode Sophia. She looked at the leader's second son with a grim expression. Last night, at the Miram Alliance branch in Shaanxi, Dan was sitting at the table with everyone. Ryak was shocked when he confirmed that they had requested help from a demonic cult. Dan turned to him and informed him that that request, unlike his, was unofficial. He assured him that the heir had carried it out on his own initiative, so the chance of success was minimal. The man stood up, complained of fatigue due to his age, and bid farewell to everyone, wishing them to rest. When he left, Ryak leaned on his arm and thought. Kane thought that there was nothing to worry about, because, as the ambassador said, only they were sent with an official document. He looked at Ryak and added that the demon lord should be aware that hasty actions would negatively affect the reputation of the cult. Kane was sure that the heir was rejected. Sophia looked at Kane and agreed with his conclusions. She thought that now the demon cult should focus on strengthening its position in Kaifeng. The girl did not see the benefit in disuniting the forces in such a situation. She looked away as if she was worried about something. The second son Lai asked her to tell him about it. Sophia turned her gaze to Ryak and said that, due to professional deformation, they think like strategists. She noticed that God only knew what kind of logic the leader of the demonic cult used. From her experience, she could tell that this man acted against the expectations of the majority time after time. The girl continued to look at Ryak and reminded him that they were currently bound by an alliance. She asked if there was any reason to worry if they really did meet in the Ice Palace. Ryak placed his hand on the table and suggested that they think about what would happen if the flesh and blood of a dragon turtle, soaked through with spiritual power, suddenly ended up in their possession, and asked again if there was still no reason to worry. Cain and Sophia became worried. The girl frowned and thought that now was not the time to remember that. The second son of the sect leader reminded him that Ruddy lost his arm due to the will of the leader of the demonic cult. He was incredibly angry that his brother's fiancée was sitting here and chatting about alliances. Ryak was outraged and did not understand whether she was so weak-willed or had already gone over to the evil side. Sophia jumped up and screamed, shocked that he was saying such a thing. Ryak crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had nothing more to add. The girl sighed in displeasure, remembering this. Of course, she was not happy about what happened to her own fiancé, but she did not think that she looked like a person who would mix personal with business. Sophia thought that now was not the time for showing feelings. The girl looked at Ryak and wondered if he was still afraid of the appearance of the head of the demonic cult. She noticed that he had not said a word for 24 hours. Sophia turned around. The girl looked into the distance and realized that the landscape was changing. She turned her head to Ryak and loudly announced that they were approaching the border of the Great Plains and were about to enter the territory of wild tribes. But the second son of Lai did not answer. Cain tensed. He knew that these words meant nothing to the other commanders and their troops, but he and his men understood the situation. Cain knew that these barbarians were not part of the Jianghu, that warfare reigned throughout the year on the plains, and that they were excellent at saddling horses and fighting in groups. The man imagined a barbarian. He was sure that he could easily defeat one in a fair duel, but if 1,000 or 100,000 attacked at once, all on horseback, things would be different. Cain looked at Ryak in front of him. He was glad that he had been appointed their commander, since the Shadow Troop had been fighting off the barbarians of the northern regions of Shaanxi for 5 years now. The man turned his attention to the caravan behind him and remembered hearing that Ryak had recently made an agreement with the Great Hong clan. He assumed that all the treasure chests in the carriage were for him, in case they met. Cain rode on with the others and decided that they could only hope that their journey would be uneventful. The sun began to set. The horse snorted. Cain looked ahead tensely. An army appeared on the horizon in front of them. As if on cue, they had met the Hong clan on the very first day. Dan stopped next to Ryak. He noticed the gray-brown wolf fur robes and also recognized them as the Great Hong clan. One of the riders blew a horn. Cain was afraid that they would be attacked head-on. The adjutant of the Shadow Squad, Alvin, turned to the soldiers and gave the order to raise the flags, which they immediately began to obey. Soon, one of them began to wave a purple banner. The Hong clan troops stopped. Several people separated from them. Cain relaxed a little. He assumed that the commanders had come forward. The man saw an endless number of soldiers, of which only dozens were approaching them. He admitted that it was brave of them. Cain was surprised to see an unusual man, such a brute that even the blood-red horse seemed like a toy in comparison. Ryak tensed up and said that it was Theodore. Cain's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this name. The blood-red horse of the ruler of the Great Plains puffed smoke from its nostrils. Theodore was racing on it towards the Alliance troops. He proudly reared up the horse. This was the leader of the Great Hun clan. Theodore called out to the leader of Ryak's squad with a smile and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time.
While Zhu Dan had only heard of Kang's reputation, and Huangbo wondered if he was approaching too closely, Kang So remarked it had been a while, and Asara commented on Kang's grown hair as they waved to each other. Asara brought many gifts and Kang So explained their plan to pass through the Great Plains to reach the Northern Sea, to which Asara replied that it was fine and there was no need to worry, making things seem smooth. Kang asked Zhu Dan if he understood their words and he said yes since he knew the language of the Great Plains and Northern Sea, which often clashed. Kang thought they should pass the Northern Sea Ice Palace without issue, but the conversation went longer than expected. Asara asked what was meant by that, while Jiggle Sohi wondered the same, noticing the tribe's unusual reaction and asked if she should be told, and Zhu said he could not explain clearly, but said Kang had asked the Great Terror tribe to block anyone except the Orthodox Miram Alliance from crossing the Great Plains, which confused her. The vice chief Surachu questioned Asara if he truly planned to follow an outsider's request, and Asara asked why he feared outsiders from Jianghu, surprised by Surachu's reaction after all their wars. Surachu admitted Jianghu people were dangerous, citing news from the warrior Bukoy, so Asara called for Bukoy, who confirmed that factions fighting for control over Jianghu were the demonic cult and the supreme saber of the 6 martial arts sects, adding that the demonic cult leader was called the Demon God. Asara said Demon God was an arrogant title since no human should claim godhood, the former chief of the Great Terror Tribe, had long been interested in martial arts due to conflicts with Jianghu warriors and invasions, sending envoys into Jianghu and building an invincible army over 3 generations, allowing them to dominate the Great Plains. Asara asked if the demon god was the only real threat, and Kong Soa said the demonic cult leader would likely not appear here, which Buckoi confirmed, so Asara reassured him they would not fight unnecessarily. Buckoi asked about Asara's plan, and Asara explained that they were only asked to stop other martial artists from passing, and with 50,000 soldiers stationed there, even daring fighters would be overwhelmed as their arrows could darken the sky. Surachu said Asara intended to frighten them away, and Asara confirmed, saying as long as no direct conflict occurred the demon lord would not come to fight. Surachu agreed, noting that if all went as planned their tribe would gain 3,000 sheep without losses. Asara laughed, saying everyone knew the saying about killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but just then a soldier arrived and told him that an armed force of about 6,000 was coming from the southwest 8 kilometers away. Asara asked if it was another tribe, but the soldier said no, they seemed to be from Jianghu, and Asara wondered if it might be the demonic cult. Meanwhile, Yoan advanced with his army and companions, and when they reached a mountain ridge he ordered them to stop. Marakiam immediately relayed the command and the army obeyed without hesitation. Marakiam asked Yoan if something was wrong, while Hyobong noticed the ground seemed to shake. The 6th elder Mongmu pointed ahead in shock, prompting Baekhyun to ask why the terror tribe was there, since even savage tribes did not send their full army unless there was a land war. Hyobong thought Yoan, the young Northern Sea leader, clearly lacked experience and had not anticipated this. Asara then stepped forward with Surachu to confront Yoan, noting he had arrived in a single day, which meant less time wasted, and laughed, while Surachu said it was a coincidence and that if they had come before the Orthodox Murim alliance they could have passed after paying a toll. Asara laughed again, saying they were unlucky and it was best to send them back, then called Choi, who responded immediately, ordering that the outsiders be told they could not pass and must return to Jianghu, warning that refusal would cost them their lives at the hands of the terror tribe. Buckoi stepped forward, declaring that the people of Jianghu now faced the Great Terror Tribe, famous warriors of the plains, and introduced himself as Bu Choi, servant of Chief Asara, proclaiming the land belonged to them and outsiders must leave or die, this being their only warning. Meanwhile, Baekhyun said the terror tribe ruled the plains and was extremely dangerous. Marakiam noted their numbers were too great for a direct fight, and Mongmu agreed, warning that engaging them would bring heavy losses. Yoan thought the enemy outnumbered them more than 100 to 1, and a battle now would only waste lives and resources. He asked Nano if he could understand their language, and Nano said it was similar to Mongolian and could be translated. Yoan ordered the translation, and Nano explained that the Mongolian Cyrillic was being sent directly to his brain. At that moment, a soldier yelled at the outsiders to leave, threatening to skewer them, then laughed and attacked. Yoan realized they were speaking nonsense, assuming their language could not be understood and that their goal was simply to block passage. Baekhyun summoned the demon lord to confront the terror tribe, but Yoan released his aura in a powerful wave, causing the warriors to clutch their ears in pain, one crying at the loudness and another groaning that his ears felt like they would burst. Baekhyun, shocked, asked how Yoan understood them. Yoan calmly introduced himself as Cheon Yoan, head of the great heavenly demon divine cult. One soldier panicked, asking if he was really the demon god, and Asara, stunned, demanded an explanation, saying he had been told Yoan would not come. Yoan explained that he knew the land belonged to the terror tribe, that they brought tribute to show respect, and that they did not want to fight, hoping to avoid conflict. Asara wondered if he had been lied to, and Surachu expressed doubt, which Asara agreed with. Then the terror tribe captain Okuro arrived. Surachu questioned why the cult leader would come to their land when already powerful in Jianghu, warning Asara to decide carefully. Noting their enemies likely did not know how much the terror tribe already knew about the demon god, he added that Yoan openly revealing his identity likely meant he was not lying. Asara noted Yoan spoke their language perfectly and wondered if other tribes were helping him. Surachu agreed it was suspicious. Okuro pressed Asara to command the warriors, promising to turn the enemies into crow food. Asara noted their enemies numbered only 600, too few to fear, though rumors about the demon god worried him. Surachu pointed out the outsiders only requested passage, not war. Questioning the need for battle, Okuro defied him, asking when the terror tribe had ever feared anyone. Buckoi, shocked, insisted Yoan must be the demon god, amazed by his overwhelming energy. Asara wondered if the rumors were true and if their forces could still suffer heavy losses. Okuro, frustrated, questioned Asara's hesitation, insisting rumors were exaggerated and demanding 3,000 warriors to attack. Another soldier agreed they should not retreat. Asara realized these men held long-standing resentment. As martial squads were always on the front lines, he asked Surachu if the rear forces came from the Yada clan, which Surachu confirmed, then granted Okuro command over 2,000 Yada warriors and 3 captains, challenging him to prove his confidence in victory. Okuro accepted and gave orders. Asara thought if Yoan was truly the demon god, this confrontation would reveal it. Baekhyun, alarmed, saw negotiations had failed and worried what they could do next, noting the overwhelming numbers despite coming from Jianghu. Wanghul asserted they were not afraid and would attack when Yoan ordered, but Yoan told them to wait a little longer as he still wanted to try one more diplomatic approach, which his allies agreed to. Manju watches closely, curious about what Yoan will do. Okuro sneers, asking if Yoan really believes he is the demon god. calling it a foolish rumor. He vows to send Yowon to hell with arrows and orders his army to attack. The soldiers immediately launch a storm of arrows at Yowon and his forces, but Yowon raises his aura, creating a barrier that stops all the arrows in midair. The soldiers are shocked, unable to understand how every arrow is blocked. With a small gesture, Yowon reverses the arrows, sending them back at the Terror Tribe soldiers. Panic spreads as many are hit, some collapsing in pain, and Okuro himself is wounded and falls. From afar, Asara watches in confusion as the formation of 20 soldiers falls apart, wondering what caused the chaos. Baekhyun recalls rumors that the demon cult's leader could fly and summon thunder, and seeing it now, he realizes the stories are true. Yowon really is the demon god. Surachu warns Asara that if Yowon is truly the demon god, they must not fight him and should let him pass. Asara agrees, calling Buckoi to deliver a message of peace, but Buckoi freezes, lost in thought. Yowon steps forward, recognizing Buckoi as the vice chief. Startled, Buckoi realizes Yowon has been watching him all along and knows this monster could kill them at any moment. Surachu orders the warriors to protect the great chief and they charge with spears, but Yowon, annoyed by a sore throat, repels them all with one wave of aura, laughing that it feels better now. Asara, the great chieftain of the Terror Tribe, a man who has led countless wars and united many tribes over vast plains, has never feared anything, not even the orthodox Murim alliance. Yet, facing Yowon, that fear vanishes. With one gesture, Yowon destroys 2,000 soldiers, throwing them down as if an invisible force took away their will. To Asara, the scene is grotesque and nightmarish, shattering his sense of invincibility. Okuro, wounded and overwhelmed, looks at Yowon in fear for the first time, unable to grasp his power. Yowon silently observes as his comrades are told to protect the great chieftain. Okuro pleads, asking if Yowon is the demonic lord, while Surachu warns him to stop and raises his sword. Yowon orders him aside, throwing him back with his aura and tossing others aside too. Okuro collapses, trembling, staring at Yowon and wondering how someone so young and smaller can have such immense power. Yowon asks whose orders Okuro is following. Shaken, Okuro asks how Yowon has such power and wonders if he really is a god. He admits their plan was only to scare Yowon into retreating to the Central Plains, not to fight. Yowon thinks he only tested him out of suspicion. He recognizes Okuro's alias but realizes someone else is controlling the events, demanding Okuro speak clearly. Okuro finally admits the truth, revealing it involves the second son of the Orthodox Murim Alliance leader. Yowon asked what he means. Bitterly, Okuro says they were tricked by that fool with no loyalty or interest in keeping his secrets. He accepts responsibility, saying his mistake caused this and he must face the consequences. He explains they arrived first and promised 3,000 sheep to stop forces from moving toward the North Sea except their own. Their goal was only to intimidate Yowon, not harm him. He complains that if the fool hadn't lied about his presence, there would be no conflict. Frustrated, he believes 2,000 warriors died in vain because of him. He promises Yowon he will clear the way and urges him to pass quickly. Yowon smiles, and Okuro privately thinks the negotiation worked. If they just pass and deal with the fool, all will be fine. He thanks Yowon, calling it an honor to meet the demon god, a true hero of the Central Plains. As Yowon moves forward, he cuts Okuro's arm, making him scream. His soldiers shout in concern, and Surachu asks why. Yowon says he thought Okuro would make excuses, but the truth is he attacked first. Okuro trembles, trying to speak as Yowon grabs his head, saying even if Okuro wasn't part of the expedition, he would have attacked anyway. Now Okuro blames everything on Kong Soa, pleading with Yowon not to act, insisting it wouldn't have happened without that man. Yowon nods and asks if the chieftain losing both arms is entirely Kong Soa's fault. Okuro, trembling, asks what Yowon means by both arms. Yowon attacks, telling him to direct all anger at Kong Soa. Okuro's comrades shout for Yowon to stop, but he ignores them. Jiggle So he asked Kong if he heard a scream, while So thinks it is impossible. Beyond the great northern plains, often thought frozen and stormy, the land has dense forests, mountains and grasslands. At its center lies Lake Baikal, far larger than all lakes in the Central Plains, known as the Sacred Sea or the Blue Eye of the Frozen Land, regarded as the holy sanctuary of the North Sea. Within it is a huge island as large as a region with rolling plains and low mountains. A grand palace sits among the southeastern peaks, more opulent than the Murim Alliance headquarters, known as the North Sea Ice Palace. The scene moves to the North Sea Ice Palace, northwest of Turtle Prison Mountain at Sealed Turtle Mountain, where a bright light shines from the mountains. Several people gather around it, performing a ritual. Mubang-ho, the second elder, urges them to hold on a little longer, saying the shift change is almost here. Until then, they must keep infusing cold energy into the ice-sealing stone. He thinks that even after doing this for over 3 shijin, he is reaching his limit. Despite all their efforts, the cracks in the stone keep growing, and if they relax even for a moment, the monster sealed beneath might escape. He wonders if this is really their limit. As the dragon turtle's sealed power and spiritual energy get stronger while they weaken, the fifth elder, Yizhong's soul, calls out to Mubang, saying they have come to support him. Mubang admits he feels guilty asking someone who just restored their internal energy through meditation to help, but he cannot hold on much longer. Yizhong says he felt the tremors on the way, which are now strong enough to be felt inside the palace. Mubang comments that at this rate it might be better to face the dragon turtle directly, but Yizhong urges him to hang on a little longer, whether they want to fight or not. Once the Merm Alliance's expeditionary force arrives, they will be forced to risk their lives against the monster. Mubang mutters angrily about the outsiders, and Yizhong quickly reminds him that palace members are listening and tells him to be careful with his words. Mubang asks if it is wrong to question how long they must keep sacrificing their own people while unsure when the outsiders will arrive. Just then, a messenger announces that the Merm Alliance's force has arrived. The scene shifts to the southeastern dock of the North Sea Ice Palace, where the First Elder, young Guizal, watches the approaching ships. He tells the Palace Lord that reinforcements arrived just in time as they were reaching their limits, but he hopes young Lord Juqian Dan is not aboard. Acting Palace Lord Juqian Dan calls out, saying that although his path has diverged, he was once young Guizal's nephew and student of the Ice Wave divine art and martial techniques, so he should not speak about the young Palace Lord that way. Young Guizal says he cannot change the truth, and his absence helps the remaining palace members unite more naturally. He even says it would be best if the demonic cult killed him. Young Guizal remarks that he personally trained Baekhyun, and that he must understand the situation. He blames the former palace master for naming young Master Baekhyun Dan as his successor, saying that if the divine relic had been discovered, none of this would have happened. He asks Juqian Dan what he is staring at. Juqian Dan says their prediction was wrong and points to a distant caravan of ships. Juqian Dan asks who they are. The other replies that he cannot read the writing on the ships, but the black flags must belong to the demonic cult. Meanwhile, Sohee rides on one of the ships, thinking the water is clear and the lake beautiful, and if not for the weather it would feel like utopia. She calls out to So and thinks he never changes, noting that the people have not been properly rested during the journey. She decides that once they reach the North Sea Ice Palace he should request a day's rest from the proxy palace master unless the situation is urgent. Kang Soa says he will decide as the commander and that he is not acting as the general strategist, so she should focus on her own duties for the mission. She thinks it would be better to ask Kong instead. She does not care if he despises her, but she cannot understand why they were forced to finish a 15-day journey in just 10 days, which will exhaust the troops. Irritated, she responds curtly that he may do as he wishes and walks away. Kang Soa reflects that he has felt uneasy ever since they met the Great Terror tribe, though he cannot pinpoint why. Meanwhile, Jegal Sohee enters her room to rest, admitting to herself that getting angry over something small shows how much she still has to grow, perhaps because of her lack of sleep, and decides to take a short nap. Suddenly she hears someone shouting nearby in disbelief. She immediately gets up, thinking the noise is coming from the ships farther back, not her own, and wonders what is happening. She goes out and calls for Kong, who replies that something must have happened and they should check. They are all shocked when So asks what is going on. A soldier points and says it is over there, and they see Yowon running swiftly across the water, leaving them in disbelief. Kong wonders if it is the duckweed water steps, a Kai Gong technique that allows someone to run on water. Though it is less difficult than void steps, it still requires very advanced skill. Martial masters in the evolutionary realm can only run on water briefly. Hwambo watches Yowon in amazement, noticing that even the waves disturbed by ships settle where his feet touch, and wonders how immense Yowon's internal energy must be. Yowon lands on their ship, startling everyone, and a soldier shouts that it is an invasion. Kong immediately recognizes him, while Kang So wonders if he might be the demonic cult leader Yowon. Yowon asks which of them is So. Meanwhile, Juqian Dan, watching from the port, asks if someone really skilled exists in the demonic cult. Young Guizal asks what he means, and Juqian Dan explains that someone just left the cult ship and crossed half the lake using the duckweed water steps, which even the strongest martial masters of the Northern Sea cannot do. He wonders if the demonic master Yowon, one of the 5 great martial artists, has come in person. Juqian Dan asks if the man is the cult leader, noting that he looks no older than 20. Kong confirms that he is indeed the leader and wonders whether Baekhyun has convinced them and how. He contacts Jegal Sohee through telepathy, warning her that this is dangerous, and concludes they must have encountered the Great Terror tribe. Jegal Sohee regrets not stopping squad leader So when he conspired with the Terror tribe, and thinks she lost her composure because of what happened to Yan Buso, wishing she had acted more carefully. Kong asks through telepathy what they should do. Yowon looks at So, signaling that it must be him. Kong warns Jegal Sohee that squad leader So might be in danger because Yowon spares no one who opposes him, having even killed the Namong patriarch in front of the Merm Alliance leaders. Yowon could kill So at any moment. When Yowon lands in front of Kang Soa, Jegal Sohee steps forward to distract him, greeting him and introducing herself as the Merm Alliance's general strategist. Yowon, clearly angry, demands she move aside, leaving Jusheng Dan surprised that he seems indifferent to such a beautiful woman. Jegal Sohee asked why he came suddenly, but Yowon accuses her of pretending not to know, revealing he is aware of their actions. Seeing that he crossed the lake to confront them, she begins worrying about how to handle the situation and keep everyone safe. So steps forward, saying Young is his guest and asking her to move aside. She tries to stop him, but Kang Soa tells her not to interfere, believing this is not the time for a prideful fight. So realizes Yowon is Chining, leader of the demonic cult, and his presence is overwhelming. He thinks defeating Yowon could elevate him above the head of the Merm Alliance, but he is careful not to repeat past mistakes and is ready to do anything necessary. He bows, introducing himself as Kang Soa, squad leader of the Black Shadow Squad, admitting that if Yowon's anger comes from the Great Terror Tribe incident, he has no excuse, and he now believes avoiding provocation is wiser, even if humiliating. Yowon tells So he must pay the price and draws his sword, frightening Kong Soa. Jiggles So he reminds him they are allies and that attacking an allied leader without explanation breaks the alliance, but Yowon says explanation is unnecessary if the ally attacked first. As she tries to speak, Yowon raises his sword, saying enough time is wasted. Hwangbo charges, but Yowon strikes, shattering his bones with ease. Hwangbo insists he cannot let squad leader So be harmed and channels his full power, but Yowon throws him into the water effortlessly, warning everyone not to interfere. Two guards rush toward Hwangbo, one shouting to stop Yowon, the other warning that if Yang harms So they will kill him first. Kong Soa draws his sword, commands everyone to stand down, and cuts his own hand, shocking everyone. Trembling, he addresses Yowon, asking for time to help the Northern Sea Ice Palace and promising to accept punishment afterward. Jiggles So he realizes So cut his own wrist deliberately, risking pain to protect everyone, reasoning that losing a hand is better than losing more and hoping Yowon will stop. Yowon notes he has never faced such a situation and had planned to take So's arm, but So did it himself. Kong observes that the plan may have prevented full confrontation, thinking So even more fearsome than Yin Buso. Kong Soa, grateful for Yowon's mercy, silently vows revenge and believes the dragon turtle's blood and core can grant the power to regenerate limbs, thinking consuming the four-headed dragon turtle's core could make his Kai strong enough to match the 5 great martial artists. He tells himself it is never too late for revenge, and is willing to endure disgrace to destroy both the demonic cult and the unorthodox alliance. Suddenly, Yowon asks what should be done if a man plotting revenge tries to escape. Kong Soa, startled, asks what he means. Yowon explains that he had planned to spare So after taking only one arm, but seeing So's determination he changes his mind, slashing So's face fatally and commanding him to die. Everyone panics, calling out to Yowon. Kong, stunned, demands why Yowon did this and orders all soldiers to stop, questioning if such an extreme act was necessary. Yowon sheaths his sword, saying he has already been far too lenient, and reminds them that although only Soa suffered, all share blame for letting the Great Hung clan act without restraint, ordering them to tell the Great Terror Tribe to continue their attack. Jiggles So he understands that Yowon's words are a warning. They must not question him anymore, and he will not punish them further for what happened with the Terror Tribe. Yowon jumps off the ship, saying the matter is settled, and adds that anyone seeking revenge must face him only after finishing their business with the Northern Sea Ice Palace, but they must be ready to risk their lives. Then he vanishes across the water. Kong steps forward, carefully lifts Kong Soa's head and trembles as he looks at the lifeless face. He thinks that the young master who once dreamed of a clear sky could not even rest peacefully in the end. Overcome with grief, he cries and vows to continue Soa's mission until the demonic cult and the unorthodox alliance are destroyed and the heavens are clear and blue again. The scene shifts to the palace master's office in the Northern Sea Ice Palace, where Juqian Dan urgently reports a problem. Word has spread that the successor has arrived with the demonic cult leader and other martial artists. Juqian Dan notes they have only just arrived, and young Guizal points out that no one is noticing that the successor has already gained the support of the Orthodox Murim alliance. Juqian Dan worries that their efforts to win over the elders and the palace master's direct followers might fail. He feels he cannot ask the demonic cult leader to leave, especially since they were never officially invited, and with the dragon turtle still alive, he cannot risk making the cult an enemy. He wonders if they should have handled the problem alone, but quickly dismisses the idea. A four-headed dragon turtle is too powerful for the palace to deal with. He decides it is wiser to be cautious rather than risk the lives of his supporters just to become palace master. Returning to his seat, he says the situation is only temporary and believes it will not shift the balance of power toward the successor. Young Guizal notes that the elders are paying attention to the successor because of the cult leader's presence. Juqian Dan, visibly angry, slams his hand on his chair, breaking it, and curses the old elders for meddling, recalling their nosiness ever since he competed with the deceased palace master. Young Guizal quietly observes that this will make Juqian Dan see the successor as a real threat, and he cannot afford to let Juqian Dan become soft or hesitant now that he has chosen the path of tyranny. Juqian Dan thinks that showing kindness to others might one day cause his downfall. Even though the successor is both his nephew and his disciple, he believes a true tyrant must destroy every obstacle in his way, no matter the personal connection. He studies the reactions around him and decides they are not planning to remove the successor soon. He remembers being scolded by Juqian Dan in the past for speaking too boldly. Snapping out of his thoughts, he hears Juqian Dan ask where the guests will stay, and someone replies that only the leaders from the Murim alliance and the demonic cult will stay in palace rooms while tents are being set up to the west for the rest. With more than 1,000 guests, the palace will need expansion after the dragon turtle issue is solved, which feels shameful for such a grand place. The person promises to handle the situation and hopes nothing goes wrong tonight, since everyone will need at least a day's rest after the long journey. Juqian Dan mutters that he is not sure rest will even be possible, as the vibrations that began at Seal Turtle Island are now shaking the palace itself. Frustrated, he throws aside a box of pencils and thinks about how the tremors are getting worse. And even though the dragon turtle was sealed, his uneasiness keeps growing. Meanwhile, Hyobong, frightened, clings to a pillar while his comrades laugh at him. Wang Hul laughs too, saying that despite Hyobong's martial progress he has not changed. Hyobong shouts that it is stranger not to be startled when the building itself is shaking. Just then, Yowon arrives with Munju, and Hyobong asks her opinion. Blushing, she laughs and says she is fine, pointing out she has a support beam nearby, which makes Hyobong snap back irritably. Wang Hul chuckles and teases him about his expression. While Marikium and the elders watch quietly, Yowon reflects that walking with the Sea Swords troop reminds him of the Demonic Arts Academy, and remembering those days fills him with nostalgia, making him feel they were truly good times at that moment. Young-Oh, the vice leader of the Frost Sword Squad from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, arrives and explains the palace was built with dew and stone so it should not collapse from such vibrations. Hyobong asks what if the tremors get stronger, and Young-Oh admits he is not sure but says the palace has held so far, pointing out cracks on the wall before suddenly vomiting. Sangwa scolds him for his rude behavior while Young-Oh quietly laughs, thinking it is interesting since he always heard the demonic cult was harsh and cruel, but here they seem like ordinary people. Yowon places his hand on the wall and asks Nano about the building's condition. Nano scans and confirms that the cracks are new, the damage is spreading quickly, and the structure will not last long. Suddenly, part of the building collapses, shocking everyone. Young-Oh, stunned, says the vibrations have never been this strong or frequent. When Yowon asks if things are really safe, Young-Oh insists the ceiling should not fall without warning because of the stone, though he laughs nervously while trying to stay calm. But as the palace begins to collapse, everyone starts running. Hyobong leaps back and questions Young-Oh again, who then urges them to evacuate at once and says he must report this to the palace master's proxy, asking them to follow him. Suddenly a pillar falls, the ground cracks open and Young-Oh stares in disbelief, wondering if the ground itself is breaking. Acting fast, he uses his freezing skill to seal the floor with ice, shocked at the result, knowing that such a feat requires powerful yin energy and mastery of the ice-white divine arts. Munju warns him that the ceiling is falling, and as Young-Oh looks up stunned, Hyobong tries to block it midair. Young-Oh asks what he is doing, and the other masters rush to help hold the structure. Laughing, Hyobong says his instincts never fail, while Wang Hul points out the weight of the stone debris is immense and would have collapsed already without Elder Mong, Hyobong and the head guardian all using void capture at once. Hyobong groans that the weight is unbearable and suggests retreating, and Marikium agrees, respectfully calling him Demon Lord. Wang Hul urges everyone to hurry, while Yowon calmly says the collapse does not matter since he will destroy the building himself. Young-Oh, confused, asks what he means, but Yowon replies that they only need to endure a little longer, and the others nod in agreement. Yowon channels his aura to seal the cracks spreading through the building while Young-Oh watches in shock, unable to believe the overwhelming yin energy that gathers and thickens in the air. Yowon forms countless ice swords around him to block every piece of falling debris, then orders Nano to activate the self-targeting system and destroy everything, and Nano confirms the system is active with targets locked. Using his aura, Yowon hurls the collapsing debris outward, launching it away from the structure, and chaos erupts as people flee, shouting that it is an earthquake and urging others to escape quickly. Young-Oh and his companions also leap out of the building, while young Guizal watches in awe, wondering how such a thing could be possible and noting that they were lucky to be on the top floor since escaping from below would have been much harder. Juqian-Dan bitterly thinks how he had just secured the position he deserved, only for disaster to strike right after. Yowon then brings down the entire building with his aura, leaving Young-Oh stunned and silent, wondering if such a being could even be human. And Yowon unleashes his aura again, destroying every nearby structure in its path as people scream, cry, and beg for help while fleeing. Juqian-Dan rushes forward to support a crumbling pillar, thinking it must stay upright, and uses the ice-white divine palm to freeze both the pillar and the ceiling above it before shouting for everyone to evacuate. As people hurry to escape, he calls on those skilled in ice techniques to freeze the weakest parts of the building to help in the evacuation and urges Elder to locate the key envoy members to keep them safe. After Yowon finishes demolishing the surroundings, he turns to ask his comrades if they are unharmed, and they confirm their safety, while Young-Oh remains silent in disbelief after seeing the ceiling vanish with his own eyes but still unable to accept it. Meanwhile, Jiggle Sohee is injured and coughs violently as Kong supports her, and Hwangbo, also wounded, remarks that things could have ended far worse, while Kong adds that they would have been crushed if the ceiling had not been frozen in time. Watching them, Hyobong realizes they must have been directly below their floor and thinks that the Demon Lord actually saved them, so they should feel grateful. Young Guizal, relieved, confirms he is safe and gives thanks, while Jiggle Sohee, still breathless, asks what exactly happened, recalling that the dragon turtle's sealed cave should be far away, yet the tremors make it feel as though the creature is directly beneath them. Young Guizal says he is shocked by the suddenness of it all, and reasons that if the dragon turtle had escaped there would already be reports, but then suddenly wonders if the seal has been broken and looks toward the mountain in alarm. The scene shifts north to the Northern Sea Ice Palace, where the sealed Turtle Mountain stands, and the fifth elder continues a ritual to hold the seal but senses something is wrong, as there is no vibration beneath the ice stone, almost as if nothing lies there. Knowing the dragon turtle could not have died from confinement, he quickly rises, tells his subordinate he must go above ground and rushes away, silently hoping his suspicion is false. When he emerges and sees the distant buildings destroyed, he mutters in disbelief, refusing to believe it is what he fears. But then another person notices the destruction and senses something approaching as the ground suddenly bursts open in a violent explosion and the dragon turtle emerges, roaring thunderously while everyone stares in shock. Hyobong and Munju cover their ears, followed by the others, and Juqiandan does the same, trembling in fear as he realizes the dragon turtle has surfaced. Young Guizal believes the beast's true plan is revealed, that instead of breaking the ice stone seal, it tunneled here, and the growing tremors were not just its power rising but its approach drawing closer. Furious, Juqiandan shouts that the destruction of the ice palace cannot be forgiven and strikes the dragon turtle, but his sword cannot pierce its scales, leaving him stunned. Determined, he uses ice white space to attack again, but as the dragon retaliates, he shifts to defense and braces to block the strike, while others are struck by its lightning and cry out in pain. Juqiandan charges once more, but the dragon easily repels him and counters with a massive lightning strike that sweeps toward them all. And Kong recognizes with dread that this is the legendary lightning energy of the dragon turtle, long told in the Moying clan stories. Jiggle, so he believes they need to regroup with the rest of their team in the eastern section of the palace and work with the northern sea ice palace to face the threat together. Juqiandan is struck down and lies on the ground wounded. Finally realizing why it is called a calamity, knowing that if he had not blocked the attack he would have been turned to ashes, he understands that its lightning powers are incredibly strong and its body nearly indestructible, and even his mystic realm sword aura has no effect. He doubts if it can even be defeated, but when he looks up at the dragon turtle he knows he cannot retreat and decides to risk both his life and the fate of the northern sea ice palace. Despite the pain, he charges again but suffers more serious wounds. Meanwhile, Hyobong turns to Marikium and asks if he saw that extreme lightning, and both of them quickly hide behind Yowon for cover. Yowon shouts to his unit, ordering the Six Sword Troop to carry out his earlier instructions as soon as they reach the campsite, and they all reply in agreement. Juqiandan then calls out to the elders and squad leaders, telling them to gather the remaining palace members while staring at the dragon turtle. At that moment, Kong Moyong's son Yumuyang arrives and identifies it as the dragon turtle, and Kong appears shortly after with his companions, calling his son's name. Yumuyang turns toward his father just as another dragon turtle head emerges, startling him, and he asks if it is another head. Jiggle, so he notices too and wonders why only 2 heads are visible since she was told it has 4, and the absence of the other 2 worries her. The second head roars loudly and fires a lightning strike, which Yumuyang catches sight of and feels its overwhelming force. He yells for everyone to retreat, but some are caught and suffer severe burns. Kong sees the destruction and questions if it is really using lightning, shocked that nearly 80 people have died from one strike. He checks if Jiggle Sohee is safe and suggests she should withdraw, but when she pauses he repeats himself until she finally replies that they must leave now. Surprised, he asks where, and she says they must head to the demonic cult to warn them as well. When he asks what to warn them about, she explains that if she is right, the dragon turtle plans to eliminate them one by one, recalling past events with the demonic cult, the Murim Alliance and dragons. She explains that the first head appeared only to observe and the second's appearance was not by chance, meaning the third is likely where the demonic cult is. Suddenly, the ground collapses beneath them, and Jiggle Sohee realizes she is correct, insisting to Kong that they must warn the cult to move away from the dragon turtle. Though reluctant, Kong understands that if the demonic cult is destroyed, defeating the dragon turtle will be even harder, so he decides he has no choice. He calls Yumuyang and orders him to urgently tell the demonic cult to distance themselves, while directing the others to retreat and prepare fire arrows. Recalling ancient records that suggested they could harm the creature, though he doubts they will work, Yumuyang agrees and runs as fast as he can, but frustration grows when he sees the dragon turtle already moving quickly toward the demonic cult too far ahead for him to catch. Suddenly the dragon turtle appears before him, and he is filled with fear as its roar spreads panic around. Others also recognize it as the dragon turtle, and a guard shouts warnings, ordering the ranks to open, but realizing it is too close and a lightning strike could wipe them all out, Yumuyang quickly orders everyone to retreat and stay as far away as possible. They throw poles at the dragon, and it roars as it launches lightning, but the poles strangely absorb the energy. Everyone is stunned as they see the lightning being drawn away and the people nearby remaining safe. Yumuyang too is amazed, watching the demonic cult members unharmed, and he wonders how the poles could absorb the lightning, questioning if they are what protected them. Though he remains puzzled by the lightning running through the ground, despite the danger, everyone hides behind the poles safe from harm, and they all breathe with relief as one person says with amazement that the method works exactly as the demon lord had explained. With hardened tree sap on their feet, the lightning cannot reach them, and the sap, once a precious palace trade good, was given by the demon lord to protect them. Nano reports that more than 90% of the lightning on the surface has been neutralized, and Yowon, who had doubted the use of a lightning rod and rubber, now sees that the plan is successful and feels relief that his preparations with Nano worked. After hearing from Baekhyun about the dragon turtle's control of lightning Kai, Yowon moves toward the creature, recognizing it as the first living mythical being he has ever faced, and though he senses its power, he refuses to feel fear. Yowon calls Elder Mong, who answers at once and orders an attack, commanding the Six Sword Troop to summon their blade aura, and his men confirm they are ready, their eyes fixed on the dragon. Yowon signals with his hand that it is time, and Mong orders the captains to aim for the dragon's head, so they agree and rush forward as the dragon turns toward them. Mercenary realizes sword aura alone cannot deal much damage to such a beast, so he draws his sword, activates his aura and calls the troop to strike together, while Hyobong joins him in preparing the assault. Wanghul and Songhua take the lead, declaring they will target the dragon turtle's head, and they scale its massive body to reach it. Mercenary unleashes the final form of the 24 demonic sword technique with the sword sect scenery, while Hyobong performs the illusion sword sect's ultimate form, stabbing the dragon's head with the martial illusion sword, making the beast roar in pain, and Mercenary urges him to keep attacking. Songhua uses the destructive axe sect's ultimate wind-forming axe. Wanghul strikes with the demon fist sect's all-piercing fist. Chok Sama performs the warrior dance sect's blooming of 100 flowers. Tak Guillaume Chai wields the Westgate sect's divine sword force. Baek Ji unleashes the pure kick sect's whirlwind kick, and Munju strikes with the demonic dragon palm sect's unrestrained dragon force. Together they launch the six sword troops' ultimate rampage, attacking from all sides, and Yumuyang watches amazed, believing even the dragon turtle cannot withstand such power, thinking the demonic cult will soon behead it and that strategist Jigel Sohee and his father had worried for nothing. Deciding it is better to return, suddenly someone shouts for all to move aside, warning something is coming, and as Yumuyang looks back he sees the dragon gathering an enormous amount of energy inside its body. He realizes it is true energy beyond normal measure as Mercenary orders retreat and everyone falls back except Hyobong and Tak Guillaume Chai, who remain near its head. Munju cries out to Hyobong in fear. Wanghul shouts for Tak Guillaume Chai, and both are frozen in terror as they see the overwhelming power the dragon prepares to unleash. Mong cannot believe it, and Yowon exclaims that the whole mountain has been erased as they all stare in shock at the destruction, with Baek Ji realizing that only ashes remain where the ray passed, something no reflective energy could block. Munju falls to her knees crying for Hyobong, asking how this could happen, when suddenly Hyobong reappears alive, bringing Munju overwhelming relief as Yowon shields them with an aura circle against the continuing attacks. She exclaims she thought he had died, and Hyobong admits he thought so too when he began to float, while Tikjon thanks him for saving her as the dragon readies another strike. Hyobong notices and thinks the fool is at it again, preparing himself for a counterattack while Mercenary orders everyone to lay down weapons and stay low, which they obey. Yowon unleashes his ice swords at the dragon as the others also attack, making it roar in pain, and bystanders shout that the demon lord has stopped it, filled with excitement, though Mercenary tells them to stay down, and Yowon reflects that even this will not be enough. The dragon roars once more, releasing a lightning storm so loud that everyone covers their ears and scrambles for safety, and Baek Ji wonders how long it will continue as Nano informs Yowon that the lightning rods can no longer hold out under the strain. Yowon explains that he had hoped to defeat the dragon turtle with careful planning without tiring out his forces, but now he sees that he underestimated it and fears they will all be electrocuted. The lightning's range is too wide for even the formless sword to work, so he asks Nano if there is another way to handle it. Nano replies that if the heat is high enough, atomic vibrations increase and disrupt the movement of electrons. When Yowon asks for a simpler explanation, Nano says that extreme heat reduces the flow of lightning, though it is dangerous because the monster's lightning is too strong. Yowon says it must be done despite the risk. Just then Munju calls out to him, but he tells her to step back, confusing her until he releases a surge of aura that pushes his allies away and activates the black flame. Sama is shocked, asking if it is truly black flame, noting it is far stronger than what Hyobong had shown earlier, and Hyobong confirms it, reminding them that they are dealing with the demon lord. Yowon notices the lightning feels less powerful now, only causing a slight tingling that he can bear. The dragon roars and unleashes a wave of lightning that melts the surrounding poles, and onlookers cry out in shock as one warns that the rods are melting. Some are struck by lightning, screaming for help, while Yowon realizes the creature has sensed another mythical energy within him and is now responding with greater power. He knows if he does not act fast, his followers will die, so he creates a dagger of black flame and declares it is time to end the dragon turtle. The dragon attacks with a powerful aura, but Yowon blocks and counters with a stab, exciting the others, who shout that the demon lord is incredible and about to win. The dragon fights back, pretending to fall for his trick, and Yowon realizes it is more intelligent than expected but refuses to back down, charging again as they clash fiercely. During the battle, Yowon is injured and his comrades call out in worry as the dragon prepares another strike that rips through the ground and wounds a warrior. Tak Guillaume Chai falls to her knees in despair, saying they should have stopped him, while the others cry out to Van. In response, Yowon summons his black flame aura to heal himself and rise again, amazing the others, who cheer that he is alive and marvel at his stronger aura. He wonders why he survived when the last attack should have been fatal, and Nano explains that his energy has reached 400%, likely because the electricity weakened by heat was absorbed as energy. Yowon smiles, saying he now no longer fears the lightning. Meanwhile, Juqian Dan and young Guizal, with help from other masters, try to restrain one of the dragon's heads using ice. Juqian Dan unleashes the fifth technique of the Ice White Divine Palm combined with the Ice Heaven White Flow, freezing one of the dragon's faces, but the other head roars in fury. Young Guizal notes they have only angered it further. While Juchi and Dan orders the ice white space defense together, they brace and manage to block the next lightning strike. The dragon roars again, attacking Juchi and Dan and young Guizal, who is slammed to the ground and thinks that mere defense is useless, as they need a way to kill the beast by piercing its scales. Juchi and Dan reflects that only 1/6 of their original 1,000 fighters remain and realizes they must summon help. So he calls telepathically to Jigal Sohi, the substitute palace master and strategist. She responds that there is something important he must know. The dragon turtle is weak. When he asks what she means, Kong releases a rain of fire arrows, thanking his ancestors, realizing that though the arrows cannot pierce the scales, they have been slowly weakening the dragon turtle's lightning. Hwangbo orders his men to keep firing and more fire arrows fly through the air. As the attack continues, he confirms the arrows are working. Kong says they are finally making progress, but too many lives have already been lost, with only half their forces left. He points out they are running low on arrows and must collect the usable ones from the ground. He coats his blade with liquid and says they must finish this now. Hwangbo asks what he plans to do, and Kong admits it may be reckless, but he will charge in and cut off the dragon's head before the arrows run out. He lights his sword with fire and asks if Hwangbo will join him. Hwangbo warns that although the dragon's lightning is weaker, rushing in is still reckless. Kong nods, ready to charge. Hwangbo presses his sword against Kang's and sets it aflame as well, saying they must hurry. The soldiers stare in shock and ask what they should do, but Hwangbo tells Kong they must end this before their fire fades. Kong agrees, and together they charge the dragon. The beast strikes with lightning, but they block it with their swords. A soldier shouts for the army to cover the patriarchs, and another round of fire arrows is fired. Despite the assault, Kong and Hwangbo push forward as the dragon remains under attack from above. Kong wonders if the dragon is retreating, but suddenly it bursts from underground, surprising them and knocking them back. Kong curses, realizing the attack came from below, and the dragon launches another strike at him. He knows he cannot block in time, but Yumuyang steps in, using the ice white space to shield him. Kong stares in surprise as Yumuyang tells him to keep moving and they will hold the line. Kong and Hwangbo pick up their swords and charge again. The dragon prepares another deadly attack, forcing them to dodge and defend as best they can. They are injured and struggling, but they push themselves to endure. The soldiers watch in shock, calling out to the patriarchs in concern, some urging them to hold on longer. Kong and Hwangbo keep blocking the dragon's attacks, forcing their way forward. With a fierce cry, Kong curses the beast and strikes with full strength, cutting off its head. They land as the knights cheer, shouting that the dragon turtle has been slain and the patriarchs have won. Hwangbo laughs, amazed they pulled it off, admitting he thought he would die and never believed Kang's reckless idea would work. Kong calls to him, and Hwangbo replies that he knows they did it, but Kong calls again with urgency and runs toward him. Confused, Hwangbo does not understand until a lightning strike hits him from behind. The scene flashes back to Kong, believing the task was complete, with only 2 other locations left to help. Suddenly, black blood rain falls, and when he looks up, another dragon head appears. Snapping out of it, Kong rushes to save Hwangbo, calling his name. Hwangbo replies that he knows they have succeeded, but Kong shouts again, too late, as the dragon attacks and knocks Hwangbo unconscious. Wang Hu looks around and wonders if he is dreaming, saying he has already seen enough impossible things. Baek Ji says Kong keeps surprising them, and Munju asks if the demon lord is absorbing the dragon turtle's power. Yowon activates his aura to draw in the dragon's energy, and Nano reports the charge has reached 500%. The dragon roars. Yowon tries to control it but fails, and he wonders what is wrong. He reverses the process and strikes again, wounding the dragon. Calling to Nano, he hears the target is locked, and 200% of the power is being used. Yowon orders to fire, releasing a black flame that cuts off the dragon's head. Munju shouts in joy that the demon lord has defeated the dragon turtle and praises the heavenly demon divine cult, declaring long life to it. Nano reports that energy levels are at 230%, 210%, and 195%, dropping quickly. Yowon realizes the energy is draining much faster than expected, far beyond his usual amount, leaving him exhausted, but the threat is over for now. Munju runs to him, but he tells her not to worry, saying it is nothing. She gives him an annoyed look while he stares at himself, puzzled why the black flame appeared so suddenly. Then the dragon rises again and unleashes a lightning strike at Yowon, who wonders what is causing this. Munju called out to him with concern, Baek Ji expressed disbelief, and Wang Hu murmured that it was a nightmare, leaving everyone in shock. Yowon looked at the dragon and thought it truly seemed immortal, while Nano informed him that the most efficient defense mechanism had been activated. Yowon thanked him but remained in disbelief, noticing that the dragon's exploded head had already regenerated. Then he heard Kong screaming for Hwangbo, and realized that the Murim Alliance had also managed to sever one of the dragon's heads, which was regenerating as well. He assumed the same was happening with the head the Northern Sea Ice Palace was fighting, realizing that if all 4 heads had this ability, then something was wrong because one head was missing. He sat down as the dragon regained its powers, and while Munju urged him to move aside, he kept meditating to prepare for the next attack. The dragon struck, but Yowon evaded, worrying his companions, and then he sensed strong underground vibrations that felt like a heartbeat, alive and excited. Placing his hand on the ground, he pinpointed the source and concluded that the true head of the dragon turtle was hidden there. His body froze mid-air, eyes fixed on that spot, Kai flaring sharply as he confirmed that was the real head. He asked Nano about energy levels, and Nano replied with 154% remaining, which Yowon knew was not enough. He summoned Sword Kai but realized even at full strength it would not reach the hidden body. Looking at the raging heads below, he thought he needed their energy. Meanwhile, Kong struggled violently, demanding to be released so he could kill the monster, but his disciples held him back, warning he would die if he rushed in. Hwangbo lay cold and still, his disciples crying out in disbelief, and the Ice Palace Master, sweating and furious, cursed the dragon turtle's healing as its frozen head twitched and regenerated instantly, leaving his men shaken and hopeless. Suddenly, a blazing arc of sword light tore through the sky, striking the blue head and then the yellow one, spraying blood as both creatures roared and turned toward Yowon, who floated calmly with his blade crackling with Kai, smirking as the enraged turtles growled. Juchi and Dan, stunned, wondered if it was truly the demonic cult leader. The dragon turtle then launched a devastating blast at Yowon, and Nano warned against it, but Yowon exhaled calmly as black flames swirled around him. The blue head followed with another blast, and Nano warned of the high risk, yet Yowon said it was not a big deal. When the green head fired as well, Nano recommended moving away, but Yowon ignored it, stretching his hands forward to intercept. A blinding light exploded, shockwaves shattered buildings, and the three heads advanced their power, forcing everyone below to shield their eyes as metal structures melted under lightning strikes. The Ice Palace Master gasped at the attack's strength, while others wondered why Yowon did not retreat as the green head continued regenerating and attacking. Yowon's eyes snapped open, target locked, and he asked Nano what had just happened before firing multiple blasts that tore through the dragon turtle's heads, ending the battle in an instant. Blood sprayed as the decapitated creature crashed down, and strategist Jeagle stared in disbelief as black flames lingered on the severed heads. The ground shook as the corpses fell, leaving the crowd frozen in shock, murmuring that it was not regenerating this time, while Kong whispered in relief that Yowon was still alive and then admitted in awe that he had slain all three heads at once. The black flames burned fiercely as Yowon struggled to regulate his energy, while the crowd wide-eyed questioned if he was even human. With tears in his eyes, Hyobong whispered that he always believed in his master, but Baek Ji, watching closely, noticed that Yowon looked unwell. Yowon, drenched in sweat, trembling and coughing blood, heard Nano warn that his energy had reached 1,200% and was at the limit, putting his life in danger. Wiping the blood away, Yowon muttered that he just needed to hold on a little longer. Hyobong, watching the flames grow stronger, murmured in awe, but before he could finish, Yowon reached out to him through telepathy. Hyobong's eyes widened when Yowon instructed that the dragon turtle's lightning was weak to fire and heat, and told him that if anything happened he should protect the cult members. Hyobong stuttered in shock, asking what Yowon meant by that, but Yowon calmly and firmly said he believed in him, and Hyobong, filled with determination, closed his eyes and clenched his burning fist before replying that he would obey. Yowon then took a deep breath and flew over the place where he sensed the fourth dragon head, crossed his arms and released energy from his body. A blue streak of light shot upward as countless swords soared into the sky, and he raised his hand to hold them steady in midair, looking like a true demon lord preparing for the final strike. With a solemn face, he declared that he would return as much pain as had been given to him. The Ice Palace Master watched in awe, realizing this was the demonic cult leader, while the young Guizal was stunned, unable to believe that Yowon had covered the entire area with his true energy. Kong, confused, wondered aloud if Yowon intended to kill them all while they were exhausted from fighting the dragon turtle. But strategist Jeagle reminded him that the dragon turtle was not yet dead and asked if he had forgotten about the fourth head. Realization struck Kong, who understood what Yowon was after. The black Kai enveloped not just one sword but the entire blade, now blazing with a fiery aura, while Nano locked on the target and coordinated the attack. The sky filled with Sword Kai crackling with black flames that rippled with immense power, and Yowon, like a seasoned warrior, gave the command to strike. The flaming sword surged down from the sky with a thunderous boom, destroying everything in their path as people scrambled, shouting warnings to get away or risk being swept into the destruction. The Ice Palace Master stood frozen in shock, sweating as he watched his palace of 700 years collapse, while strategist Jeagle, filled with awe, identified the attack as the Heavenly Flash. Kong, however, quickly denied it, saying it was not the same Heavenly Flash he had seen before but something far stronger, while Yowon, gritting his teeth, continued to unleash devastating strikes. Nano warned that the remaining charged energy was 335%, but Yowon, already drained of 7/10 of his true energy, fought through blurring vision and fading consciousness until his attacks grew erratic, the ground quaking with each strike, and finally he collapsed unconscious. At that instant, red lightning burst violently from the ground, blasting upward and spreading outward in a destructive shockwave. Kong barely managed to dodge, but nearby warriors were struck down as he shouted for everyone to get away from the cracks. Chaos spread as red lightning erupted again, and when one bolt shot toward a group, a young warrior froze in terror, only for Hyobong to appear in flames and block the lightning with a wall of fire. The clash of heat and electricity roared violently as Hyobong shouted to check if everyone was safe, and the cult members behind him quickly bowed in thanks. Meanwhile, the Shadow Guardian avoided a strike and listened to the roar that sounded like pain, realizing the lightning was crashing down with unstoppable force and carving scars into the earth. A massive strike then shot toward a swirling red mist as Yowon, barely conscious and writhing in pain, forced more energy from his battered body. The left Shadow Guardian saw that Yowon's attacks had struck the monster's main body. Yowon raised his hand, black flames spiraling upward around 3 swords, then dozens more, forming a towering weapon of concentrated fury as Nano reported energy use rising beyond limits. The main dragon turtle head finally emerged, roaring with lightning energy and charging at Yowon, but Yowon, consumed by rage, shouted that it should shut up and die. the blade cluster ignited and unleashed a colossal blast that vaporized the dragon turtle's head in a blinding eruption, and the energy continued downward, ripping open the earth while shockwaves hurled people away. The ground split apart as endless destruction rained down, until a massive explosion shook the land and lit the sky, and when it finally ended, silence fell. A huge crater appeared where the turtle had stood, its body gone and its power erased. Everyone looked upward as the flames around Yowon's wound faded. He floated in the air, covered in blood and sweat, but victorious. Looking down at the pit, he smiled faintly and wiped his face. The crowd could hardly breathe, their faces red with awe, realizing the demon lord had succeeded again. They cheered, raising their hands, while Kong and strategist Jeagle felt joy knowing the dragon turtle was truly dead. The Ice Palace master stared in shock, finally accepting that it would not return to life. The demonic cult members praised Yowon loudly, declaring their loyalty to the heavenly demonic divine cult, while Baek Ji and Hyobong shouted happily. And Munju smiled through tears of joy. Yowon breathed heavily, thinking that he had been lucky to finish before his energy was gone. He looked at his hand and muttered thanks to Nano, but grew uneasy when no answer came. As a breeze passed, his vision blurred and he called for Nano again, but still there was silence. Blood dripped from his nose, and suddenly he coughed out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking as he kept coughing until he fell from the sky. Hyobong saw him first and shouted for him, and Kong froze in shock as their leader crashed hard into the ground. They rushed to him, calling out, but Yowon trembled violently, his energy raging. Hyobong tried to steady him, offering support, but sparks of electricity burst from Yowon's body, forcing both Hyobong and the left shadow guardian to jump back. Hyobong was stunned and asked what was happening, while the guardian admitted with a trembling voice that they could not get close. Yowon clenched his teeth, veins bulging as the electricity tore through him, wondering if this was the price of using power beyond his limits, as it felt like his meridians were being ripped apart. Munju, frantic, asked what was wrong, and the Grand Guardian explained that it was likely the result of absorbing the lightning beam from the 3 dragon turtles earlier, a backlash that caused a surge of unstable energy. Hyobong, horrified, realized Yowon had gone beyond human limits, displaying strength equal to a spiritual beast, so naturally even he would suffer strain. Munju asked how they could help, and Mong declared he would try to drive out the thunder energy. But another disagreed, and Hyobong insisted his flames would work better. Barely holding himself together, Yowon weakly raised his hand, telling them not to come near. His gaze shifted to the distance where the North Sea Ice Palace members, the Orthodox Murim Alliance, and the Dragon Turtle's corpse lay. His fists clenched as the wild electricity surged, and he sat cross-legged, forcing himself into meditation to calm his Kai, asking everyone to protect him. Through telepathy, strategist Jeagle told Kong that their leader's condition seemed strange, and Kong agreed, saying it felt as though Yowon had weakened. Mangmu warned it was dangerous to meditate there while vulnerable, but the left shadow guardian stopped him, ordering the 6-sword squad to form a protective circle. They obeyed, but Mangmu argued that if the Orthodox sect and the Ice Palace attacked together, it would be dangerous. The guardian replied firmly that Yowon already knew this. When Mangmu asked what he meant, the guardian explained that before their enemies' eyes lay the core and blood of the dragon turtle, treasures that could greatly increase inner Kai, and the real question was whether they would try to seize it first. Mercenary confirmed this, saying martial artists would naturally be tempted by such power. Baek Ji narrowed his eyes, suspecting they would attempt to claim the blood and essence, then glanced at Hyobong, asking if he was fine with them taking it since he thought Hyobong would oppose it. Hyobong only grinned lazily and said no one really knew what would happen if someone consumed it recklessly. It might be a miracle or it might be death. The tension grew heavier as a group of martial artists gathered near the dragon turtle's blood, their eyes filled with both awe and hunger. One of them muttered in disbelief that it was truly the creature's blood, while others thought about how absorbing the blood or essence of a spiritual beast could bring unimaginable power and that such a chance might never come again. Another remarked that even a single Shaolin rejuvenation pill would cause chaos in the martial world, but this blood could grant the very strength of the dragon turtle itself. As Kong, the 3rd Division leader of the Black Shadow Forces, stepped forward with trembling hands to reach for it, a calm voice warned that no human body could endure the raw blood. Ji Maung froze and turned to see Kong standing with arms crossed and a steady gaze. Ji Maung frowned and asked, "How do you know that?" Kong explained in a heavy tone that long ago their clan's ancestors captured a dragon turtle. Ji Maung grew hopeful and asked if he then knew how to absorb its blood, but Kong shook his head and admitted he did not. Ji Maung was shocked and pressed further, asking if the ancestors had at least taken its essence. Kong, looking away as if recalling the past, said they tried, but it was stolen. He described how the essence appeared as thunder energy wrapped in searing blue flames, untouchable and deadly, so they had to find a way to seal it, but before they could, it vanished. Kong recounted how a lone man stood among corpses after wiping out the entire pursuit force with a technique unknown in the Central Plains, forcing every military division to mobilize until they finally cornered him in Nungan Mountain, where he mysteriously disappeared. Ji Maung, half amused, said it sounded like an old legend from the Blade God 6 martial clan, but Kong insisted it had happened even earlier, closer to the time of the heavenly demon cult's rise. Before he could finish, a sudden bolt of yellow lightning struck, killing a man who had drunk the blood. Lightning burst from his body until his head exploded, leaving everyone stunned. Some shouted that it was just as Kong had warned, that the blood truly could not be consumed. Ji Maung, furious, cursed that they had killed the dragon turtle for nothing and demanded a reward. He declared they should at least take the head of the demon cult leader Yowon, claiming it was their chance to strike now that he had weakened. But Kong laughed softly and reminded him he knew nothing of Yowon. In a grave tone, Kong explained that a similar attempt had been made in Tango County when the Blade God clan attacked Yoan after he used Celestial Flash, only to be completely wiped out because Yoan had faked his weakness to lure them. This proved he was too cunning and too strong for their current numbers. Kong then asked if they could even break through the Guardian formation. Ji Maung fell silent, then suddenly suggested forming an alliance with the North Sea Ice Palace. He turned to Wijong Make, the temporary lord of the Black Shadow Forces, who calmly analyzed that although the palace had suffered losses, they still held great strength. With their help to lift the formation and with his own ability to hold off the Dark King, they might have a chance. Ji Maung felt hopeful and urged them to approach right away, but Wijong Make simply pointed toward the Ice Palace Master, who was already sealing the dragon turtle's blood inside a shard of glowing ice. It was clear the palace was more focused on claiming the spirit beast blood than fighting the demon cult. Frost mist curled around the sealed shard as acting Palace Lord Donjon stood by and said flatly that taking the blood undiluted had always been reckless. An elder beside him smirked, thinking it was better to freeze it first and let the thunder energy disperse slowly. Then his tone sharpened as he said that while the blood was valuable, the essence was what truly mattered. Both men released the shard, letting it rest gently on the ground. The elder noted that the demon cult had not moved and the martial alliance remained silent. He told Juqian Dan that they needed to go underground immediately to secure the essence before anyone else. Juqian Dan nodded, turned sharply, and called out to Lord Beck. From the rear a man stepped forward, Beck Gojing, the lord of the Snowsword unit. Juqian Dan ordered him to take a strike team and follow the path carved by the dragon turtle to secure the underground route. Beck Gojing clapped his fist over his chest, bowed and said he understood. He and his unit rushed off without hesitation. Juqian Dan then turned to the other elders, telling them to prepare to descend with him, but paused, noticing Elder Yuck was missing. Meanwhile, in a different location, two people argued heatedly, one insisting they should strike the demon cult leader first, the other prioritizing securing the dragon turtle's essence. Strategist Jeagle stood silently between them, one hand under her chin, thinking. Suddenly, heavy footsteps announced a messenger who gasped out that the North Sea Ice Palace was trying to descend underground. Kang's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing it meant the dragon turtle's essence. Clenching his fist, he said there was no choice. The essence belonged to their alliance and they had to act quickly. Strategist Jeagle warned there was no safe way to extract it, and Kong, grim and resolute, said they would destroy it rather than let cult leader Yoan take it, noting her agreement with the danger. Kong told her to come with him, while the other unit leaders stayed behind to secure the surface. Sensing something amiss, he asked about Lord Make, learning that he had gone down with senior members to retrieve the essence without reporting. Kong felt deep unease and urged the group to move quickly. The scene shifted to Bunji Mountain, where two figures moved cautiously through a dark passage. One remarked on a faint but foul smell, while the other stepped into a pool of blood, warning they needed to reach the ice seal chamber quickly. As they advanced, they saw more bodies, the air heavy with death and flickering torches casting eerie shadows. The torchbearer muttered that the dragon turtle had not broken the ice seal, crouching to inspect the corpses, all with stab wounds, wondering who could have launched a surprise attack. The other pointed to bloody footprints on the ground leading to a massive hole. One elder expressed disbelief at the hole in the ice seal, while the other suggested someone had attacked and gone underground while they were focused on the dragon turtle. Gripping his sword, his expression hardened as he asked who dared strike from behind. Beck Gojing then ordered his companion to return immediately and report to the acting palace lord, while his cold gaze swept over the bloody scene and the gaping hole, signaling his resolve. The scene moves inside the tunnel, where someone runs deep through the narrow passage, following a trail of bloody footprints. It is Bekko himself, pushing forward with sweat dripping from his face until he spots a faint light ahead. Realizing that he is close to the mysterious people he has been chasing, he hides behind a rock. Knowing that if he can see them, they might also see him, he decides he must move carefully while holding his sword tightly. He thinks that when he gets the right chance, he could collapse the tunnel completely using his ice technique. As he watches the light, the tunnel grows eerily silent until the sound of a bell echoes through it, leaving him puzzled about its meaning, unaware of a masked figure leaping toward him from above. In the next instant, blood splatters everywhere, staining the tunnel walls red. Outside, violent lightning energy spreads in all directions as Yoan sits cross-legged in meditation, circulating his inner Kai. Munju watches him anxiously, feeling uneasy that it has already been an hour, though it has actually been 2, and the Thunder Kai still has not subsided. Normally the cult leader would have finished by now, so she begins to worry that the dragon turtle's energy might be too strong for even him to handle. Meanwhile, Yoan struggles internally as the Thunder Kai burns through his meridians, forcing him to protect his 8 extraordinary meridians with demonic Kai while trying to balance the dangerous flow of Thunder Kai. Gritting his teeth, he realizes how difficult it is to circulate Kai without burning his meridians, and thinks how much easier it would have been if Nano could protect and repair them like before. This makes him wonder if Nano has truly disappeared forever. Surrounded by darkness with his eyes closed, he desperately calls out to Nano for a response. Suddenly, a bright blue light flashes within the darkness. Red and blue holographic displays appear as the Nano system responds with fragmented messages about system recovery being complete, an error occurring, and modification locks being disengaged. Yoan feels overjoyed that Nano has returned, but he quickly calms himself and asks what the confusing words mean and if Nano is functioning properly. The Nano machine continues loading, showing a red panel that says Memory 1 and Memory 2 are locked. Then the panel turns blue, showing that both memories are now unlocked, and it explains that the video lock on the black box has been removed. Yeowon watches in awe, wondering if he is seeing some kind of augmented reality. He questions what the black box is and why everything is happening so suddenly. Trying to look around, he notices that the walls around him are made of cold metal instead of stone. Then he sees transparent windows like Nano's guidance screens floating nearby and wants to explore, but his body will not move no matter how hard he tries. Frustrated, he asks Nano what the video means, where he is, and why the lock was released due to an error. As he keeps asking questions, two figures suddenly enter the lab, making him sweat nervously. One is wearing a white lab coat, and the other is a man with stylish glasses. The scientist comments that the man is quite stubborn, and Yeowon wonders who they could be. The scientist advises that if the man had nanomachines implanted in his eyes, he would not need glasses. The man with glasses replies that the identity chip is already dangerous enough, and if he also got nanomachines implanted, TP's tracking would become even faster, something the scientist should already know. Yeowon listens carefully, trying to understand their strange conversation and guessing that the nanomachines they mention might be related to Nano, while wondering what TP means. The man with glasses then asks if it is possible to remove the identity chip. The scientist explains that since the chip flows through the bloodstream, removing it would require filtering all the blood, which could result in losing martial arts abilities. The man reacts with hesitation and worry. Yeowon realizes something important. If martial arts exist in this world, then the man must also be a martial artist. The man suggests using an EMP to stop the chip, but the scientist says the chip has a built-in EMP canceller. When the man proposes using electric shock, the scientist coldly tells him that it would take more than 10 million volts to destroy the chip and asks if he wants to die, adding that he would not stop him if he tried such a suicidal idea. Finally, the scientist sighs and explains that even if the chip were somehow broken, the government would be immediately alerted if anything went wrong. The man with glasses rubbed his neck nervously as he realized they would be noticed right away, which made Yeowon wonder who exactly they were. The man stepped forward with a bitter look, saying that no matter what they did, it seemed impossible to escape from TP. Suddenly he stopped, turned toward Yeowon and came closer with a strange smile. When they looked directly at each other, Yeowon felt a strong sense of déjà vu and tried to figure out why this man seemed so familiar. The man kept smiling as he stretched out his hand as if trying to grab something. Shocked, Yeowon told him to wait, but the man's hand passed straight through him like he was made of air. Yeowon then realized that the reason he couldn't move was because the entire scene was being shown from Nano's perspective. The man with glasses held up a vial of liquid and proudly said that it was the 7th generation nanomachine. Yeowon understood then that everything he was seeing was from Nano's point of view. The man laughed and said it was the peak of modern science, nanomachines so advanced that even TP couldn't track them. He then asked the man in the lab coat if announcing it to the world would earn him a Nobel Prize. The scientist replied that with smuggled metals and illegal research, there was no prize they could expect. The man with glasses laughed and agreed, asking what the material was called again. The scientist answered that it was gatelinium. The man with glasses asked if there was any gatelinium left and mentioned that they couldn't make more of it. The scientist was surprised and asked if the man even knew what it was, explaining that the 7th generation was the only one of its kind in the world. Yeowon stared at the vial, trying to understand their words. He couldn't catch everything, but one thing was clear. Nano had been created by them. That made him wonder how it had ended up inside his body. The man with glasses then said they should start preparing. The scientist hesitated and asked if he really intended to go through with it. The man replied without hesitation that he would pass the nanomachine to someone from the past. Yeowon's heart pounded in shock. The scientist calmly said that the machine should survive the magnetic field of a time portal, but warned that sending it to the distant past was too dangerous. The man placed the vial on the table and said that was why most of its dangerous functions were locked. The scientist looked at the vial and asked if they should have stopped them during the reign of the Southern Demon Lord or the Complete Demon Emperor. Yeowon's eyes widened. Southern Demon Lord was his father's title, the supreme cult leader, but he had never heard of the Complete Demon Emperor. He wondered who that was and who the scientist mentioned could be. The scientist explained that even if they changed the past, it would only create a separate timeline, not affect the present world. The man with glasses smiled, saying he knew that theory well, but asked how the scientist would explain something he then showed. He tapped a device on his wrist and a hologram appeared. The man explained that the person in the hologram was the strongest being on Earth, a hero who had saved humanity from disaster 6 times and lived for 1,000 years from AD 1967 to 2940. He asked how a human could live that long. The scientist said that the man was a legend who had reached the natural realm, absorbing nature's energy and gaining immortality. The man with glasses stared at the hologram and wondered if there was even any nature left to absorb on the planet. The scientist replied that he had no idea about such deep martial principles. The man scoffed, saying martial arts had declined and that all remaining power was now controlled by the 6th blade. Yeowon was shocked to hear that name. The scientist asked what the man was trying to say. The man told him to look at the hologram again. A man's face appeared with the date 1870. He pressed the holographic keyboard again, showing more images, each one from a different era. He said that if someone from the present was traveling repeatedly to the distant past, that could mean they were continuously time traveling. The scientist gasped and said that if their goal was to change history and they had already succeeded, then everything had already been altered. The screen then shifted, showing the flag of the Extreme Six Martial Gates. Yoan stared in disbelief as more images appeared, people from the present traveling back to different ancient times again and again. The last image showed the flag of the Blade God Six Martial Clan. Yoan was shocked. The scientist continued explaining that someone from the future had traveled back in time and created the Blade God Six Martial Clan, which changed both history and the future. Yoan tried to understand what he was hearing and asked if that was really what happened. The man with glasses said directly that it was true. He believed the man who went to the past was the Blade God himself. Yoan's eyes widened in disbelief. The idea that the Blade God came from the future and formed the clan to alter history was hard to accept. The scientist shouted that it was impossible, saying anyone unauthorized who carried nanomachines or ID chips through a time portal would be tracked by the Time Patrol. He tried to calm himself and told the other man called Director Cheon that he understood the pressure on his group but thought the theory was ridiculous. Yoan noted the name Cheon again in his mind. Director Cheon, however, said it wasn't speculation. He adjusted his wristwatch and the screen began flashing warnings and asking for authentication to access a top-secret document. The scientist gasped when he saw what it was, the History Archive. He said that only members of the Cheon family's direct bloodline could access it. Director Cheon ignored him, saying he would only show the necessary parts. The system confirmed the first authentication step, then asked for a retinal scan. Director Cheon removed his glasses calmly, revealing his eyes. The scan succeeded, and the system asked for a voice check. As he sighed and followed the steps, Yoan got a full look at his face and froze in shock. The resemblance was unbelievable. When the process finished, the system greeted him as Director Cheon Museong and granted access to the archive. Yoan stared at him, struggling to understand. The man looked so much like him that he almost mistook him for himself. The Cheon emblem also matched the one from Yoan's own cult. The footage clearly came from the far future. He realized the man was his distant descendant, and the Sky Corporation must be the future version of the Heavenly Demon cult. Director Cheon finally stopped scrolling and said he had found what he was looking for. Yoan's jaw dropped when he saw the screen. It was the record of the Heavenly Demon cult's history. The scientist was amazed, saying it was the record of the cult's founding. Director Cheon reminded him to focus only on the relevant parts. Yoan recognized the documents as the records of former cult leaders and marveled at how the future stored history. He kept reading until one title stunned him. Arm-severing Demon Emperor, 24th Cult Leader, Yoan. That was his own name, though his title had been Demon God. The record said he had personally cut off the arms of those who threatened the cult, earning that title, and that the following year he had gone to battle with his closest aides. Before he could read more, Director Cheon scrolled the screen away. Yoan protested, but the scientist noticed something else, the record of the 7th Cult Leader, the Demon Sword Emperor Cheon Moe, who was killed by the Blade God. Yoan recalled that story from the Left Guardian and his own research after becoming cult leader. That had been the first recorded appearance of the Blade God who had traveled from the future to the past. If that was true, it explained the Blade God's traces in the Sword Valley and the Demon Arts Hall Vault. The sword scars and techniques all matched his style, but strangely the older techniques were more advanced than the newer ones. That confirmed it. Those traces really belonged to the Blade God. The scientist became furious, asking why none of this was public. If true, then the Blade God wasn't a hero but a dangerous criminal. Director Cheon said quietly that the Blade God was also the honorary chairman of a massive corporation connected to the government, and accusing him would be pointless. Sky Corporation couldn't compete with the Blade God Six Martial Clan yet. He stopped in front of a high-tech deck and asked the scientist if he could now set the year of arrival. The scientist warned that if his theory about changing the past was wrong, it could cause dangerous consequences like the butterfly effect. Director Cheon kept preparing, putting on his equipment and saying he intended to create that butterfly. Yoan watched as Cheon activated his wristwatch and a blue holographic suit appeared over him. He picked something up and mentioned having 5 time packs. The scientist hesitated, saying 2 should be enough for a round trip, then nervously asked if his goal was more than just injecting nanomachines. Director Cheon didn't answer. Suddenly, the whole place began to distort and turn red before everything went black. Everything went back to normal as Yoan sat cross-legged meditating to calm the violent thunder Kai inside him. The system warned that the security of the black box, which had been unlocked because of an error, was now reset. Unauthorized access had been blocked. Yoan ordered Nano to play the footage again, and he waited eagerly. The system kept giving messages: video footage blocked, access reset, error fixed, black box locked again. Yoan felt relieved when he realized it was working and that his body was moving properly again. But then he noticed something strange. The audio was playing, yet the video was not showing. He heard a voice saying it should be around there, and he immediately recognized it as Cheon's. Yoan wondered what Cheon was searching for. As he looked up, a loud explosion shook the area, followed by screams. Confused, Yoan tried to understand what was happening. Then he heard Director Cheon's voice mention carved insignias on lapels. Guardian Unit. Yoan wondered if they were trying to protect the arm-severing Demon Emperor, and then he realized in shock that title referred to himself. A stream of golden light appeared, catching Yoan's attention. Another voice spoke behind him, and his eyes widened as he wondered who it was. Different voices overlapped, confusing him until they suddenly stopped. In the scene, a bloodied person was smiling faintly, while another said it served him right. Yoan saw that the second person was Director Cheon, who then took out a vial containing nanomachines and said their ancestor had felt good even while dying. Yoan stepped closer and froze in shock. Lying on the ground was his younger self, wounded, pale, and dying. Next to him was Director Cheon, desperately working to save him. Yoan realized it was 4 years ago, the day he had nearly died. Memories came flooding back as he watched Director Cheon draw a vial and fill a syringe. Cheon's voice was tense as he said they had to hurry because Yoan was moments away from death. Without hesitation, Cheon injected the nanomachines into his bloodstream. Afterward, Director Cheon exhaled deeply, looked at the dying boy with pain in his eyes, and murmured that it hurt to watch. He removed his glasses, saying it was done. Watching everything unfold, Yoan finally understood. The nanomachines had entered his body that day. It was not Guardian Zhang who saved him, it was Director Cheon, his descendant from the future. Director Cheon stood beside the unconscious boy, waiting for signs of life. At last, the younger Yoan stirred and opened his eyes slightly. Seeing this, Cheon softly called him ancestor and wished that he would succeed this time so his descendant might also benefit. He smiled faintly, standing guard over that fragile life. In the present, Yoan felt the truth settle deeply within him. All the answers he had searched for were now clear. Cheon was his descendant and Nano came from the future. As the scene faded, Yoan remembered the records he had once read. He was the arm-severing demon emperor, the 24th cult leader who revived the heavenly demon cult and expanded it to the northern sea ice palace. But according to history, he died the following year in battle alongside the right guardians. Yoan exhaled calmly, smiling faintly, realizing that would have happened if not for Nano. He recalled that the arm-severing demon emperor had survived many assassination attempts in his youth, one of them by the Dark Clan, where Guardian Zhang was said to have saved him. But now Yoan understood that it was actually Cheon Musang who had saved him. His hands trembled slightly as he clenched his fist, realizing his title in this timeline was not the same as in the records. The nano system activated, glowing faintly inside him. Memories of pain, fire, and light flashed through his mind. The moment he received Nano was the turning point of his life and the world. Anger flickered within him as he thought of the reckless mistake that had once made Guardian Zhang seem like an enemy, but he decided to let it go for now. Meanwhile, Director Cheon stood alone looking at a blue glowing watch. He muttered that the Time Patrol had already found them. He sighed, energy gathering around him as he prepared to leave. Taking one last look back, he said sharply that the nanomachines were the latest model and would adapt on their own. Then in a flash of light he disappeared. Yoan stood alone in the quiet aftermath, the wind still around him. He remembered Cheon's last words. He was going to create the butterfly. Yoan smiled darkly, muttering that Cheon had made it wrong. Not a butterfly, but a demon god, and he would make sure Cheon paid for it. The video ended, the screen fading to black. He stood silently replaying their conversation in his mind about whether things should have been stopped during the reign of the Southern Demon Lord or the arm-severing Demon Emperor. He admitted to himself that Sky Corporation was no match for Six Blade, and realized that the man had traveled to the past and changed the future. The Extreme Blade God, Yoan swore to stop him. At that moment, the nanosystem restarted and asked if he wanted to replay the footage. Yoan asked if it was functioning properly again, and the system confirmed that the overload and damage from the high-voltage current had been fully repaired. Gatelinium had been upgraded to resist electrical surges. He narrowed his eyes in surprise, barely believing it. He thought to himself that even future scientists had never imagined such performance from Nano. Remembering the internal schematics, he realized the key to the 7th generation nanomachine was the use of shock-adaptive metal, something no normal alloy could endure. Nano was made from gatelinium, a mysterious metal barely understood even in the distant future, and that was what made this upgrade possible. He clenched his fist, feeling his energy stabilize again. His heavenly demon energy, his ability to withstand the chaotic forces of extreme yin and yang fire, wasn't only due to cultivation, it was this technology that had changed everything. The nanosystem then informed him that during the upgrade, several locked functions had been forcefully unlocked, and asked if he wanted to enable the lock again. Yoan scoffed in disbelief, thinking that for the past 4 years, no matter how many times he had ordered it, Nano had always refused to unlock anything. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered why it was suddenly offering to do so now. The nanosystem calmly replied that if he did not wish to unlock them, it would re-engage the locks. Irritated, he asked if he could see which functions had been unlocked. Holographic panels appeared before his eyes, filled with rows of advanced features, some marked in red, others glowing blue, each labeled with technical codes he barely recognized. His eyes widened when he saw nearly 60 different functions, and that was only a partial list. The system explained that with external energy now chargeable and usable alongside internal energy, many previously locked features had been activated. His gaze sharpened as he realized it must be because of the Thunder Kai he had absorbed. Clenching his fist with renewed determination, he decided not to lock them again. The system acknowledged his decision, activating all unlocked functions. Yoan exhaled quietly, feeling his body subtly adjust as the changes took effect. Straightening his back, he gave another command for Nano to repair his damaged meridians. The system confirmed and began internal repairs. Outside, the winds had settled and the sky still glowed faintly from the aftermath of battle. Suddenly, a soft blue light spread through Yoan's skin, flowing through his veins like starlight. It pulsed along his arms as he sat motionless amid the ruins. Manju suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something strange. A surge of lightning energy erupted as Thunder Kai exploded from Yowon's body, forcing everyone nearby to step back. Baek Ji shouted that the Thunder Kai had flared up, and Wang Hul ordered everyone to fall back. Heo Bong quickly formed a blazing flame barrier to shield himself, crying out that it still burned. Then as suddenly as it began, the violent Thunder Kai started to retreat. Baek Ji, confused, noticed it shrinking, but Wang Hul pointed out that it was being absorbed into Yowon's body. The brilliant lightning energy surged inward and vanished as it sank deep into Yowon's chest. Silence followed. His eyes stayed closed until they suddenly snapped open, glowing with radiant blue light that crackled with power. His aura burst out violently, shaking the ground beneath them. Sanhwa and Baek Ji steadied themselves against the force, while the left Shadow Guardian and Mo Ying-Mu exchanged shocked looks. Manju smiled softly, his eyes shining with pride. Then without hesitation everyone dropped to their knees and spoke in unison, greeting the cult leader of the great heavenly demonic cult. Yowon touched his chest and muttered that the sensation felt like thousands of ants crawling through his veins, then added with quiet satisfaction that Nano was fully operational again. From the crowd a figure stepped forward with a sword and respectfully addressed him as the cult leader. Yowon's gaze sharpened as he asked Heo Bong for the situation. Heo Bong reported that about an hour and a half had passed without any movement. The Murim Alliance and the North Sea Ice Palace warriors had gone underground trying to seize the Dragon Turtle's core. Deep within the tunnels, the Murim Alliance warriors moved silently through the dark. One of them laughed in disbelief, saying they were actually going underground to cut off a Dragon Turtle's head. Strategist Jeagle called out to Mo Ying, asking if destroying the core would drive the demonic cult leader and the Ice Palace Lord insane. Mo Ying didn't flinch, saying coldly that even if the demonic cult's monster killed them all, it was better than surrendering the core. Suddenly, a warrior in front shouted for everyone to look. They turned to see a massive wall of glittering ice. Mo Ying recognized it as the ice spirit divine art of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and said it must be an attempt to block pursuers, meaning the Dragon Turtle's true body was near. Without hesitation his sword flashed and shattered the ice wall into thousands of shards. Smiling fiercely he rushed forward, declaring that they would not let their enemies keep the core so easily. But he froze mid-step when he saw something hanging above. A huge, lifeless, grotesque head, the Dragon Turtle's severed head with no body and no core. Mo Ying stiffened in disbelief, wondering aloud why only the head was there and where the rest of the body had gone. From the shadows a figure emerged. Dan, the deputy of the Ice Palace. He stepped into the dim light and said grimly that the body was gone. The Dragon Turtle had cut off its own head and escaped. Mo Ying's eyes widened when he saw that the creature had cut off its own head. Dan let out a deep sigh, admitting that even he had been shocked since he never expected it to survive such an attack. Strategist Jeagle stepped forward with narrowed eyes, questioning how they could be sure Dan was telling the truth. She accused him of possibly hiding the body to keep the core for himself. But before she could finish, the ground shook violently. Mo Ying turned quickly to Dan, asking what the tremor was. Dan calmly pointed toward the ground and said it could only be the Dragon Turtle, showing him the trail it left as it fled. He told them that if they still doubted him, they could go and see for themselves. Mo Ying stared in disbelief, recognizing it as Dragon Turtle blood. Strategist Jeagle frowned and wondered why the Northern Ice Palace was not chasing it. The Vice Deputy Palace Lord explained firmly that the creature had escaped toward the lake behind the Ice Palace, and that pursuing it any further would cause the water to rise and drown them all. Mo Ying looked grim, realizing they had lost their chance to obtain the core. The Deputy Ice Palace Master bowed his head silently, but one of his subordinates broke the silence, begging him not to give up. He argued that the Dragon Turtle was wounded and fleeing, and that if they didn't strike now they would regret it forever. Before he could continue, young Guizal cut him off angrily, asking if he even realized what he was suggesting. He warned that one mistake could kill them all, and demanded to know how they planned to slay the Dragon Turtle without risking their lives. He also questioned what they would do if they let it escape now and it returned later. The Palace Lord had no answer and fell silent. Jusheng Dan stood deep in thought, quietly admitting that young Guizal was right. He reasoned that the Dragon Turtle had appeared only to take revenge on them, the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and that if it had truly wanted freedom it would have fled long ago. Closing his eyes, he tried to decide their next move. The ground shook again, this time even more violently. Strategist Jeagle secretly sent a message to Mo Ying, urging that they withdraw immediately, since if the Dragon Turtle had reached the lake and still lived, no one would be able to claim its core. Mo Ying nodded in agreement, saying that as long as the demonic cult did not obtain it, they were fine. Just then a panicked voice called out to the Deputy Palace Lord. A man came running, breathless, and Jusheng Dan reached out to steady him, asking what had happened and where the Elder and the warriors guarding the ice sealing stone were. Gasping for air, the messenger managed to say that all the warriors guarding the stone had been annihilated. Jusheng Dan's face turned pale as he demanded an explanation. Still struggling to breathe, the man said that while heading to the ice sealing stone with the Snow Sword leader, they had been ambushed by an unidentified group. Judging by the footprints, there had been several dozen attackers. Cursing under his breath, Jusheng Dan realized the situation had grown even worse. Grabbing the man's shoulder, he asked if they had tried to track the enemy. The messenger replied that the attackers had drilled a hole into the ice sealing stone and gone below, and that the Snow Sword leader was currently pursuing them. Strategist Jeagle's eyes widened as she realized that meant the enemy was heading their way. Suddenly, someone shouted for everyone to look. A bright light appeared from the dark tunnel, quickly growing larger and sharper. Moyoung's instincts took over, and he yelled for everyone to get down, but it was too late for most. The light tore through the group, cutting bodies in half and splattering blood and flesh across the frozen ground. Moyoung shielded strategist Jiggle, pinning her down for safety. She breathed heavily but assured him she was fine. Jusheng-dan looked ahead in shock, recognizing that the devastating attack must have been from explosive sword steel, meaning their enemies were at least of the superior master realm. He wondered who they could possibly be. Then, figures wearing iron masks stepped out of the tunnel, their swords radiating intense kai. Moyoung's heart pounded as he realized who they were. The Blade God 6 martial clan. From the shadows, a man with a golden staff adorned with bells stepped forward, laughing softly. Someone whispered his name, Master Byuk Rui. He smiled darkly, saying it was an honor that the deputy palace lord still remembered their sect. Moyoung introduced himself as Moyoung Kong of the Martial Artists Alliance, and demanded to know if they thought they could escape unpunished after committing such atrocities under the guise of righteousness. Byuk Rui mocked him, saying they had only wanted to take what they needed quietly, but that it was now too late for peace. Slamming his staff on the ground, the bells rang coldly as he ordered his men to prepare for battle. Moyoung clenched his jaw, sweat running down his face. He thought to himself that even without clashing blades he could feel their power, and some of them were so strong that he couldn't sense their aura at all. Byuk Rui laughed, saying that if they hadn't foolishly pursued the dragon turtle's essence they might still be alive. Then with a wicked grin he raised his hand and ordered his men to attack. Moyoung shouted for his own side to stop them. Both forces rushed forward, blades ready to strike, when suddenly a sharp cracking sound echoed through the frozen air. A sudden crack split open the ceiling above the tunnel. With a loud boom, a streak of red light shot down from the gap and exploded in the middle of the battlefield, throwing warriors from both sides into the air. Everything stopped. The warriors of the Blade God 6 martial clan, the Merm Alliance, Moyoung, strategist Jiggle, and even Jusheng-dan all stood frozen in shock. From the smoke and shattered rocks a towering figure appeared. A creature in black armor streaked with red, its helmet hiding sharp glinting teeth and glowing crimson eyes that watched them silently. Outside, Heobong explained to Yowon that about 3 hours had passed since the explosion. When no one moved, the Merm Alliance and the officials from the North Sea Ice Palace had gone underground to seize the dragon turtle's core. Yowon remained silent as Heobong continued explaining. When Yowon checked his body he realized his balance was unstable. Compared to the heavenly demonic Kai, the cold yin Kai, or the fire Kai, his thunder Kai was far too weak. Members of the North Sea Ice Palace murmured among themselves, confused about what was happening. One of them muttered that he had warned the others not to go down there. Yowon asked who those people were, and Heobong replied that they were guards directly under the command of the North Sea Ice Palace Lord and the Council of Elders. Yowon, surprised, repeated that name. Wondering about the Council of Elders, just then someone ran toward them. Baekhyun arrived, knelt on one knee, and explained that those men were loyalists of the late Lord of the North Sea Ice Palace. He added that Regent Jusheng-dan and his close followers had gone underground on their own and that their action was not supported by the palace. He assured Yowon that the North Sea Ice Palace held no hostility toward the sacred heavenly demon cult. Yowon stepped forward, saying that was perfect. With a terrifying expression he added that now he knew who to save and who to kill. Dong Yin began to sweat in fear. Wang Hul stepped up and offered to guide Yowon to the underground tunnel, but Yowon stayed silent. Then he used a technique that let him walk in the air, leaving everyone shocked. He asked Nano to scan the underground area and show him what was below. Nano began the composite scanning process, creating an augmented view in Yowon's vision. The tunnel appeared before him. He saw the dragon turtle's necks and several people nearby. Recognizing the necks, he guessed the turtle might have cut them off itself and escaped. He also noticed several dots, likely members of the Merm Alliance and the North Sea Ice Palace. But there were too many. He realized it wasn't just them, they were fighting each other too. Heobong and the others didn't understand why Yowon wasn't moving. From above, Yowon ordered everyone to step back. Then he called Nano again. A sharp, deafening sound filled the air, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Wang Hul winced, wondering what that metallic screech was. Yowon stretched out his hand, saying he would test Nano's new function, the Nano suit. A red and black material spread over his body, covering him completely. Meanwhile, at the Six Blades martial clan, Byuk Rui grinned wildly and shouted for his men to attack. Mang, refusing to back down, ordered his side to stop them. Both sides charged with swords drawn ready to clash. Suddenly the tunnel ceiling cracked open again, and a streak of red light shot down, crashing between the two groups and throwing several people away. Everyone, the Blade God 6 martial clan members, Byuk Rui, the Merm Alliance members, Moyoung, strategist Jiggle, and Jusheng-dan, froze in shock. As the dust settled, they stared up at the gaping hole in the ceiling. Jusheng-dan, still steadying himself, wondered what could have possibly broken through the deep underground ceiling. Then Yowon appeared before them, covered in sleek black metal armor with red stripes like Marvel's Black Panther. The Gatelinium nanosuit had fully activated. Byuk Rui snarled, demanding to know who Yowon was, but before he could react, a blast tore off his arm and he fell to the ground screaming. Yowon calmly asked Nano if he could deactivate the helmet. Nano complied, revealing Yowon's face. Gasps echoed through the tunnel as everyone realized it was the leader of the heavenly demon cult. His powerful aura filled the entire space. Someone shouted in disbelief, wondering about his strange appearance. Jusheng-dan, trying to remain calm, said respectfully that they were relieved he was safe. Yowon, furious, repeated the word safe mockingly and stepped forward. He said it was ridiculous for someone greedy for another's treasure to pretend to care about safety. How hypocritical that was. Moyoung and strategist Jiggle stayed silent. Then Elder Soul of the Northern Sea Ice Palace stepped forward annoyed, and said they knew Yoan had worked hard but everyone had fought together. He argued that no one person could claim the dragon turtle for themselves. The first elder agreed, saying that while Yoan was recovering they had been monitoring the dragon turtle and trying to extract its core, so Yoan should not misunderstand. Jusheng Dan smiled faintly at their words, relieved. He thought that no matter how strong Yoan was, he couldn't accuse them of something that hadn't happened yet. Elder Soul's words had bought them time. He decided it was better to handle the Six Blades martial clan first and argue about the core later. But when he turned to Patriarch Moying, he noticed the man's strange expression, as if silently warning him not to continue. In an instant Yoan appeared before the second elder and raised his arm, which made the second elder stagger back in shock and wonder what the body lightning technique was. He demanded to know what Yoan was doing, but before he could finish his words his vision split, and with a single movement Yoan sliced the elder's head in two and Elder Soul fell dead before the first elder. The first elder screamed in confusion, but a second later he was struck too and his right arm was cleanly severed. Yoan stood like a demon lord, holding a crimson blade that dripped with blood. He put the blade away and coldly accused them of spouting meaningless excuses while the first elder writhed in pain. Jusheng Dan froze, teeth clenched and sweat running down his face, thinking silently that Yoan was far too strong and not even a man but something else. And demonic energy began to pour from Yoan's body, making his presence overwhelming. Dan's eyes widened in horror as he realized Yoan was on a completely different level, and wondered what he could possibly do against such a monster. Byuk Rui, his right hand bleeding, roared for them to kill Yoan, and all the masked figures charged with swords flashing. Yoan narrowed his eyes and noted to himself that they were all at the evolutionary realm or above, and that their martial art was not the supreme saber of the six sects. Moving with terrifying speed, he slipped between their attacks and avoided them easily. A masked man struck from behind with a crushing fist, but Yoan met the blow and a shockwave tore the air as the attacker's hands trembled and he was pushed back. Yoan then transformed his hand armor into a sword and sliced through the man's wrist. Byuk Rui watched in stunned disbelief as the man's hand became a sword and wondered what was wrong with that armor. Yoan calmly stood before the trembling, defeated man, raised a hand surrounded by a red aura and pulled a nearby masked figure toward him with explosive force. He headbutted the man so hard the mask shattered, blood sprayed from the forehead and the man collapsed. Yoan's face hardened when he realized the fallen man had been controlled, remembering that the Yewon leader had said the supreme heavenly demon also wore a steel mask. Byuk Rui, now enraged, gave more orders and urged everyone to attack, and the remaining masked figures charged together. But Yoan barely looked at them and asked his nano system to scan their faces to see if the supreme heavenly demon was among them. The Nano replied that facial data for the supreme heavenly demon was required, and Yoan, still midair while avoiding a blade barrage, said he did not know the demon's face. He closed his eyes briefly, let his helmet reform with a hiss of metal and landed in a calm, composed stance while his enemies hesitated. Daggers flew from both sides toward his head, but Yoan raised his arm to cover his face and the blade struck his armor and fell to the ground harmless. He looked up and scoffed that none of them were the one he sought, then used telekinesis to lift the fallen daggers and in a blur sent them through his opponent's chests and skulls so that all of them fell instantly. Frowning, Yoan said it was annoying, but he would have to check their martial arts one by one to find someone who used the heavenly demon sword art. Mo Ying-kong watched wide-eyed and thought he had known Yoan was a monster, but that armor surprised him. Strategist Jiggle, equally stunned, asked if Mo Ying had seen it, noting Yoan had not even used internal energy to block the attacks. Byuk Rui, surrounded by blood and chaos and struggling to stay standing while gripping his staff, refused to believe what he had seen and then suddenly panicked and fled, cursing under his breath. Strategist Jiggle saw the chance and urged a retreat, while cult leader Qian kept them occupied, and Mo Ying-kong agreed. Jusheng Dan, drenched in sweat and clenching his jaw beside the injured first elder, ordered everyone to fall back and retreat. Yoan, still calmly blocking strikes, watched them silently as officials from the Murim Alliance and North Sea Ice Palace began to pull back. But then Jusheng Dan raised his hand and someone stepped out from the shadows with footsteps echoing, bringing a sword that gleamed with fierce yellow kai. When the figure came into the light, his face was revealed and Mo Ying-kong gasped because it was the Dark King. While still fending off attackers, Yoan called for Head Guardian and then in a cold, thunderous voice declared that they had broken the alliance out of greed and tried to steal what belonged to him. The air went still and everyone fell silent. Holding a man's skull tightly in one hand, Yoan showed no feeling as he ordered them to take the attackers down, crushed the man's head like dry bark and told the rest to kill anyone who resisted. Mo Ying-kong and the others stood frozen in shock after hearing the declaration. The order to kill left them stunned. Behind the Head Guardian, all the members of the demonic cult gathered in formation, sharp and disciplined. The Head Guardian answered firmly, addressing the demon lord with respect. Wang Huo Sanghua and another elite fighter stood ready to strike at any moment. Mo Ying-kang's heart pounded as he assessed the situation, realizing how bad it was. The Dark King and the Six Swords troop were blocking their front while the demonic cult leader stood behind them. He thought that if they begged for forgiveness and switched sides now, they might still survive. Before he could think further, a loud voice rang out, telling everyone not to be afraid. Jusheng Dan raised his sword with steady resolve and said he would clear the path, calling on the warriors of the Ice Palace to follow him. Mo Ying-kong couldn't move as the Head Guardian dashed forward like lightning. Jusheng Dan charged as well, refusing to back down. The Head Guardian's blade swung from the right and Jusheng Dan blocked it just in time. The sound of clashing steel echoed as their swords met, equal in strength. Jusheng Dan gritted his teeth, remembering Yoan's command to take them down even if they resisted and that this was their own territory. He realized Yo-won had underestimated him. Behind him, Mo Ying-kong called out to the palace master's proxy, who shouted back in agreement and charged. The proxy was said to be a martial master of the mystic realm, equal in power to the 5 supreme martial masters. One of the demonic cult members shouted to rally his comrades, urging the brothers and sisters of the divine cult to move forward. Mo Ying-kong clenched his fists, realizing the battle in this small enclosed space was dangerous. But then he saw an opportunity. He decided he would make sure only his master and he would escape while everyone else was distracted. Strategist Jeagle pointed toward the fight and called for the master. Ron Kong, regaining his confidence, dashed forward, deciding not to surrender without fighting. Manhwa and Heo Bang prepared to join the fray, but a hand suddenly stopped them. Before they could react, the man pushed Heo Bang aside and stepped forward, declaring that he, Manhwa, would handle things. With a wild grin, he drew his sword and lunged at Mo Ying-kong. Mo Ying-kong raised his weapon just in time, the sound of steel clanging echoing through the tunnel. Manhwa laughed with excitement, saying he liked this fight. Mo Ying-kong staggered under the pressure as Manjiamu's grin widened. The two clashed at incredible speed, Manhwa attacking fiercely while Mo Ying-kong blocked each strike with precision. Manhwa shouted that this was what he had been waiting for and that it was his favorite part, laughing wildly. Mo Ying-kong gritted his teeth, struggling under the growing force. Meanwhile, the head guardian and Zhu Dan were still locked in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Manjiamu's voice echoed through the tunnel, declaring that only the winner would leave alive. Zhu Dan leapt into the air, thrusting his sword several times. The head guardian dodged each strike with fluid movements and appeared behind Zhu Dan, swinging powerfully. Zhu Dan quickly formed an ice shield to block the attack, then shattered it into fragments to hide his movement. He ducked low, waiting for a chance to strike back. A new ice shield formed, which he turned into a frozen palm aimed at the head guardian's chest. The head guardian flipped into the air to dodge, then dove forward with both hands gripping his sword. Zhu Dan twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the blade. They stepped back, creating distance between them. Zhu Dan breathed heavily, amazed by his opponent's speed and reflexes, understanding now why the man was called the God of Wind. The head guardian looked at the faint frost on his chest and thought about the icy energy that made his body tremble. He realized that Zhu Dan had earned his position through skill, not politics. The two stood in silence, facing each other. Zhu Dan removed his shirt and wristband, preparing to fight seriously. The head guardian raised 2 fingers, summoning a sharp sword aura. Zhu Dan's power surged as he activated the divine icy jade technique at the 8th level. The head guardian's blade glowed with radiant energy. In the middle of the wider battle, one Ice Palace member shouted in awe that Zhu Dan had reached the pinnacle of the divine icy jade technique. A demonic cult member nearby noticed as well, realizing that the head guardian was using all his strength. Zhu Dan smiled, knowing there was no more room for restraint. He prepared to end the fight against the King of Darkness. Elsewhere, a mask split in half as blood sprayed across the stone walls. Yo-won, his sword dripping red, said coldly that his opponent was not the one he was looking for. The masked figures around him attacked from all directions with tight coordination. Yo-won parried every strike calmly, noting that he had seen 3 techniques from each of them, but none had used the heavenly demonic sword art yet. He cut down another enemy and muttered that he had only analyzed about half of them so far. Then he sensed a surge of power behind him. Someone was preparing a sneak attack. The strike hit Yo-won squarely on the back. He stopped for a moment, looking straight ahead as a strange energy pulsed from his hand. Time seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. The masked figure suddenly heard a calm voice in his ear as Yo-won raised 2 fingers and purple flames gathered at his fingertips. Yo-won said that the man was not the one he was searching for. At that moment, the masked man sensed a strange presence and looked up to see a purple sword floating above his head. Yo-won made a small hand gesture and the sword came crashing down. The masked man jumped back just in time, barely avoiding the strike. He quickly retreated, but the flaming sword chased him relentlessly, slicing through the air with terrifying speed and locking onto him like a predator hunting prey. Just before the sword could hit him, one of his companions attacked Yo-won from the side, causing Yo-won's focus to falter. The purple sword wavered in midair and vanished just before it reached the masked man's face. A member of the Murim Alliance shouted for everyone to retreat, saying that Yo-won was far beyond their abilities. Suddenly a thin crack appeared on the masked man's mask, splitting it into 2. Gasps spread across the battlefield as his face was revealed, an old man with a lifeless eye. People murmured in confusion, wondering who he was and why he had stopped moving. Someone from the Alliance stepped forward asking who the man was, but before he could finish, another voice shouted in shock that it was Master Ji Yu-jong. Others recognized him too. Mo Ying-kong stepped forward, almost stumbling, and said in disbelief that it was the former head monk of Shaolin, Master Guang. He muttered to himself that the man's power and the 6 dots on his forehead were unmistakable, that his father had once told him stories about him, but the monk had vanished 18 years ago. He wondered aloud why such a man would be working with the 6 martial arts Blade God clan. Before anyone could speak further, Ji Yu-jong suddenly moved. Without saying a word, he rushed toward Mo Ying-yu, his fingers curved like a dragon's claw. Mo Ying-yu quickly retreated, barely dodging the strike, his eyes wide with disbelief. He realized it was the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique and was horrified that Ji Yu-jong was attacking to kill. He cried out, asking why Ji Yu-jong was doing this when they were not enemies, but the old man said nothing. His dead eyes showed no emotion or recognition. Then, without warning, Ji Yu-jong turned and charged at Yo-won again, using another Dragon Claw attack. Mo Ying-yu's heart sank as he saw that Ji Yu-jong's eyes were empty and his attention fixed entirely on Yo-won. One of Mo Ying-yu's comrades suddenly pointed ahead in alarm, saying that Ji Yu-jong was now using the 16 Plum Blossom sword technique. Another shouted that he was also using the needle sword technique of the Tang sect, and another noticed the Tai Kai sword style of the Wudang sect. Mo Yingyu looked around the battlefield and realized that all those techniques were secret arts passed down only through pure bloodlines. His gaze shifted to the bloodied bodies of the other masked fighters, and a cold realization struck him. The people fighting Yowon were all legendary masters thought to have disappeared long ago. Meanwhile, Yowon moved calmly through the chaos, deflecting their attacks with ease. He said once again that none of them were the ones he was looking for. With smooth but deadly precision he slashed in all directions, cutting down his enemies swiftly. As bodies fell and the battlefield turned red, he wondered if all these warriors were truly the long-lost legends from the past. Amid the blood and dust, a tunnel nearby shook. Byuk Rui stumbled through it, breathing heavily. His right arm was gone and blood dripped from the stump as he stepped through a pool of blood, leaving red footprints behind. Gritting his teeth in pain and rage, he cursed under his breath. His thoughts burned with anger. His Iron Ghost Squad had been completely destroyed. He thought about how legendary martial arts masters had been brainwashed for years through isolation, hypnosis, and brutal training, turned into living weapons. He ran as fast as he could, clutching his staff in his remaining hand, blood trailing behind him. He thought that with such power, destroying the North Sea Ice Palace and the Summer Alliance should have been easy. But he could not forget Yowon, the glowing armor, the overwhelming power. He cursed Yowon as the demonic god and kept running, not daring to look back, his heart pounding in desperation. He told himself that if things continued this way, there was only one person left he could rely on. Elsewhere, Yowon faced the last surviving member of the Six-Blade Martial Clan, holding the man in the air effortlessly with one hand. Yowon sighed, saying it seemed the person he sawed was not there either. Suddenly a voice shouted from behind, telling them to surrender. It was Heo Bong. Yowon turned and saw Heo Bong surrounded by enemies. One of them, dressed in brown, mocked that such words should only come from someone who actually had the advantage. Another man sneered that even if Heo Bong's group were powerful division heads, they could not win against superior numbers. He bragged that they would take them down one by one and began ranting that if the demon cult leader were not there, they would all be. Before he could finish, Yowon suddenly appeared behind him. In a cold voice, Yowon asked where the man he sawed had gone, gripping the back of his head tightly. The rest of the enemies panicked and scattered in terror, shouting that it was the demon cult leader and yelling for everyone to run. Heo Bong chowed angrily at them, calling them cowards and telling them to come back. The man in Yowon's grasp began to tremble and sweat, stammering that the person had gone into the cave where the dragon turtle had been. Yowon narrowed his eyes, realizing that was why the dragon turtle's body was missing. The man begged for his life, but Yowon crushed his head instantly. Heo Bong ran up to Yowon, sword in hand, and thanked him for his help. He then handed Yowon the sword he had left behind without looking at him. Yowon told them that there were still functions he wanted to test and asked them to hold on a little longer. He then turned silently, watching the chaos of the battle in the distance. Calmly, he asked Nano for a way to move quickly. The Nano system responded, and instantly, jet boosters appeared beneath his shoes. The system announced that the magnetic boosters were activated. Yowon shot forward at blinding speed. Elsewhere, the first elder of the Ice Palace laughed mockingly, remarking that the demon cult leader seemed to value the dragon turtle's core more than their lives. Mangul, partially frozen and taking blows, sneered with dulling instincts, saying it was no wonder they lost an arm. The elder looked surprised, and Wang Hul confidently explained that the cult leader had faith in them, believing their strength was enough to handle the enemy and win. The first elder stared, sweating, as Wang Hul roared that they would live up to that trust. Cracks began forming along his frozen arm. Mongmu grinned, clearly enjoying the fight. Baek Ji sent an enemy flying with a powerful kick, while Munju and Songhua fought fiercely. Holding their ground against the remaining enemies, Wang Hul smashed his fists together, shattering the ice around him, declaring that they were the 6 swords of the heavenly demonic cult, the blades of the demon god. Deep in the tunnel, lightning crackled around the massive severed head of a dragon turtle as groups rushed to collect its blood into containers. A voice warned to handle it carefully, as eating it could be deadly. One worker holding a shovel nervously muttered that it was insane and shouldn't be able to come back to life. Another holding a pickaxe snapped, and 2 men stepped forward. One scolded them for chatting at a time like this. The man in black with a long mustache was Wu Jinchang, subordinate of the Slaughter Sect Lord from the Upper Sect, who ordered everyone to get to work. The other, dressed in the North Sea Ice Palace attire, was One Sango, 6th Elder of the North Sea Ice Palace, subsect leader of the Slaughter Sect and assistant of the Blade God 6 Martial Clan. They stood before the severed dragon turtle head. One Sango chuckled softly, noting that the demon cult leader's monstrous power could be useful sometimes. Wu Jinchang nodded, glad they had secured the dragon turtle's core after killing it, but he asked worriedly if getting its blood and core out of there was necessary. One Sango smiled confidently and reassured him that the demon cult leader was paralyzed from neural backlash and couldn't move, and that the Martial Arts Alliance and the North Sea Ice Palace could be handled by the Demon Iron Squad. Before he could finish, Byuk Rui burst in, gasping for breath. Everyone turned alarmed. One Sango widened his eyes, asking what had happened to his arm. Byuk Rui, panting heavily and looking around, urgently asked where the Slaughter Sect leader was, then shouted at a sealed box saying they needed to leave immediately. Confused, others reminded him that the core hadn't been secured yet, but he snapped at them. One Sango tried to calm the tension and asked for an explanation. Byuk Rui, like a cornered mad dog, said that half of the Demon Iron Squad was dead and that Yowon was killing them as if swatting flies. Wu Jinchang turned sharply to One Sango, questioning if the demon cult leader wasn't supposed to be paralyzed. One Sango, rattled, confirmed he saw it himself. Byuk Rui, shivering now, added that the demon god was heading their way. Both Wu Jinchong and Won Sango froze and slowly turned toward the massive tunnel entrance. Suddenly a red beam of light flashed from within the tunnel, growing rapidly. Yowon blasted through the tunnel, shattering sound barriers, leaving streaks of red light behind. 3 men stood at the entrance. One, confused, muttered a question, but before he could finish, Yowon zipped past and decapitated him. Blood sprayed as the lower half of his body collapsed, twitching, leaving the others in shock. One masked figure muttered in confusion about what had jumped out. Yowon scanned the severed dragon turtle head and noted that it had been finished completely. The nano system chimed in, detecting electric energy. The jet boosters powered down, and Yowon landed with a heavy, dramatic superhero landing, rising slowly with a cold, unyielding gaze. Wu Jinchong stepped back in disbelief while demon god Byaklu panicked, screaming to stop him. Yowon, slightly irritated, commented that landing like this left him open. The system explained that the superhero landing was meant to assert dominance, but Yowon frowned, saying it shattered the knees and should not be used again. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted for everyone to prepare their techniques, unaware of how weak they were. Yowon sliced him into pieces as he walked past. Without looking, he muttered that sneaky people try to steal what isn't theirs, mentioning the Blade God's 6 martial clan. Byuk Rui was trembling, drenched in sweat, as Yowon fixed his gaze on him, telling him that shaking wouldn't help. In a flash, Yowon dashed forward, declaring he had already broken all their toys. Byuk Rui shrieked like a terrified child, dropping to his knees and begging for mercy. As Yowon raised his hand to strike, a foot dashed forward at blinding speed. The sword clashed against Yowon's blade with a clang, sending his sword recoiling and forcing him to step back. Byuk Rui's eyes lit up with disbelief and joy, and he began to cry, shouting that they had been saved. The masked figure stepped forward, silent and steady, staring at Yowon. Yowon's eyes widened and he froze, watching. The masked figure took his stance, ready for the next exchange, and Yowon thought about that technique as the scene shifted to a past event. 3 figures moved carefully through a dark tunnel lit by flickering torch flames. One of them muttered through clenched teeth, cursing, and said he had never imagined the dragon turtle was still alive. He added in frustration that it had been the perfect chance to take the core. Another, his face lit by the fire, turned and told Lord Byuk Rui to look. Byuk Rui stepped forward, narrowed his eyes, and peered into the darkness where the soldier pointed. He muttered that this could not be, then stared down the edge of a wide pit and asked aloud why the man was there, confusion creeping into his voice. Below, a man lay unconscious, partly encased in ice and barely alive. The scene moved back to the present. Byuk Rui laughed wildly while Yowon's expression stayed cold and unreadable. Byuk Rui asked if anyone could identify the sword art the man used, then, standing behind the masked figure with a wild smirk, claimed confidently that it was the heavenly demon sword style of the demon cult. Still hidden behind the masked figure who was ready to strike, Byuk Rui said he had been surprised when he found the man in the ice-veined stone cave with the hypnosis broken, and that because of that, Yowon and the others had drawn their blades. He suggested it was fate. He grinned and said he wanted to see the masked man's face twist in horror once the mask came off, and he said he was truly looking forward to it. When the mask dropped with a loud clang, Byuk Rui laughed with twisted joy and declared that the man was Cheon-in-ji, the former leader of the demonic cult and Yowon's grandfather. Yowon tensed and straightened his blade, which glowed with a fierce red aura. Byuk Rui stepped back and warned him not to move, threatening to blow Cheon-in-ji's head off if anyone tried anything. A strange bulge on Cheon-in-ji's head twitched, and Byuk Rui, pleased, said he could not believe it had worked. He observed Yowon's stillness and thought that no matter how powerful the demon god was, he would be helpless in front of his own blood. With malicious delight, Byuk Rui slammed his staff onto the ground. The bells jingled madly, an unnatural piercing sound, and he ordered Cheon-in-ji to obey. The air around Cheon-in-ji warped, his vision twisted, and the sound of the bell drilled into his mind. His eyes turned blood red as the great sword art of the heavenly demon cult blurred his thoughts, and the command to kill the demon god and then to kill his own grandson pierced his mind. Cheon-in-ji grit his teeth as the object in his forehead throbbed with control. Cheon-in-ji lunged forward with his sword glowing and aimed straight at Yowon's head. Byuk Rui, eyes bloodshot with joy, shouted that it had worked. In an instant, Yowon vanished, leaving only an afterimage, and reappeared behind Cheon-in-ji. With one hand he grabbed the back of Cheon-in-ji's head and with the other quickly disarmed him. Byuk Rui screamed, furious, accusing Yowon of intending to kill his own grandfather. Still holding Cheon-in-ji down, Yowon used telekinesis to lift Cheon-in-ji's sword from the ground and sent the blade slashing toward Byuk Rui's staff, nearly taking his head off. Byuk Rui barely dodged, but his ear was severed. Yowon then sent electricity through his palm to fry whatever was controlling his grandfather's brain. Byuk Rui clutched his severed ear, opened one eye and roared that now both of them were bound. It was their chance, and he ordered everyone to kill them. Immediately, all the masked figures rushed forward with blades, their blue kai radiating as they attacked Yowon. Blinding waves of kai surged toward him. A massive explosion followed, throwing dust and debris everywhere. Byuk Rui, bloodshot and excited, screamed that it was over, but his voice faltered when he saw what happened next. As the dust settled, a shimmering blue kai barrier appeared, and Yowon stood calmly at its center. The attacks had done nothing. Wu Jinchong and Won Sango froze in shock and muttered that it was body protection. Yowon released the barrier and looked down at his grandfather on the ground with a solemn expression. The grotesque red worm-like insect crawled out of Cheon-in-ji's nose and placed a hand gently on his face. Yowon asked coldly if Byuk Rui had told Cheon-in-ji to kill his own grandson. Ice shards began to form in the air around Yowon, sharp and shimmering, and he aimed them at the masked enemies. He said he had considered leaving a few alive to squeeze answers out of them, but then, locking eyes with them and burning with rage, he said he had changed his mind and that all of them would die. The ice swords fell from above like a deadly storm, cutting through his enemies and tearing them apart. The relentless attack continued, leaving no survivors. Byakurui, frozen in fear at the overwhelming power, collapsed to the ground in shock. Yowon walked toward him, each step making Byakurui tremble. With a casual wave, Yowon enveloped his hand with blue kai. Byakurui's broken staff flew into the air and smashed into his face, breaking several teeth. Another strike hit him, blood spraying with each blow. Byakurui screamed that he was wrong and begged for mercy, sobbing as the staff kept hitting him. Wu Jinchong and Won Pungo watched in disbelief, frozen and shivering. Finally, Yowon struck one last time and Byakurui fell lifeless. Yowon raised the bloodied staff, then dropped it, stepping closer to the corpse before turning his attention to the remaining survivors. He released a terrifying killing aura that crushed and suffocated them, causing chaos as people ran in panic. One of them cried for help. Wu Jinchong struggled to block Yowon's relentless attack, sweat running down his face. He turned and shouted at Won Sango to report to their lord. Before he could finish, an ice sword slashed toward him, barely missing and slicing part of his beard. Blocking another attack, he cursed that over 30 of their members were already dead and wondered if a real sword had been used, they might have been wiped out instantly. He noticed Yowon's furious gaze fixated on the remaining martial clan members and wondered why he wasn't using Sky Flash. Meanwhile, Won Sango tried to defend against multiple ice projectiles from every direction. He cursed as he backed into the cave wall, sweating, and feared they were doomed. The ice swords broke through his defense and he braced for death. Seconds passed, and when he opened his eyes, he realized he was still alive. Looking around, he noticed no damage to the cave and saw the shimmering blue ice kai floating above, forming formless swords carefully to avoid collapsing the tunnel. Yowon noticed Nano machine warning that the cave structure was unstable and could collapse, threatening the 6 swords and his grandfather. Suddenly, Won Sango started striking the tunnel wall, causing dust and rocks to fall. Yowon realized he was trying to collapse the cave. Nano alerted him to the impact, and the collapse risk increased. Yowon raised 2 fingers, summoning sharp ice shards, and called Nano, who engaged targeting mode. Wu Jinchong and others rushed to intercept the shards. Yowon ignited his boots with energy and began to levitate. Wu Jinchong coordinated with another soldier for a final strike, but Yowon conjured 2 formless swords wrapped in purple flames and instantly sliced Wu Jinchong into pieces. Yowon moved like lightning, dismembering all attackers in a single motion. Won Sango, desperate, raised his sword to strike the tunnel wall, but Yowon flashed forward and split him in 2 before he could finish. As Won Sango tried to speak, Yowon passed by the body, dismissing his words. Suddenly, Byakurui hit the tunnel wall with a roar, causing it to crack and collapse. Water burst in with great force, but Yowon stood calmly observing. Byakurui laughed and shouted at Yowon, challenging him, but a large chunk of the ceiling fell, crushing Byakurui into a pool of blood. Nano warned Yowon that the cave had reached its structural limit and collapse was imminent. Then hurried footsteps echoed. Haobong and others arrived, panting, calling out to the cult leader. They froze in awe before a massive frozen ice sculpture. At the center, Yowon stood firm with both hands raised, continuing to freeze the rushing water. Hubong and Wanghul broke into a cold sweat, shocked at what they saw. They exclaimed that Yowon was the cult leader. Yowon formed a massive pillar of ice, sealing the cave from top to bottom and holding back the water's force. Turning slightly, he warned everyone not to come near because the cave was about to collapse. He urgently called for Haobong, saying there should be an old man who wasn't impaled by the ice sword. He explained that the man was the former grand cult leader and told Haobong to escort him out of the cave. Munju stepped forward, worried about Yowon, and asked what he would do. Yowon smiled faintly and said that once everyone was out, he would follow immediately with the core. He warned that if she stayed behind, none of them would survive. Munju's eyes widened and her voice trembled as she repeated, "Cult leader." Haobong, carrying the old man on his back, agreed that staying would only hold Yowon back. He turned to the others and shouted that it was the cult leader's order to retreat immediately. They all responded together with a yes. Munju glanced back, still worried, and asked Yowon not to stay long and to come right after them. Yowon gave a reassuring smile and nodded. As the group hurried away, their footsteps faded into the shaking tunnel. Yowon exhaled deeply and thought to himself that now nothing was in the way and it was time to pull back. The scene revealed the full scale of Yowon's frozen work, a colossal torrent of water held mid-rush by a huge crystalline ice structure, a temporary dam stopping nature's fury. Yowon calmly asked Nano if it could sense the water pressure and how long the thick ice could hold. The Nano system replied that there was only a breath's worth of time before the pressure surged. Yowon's boots glowed with energy as he began to levitate. He muttered that it was enough. With a burst of force, he shot forward at full speed, commanding, "Hold for half a breath, then pull out immediately." He landed softly at the edge of a massive pit, from which radiant energy surged upward. He peered into the pit, eyes narrowing, and asked if the core was down there. He added that he would know once he went in. Suddenly his eyes widened. From the depths a massive energy sphere shot upward, kicking up wind and shockwaves, illuminating the cavern with blinding light. Yowon instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. Within the glowing sphere a shadowed figure rose, levitating, and looked down at him with gleaming mad eyes and a pale face. The man's piercing eyes locked on Yowon, and he burst into a manic laugh, pointing at him. He recognized Yowon and shouted, calling him the demon god as his voice echoed through the shattered cavern. Lord Sangdal, leader of the Slaughter faction, was the only one among the 6 martial masters of the Blade God's 6 martial clan whose loyalty was trusted, so he remained by the Blade Lord's side. However, even he kept a secret from his master. He secretly wished to surpass him. The scene changed. Sangdal had tracked down the dragon turtle that had escaped after being struck by heavenly lightning and saw that it was dying. His heart raced and sweat ran down his face as he thought that both that man and the heavenly demon were beyond human. He wished he could have that kind of power too. The heavenly demon Yowan's unnatural strength filled him with jealousy and greed. Nearby was a black box with golden stripes, the sacred vessel meant to hold the dragon turtle's core. Someone shouted at him, questioning why he was saving the core instead of placing it into the gene core. Sangdal stood silently at the edge of the pit where the dragon turtle's core pulsed with power. He told his subordinate that the Northern Sea Ice Palace, the Murim Alliance, the demonic cult and the heavenly demon were all guarding the area, so escaping would not be easy. His subordinate, worried, reminded him that even if they ignored the dragon turtle's blood, the Blade Lord had ordered that the core must never be touched. When Sangdal faced the dragon turtle's core directly, his ambition finally broke free from the restraint he had kept for decades. His face twisted with madness as he turned to his subordinate and said that rather than letting others take it, it would be less risky if he claimed it for himself. The scene returned to the present. Sangdal smiled wildly as he looked down at Yowan. He called out to him mockingly, but Yowan only stared back coldly in silence. Floating in the air, Sangdal spoke proudly, saying it was the perfect time to release his overflowing power. His body emitted a tremendous and corrupt energy. As he looked at his hands, he thought to himself that the Blade Lord's decision had indeed been right. His internal energy had grown far stronger than before. He sensed the thunderous energy within him and realized that the lightning energy in his middle dantian had the power to destroy everything. Gazing down at the massive pit, he regretted that he had not absorbed more of the core's energy. He looked again at the core, still glowing with thunder chi, and admitted that if he had been greedier, his body might have been burned to ashes. Suddenly, he saw Yowan rushing toward him with incredible speed. Sangdal met him head-on and the two clashed violently. A sword made of thunderous energy formed in Sangdal's hand as it trembled, and he thought with amazement that he had created a blade just by releasing his energy unconsciously. The formless blade of thunder chi had taken shape on its own. Their blades locked as they pushed against each other. Yowan noticed the strange weapon and realized it was a formless blade created from thunder energy. Judging by the powerful energy still coming from the core, he thought that Sangdal had not fully absorbed it, yet was already this strong. He wondered if it might be even more effective than the Qilin's core because it was still fresh. Sangdal laughed madly as sharp lightning energy flared from his body. With confidence he shouted that Yowan had met the worst possible opponent. He disappeared with blinding speed and reappeared asking if Yowan knew what decided the outcome of a duel between masters of the same level. Moving even faster, he appeared behind Yowan and answered his own question. It was speed. He then unleashed his ultimate technique, the lightning speed kill blade 5th form. Thunder Chi formless blade. He attacked Yowan from behind but Yowan blocked it easily, pushing him back. Shocked, Sangdal wondered how Yowan could match his speed, and not only that, they continued to exchange furious blows. Yowan slashed left and right while Sangdal blocked and countered. Sangdal thought with frustration that the heavenly demon's movements were too precise. Their speed was so great that only shockwaves were left behind where they fought. Gritting his teeth, Sangdal wondered how Yowan knew a technique from the blade god's 6 martial claws. Both men then leapt back, creating distance to escape the violent aftershock. Yowan steadied himself and realized that even his most powerful divine technique could not overpower Sangdal. He decided he had to finish the fight with a decisive move. Focused, he conjured a black ice sword in his left hand and thought carefully. Among all the heavenly demon sword arts and divine martial techniques he knew, only 2 could be used together with both the right sword and left blade. Since one of them carried too much risk, he decided to use the most precise one. In his right hand he formed a black flame sword and in his left a black ice blade, ready for the final clash. Sangdal watched the scene unfold and smiled in amazement, thinking that it was incredible how Yowan could use 2 completely different techniques with each hand. He realized that he could now see the secret behind it. Yowan charged forward at full speed, using the heavenly demon sword art with his right hand and the ultimate extreme divine martial arts technique with his left. Sangdal stood firm, preparing to face the attack head-on while his mind analyzed the flaw between the sword and blade. Then with a loud crash, their weapons collided, creating a burst of energy that sent stones flying. They clashed again and leaped to another platform, continuing their battle. Their speed increased so much that they became nearly invisible to the naked eye. With swift and precise movements they exchanged countless blows every second without a single mistake. Smiling wickedly, Sangdal deflected Yowan's attack, and Yowan realized that his opponent was breaking through the twin form technique. The 2 fighters weaved around each other with flawless footwork, blocking and striking in a blur. Sangdal, now grinning like a madman, mocked Yowan by saying that he seemed flustered and called him Heavenly Demon. He declared that he had already mastered the counters to all 4 forms of the Heavenly Demon sword art. Yowan, still blocking and dodging, thought to himself that Sangdal must have learned them when he placed the suggestion on the former lord. However, without the internal energy cultivation method, it should have been impossible to master the sword art, so Sangdal must have focused only on breaking the techniques instead of mastering them. Their swords clashed again. Sangdal's blue thunderous sword against Yowan's black flame sword, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed both of them back. Sangdal, now glowing with even more thunderous energy, burst into wild laughter. Standing tall, he arrogantly asked if Yowan really thought he could win with a sword technique that already had a known counter. He warned that the cave would soon collapse and said Yowan wouldn't be able to use his thunderous flash technique, not that it would matter anyway. With cold confidence he added that in his current state he could even withstand the thunder flash itself. Yeowon calmly released the flaming and ice swords from his hands and took out his claws instead. Sang-dal steadied himself, pulling one foot back to prepare for a dash. In an instant he lunged forward and appeared right in front of Yeowon with his sword at Yeowon's neck, declaring that the cave would be his grave. As the sword neared his neck, Yeowon's expression grew serious. He asked if Sang-dal truly believed he had found the counter and then shouted that he was deluded. Suddenly, Yeowon vanished and reappeared above Sang-dal, forming 4 afterimages that left Sang-dal in shock. Sang-dal quickly noticed that each afterimage was using a different sword form. He blocked and parried from every direction, yelling in anger and disbelief, demanding to know what kind of trickery Yeowon was using. He claimed that attacks like those could still be blocked, but as the afterimages began merging into one, Sang-dal's eyes widened in confusion. He wondered what Yeowon was planning. Then Yeowon positioned his foot backward, igniting the booster beneath it, and shot forward with incredible speed. Sang-dal was caught completely off guard as Yeowon's strike hit his left shoulder. Shocked and in pain, Sang-dal gritted his teeth and tried to counter with a horizontal slash, but he only hit an afterimage. As sweat rolled down his face, he grew more anxious. Realizing Yeowon had vanished and wondering if he was falling behind in speed, Yeowon suddenly appeared behind him with blinding quickness, but just as Yeowon was about to strike, Sang-dal spun around and barely blocked it. Feeling a momentary relief, he told himself that he had managed to block the attack. He continued defending against Yeowon's rapid strikes, thinking that Yeowon should only be using the Heavenly Demon Sword art, and if he countered it like before, it would be enough. But then Yeowon's slash landed from his shoulder down to his gut, making him reel in pain. Barely keeping one eye open, Sang-dal wondered how he had been hit when he was sure he had blocked it. Another strike landed on his thigh, severely injuring him. As multiple attacks rained down from above, Sang-dal tried desperately to block them, realizing that the movements Yeowon was using were only possible with the ultimate extreme divine martial arts. Cursing inwardly, he realized in horror that Yeowon had combined both the Heavenly Demon Sword art and the ultimate extreme divine martial arts into a single powerful technique. Yeowon smirked slightly and remarked that Sang-dal's wounds were healing even faster than those of the man who had absorbed the Kirin's core. Then with a calm but cold tone he said he would test that further, and with one clean slash he cut off Sang-dal's arm, sending it flying as blood sprayed into the air. Sang-dal screamed in agony, staring at his missing limb as blood poured from the wound. Yeowon then stepped in with a horizontal slash aimed at Sang-dal's neck, but before it landed, Sang-dal, on the brink of death, roared furiously and released a massive surge of thunderous energy. He shouted in rage, and the explosive power burst outward in all directions. Yeowon quickly stepped back with precise movements to avoid the blast. Sang-dal fell to his knees, blood flowing from his severed arm and soaking the ground. He coughed up blood as black flames burned on the stump, preventing any regeneration. Trembling from pain, he thought about how he had heard that absorbing a core's spiritual power granted strong regenerative abilities, but this seemed to be the limit. The wounds healed, yet the arm did not grow back. Lifting his head, he saw Yeowon walking out of the cloud of dust, completely unharmed, his body surrounded by dark flames like a shroud of death. Sang-dal's heart pounded as he wondered if Yeowon could be a Grandmaster-level fighter. He recalled the movement Yeowon had used earlier and confirmed that it was possible only with the Extreme Blade Divine Art. His mind raced as he analyzed how Yeowon had merged the Extreme Blade Divine Art, which pushed the body beyond its limits, with the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art, whose energy flow was still a mystery. It was as if Yeowon had created an entirely new martial art. A memory then surfaced in Sang-dal's mind, someone's face, a familiar presence, and he suddenly realized something was wrong. He began to doubt if this man was really the demonic god they had heard of, because he was nothing like the one mentioned in that ancient legacy. Fear gripped him as he understood that everything they had planned and prepared for was collapsing. Lowering his gaze, he decided he had to escape and report this to the Blade Lord. His eyes darted around the cave, but even if he destroyed the area to make an opening, he knew he could not outrun Yeowon. Then he looked at the core, its energy still pulsing strongly. He knew that if he took what was left of it, his body would not survive. His trembling hand touched the blood on the ground. It was warm and sticky. Realizing it was dragon turtle blood, he cursed under his breath. Suddenly a flash of light and a burst of thunderous energy spread around him. He noticed how the thunder energy reacted more strongly where the blood had gathered and thought that the thunder was responding to it. Remembering the moment Yeowon's sword had almost taken his head, Sang-dal realized that his release of thunder energy had briefly stopped Yeowon's movement. He concluded that Yeowon must have been affected by the electricity due to his armor. A grin formed on Sang-dal's face as a plan took shape. He placed his hand firmly on the blood-soaked ground and waited for Yeowon to approach. Yeowon advanced calmly, his blade ready, radiating deadly intent. Sang-dal's grin widened with anticipation, determined to send his strongest electric shock through the blood. When Yeowon's foot stepped into the pool of blood, Sang-dal unleashed all his thunder energy into it, roaring as he burned his remaining power to ashes. The lightning surged toward Yeowon while Sang-dal shouted for the demonic god to die. The entire tunnel lit up with thunder as the attack struck Yeowon from all sides. When the light faded and the thunder subsided, smoke filled the air. Sang-dal's bloodshot eyes trembled as sweat and blood ran down his face. He started laughing, first quietly, then maniacally. Believing he had finally won, he shouted that he had killed the demonic god. But before he could laugh any further, Yowon suddenly appeared before him, unharmed, and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him into the air before he could react. Yowon tightened his grip and coldly asked who had killed whom. Sang-dal, gasping and choking in disbelief, could only think that Yowon was a demonic god and wondered how such a thing was possible. Barely clinging to life, he thought if Yowon was truly a monster. At that moment, the nano system began reporting updates in Yowon's mind. Charge rate 250%, 260%, 280%. Then came another alert, saying the lock on the nanosuit had been further released because of the thunder energy. Yowon smiled inwardly, thinking that the Gatelanium's performance was impressive. His eyes glowed red with killing intent as he coldly demanded that Sang-dal reveal what he had stolen. With a brutal squeeze of his hand, blood burst from Sang-dal's mouth and neck, splattering everywhere. A violent surge of thunderous energy erupted from Sang-dal's body as he screamed in agony, begging Yowon to stop. Yowon looked down at him with amusement, thinking that this was expected. Sang-dal cried out in despair about losing his power and thunder energy. But Yowon realized that the heavenly demonic energy seemed to absorb other types of true Kai easily. Still holding Sang-dal with one hand, he glanced at the other. Thinking that all the thunder energy Sang-dal had absorbed was now his, then with curiosity he wondered if he should test it. In one swift motion he sent a bolt of thunderous energy through Sang-dal's body. Sang-dal screamed in unbearable pain and with a sudden pop his head exploded. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body twitched violently before turning to ash. Yowon watched calmly, thinking that Sang-dal had burst because he could not withstand the energy and that he must have absorbed it completely. He concluded that he only needed to take the remaining core and leave. With a swift motion he leapt down the pit and landed near the dragon turtle's core. As he approached it, he noticed it was larger than he had expected, and thought it would take quite some time to absorb it all. Suddenly he noticed a large crack across the tunnel ceiling. Looking up closely he cursed inwardly, realizing that the impact from the fight might have caused it, and that he needed to escape quickly before it collapsed. He asked the nano system if it could secure the core, and the system replied that it was possible. With one hand Yowon grabbed the dragon turtle's core and prepared to leave. But then the tunnel ceiling burst open and water came crashing in with immense pressure. In a single leap Yowon dashed forward, core in hand, trying to escape the flood. He flew faster and faster as the roaring seawater chased him from behind. As the pressure mounted, he thought that the cave was collapsing just as Nano had predicted, and wondered if the 6 swords had evacuated safely. His eyes widened when he saw another wave surging toward him from the opposite direction. Realizing that water was coming from both sides, he tried to move upward but felt the pressure overwhelming him as he began to sink. The nano system issued an alert, activating the nanosuit's diving mode and reporting that oxygen was at 90%. Yowon used his footwork technique to move against the violent current, thinking that the situation could turn into a disaster. Desperately, he grabbed a nearby rock to hold himself in place, but his grip began to slip as he realized how strong the current was. Still clinging tightly, he understood that he was being pulled into the gap created by the collapsing cave and that escaping would not be easy. He quickly commanded Nano to activate the boosters to maximum. The boosters roared to life, and the nano system confirmed activation at full output. Pushing forward against the torrent, the system gave another alert, oxygen at 80%. Yowon maneuvered skillfully through the rushing water, dodging debris and projectiles with ease. But when he looked back, he noticed a familiar blade and realized it belonged to the Six Blades Martial School. More weapons appeared in the current, and he thought their weapons must have been swept away. With swift, precise movements, he blocked and buried the incoming blades, frowning at the danger. Despite the chaos, he deflected every weapon effortlessly. Then, deciding quickly, he formed a sword of ice underwater. Debris from the collapsing cave floated down, making it harder to block everything. Thinking it was better to break through the ceiling and escape in one go, he hurled the ice sword upward. But when it struck, only a small dent appeared, and Yowon realized that the water current had weakened its destructive power. Refusing to give up, he continued attacking the ceiling, gritting his teeth and thinking he would try once more. The nano system warned that the more true Kai he used, the faster his oxygen would deplete. Oxygen dropped to 35%, then below 20%, but Yowon refused to stop, thinking only about breaking through. As oxygen fell below 15%, he pushed out another attack, his vision blurring as he began to sink. His consciousness faded, and his hand slowly lowered. The nano system continued its cold report, oxygen down to 5%, 4%, 3%, and finally 1%, as Yowon sank deeper into the dark flooded tunnel. Bubbles escaped from his mouth as he drowned. A massive slab of rock crashed down following him. The system kept repeating warnings about oxygen deficiency, his pulse becoming unstable and his breathing dropping below normal. Then there was a loud boom as the rock hit him at the seabed. A sharp crack split the stone in two and golden light shone from within. The system announced that oxygen replenishment was in progress. Yowon shattered the stone completely, sending fragments flying everywhere. A strange golden barrier appeared around him, protecting him from the debris. Staring in surprise, he wondered what was happening and why the oxygen hadn't run out. The nanosystem calmly explained that it was extracting dissolved oxygen from the surrounding water, and that oxygen levels were now replenished to about 35%. Yowon frowned in confusion, thinking that if it could do that, it should have said so earlier. He exhaled slowly and decided that if the system could keep replenishing oxygen, he could carve his way out. but the system replied that the remaining oxygen in the water was not enough to make that plan possible. As more debris fell and the water pressure increased, he asked if that meant this was all the oxygen they could restore. The system confirmed it. He cursed to himself and prepared to block the next wave of rubble. He realized they were back to the same situation. Escaping would be difficult, and using the ice sword would not help. Then something caught his eye. A faint glow in the distance. He turned toward it and saw a staff radiating an intense, bone-chilling cold. He wondered what it was since none of the enemies had carried such a weapon. As he got closer, he saw that it was covered with dense engravings. He ordered the Nano system to scan the writing, enlarge it, and display the data in augmented reality. In an instant, Yoan was pulled into an AR space where he stared at the holographic projection in confusion. The scan identified it as the profound Frost Heaven art. He wondered if this staff was the divine relic the Northern Sea Ice Palace had lost long ago. He recalled the legend of that relic. Long ago, when one of the 5 spirit beasts, the dragon turtle, appeared, Northern Sea Ice Palace had faced destruction. Dan Sejong, the 5th Palace Lord, had risked his life to face the beast. Even as the greatest master of his era, he could not kill it. In the end, he chose a desperate method to save his people. He lured the dragon turtle into the palace's hidden vault, a cavern made of ice crystal stone that was almost impossible to escape. Ice crystal stone grew harder as it absorbed cold energy and could radiate cold energy itself, making the vault walls extremely solid. After trapping the dragon turtle, Dan Sejong used the secret art, the profound cold ice heaven art, to die together with it, successfully sealing the beast inside. Because of this sacrifice, the memorial tablets, martial arts manuals, and the divine relic, the profound cold ice staff, were all lost. Yoan thought about the art and remembered that it had 5 stages of mastery. By the 3rd stage, a user could infuse cold energy into hard materials to create ice crystal stone. At the 4th stage, cold energy could be infused into iron to form cold iron. At the 5th and final stage, one could create ice so cold and hard that it rivaled cold iron itself. His thoughts sharpened. If this was true, even without ordinary weapons, a user could unleash powerful sword techniques using only an ice sword. His gaze shifted to the hole he had cracked open earlier. He realized that an ice sword formed from ordinary cold energy wouldn't pierce the wall, but one equal in hardness to cold iron might. The Nano system's voice rang in his mind, saying that all formulas and techniques of the profound cold ice heaven art could be instantly transferred to his brain, and asked if it should proceed. Yoan smiled quietly and agreed. In an instant, knowledge flooded into his mind. He slowly raised his hand and told the system to leave nothing behind and transfer everything. Outside, a scene changed. Members of the Murim Alliance and the Northern Sea Ice Palace were surrounded by the demonic cult. Strategist Jiggle, her hands tightly bound behind her back, called out to Lord Moying. Moying looked at her briefly and said in a heavy tone that he was sorry things had come to this. Nearby, the first elder, whose right hand had been severed, asked Jusheng Dan, the acting palace lord, about his internal injuries. Breathing roughly, Jusheng replied that he was fine enough and could bear it. The grand guardian of the demonic cult, watching them, shouted for everyone not to resist and to stay quiet, promising no one would be harmed if they obeyed. At that moment, Heo Bong and the others rushed out of the tunnel toward the grand guardian, calling out to him. The grand guardian stepped forward, narrowing his eyes and demanding to know why only Heo Bong had returned and where the cult leader was. Still breathing heavily, Heo Bong explained that when the underground cave started to collapse, the cult leader had told them to leave first, but with his skills he should have escaped before them. The grand guardian's sharp gaze then shifted to the figure slung over Heo Bong's back. He asked if the person he was carrying was the former cult leader, and Heo Bong nodded firmly. Suddenly, the ground beneath Heo Bong's feet cracked open, spreading in all directions. A deep rumble shook the air as the earth began to quake. The Grand Guardian turned sharply and ordered his men to unblock the meridians of the Murim Alliance and Northern Sea Ice Palace members, then evacuate everyone to the highlands north of the palace. His subordinates obeyed immediately as the tremors grew stronger. Turning back to Heo Bong, the Grand Guardian commanded him to protect the man on his back at all costs. Heo Bong tightened his grip on the unconscious cult leader and agreed. Once their meridians were released, the members of both groups hurried to escape the collapsing area. Shouts filled the air, urging everyone to move aside. Then a thunderous explosion erupted as water burst from the ground like a volcano, surging upward and crashing down with unstoppable force. Within moments, torrents of water swallowed the Northern Sea Ice Palace, flooding its halls and courtyards. Someone cried out in shock that the palace grounds were turning into water. Heo Bong dropped to his knees in disbelief, whispering that the cult leader had promised to return quickly. Munju, seeing the disaster, ran toward the flood, ready to dive in, but Wang Hul caught her by the arm and demanded to know where she thought she was going. She struggled wildly, shouting for him to let her go, insisting she had to save the cult leader. Wang Hul held her firmly, telling her to calm down and asking how she planned to dive into such a raging maelstrom. Moying narrowed his eyes and remarked that the cult leader had not escaped from the cave. A slow, bright smile spread across his face as he said it was a stroke of luck. Since the dragon turtle's core had not fallen into anyone's hands, their alliance no longer needed to worry. He added that even the heavenly demon could not fight against nature itself. Nearby, strategist Jiggle held her injured arm, her face unreadable. She thought it was hard to believe that the cult leader, that monstrous man, had perished. As a soldier of the Murim Alliance, she should have felt relief, yet a strange bitterness filled her. Her thoughts drifted back to the past, remembering how their survival had begun when the cult leader killed the dragon turtle and defeated the masters of the Blade God 6 martial clan. She realized she had often ignored injustice for the alliance's benefit, convincing herself it was righteous simply because it served the so-called Just Merm alliance. Her mind grew heavy as she wondered if that was truly what justice and righteousness meant. Meanwhile, Jusheng-dan turned to see the palace lord's personal guards, the council of elders, and Sol-ambek, one of the council elders, stepping forward. Sol-ambek pointed at them and ordered the arrest of Jusheng-dan and his companions for rebellion, commanding that their dantian be sealed and they be imprisoned. Soldiers quickly surrounded them from all sides. The first elder beside Jusheng-dan flared with anger, shouting that it was Sol-ambek who had broken palace laws by appointing an unqualified young palace lord and throwing everything into chaos. Sol-ambek, the council head elder, scoffed and accused them of bringing in outsiders and driving the palace lord to his death. The first elder retorted fiercely, demanding to know who he was calling an outsider. Listening to their argument, Jusheng-dan clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Sol-ambek. He thought that he had tried not to resent his nephew and disciple, but now he could no longer hold back. He realized that the true culprit was Sol-ambek, and that everything would have been different if his elder brother had not named him the young palace lord. Baekhyun saw the change in Jusheng-dan's expression and shivered as a suffocating killing intent filled the air. Grinding his teeth, Jusheng-dan spoke coldly, asking if Sol-ambek truly believed the palace would accept someone as unworthy as him as lord. He declared that he would restore the palace's laws. Sol-ambek's composure began to crack under Jusheng-dan's overwhelming aura. He demanded to know what Jusheng-dan was planning, feeling uneasy. Despite being injured, Jusheng-dan's power was immense. He was still one of the strongest in the Northern Sea, capable of facing the entire council and guard forces alone. With a faint smile, Jusheng-dan told Sol-ambek that he had misunderstood everything. He said he had not surrendered to the demonic cult out of fear, and now that the cult leader was dead he had no reason to bow to anyone like him. Suddenly the ground shook violently again, making everyone stumble and cry out in alarm as they wondered if the entire place was about to collapse too. Jusheng-dan steadied himself, narrowing his eyes. He realized it was not an earthquake but something far more powerful, a sharp and piercing aura. Before he could even finish the thought, a brilliant ray of light shot into the sky, covering everything in a blinding glow. His breath caught as a sword light split the heavens, tearing apart the clouds in a dazzling display. Then a single figure rose into the air, surrounded by a massive pillar of water that swirled violently before falling back down like rain. Suspended in midair was Yowon, with 12 ice swords spinning around him in a deadly dance. In one hand he held the dragon turtle's core, and in the other, the divine relic. Manju's eyes filled with relief and she smiled, joined by those beside her. Haobong and the Grand Guardian exchanged looks of shocked joy while the demonic cult members cheered loudly, shouting their leader's name. Baekhyun let out a laugh and turned to Jusheng-dan with a smirk, reminding him of what he had said earlier about the demonic cult leader. Jusheng-dan clenched his teeth in frustration, staring at Yowon. He could hardly believe Yowon had survived such a thing and wondered if he was even human. Then he noticed something gleaming in Yowon's hand and froze in shock. It looked like the profound cold ice staff. A story from old times came to mind. Long ago a star had fallen in northern Hunan province. Dan Young, the founder of the North Sea Ice Palace and master of ice arts, had tried to forge a divine weapon from that fallen star. The meteorite, however, was impossible to shape, so he mixed it with pure gold. From it was born a priceless relic, the extreme cold ice staff. It was more than just a weapon, it was a sacred relic kept deep underground in the chamber of ancestral tablets. The legend said that only one who could wield its power was worthy to be the palace master. Jusheng-dan gritted his teeth, thinking that the relic looked exactly like the one once held by the statue of the founding master that had stood before the ice palace's main hall, now in ruins. His thoughts darkened as he remembered that the dragon turtle's revival had been caused by his brother, the palace master, who had broken the ice crystal seal to seek the divine relic. Baekhyun mocked him again with a laugh, repeating his earlier remark about the demonic cult leader. Jusheng-dan's teeth ground together as he stared at Yowon, wondering again if he was truly human. Then, noticing the object glinting in Yowon's hand, he boldly called out to him, addressing him as cult leader Cheon. Yowon turned slightly, his cold gaze falling silently on him. Jusheng-dan raised his voice, shouting that he needed to talk. A council elder adjusted his glasses and frowned, wondering aloud what Jusheng-dan was trying to do. He thought it was madness to call out to the demonic cult leader, as there was no chance Yowon would spare someone who had once coveted the core. But before Jusheng-dan could speak further, Yowon moved swiftly toward his followers, leaving Jusheng-dan speechless. Sol-ambek watched quietly, understanding that it was natural for Yowon to return to his people after surviving. He felt relief, thinking that if cult leader Cheon had died, everything would have been lost. He reminded himself that no matter what others said, his uncle was the strongest man in the North Sea. The council elder stepped forward sharply, ordering his men to capture the traitors. The Ice Palace members answered at once, moving in with ropes to seize Jusheng-dan. He gritted his teeth in fury and shouted at them as he knocked 2 men down easily. The elder yelled angrily, asking if Jusheng-dan truly intended to resist to the end. Jusheng-dan stood tall, fists clenched, his voice burning with rage. He told the old men that they had a lot to say for people who could not even touch a hair on his head, and warned that once the matter was settled he would not spare them. His powerful aura exploded outward, pressing against everyone like countless needles. The Ice Palace members recoiled in fear, whispering that approaching him meant certain death. Zhu Dan thought to himself that aside from the dragon turtle's core, this was a palace matter and that the demonic cult leader must not interfere. If Yoan would simply agree not to get involved, the issue could be resolved. Without hesitation, Zhu Dan dashed forward, leaving everyone stunned. They cried out in alarm as he vanished from sight. The council elder turned quickly to Sol Ambek, urging him to pursue Zhu Dan because he was after the divine relic. His words left Baekhyun confused. Meanwhile, Zhu Dan raced ahead, driven by a single thought. He had to claim the divine relic first. If Baekhyun obtained it, even his rightful cause would be lost. At the same time, Yoan's followers rejoiced at their lord's return. One whispered in awe that he had truly survived, while another declared that they had never doubted him. Manju, tears streaming down her face, scolded him through sobs, saying she had told him not to scare them like that and that if anything had happened to him she could not bear it. Heo Bong, also crying, agreed with her tearfully. Yoan gave a faint smile, a drop of sweat forming on his temple as he thought that he had worried them all, and that he should endure their scolding. The Grand Guardian stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the staff in Yoan's hand, glowing with chilling ice energy. He said that the staff held the dragon turtle's core, which already radiated immense power, and that the cold energy Yoan was suppressing with his kai showed it was no ordinary weapon. Yoan replied calmly that it seemed to be the lost divine artifact of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. The cult members murmured in disbelief, calling it a divine artifact. Sangwa's eyes widened, and Wang Hul, standing in front of her, asked if it was the same artifact Baekhyun had mentioned, the one the late palace lord had tried to find. Manju then stepped forward cautiously and asked if Yoan planned to give the divine artifact to the young palace lord. Yoan, still gazing at the staff radiating icy energy, replied that he had considered it, but started to say more when a shadow suddenly flashed overhead. Zhu Dan descended from the sky with great speed and landed heavily in front of Yoan. The Grand Guardian immediately stepped forward with his sword raised and murdered him to halt. But Zhu Dan, ignoring him, boldly said that he wanted to see Lord Qian. The Grand Guardian held his sword steady and replied coldly that Zhu Dan's fate was in the cult leader's hands and that he had already been warned to wait. Zhu Dan clenched his fist, trembling as he thought that he had given up everything for the future of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, and that pride no longer mattered. Then without hesitation he dropped to his knees and declared that he must speak with Lord Yoan. The Grand Guardian turned to Yoan for a decision. Yoan stepped forward, holding the dragon turtle's core in one hand and the divine relic in the other, and asked coldly what Zhu Dan wished to discuss. Zhu Dan bowed deeply, his voice desperate but steady. He said he wanted to apologize for coveting the dragon turtle's core, and admitted he had sought to gain cultivation through that timeless treasure. But since Lord Qian had slain the dragon turtle, his greed was wrong. He begged for forgiveness, blood running down his forehead as he raised his head. He added that an apology alone was not enough and that he would renounce both the dragon turtle's core and its corpse. He said that if Lord Qian wished to seal away the Ice Palace, so be it, and if he demanded that they dissolve their alliance with the Orthodox Murim alliance and join the cult instead, he would obey. Then in a softer, pleading tone he said that if the cult leader granted him 2 requests he would give anything in return. From the side, Heo Bong sneered and asked how Zhu Dan dared to bargain with the cult leader. The other demonic cult members looked shocked, realizing that sealing the palace would mean stopping all official activity and losing their influence beyond the northern seas. Wang Hul sighed quietly, thinking that Zhu Dan was swallowing his pride for a reason, but that the palace's fate already rested in the cult leader's hands. Yoan glanced at Zhu Dan with faint amusement and said it was interesting before asking what the 2 requests were. Zhu Dan answered firmly that his first request was for Yoan not to interfere in the internal affairs of the palace, as every sect had its own circumstances. Then, looking at the golden staff in Yoan's hand, he said his second request was for the return of the palace's divine artifact. At that moment Baekhyun rushed in and shouted that it could not be allowed. Kneeling down, he said firmly that the divine artifact must not be handed over to Zhu Dan. He reminded everyone that Zhu Dan himself had said earlier that since the cult leader had perished in the cave, not a single demonic cultist remained. Zhu Dan's eyes widened in fury as he glared at Sol Ambek. With anger he rushed forward, his ice sword technique blazing, shouting that Sol Ambek had no right to interrupt a conversation between 2 leaders. Before his strike could land, the Grand Guardian appeared in front of Baekhyun like a shadow and intercepted the blow. Zhu Dan was shocked as the Grand Guardian used the demonic cult sword technique to block and deflect his icy strike with overwhelming power. Forced to retreat, Zhu Dan realized that although the Grand Guardian had moved half a beat slower, he still cut him off from the front. He admitted to himself that in terms of energy control, the Grand Guardian surpassed him. The Grand Guardian looked briefly at Baekhyun and calmly told him to continue. Baekhyun nodded and said confidently that Zhu Dan had claimed there was no need to fear the remaining demonic cultists without the cult leader's presence. Zhu Dan interrupted sharply, his voice desperate, saying that Baekhyun's words were false. He explained frantically that he had only said the cultists had grown arrogant, and that without the cult leader's protection, they were not to be feared. Turning on Baekhyun, he accused him of being unfit to be the young palace lord, and asked how he could rely on an outsider like Lord Qian to handle internal palace matters. Baekhyun laughed bitterly, and said it was ironic to hear such words from Zhu Dan. Sol Ambek's eyes burned with anger as he shouted that it was Zhu Dan who had brought in the slaughter faction which had caused the death of his father, the late palace lord. Zhu Dan flinched in shock, growing more agitated. Immediately the palace members split into 2 sides, those loyal to the young lord and those loyal to the acting palace lord. both sides shouted their leaders' names as the tension exploded like fire. The Grand Guardian moved instantly to take control of the situation. Zhu Dan wasted no time and turned toward Yowon, speaking loudly. He reminded Yowon of the proposal he had made earlier. If Yowon agreed not to interfere in their internal affairs and gave them the divine artifact, their palace would give the cult anything it wanted. He pressed harder, reminding him that he had already signed a contract in Kaifeng binding their palace in alliance with the cult. Their argument grew heated, and the voices of Zhu Dan and Baekhyun clashed in front of Yowon, making him increasingly irritated. Suddenly the Grand Guardian reappeared behind Yowon, his presence calming the air. Zhu Dan, losing his temper, shouted in disbelief, demanding to know who Baekhyun thought he was to represent the palace and create such a contract. Baekhyun retorted that Zhu Dan himself was no representative of the palace either. Zhu Dan's eyes flickered toward Yowon, his thoughts cold and calculating. He believed everything was going according to plan. Even if Yowon was annoyed, he would not act recklessly in front of the assembled members of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he thought that even if Yowon struck him down, Baekhyun would only earn the resentment of those present. He resolved to make sure Yowon could not interfere in their internal matters. Zhu Dan stepped forward and declared that if Baekhyun sought outside help, the palace members would never easily follow him, even if he obtained the divine relic. Baekhyun, sweating, shouted back that Zhu Dan was being ridiculous and asked why he had asked cult leader Qian for the relic in the first place. He added that Zhu Dan did so because he could not go against the founding decree of their palace. Yowon raised his head, amused, and asked about the decree. Baekhyun hurried to explain that it was the will left by their palace's founder, a decree stating that whoever obtained the divine relic would be recognized as the true master of the palace. Zhu Dan quickly took the chance to urge Yowon to make the right choice and said that if he gave the relic to him, their palace would fully support the cult. But Baekhyun quickly interrupted, warning Yowon not to be deceived by Zhu Dan's words. Yowon smiled slightly and reminded them that they had said whoever possessed the divine relic would be the true master of the North Sea Ice Palace. With joy on his face, he raised the staff, which released a wave of freezing energy, and announced that the divine relic was now in his hands. Horror filled the faces of Zhu Dan and Sol Ambek as they understood his meaning. Zhu Dan frowned, cold sweat running down his face, wondering why Yowon was joking about the relic at such a time. Wang Hul, standing behind Yowon, smiled faintly, thinking that Yowon was not one to speak without purpose and must be aiming to take control of the palace. Munju, watching the tense scene, reflected that their original goal had only been an alliance with the palace, and now there might be serious consequences. Zhu Dan's face darkened as he told Yowon that his earlier statement was excessive, saying the relic belonged to their palace and had nothing to do with the dragon turtle issue. Baekhyun lowered his head and respectfully added that while they were grateful for Yowon's help, having an outsider become their master just by holding the relic would be too much. Yowon looked straight at them and sharply reminded them that they themselves had said the one who obtained the divine relic would be the true master of the palace. Zhu Dan quickly explained that the founding decree applied only to the Dan family bloodline, not to outsiders. Baekhyun agreed, but then suddenly froze as he noticed something on the ground. At that moment, Yowon raised two fingers surrounded by a powerful blue kai and shot thin kai blades into the ground, each one carving deep marks. Zhu Dan and Baekhyun stood still, stunned as they watched. When the dust settled, sharp letters appeared on the floor. Only one who obtains the extreme cold ice staff and its hidden power is truly qualified to be the palace master. Yowon calmly raised his hand and asked if that was not the very inscription written on the statue of the founding master. Baekhyun's face stiffened as he remembered that Yowon had only glanced at it briefly yet recalled it perfectly. In a solemn voice, Yowon stepped forward and asked if they thought he had obtained the relic easily, and why none of their past lords or palace masters had ever managed to claim it. The first elder behind Baekhyun thought deeply that while the young palace master had legitimate standing, he lacked the skill to properly cultivate the ice-white divine arts. His eyes then turned toward Zhu Dan, his expression darkening as he thought that although the acting palace master was powerful, he was still a traitor who had brought outsiders into their land, awakened the dragon turtle, and harmed the former palace master. Whispers spread among the members of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Baekhyun quickly turned around, his eyes widening as he saw their reactions. Some members were saying that it was unbelievable, but it had been the cult leader Qian who defeated the dragon turtle that even past palace masters could not handle, saving them all. Others added that he had also found the divine relic that was thought to be lost forever. Baekhyun noticed their changing attitudes and wondered if the palace members were starting to waver. Just then, Zhu Dan sent a voice transmission to Baekhyun, asking if he now understood what he had done. Baekhyun was left speechless. Zhu Dan sighed and said that if they did not handle the situation now, their palace would fall into the hands of the demonic cult, and Baekhyun surely would not want this to turn into a matter beyond their alliance. Baekhyun stayed silent for a moment before nodding slowly. Zhu Dan continued, reminding Baekhyun that he was also of the Dan family bloodline, and should know about the secret hidden in the founding decree, that the divine relic, the extreme cold ice staff, chose a qualified owner. He asked what Baekhyun thought that qualification was. Baekhyun replied that it was the blood of the Dan family. Jusheng Dan agreed, saying that even though Qian was the demonic cult leader, he could not be chosen by the divine relic, and they must take advantage of that fact. As the divine relic stood upright before Yuan Wu, he silently watched their exchange. Then Jusheng Dan stepped forward and declared loudly that the divine relic of their palace had the mystical power to choose its owner. The crowd gasped in shock and amazement. He added that the spirit of the founding master dwelled within it. Yuan gave him a cold glance and asked what that was supposed to mean. Baekhyun then reached out and told Qian that without being chosen by the relic, no one could be called its true owner. Yuan let out a soft sigh, a faint smile on his lips, and asked if they wanted to prove who the true owner was. Jusheng Dan's eyes gleamed as he thought he had trapped him. Placing his fist on his chest, he proclaimed that the divine relic had been created by the founding master of the North Sea Ice Palace, and they could indeed prove their ancestors' mystical power. Yuan remained calm but seemed amused. He said that it was interesting and invited them to show their proof. Baekhyun stared in disbelief, wondering why Yuan was giving them a chance so easily. Jusheng Dan grinned, thinking that Yuan must be confident because he had already handled the relic himself and would soon regret giving them this opportunity. He then signaled for Baekhyun to step forward. Baekhyun gritted his teeth, anger flashing in his eyes, thinking that Yuan was mocking him by offering this chance. Determined to crush that arrogance, he stepped toward the divine relic. His hand trembled as he reached for the staff, silently praying to his father, the founding master, and the past palace masters. The moment he grasped it, a powerful cold energy burst out, spreading violently. Baekhyun clenched his teeth, praying that the relic would not fall into the hands of a traitor. But within seconds, icy energy wrapped around him completely. His body shook as he tried to endure it, shocked by the unimaginable cold. An elder with glasses standing behind Sol Ambek shouted for him to use the ice-white divine arts to withstand it. But before Baekhyun could endure much longer, his hair began turning white and the cold energy pierced through his body. Suddenly he was thrown backward by the overwhelming force. The elder rushed forward swiftly, catching him in midair and calling out to him. Baekhyun gritted his teeth in pain as the elder looked at his frostbitten hands, realizing grimly that Baekhyun had been rejected by the divine relic. The moment he used the ice-white divine arts, it meant that the relic had not chosen him. Jusheng Dan stepped forward, sending a cold voice transmission to Baekhyun, calling him foolish. With a mocking smile, he said that while the Dan bloodline was indeed necessary, there was something even more important. He explained that to become the owner of the divine relic, one had to have power and cold energy strong enough to subdue it. In other words, it was not something that someone who had only reached the 5th level of the ice-white divine arts could hope to claim. Baekhyun could only glare at Jusheng Dan through clenched teeth, his body shaking. Jusheng Dan stepped forward confidently and raised his hand toward the relic. Yuan's voice spoke calmly and firmly, asking if he could prove himself now. Jusheng Dan grinned wider as he approached the divine relic, his hand hovering above the staff, greed in his eyes. He thought that if he was chosen by the relic, even the elders in the security hall would not be able to stop him. Then he unleashed the ice-white divine art at the 8th level. A powerful shockwave erupted, the ground trembled, and enormous ice pillars shot up with a deafening crack. He felt a surge of confidence and thought to himself that everyone should witness the extreme ice-white divine arts. But the ice kai only grew stronger, spreading outward and freezing the ground around. Members of the ice palace at the back staggered as the overwhelming cold swept over them. Jusheng Dan's eyes widened in shock as he realized the cold kai was penetrating his hand. The icy force grew uncontrollable. Even while holding the relic and using the ice-white divine art at its peak, he felt stabbing pain and a strange repulsive force. He could not control it and wondered why it was rejecting him. The first elder raised his hand to block the incoming ice kai and shouted that it was too dangerous to continue, urging Jusheng Dan to step back. But Jusheng Dan's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared that he was the pinnacle of the North Sea Ice Palace. Blood gushed from his hand as his flesh began freezing. Then a mighty blast erupted, engulfing him completely in ice kai. The first elder cried out in alarm, and Baekhyun, still being treated, stared in disbelief. Jusheng Dan collapsed to his knees, gasping heavily, parts of his body encased in ice. Trembling, he muttered that it was impossible. Suddenly a shadow appeared. Guqian looked up in shock as Yuan stood before him calmly. Yuan placed his hand on the golden staff, explaining that now, after directly handling the divine relic, he should understand. He rested the staff on his shoulder and looked coldly at the kneeling Jusheng Dan, clarifying that this was what he had meant when he said he could not give him the staff. From the hilltop, Mo Ying-kang's voice shook with disbelief as he wondered how this could be. He realized the worst had happened. First the dragon turtle's core, and now even the ancient divine relic had fallen into that man's hands. Baekhyun clenched his jaw, cold sweat running down his back, thinking it was unthinkable that someone outside the palace master's bloodline could get the relic, and that from the start the man had given them a chance, knowing they would fail. Perhaps he had used them to convince the palace members. Yuan walked past the defeated Jusheng Dan and, speaking like a blade, sarcastically thanked him for providing a perfect excuse. Jusheng Dan went pale, blood rushing to his head, and begged to be killed instead, but then slammed his palms to the ground, sat cross-legged with his aura flaring, and declared he could not acknowledge Yuan. As Jusheng Dan spat blood and gritted his teeth, his followers dropped to their knees and shouted that they would follow the acting palace master too. Yuan, gripping his staff, asked coldly if they really could not acknowledge him, then lifted the staff and said they should see for themselves. The staff erupted with a steady surge of ice kai, and Baekhyun shoved his hand forward to block the overwhelming chill, while Sol Ambek sheltered behind him, and even Jusheng Dan covered his face from the dazzling light of the divine relic. 2 weeks later, the ruins of the ice palace were buzzing with reconstruction, and Baekhyun stood on a beam watching the workers, saying the rebuild was going smoothly. An elder reported that puddles remained but the water had drained so materials could move, and he credited cult leader Qian, the Grand Palace Master, for freezing a huge hole instantly. They all looked up at the massive ice pillar in the middle of the site, and one elder whispered in awe that it was amazing, which made Baekhyun wonder aloud whether he could do the same if he practiced the extreme cold ice heavenly art, and whether anyone outside the Ice Palace bloodline could have such power. The elder said calmly that the man was beyond ordinary understanding. Sol Ambek added respectfully that it was fortunate things had been settled, and Baekhyun admitted he had misunderstood the master's intentions until he finally knew them. He remembered how, 2 weeks earlier, Yowon had created a spectacle that left countless witnesses bewildered. The place froze instantly, and as if by one will, all the Ice Palace members knelt and chanted that he was master of the divine relic. Baekhyun had thought they had lost everything to the man they had asked for help, and felt it was worse than losing to Jusheng Dan. But then Yowon had announced he would take Baekhyun as his disciple, teach him the extreme cold ice heavenly art, and step down as Grand Palace Master to make Baekhyun the Palace Master. Back in the present, Baekhyun, sweating lightly, thought that by becoming the disciple he had in effect joined their cult, but at least the North Sea Ice Palace had secured its autonomy. An elder asked if there would be teachings that day. Baekhyun said he heard the master would interrogate that person. The hat-wearing elder argued they should ask the Grand Palace Master again and execute him to avoid future trouble, and Sol Ambek agreed. But Baekhyun replied that executing him now would only increase backlash from his supporters and the elders. Keeping him alive was dangerous, yet executing him would cause opposition, so whatever they chose, the decision would be made that day. Later, in a temporary ice prison inside the reconstruction camp, Baekhyun's voice echoed that this would be the last interrogation as fists pounded the solid crystal walls. Jusheng Dan, his knuckles raw and bleeding, panted and cursed that he could not melt or break the ice because it was harder than cold iron, and he realized the extreme cold ice heavenly technique was far more powerful than the ice-white divine palm. Defeated, he staggered into a tent, certain that even if he had obtained the divine technique it would be nearly impossible to master, and he could not understand how someone had reached the 5th level of that art so quickly. The difference in strength was far greater than he had expected, even compared to the 5 strongest in the Central Plains. Jusheng Dan's lips twisted bitterly as he muttered that there was no other way to describe himself but as a monster. He sighed heavily, his eyes dull with regret, thinking that instead of waiting for death in captivity he wished he had fought to the end. Suddenly the tent's flap moved and Yowon entered. Jusheng Dan froze, sweat forming on his forehead as he stared at him. Yowon walked in calmly, the divine relic resting on his back, and though he did not notice it, his presence gave off a fierce, overwhelming energy. Jusheng Dan felt his mind tremble. Though his inner kai was sealed, he could sense the crushing pressure as if a burning sun pressed down on him. He realized that this aura was completely different from what it had been 3 days earlier, and wondered if Yowon had fully absorbed the core. With just a wave of his hand, Yowon released Jusheng Dan's sealed acupoints from a distance. Jusheng Dan's eyes widened in surprise. Yowon's expression remained sharp and his tone serious as he said they had found the corpse of Sang-woo, Jusheng Dan's follower and the 6th elder of the Ice Palace who had gone missing. He said the suspicion about the missing dragon turtle's head had been cleared. Jusheng Dan stayed silent, unease showing in his face. Yowon's eyes narrowed as he reminded him that his acupoints had been unsealed so he could speak, and asked why he was not answering. Jusheng Dan slowly bowed his head and said in a heavy voice that he had already told him it was not his doing and that it must have been someone else. When Yowon asked who had stolen the dragon turtle's head from his camp, Jusheng Dan denied knowing. Yowon shook his head firmly and said it was not the Murim Alliance either. Jusheng Dan looked confused and asked what he meant, reminding him that some people from the Murim Alliance were missing too. Yowon replied coldly that 2 days ago, about 50 leagues southeast of there, they had found the corpses of the Black Shadow Brigade leaders, partially eaten by wild animals. Jusheng Dan's pupils contracted in shock, and Yowon continued that the bodies had marks showing traces of the extreme blade divine art. Jusheng Dan went pale, sweat running down his temples, and asked if Yowon was saying those people had stolen it. Far away, Potala Palace stood over 3,600 meters high on Mount Hongsan in Lhasa, once known as the sacred land of Buddhism, but now it was a ruin. The air reeked of blood and burning flesh, and more than 1,000 charred corpses smoldered in the courtyard. At the center stood a man wrapped in bandages, looking over the scene with calm detachment. He murmured that it was disgusting. From the flames, something round rolled out, stopping at his feet. He picked it up and examined it. A small, faintly glowing bead. He noted with twisted admiration that the monks had produced a great number of sarira and said he had never thought he would see such a thing in his life. One of his subordinates spoke grimly from behind, saying that when they cremated the Dalai Lama, who had been killed by the Blade Lord, the amount of sarira produced equaled that of 10 men. The bandaged man flicked the bead between his fingers, saying that it showed how pure the Dalai Lama's Buddhist nature had been, yet even he could not survive 3 moves from the Blade Lord. Then he asked coldly how long it took to fully absorb the energy, noting that 3 days had already passed since the Blade Lord entered the Dalai Lama's private training room in the White Palace. Above the burning ruins, a hawk screeched and descended onto the bandaged man's arm. He untied a small scroll from its leg, and after the bird flew off he read the message. His face hardened, his pupils shrank, and sweat trickled down his scarred cheek as he muttered in disbelief that the Annihilating Blade Squad and the Demonic Iron Squad had been wiped out. One of the Blade God 6 martial clan members rushed toward the Dalai Lama's private training hall in the White Palace of Potala. He stopped in front of a massive iron door and knocked several times. The door opened slowly, releasing waves of blue kai. As the bandaged man stepped inside, he felt the overwhelming energy and thought to himself how powerful one must be to open such a door with inner power alone. The air was freezing, as cold as the North Sea wind. He looked around the vast hall, remembering the great fish koan of the North Sea that was said to have gained spiritual power and transformed. Then he saw a giant bird chained to the floor, bleeding as its claws scraped against the stone. Realizing it was one of the 5 spirits, he whispered that it was the Great Pong. A cold voice replied that he should not have disturbed him unless it was something important. The bandaged man immediately knelt, reporting that the slaughter unit, the slaughter blade master, and even the demonic iron unit had all been sent to the North Sea Ice Palace, and all had perished. The blade god's aura exploded at the news. Without moving, he used telekinesis to lift his subordinate into the air, pulling him closer and gripping his neck tightly. The trembling subordinate faced his fury as the blade god glared and asked through clenched teeth if he was saying that they had failed. The man wrapped in bandages strangled midair and trembled as he sensed the cold yin energy coming from his leader's body. In just 2 days, the leader had absorbed nearly all the spiritual energy from the true core. Still suspended, the bandaged man spoke in a shaky voice, saying that the demon god had interfered with the affairs of the North Sea Ice Palace. The blade god narrowed his eyes as the man quickly explained that if it hadn't been for the demon god, they could have safely transported the dragon turtle's core. He added that Baekhyun, the young lord of the North Sea Ice Palace, had asked the demonic cult for help, and before the slaughter blade master fought him, Baekhyun managed to take one of the dragon turtle's heads. In anger, the blade god threw his subordinate aside, causing a loud crash as debris scattered across the hall. Grinding his teeth, he muttered the demon god's name and stared at the glowing core in his hand, wondering if the demon god was also after the 5 spirits. One of the 3 strange tombs, the true classic of the immortal white, was an ancient collection of 108 strange tales. It mentioned the Linfang Guang from the Book of Rites, one of the 5 Confucian classics, which spoke of the 4 spirits, the Qilin, the phoenix, the tortoise, and the dragon. These creatures were considered legends with no proof of existence. However, the true classic of the immortal white described the 5 spirits in vivid detail, as if the writer had actually seen them. The first appearance of the 5 spirits dated back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. As each age ended and a new one began, new forms of these spirits appeared. Some were terrifying beasts like the fire Qilin and the dragon turtle, which killed humans. Yet most of the 5 spirits spent their lives cultivating spiritual power, seeking the immortal realm. At the end of the chapter about the 5 spirits, a mysterious line was written that most people dismissed as nonsense, but one man took it seriously. The first emperor of Cain who unified the Central Plains. According to the lost records of Cain, his minister Sufu led thousands of children across the land to fulfill the emperor's wish. Searching every part of the Central Plains, Sufu disappeared after traveling west, and the emperor's dream seemed to die with him. Yet some stories claim that Sufu actually found the Great Pang, one of the 5 spirits. Believing that giving such power to the tyrant emperor would bring ruin, Sufu vanished and hid the truth forever. The story then returns to the blade god's hall. He released a massive wave of energy that shook the room. The bandaged man, barely standing, trembled in terror, thinking that he might be crushed to death if the leader lost control. Sweat poured down his face as the blade god's cold voice cut through the air. He mentioned that both the fire Qilin from the Imperial Monument and the dragon turtle's core from the North Sea Ice Palace had been stolen. He then took out 3 maps, his tone sharp and furious. Those maps marked the locations of the 5 spirits collected over many years for a grand plan. Enraged, he declared that they were now useless and waved his hand. Flames appeared, burning the maps into ashes. The bandaged man gasped in shock, recognizing the fire as Samadhi true fire. The blade god's aura still flared as he turned away, saying that he would give the man one last chance. While he finished absorbing the core, the man was to go to Chanbai Mountain. The man repeated the name nervously. The blade god clenched his fist, blue energy radiating from it, and declared that the last true core of the 5 spirits would be his. With a powerful strike, he shattered the floor, shouting his determination. The bandaged man fell to his knees, his eyes drawn to the ashes that strangely remained untouched. He realized how incredible the clan leader's mastery of internal energy had become. Forcing himself to stand, he cautiously reminded his leader that the entrance to Chanbai Mountain was guarded by a powerful being, the same one they had seen 20 years ago. The blade god cut him off coldly, asking who had told him to kill that guardian. The man froze in confusion. The blade god explained that since the demon god already possessed 2 of the 5 cores, it meant he also sought eternal life, and would surely head to Chanbai Mountain next. A heavy silence filled the hall as the blade god asked if he understood. The bandaged man trembled and whispered, asking if his leader truly meant what he thought. The scene then shifted to Yowon, who held up the divine relic. It began to unravel with a sharp snap, turning into liquid that wrapped around his body and formed golden armor. Jusheng Dan watched in disbelief, realizing that the divine artifact itself had transformed. Yowon confirmed this calmly. Jusheng Dan's mind spun as he thought it impossible. He had always believed that the demonic cult leader's mastery of the profound cold ice staff came only from owning it first. No record or legend had ever mentioned a divine artifact transforming into armor. He wondered if none of the previous palace lords had ever awakened the artifact's true power left by the first ancestor. Overwhelmed, he fell to his knees, realizing he had been wrong to think that the staff's hidden power was only the cold ice arts and techniques engraved upon it. Bowing his head in despair, he whispered to the heavens, asking if the ancestor had truly chosen someone outside his own bloodline. Clenching his fists, he felt bitterness fill his heart. He wondered if the spirit of their ancestor had abandoned them ever since their descendants allowed their bloodline to be wiped out by outsiders. Perhaps this disaster was simply the result of their own sins. Yowon's cold voice interrupted his dark thoughts. He said that if Jusheng Dan insisted on rejecting life until the very end, he would behead him immediately. But before that, he wanted to make one last offer. Jusheng Dan stared at him silently. Yowon's sharp gaze grew colder as he told him that if he swore loyalty and followed him, he would be given the position of commander of the northern frontier. Jusheng Dan's eyes brightened. His mind raced at the thought of becoming the ruler of the northern lands, controlling the martial world there. Yowon restored the divine relic to its original form and handed it to Jusheng Dan. Nervous but eager, Jusheng Dan reached out quickly with both hands to receive it. He clutched the staff tightly and waited. When no rejection came, his whole body trembled with joy. The divine artifact had accepted him. A wide smile spread across his face as he felt a powerful fire awaken inside him. He thought that Yowon might be the greatest being the martial world had ever seen, and that leaving his name in the history Yowon would create would be the highest honor. Overcome with emotion, Jusheng Dan dropped to his knees and clasped his hands. He declared that he would rise again at Yowon's side and humbly offered his eternal gratitude and loyalty. Yowon, standing firm, announced that he was appointing Jusheng Dan as commander of the northern frontier and the third great elder of the cult. Jusheng Dan immediately accepted. With that, another top-tier master, one of the 5 great experts, joined Yowon's ranks. For the first time, Yowon openly revealed his ambition to unite the martial world. As he looked at Jusheng Dan's grateful expression, he silently thought that it was good even when Jusheng Dan Chuchian held the staff. The scene shifted to 2 weeks earlier. After escaping the cave, Yowon sat cross-legged in deep meditation inside the temporary tent of the heavenly demonic cult leader. Before him rested the extreme cold ice staff. He reflected that thanks to the 9 yin meridian blockage, he had mastered the extreme cold ice heaven technique without obstacles. Yet he sensed that the staff's power went far beyond that. It held an ancient force within it. His eyes widened in curiosity, wondering what this power truly was. Suddenly, the staff began to glow with a golden light that grew brighter until Yowon's consciousness was pulled inside. The sensation was overwhelming and strangely familiar, reminding him of when he had obtained the heavenly demon sword. Inside the staff's consciousness, orange feathers floated from above. A powerful figure rushed past him with incredible speed, battling a giant bird. Yowon watched in awe as a man dressed in white fur subdued the enormous creature with unmatched martial skill. He realized these were the lingering memories within the extreme cold ice staff. The man struck the bird's heart with a golden staff identical to Yowon's and froze the beast from within using a surge of cold energy. Yowon, still in meditation, understood that this was the true power of the divine artifact, the spiritual energy of the great rock. Though much of its energy had faded over the centuries, he began absorbing what remained, channeling it fiercely. 2 different auras erupted from his body as the staff's energy merged with the 9 yin meridian blockage within him, creating spiritual energy almost as strong as a complete core. With satisfaction, he declared that he had fully absorbed the artifact's energy. Just then, the staff began to melt and reshape itself into liquid that wrapped around his body, forming armor. Yowon was amused and wondered if the staff could transform just like the heavenly demon sword. Tapping the armor, he ordered the Nano system to analyze its material. The system reported that the golden staff was made of the same unknown metal as the heavenly demon sword, a substance not found on Earth. Yowon silently examined both weapons, recalling that the staff was said to be made from fragments of a meteorite that had fallen in Yunnan. Since both weapons shared the same transforming nature, he suspected that the sword also contained meteorite fragments. He pondered whether it was mere coincidence that both had come into his possession. Returning to the present, Yowon thought that by absorbing the great rock's spiritual energy, the divine artifact could now be touched by others since he had erased the old incantations. Smiling slightly at Jusheng Dan's joy, he reflected that since he already had the nano suit, the armor itself was useless to him. Still, gaining such talent in exchange for an empty relic was a fair trade. The scene shifted again to the temporary infirmary of the North Sea Ice Palace. There, the former cult leader, Qian lay unconscious. Heo Bong and the Grand Guardian stood beside him. Qian breathing was weak and his condition was critical. With concern, Heo Bong remarked that even with both the cult leader and the Grand Guardian infusing their energy, there was still no sign of him waking up. Heo Bong turned to the Grand Guardian and said that they should hurry and take him back to the main cult. The Grand Guardian nodded right away, lost in thought. He remembered that the current cult leader had said the man's condition might be a side effect of the worm and the hypnosis in his mind. Even the former Grand Cult leader had suffered serious damage to his core meridians from the effects of the demonic blood reversal technique and hypnosis, and it had taken months for him to recover. Since this man had been under hypnosis for an even longer time, no one could tell when he would wake up. The Grand Guardian reflected that Qian was the first cult leader he had ever served and much had changed during his absence. Thinking of Yowon's deeds, he remarked that their cult, which had once feared the 6 major sects and even the 6-blade martial school, was now powerful enough that those same sects feared their current cult leader. Suddenly, Qian began coughing violently, shocking both Heo Bong and the Grand Guardian. The Grand Guardian rushed forward to steady him, then turned sharply to Heo Bong and ordered him to bring the cult leader immediately. Heo Bong quickly agreed and ran out. Qian sat upright, coughing harder and covering his mouth with his hand. The Grand Guardian knelt beside him and asked with concern if he was all right. Qian gave a faint smile, glanced at him and asked if 20 years had passed. He placed his hand on the Grand Guardian's shoulder, saying he never thought he would see him alive again. The Grand Guardian trembled slightly, his voice full of emotion as he called him cult leader. Qian suddenly coughed violently again, blood spilling from his mouth. The Grand Guardian's worry deepened, but Qian told him calmly that he was fine and that it was not an internal injury. However, blood soon trickled from his nose and sweat poured down his face, making the Grand Guardian realize he was in serious danger. Qian sighed softly and began gathering his energy. Sitting in a lotus position, golden energy started to flow around his body, gathering into his dantian as he meditated deeply. A golden lotus appeared beneath him and its aura filled the room. The Grand Guardian was astonished, recognizing the golden energy as the supreme mental technique known as the Muscle Change Classic, mastered only by the abbot of the Shaolin Temple. It was a completely different energy circulation method from the heavenly demonic mental technique. The Muscle Change Classic, created by Bodhidharma, was the peak of orthodox internal martial arts. It strengthened the body and contained the essence of Buddhism. Yet it conflicted with the heavenly demonic technique. To learn it, one had to abandon their previous energy. The Grand Guardian realized in awe that as Qian circulated the Muscle Change Classic, his complexion began to brighten. At that moment, Yoan entered the room in a hurry and asked what was happening. The Grand Guardian turned sharply and addressed him as cult leader. Qian expression suddenly changed to shock, sweat rolling down his face as he looked at Yoan. Yoan observed him quietly, thinking that although Qian vitality was damaged, he had still reached the enlightened realm. Qian too was lost in thought, realizing he could not measure the power of this young man who had just reached adulthood. He asked who Yoan was. Yoan bowed slightly and introduced himself as Qian Yoan, the former Grand Cult leader's grandson. Qian was stunned. Hearing the name, he asked if Yoan was Wa's child. Memories stirred as he recalled that when Yuzhong had decided to marry a maid during the cult leader selection, the 6 major factions had opposed it, and he had personally mediated the matter. Before he left the cult, Yuzhong had asked him to name his only child, Yoan. The Grand Guardian confirmed that Yoan was indeed the current cult leader. Qian was shocked and found it hard to believe. He thought that after he went to confront the 6-blade martial school, Yuzhong's rule would have continued. He could not imagine that someone outside the 6 major factions had become cult leader. It seemed miraculous that Yoan had survived and even broken free from their control. Qian then smiled warmly, stretching out his hand toward Yoan and asking him to come closer. When Yoan placed his hand on top of his, Qian said softly that when he had first seen Yoan, his hands were as small as ferns, and now he had grown so well. He smiled and added that Yoan truly resembled his mother. Yoan felt a strange warmth rising in his chest, wondering if this was what people called the bond of blood. Qian smiled gently, saying he was glad Yoan was safe. Yoan, still holding his hand, softly called him grandfather. Qian smiled and laughed softly, saying it felt good to be called that by his grandchild. Yoan looked at him with warmth, his heart heavy with emotion. He realized that Qian was different from the former Grand Cult leader and that such feelings were possible only for those who had family. Heo Bong's eyes grew moist as he watched their reunion. Suddenly, Qian's eyes widened as if he had remembered something important. He tried to rise quickly and asked the Grand Guardian urgently where they were. The Grand Guardian bowed and calmly asked Qian to stay calm, reminding him that they were in the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Qian looked around with a grim face, repeating the name of the place under his breath. Then he suddenly stood up, clutching Yoan's robe, his voice trembling as he said they must stop their enemies immediately. Yoan tried to steady him, but Qian spoke with great urgency, saying they could not let the dragon turtle's core fall into their enemies' hands. He shook as he pleaded, saying there was no time left, and warned that if their enemies gathered all 5 spirit cores, disaster would come. Yoan gently sat his grandfather down and assured him that the core had not fallen into the wrong hands. Qian froze, stunned, and asked what he meant. Yoan opened his palm, showing a glowing sphere of energy that sparked with lightning. He explained that it was Kai, the dragon turtle's core, which he had taken himself. Qian stared in awe and disbelief, amazed that Yoan had really obtained it. Yoan crushed the glowing sphere and then asked seriously how his grandfather had been captured by the 6-blade martial school and placed under hypnosis. Qian lowered his head in shame and said that he had believed his actions would protect their cult and maintain peace in the martial world. His voice cracked as he admitted that because of his mistake, Grandmaster Zhang and others had become sacrifices. The Grand Guardian, who was listening nearby, froze in shock upon realizing that Grandmaster Gilling, the former abbot of the Shaolin Temple who had disappeared 18 years ago, was one of those victims. He also remembered that Mong Yan of the Moying family had mentioned a masked master among them. Qian then looked directly at Yoan and said it was too early to feel relieved, just because he had obtained the dragon turtle's core. He explained that besides the dragon turtle there were 4 other spirit beasts, the Imugi, the flame Qilin, the great rock, and the white wind tiger, making 5 in total. He warned that the 6-blade martial school would surely aim to collect the remaining cores. Yoan replied that he was already aware of that and raised his palm, showing a blazing sphere of fire energy. He explained that he had stopped them from getting the flame Qilin's core at the Imperial Tomb. Qianenji's eyes widened in surprise at his grandson's feat. Yowon then recalled that intruders had once infiltrated their cult, planting a spy in the Demon Blade Hall. He thought that their goal might have been to target another core. Qianenji, sweating, asked what the Demon Blade Hall was. Without answering, Yowon drew the heavenly demon sword and showed it to him. Qianenji's eyes widened in shock, wondering what kind of sword it was. Yowon explained that it was the true heavenly demonic sword containing the spiritual power of the Imuji's core. Qianenji gasped and shouted in amazement, realizing that only the true successor of the heavenly demon could wield it, and that Yowon had done so. When Yowon sheathed the sword, Qianenji asked in disbelief if that meant Yowon had obtained not only the dragon turtles and flame Qilin's cores but also the Imuji's core. Yowon nodded calmly. Qianenji nearly fell before the Grand Guardian caught him, and he trembled, unable to believe what he had heard. Yowon scratched his head, wondering silently if he should mention the Great Rock as well. Qianenji took a deep breath to steady himself, then smiled gently and said that now that he was calm he should greet Yowon properly. Suddenly he knelt on one knee, shocking Heobong and the Grand Guardian. With a soft smile and deep reverence he declared that he, Qianenji, the 22nd cult leader of the great heavenly demonic cult, paid his respects to the second heavenly demon. Embarrassed, Yowon bowed slightly and asked him to rise, saying it made him uncomfortable. Qianenji laughed softly and said there was nothing uncomfortable about it, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he said that this was the happiest day of his life. Yowon gently helped him back onto the bed, thinking how devoted his grandfather was to the cult, even willing to sacrifice everything for it. He silently wished that if the leaders of the 6 major factions had been like his grandfather, their cult would never have fallen into civil war. Qianenji looked into Yowon's eyes and said firmly that Yowon had obtained the true heavenly demonic sword and was securing the cores before the 6-blade martial school could. He added that perhaps all of this was the guidance of the heavenly demon ancestor. Yowon lowered his gaze, recalling the moment he first obtained the sword when he had heard the ancestor's voice telling him it would take a long time to absorb all the energy. Qianenji stroked his chin thoughtfully and said that it might be nothing more than the wishful thinking of an old cult member, but his intuition told him that the time had come, the time to reveal everything. He leaned forward and said that as Yowon had mentioned, it must have been about 25 years ago. His tone grew heavier as he recalled how the demonic cult he led was expanding westward into the strongholds of the evil sects. The leader of the evil faction alliance at that time was Hang Yin, known as the Destruction Emperor, who had risen to fame after defeating Mok Hayan, the great Death King of the previous generation. Qianenji's tone sharpened as he said their cult's overwhelming power had pushed the evil sects back to Hunan province. Yowon and the others listened closely as Qianenji continued. Their advance had been unstoppable, but the 6 major factions became restless and dissatisfied with their progress. The Grand Guardian recalled that everyone had wondered why Qianenji focused on conquering the West when their cult had the power to march north and challenge the righteous martial alliance for control of the Central Plains. Qianenji closed his eyes and said in a quiet, steady voice that he could now admit he had no choice at the time. He had made a pact with someone he first met 50 years ago. Memories surfaced in his voice as he spoke. He said that in his younger, passionate years, like the cult leaders before him, he had tried to move north into the heart of the Central Plains martial world. The one who stopped him then had been the abbot of the Shaolin Temple, Grandmaster Gaiyang. He paused, recalling the man who was once called the Buddhist saint, a respected figure not known for overwhelming power. Yet after fighting him for nearly half a day he had realized how many truly extraordinary people in the martial world remained hidden. Qianenji's face tightened as he said that he had suffered severe internal injuries and been defeated. It was his first real loss, and he burned for revenge, so he and the Grandmaster made a pact to duel every 5 years. Qianenji had warned that if the Grandmaster brought his forces each time, countless lives would be lost, so they agreed to settle things one-on-one at a set place. A hint of shame entered his voice as he admitted that this began a long rivalry, and for 20 years he had never once defeated Grandmaster Gaiyang. The scene grew tense as he remembered the monk's staff spinning through the air. Then, with a tone brightened by memory, he said that during their 5th duel he finally won, a victory he had awaited for so long. He paused before adding quietly that according to their pact he could have advanced north after that. His voice grew heavier as he confessed that he could not do it. 25 years had been enough to understand and respect each other, and on the day he finally defeated the Grandmaster they had become as close as friends. He exhaled slowly, saying that after that he gave up his plan to advance north and instead turned his attention westward. To the Orthodox faction the Grandmaster was a great hero, but only the two of them knew the truth. Whenever politics burdened him or worries clouded his heart, he would meet with that man of deep faith, a true Buddhist. His tone darkened as he recalled the incident that followed. One day as usual he went to their meeting place, but Grandmaster Gaiyang did not come. Even after 2 weeks there was no sign of him. Qianenji frowned as he explained that around that time he had heard from the Shadow Clan that Zen Master Jam, one of Shaolin's 10 Dharma Masters, had gone missing, and that Grandmaster Gaiyang had gone personally to Mount Bam in the southeast of Anhui province. His hands tightened slightly as he said that though it was not his place to interfere in another sect's matters, curiosity got the better of him, so he went to Mount Bam alone. It was, after all, not far from their cult's territory. His voice grew low and haunted as he said that in the deep forest he found traces of battle. signs of Shaolin's 72 fist arts and the techniques of Zen Master Yung. The other traces, however, were unlike any martial arts of this world. They matched the sword marks he had once seen in the Demon Blade Hall during the 6th stage test. His tone sharpened as he revealed that they were the same sword traces left by the Blade God whom the 7th cult leader, the Sword Demon Gong, had once faced. Yoan's eyes grew sharp as he recognized the Blade God's divine martial art, the technique of the Six-Blade Martial School. Qianji gave a faint amused smile and said that when he had passed the test he had thought it was just an old legend from hundreds of years ago, so he had ignored the dying words of the Sword Demon Gong he once heard from the Guardian. But after seeing that technique appear again in the world, he knew the incident was no ordinary matter. His voice grew grim as he continued. After 2 days of tracking, he found Grandmaster Zhusheng Dang fighting desperately in a ravine in western Zhejiang province, surrounded by many masters. He had joined the fight beside him, and though they were delayed by several enemies, they eventually defeated them all. Qianji's gaze hardened as he said that their enemies used many weapons and techniques, but at the core every move came from the Blade God's martial arts. He remembered that Grandmaster Gaiong had turned to him and said that they must not kill all of their attackers. Qianji nodded slowly as he explained that though he did not know why, he followed the Grandmaster's insistence and captured some alive. Later, as they stood together, he asked his friend who those people were and what techniques they had used. His voice deepened as he recalled Grandmaster Zhusheng Dang's reply that they were the descendants of the Blade God. Even in memory, Qianji's eyes widened. He had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed was still shocking. The descendants of the greatest swordsman who had vanished long ago had returned. He paused, his tone heavy, saying that at first he believed Grandmaster Gaiong had been drawn into the matter while searching for the missing Zen Master Zhu, but that was not the case. Doan's eyes widened in disbelief, and Qianji's expression darkened as he said that Grandmaster Gaiong had already known of their existence. He had known for a very long time. His voice sank, carrying weight with every word as he said that 500 years ago the Blade God had first appeared in the martial world. His first victim had been Qian Mui, the 7th cult leader of the heavenly demonic cult, one of the 5 great masters of that era. 2 years later, the Blade God struck again at Mount Song, killing the divine monk of Shaolin, another of the 5 great masters. Since Shaolin was deeply revered, the 9 sects and 1 faction joined forces with many smaller sects to hunt the killer, but all of them failed. 2 years later, the Iron Fist King Yuk Zhongji of the evil faction was slain, and 2 years after that, the top swordsman of the Wudang sect, Immortal Qing, also fell beneath the Blade God's sword. At that time, the only one who could stop his path of slaughter had been the cult's greatest swordsman, the Sword Demon. Qianji's voice grew solemn as he finished his tale and lowered his head with a quiet sigh. Qianji told Yoan that it was time for him to learn the true reason the Sword Demon had founded the demonic academy. Yoan, standing tall before him, replied without hesitation that it had been created to prepare for the Blade God and his descendants who would one day return. Qianji was shocked and asked how Yoan knew this. The Grand Guardian explained calmly that the cult leader himself had followed the Elder's path past the 6th stage of the demonic academy and learned of the Sword Demon's final wishes and secret notes. Qianji was stunned to hear that Yoan had passed the 6th stage. He sighed and then laughed roughly, saying that Yoan never stopped surprising him. Though with such talent it would have been strange if he hadn't passed. Qianji's expression darkened as he went on in a heavy voice, explaining that their cult had not been the only one making preparations. His words made Yoan uneasy, his brows furrowed, and his trembling fingers clutched the edge of the bed. Qianji continued, saying that when the 2 great masters of the righteous path, the Shaolin divine monk and the Wudang swordsman, had been killed, the righteous factions had formed a secret organization to pursue that man. He paused and then said its name with deliberate weight. The Forest of Hermits. The Grand Guardian froze in surprise, eyes wide, and Qianji added that this was the very group Grandmaster Guiding had once belonged to. Yoan listened deeply, thinking about the Forest of Hermits, a force said to appear only when great bloodshed struck the martial world. For 5 centuries not a single trace of them had been seen, and everyone believed they were just a myth. But Qianji sighed and said they were real. The Forest of Hermits did exist, and Grandmaster Guzheng himself had been one of them. Since most of the 5 great masters had been slain by that man, it was only natural that the righteous factions had grown fearful 500 years ago. He added that their path had been different from theirs. Unlike the Sword Demon, who trained warriors to one day confront the Blade God, the Forest of Hermits devoted themselves to secretly tracking him. The problem was that the Blade God left no trace behind. Even so, the Forest of Hermits never stopped. While others gave up the hunt, they continued, just as the Sword Demon had foreseen when he prepared for the distant future. Qianji's voice dropped lower as he said that the prediction eventually came true. 200 years after the Blade God's disappearance, faint traces of a blade technique believed to be his were found on Mount Baiyang in Jianghu province. His tone grew heavier as he explained that something about those blade marks was strange. They were far less refined than the marks left on the bodies of the masters slain by the Blade God. Records concluded that they were only imitations of his style. After that discovery, nothing more appeared for a long time. But about 50 years later, new traces were found in the northern part of Jiangxi province. These were far more advanced than the ones at Mount Baiyang. Though still not equal to the Blade God's own technique, Yowon, filled with curiosity, asked whether the Forest of Hermits had encountered those people then. Qianji shook his head and said they had not. Despite centuries of pursuit, the Forest of Hermits never found the true wielders. They discovered only blade marks and traces of martial techniques, but never saw the people themselves. Then he looked directly at Yowon, his eyes sharp. From the founding of the Forest of Hermits until now, they had uncovered countless traces of the Blade God's techniques, but never his disciples. Yet from all those traces they had learned one fact. When Yowon asked what that fact was, Qianji's expression hardened. He said that over time the blade marks had grown more and more similar to those left by the Blade God himself. Both Heobong and the Grand Guardian were stunned by this. Qianji continued grimly, explaining that the Forest of Hermits had formed a frightening theory, that these people were descendants of the Blade God. Though they might not have received his direct teachings, Yowon thought about it and agreed that if they hadn't been formally trained, or if the training method had been lost, they might have slowly recreated it over the centuries. But what truly mattered was that the Blade God's descendants existed. Qianji went on, saying that over time those descendants realized the Forest of Hermits was tracking them. They revealed themselves, but only to kill the trackers. His fists clenched as he said that by the time the truth was discovered, more than 3 masters of the Forest of Hermits had already disappeared. Dharma Master Zhenging of Shaolin, who was also a member of the Forest of Hermits, volunteered to act as bait to turn the hunt back on them. Qianji exhaled deeply and pressed his palms together as if in prayer, saying that it was through Zhengeng's sacrifice that they first encountered the descendants. Later Grandmaster Guiyang and he succeeded in capturing some of them, but before they could interrogate them, their heads exploded, leaving no information behind. His voice grew quieter as he said that 20 years ago a powerful enemy had appeared, leading others who hid their faces behind iron masks. Qianji's gaze turned distant as he recalled the battle. One of them had spoken coldly, saying they should enjoy their reunion with their comrades. At first Qianji had not understood those words. But after a fierce battle in which the master of the Six-Blade Martial School was killed, it captured some of the masked men. When they removed their masks, they finally understood. The enemy beneath the iron mask was none other than Dharma Master Zhenging, the very man who had once given his life as bait. Qianji's voice grew heavier as he spoke. He said there had been others too, masters from the Forest of Hermits who were believed to be dead, but they hadn't died. They had been placed under hypnosis. No matter what method was used to break it, the result was always the same. The bugs inside their heads exploded, killing them instantly. He paused, his eyes distant with memories. But Dharma Master Jung had been different. His hypnosis was only partly broken. He had told them that the Six-Blade Martial School had gathered enough power to challenge the entire martial arts world, yet he was already fatally wounded in battle, and before long he died. Qianji continued that his head had not exploded, which made him curious. He had asked Grandmaster Guzheng for permission to open the man's skull. What he found had shocked him. The bug inside was dormant, as if it were in hibernation. He believed that it had been suppressed by the sacred Buddhist power of the Muscle Change Classic. Hearing this, Yowon interrupted, realizing something. He asked if that was the reason Qianji had learned the Muscle Change Classic. Qianji nodded solemnly, saying that it was indeed so. He had done it to infiltrate their stronghold. Then with calm determination he revealed that he himself had once been a member of the Forest of Hermits. Yowon froze, his body trembling, his fists clenching in disbelief. Qianji's voice grew steady again as he explained that the Muscle Change Classic created by Bodhidharma of Shaolin was considered the greatest of cultivation techniques. Its greatest strength lay in calming both mind and body. After realizing it could suppress hypnosis and restrain the bugs, he and Grandmaster Guiyang had planned to use it to secretly infiltrate the Six-Blade Martial School. The Grand Guardian, who had been listening intently, finally spoke, asking if that was the reason Qianji had gone into seclusion, to learn the Muscle Change Classic. Qianji nodded slightly, saying it was part of the reason but not the whole. He had also wanted to restore the energy circulation method of the heavenly demonic sword art, believing that only it could counter the Blade God's divine martial art. However, without the proper energy circulation method, he could not fully use its true techniques. That was why he had spent so much time restoring it. A shadow crossed his face as he admitted that his plan had been to remain within the cult until mastering the Muscle Change Classic. But as he practiced it, the Buddhist energy within him grew stronger, weakening the true energy of their heavenly demonic cultivation. If the 6 elders or Qian Yuzhong, the current cult leader, had noticed, everything would have been ruined. So he had been forced to leave the cult earlier than he wanted. After years of preparation, he said, he finally put his plan into action. He allowed himself to be captured so he could infiltrate the enemy from within. The Grand Guardian trembled as he listened, overwhelmed with grief and respect. Unable to contain himself, he fell to his knees and bowed before Qianji, asking how he could have borne such a burden alone and why he hadn't told his subordinates. Qianji placed a steady hand on the Grand Guardian's trembling shoulder and said gently that the Grand Guardian too carried the duty of guarding the heavenly demon seal and the will of the sword demon. How could he, an old man, ignore such responsibility? Heobong and the Grand Guardian both grew emotional, calling out his name in tears. Yowon stood silently to the side, his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. His thoughts were in turmoil as he realized that his grandfather hadn't been captured in battle. He had gone willingly. Qianji closed his eyes briefly before continuing, his tone heavy. After being captured, he had awakened in what was believed to be the stronghold of the Six-Blade Martial School. At first, they had treated him with respect, trying to persuade him to reveal secrets of various factions. When persuasion failed, they had turned to threats and torture. Yowon's throat tightened as he remembered the scars of torture on his grandfather's body when he returned. Qianji's hands trembled slightly as he clasped them together, his voice breaking. He said it had been his foolish belief that if he endured long enough he could learn everything. But he and another captive had been tortured for nearly 10 years before finally succumbing to hypnosis. During that time their hypnosis techniques had grown even stronger than the power of the muscle change classic. Still trembling, Qianji went on, saying he had no memory of the time he was under hypnosis. Though he knew there had been no order to die, they had believed he was completely converted and began using him for their grand plan. From time to time he had tried to break free of hypnosis using the muscle change classic to learn their objectives, but there were so many masters within their lair that he could not freely use it. Sometimes it took a month or more to regain his senses, and his memories were always scattered and unclear. His voice softened further as he explained that the hypnosis and the bugs had begun adapting even to the energy of the muscle change classic, and he believed the same had happened to Grandmaster Guyong. Yowon asked quietly if he had discovered anything. Qianji closed his eyes and shook his head, defeated. He said their enemies were truly brilliant. They had used simplified Chinese characters as a code and he hadn't been able to understand more than half of it. He had gained no vital information. Yowon's face grew tense as a thought crossed his mind. He wondered if the writing could be in simplified Chinese. He remembered that the Book of Divine Techniques they had been searching for was also written in that script. Clenching his fist, he regretted not bringing that book, thinking they could have used it to decode the text. But he knew that given his grandfather's situation, it had been impossible. Qianji nodded slightly and explained that all he could do was copy those characters whenever the hypnosis lost its effect. Yowon was shocked and asked if that was true. Qianji confirmed it, his voice calm but tired, and said the real challenge had been secretly taking out what he had transcribed. After a long time he got the chance when he was sent to retrieve the dragon turtle's core. While in Hubei province, he briefly regained awareness and managed to hide the copied text without being caught. He added that although his memory was incomplete, the code was likely something left behind by their ancestor. Yowon's heart pounded as he realized that if it was truly a record left by the Blade God, they might finally uncover his true purpose. Qianji continued, speaking slowly and carefully. He said that later, during the battle with the dragon turtle, the hypnosis had faded again for a short while. In that moment he had handed his identity plaque to a young man from the North Sea Ice Palace and asked for help. Qianji gave a faint smile, his weary eyes softening as he looked at Yowon. He said that he would never have imagined Yowon would be the one to rescue him, and that this miracle must surely be thanks to the grace of the heavenly demon ancestor. He fell silent for a moment, then his expression grew sharper as he reminded Yowon that he had wanted to know about the cores of the 5 spirits. Yowon's face turned serious as he said he had wondered why the cores should never fall into their enemies' hands. Qianji slowly raised his head, his voice heavy with meaning. He said it was difficult to believe, but if what their enemies claimed was true, the cores could grant eternal life, immortality itself. The Grand Guardian beside them frowned and asked if eternal life and immortality were really possible. Qianji replied calmly that if what they had heard was true, then gathering all 5 spirit cores would make it possible. Yowon's eyes narrowed as he thought that such power would mean being ageless and undying. It made sense why they were so obsessed with the cores. Then his face stiffened as a memory surfaced, the vision he saw when the Nano system went into self-repair mode. Back then it had mentioned that the one called the Ultimate Blade God had lived for almost 1,000 years. If the clan leader was truly that man, then he had indeed achieved eternal life. In the original history, that man must have gathered all the cores of the 5 spirit beasts, but in this timeline Yowon had obtained them first. He clenched his fist slightly, realizing it had not been intentional. It had started with the spiritual power of the moose, then the fire Qilin from the imperial tomb, and later the dragon turtle of the northern sea. He had even gained the great Peng's spiritual power from within the 5 cold ice wall, all by coincidence. Yowon looked down at his hand, his eyes dim with thought, feeling as though everything had been predetermined. He wondered silently if gaining the white tiger's core, as his grandfather mentioned, would truly grant him eternal life. He found the idea absurd, as he had never desired such a thing. Qianji broke the silence, saying that perhaps it was a good thing after all. The room grew quiet with tension as he explained that if the clan leader of the 6 Ultimate Blade sect gained eternal life, the entire martial world would fall under his control. He sighed, saying it was fortunate that Yowon had already acquired 3 of the cores. Yowon smiled faintly but decided not to reveal everything yet. Chiji's expression hardened as he mentioned that the clan leader might also have obtained the great Peng's core at Potala Palace. Yowon's eyes widened slightly, then realization struck him. Another great Peng must exist elsewhere. Since the divine relic of the North Sea Ice Palace was ancient, that seemed possible. Qianji closed his eyes, his voice filled with worry. If that man truly possessed the great Peng's core, his next target would surely be the white tiger's core. Even though Yowon already had 3, he must not let his guard down. Qianji's gaze grew distant as he recalled the past. He said that the first time he faced that man was inside the Blade God 6 martial clan's lair, under the pretext of testing the Iron Trial stage. That man had fought 20 martial masters who were under hypnosis all by himself. Qianji explained that he had freed himself from the hypnosis using the reversal tendon art and seized what seemed like a perfect opportunity to attack with all his strength, yet even when 2 Supreme Masters and 18 Superior Masters attacked together, none of them could endure a single strike from the Blade Lord. Qianji lowered his gaze and warned that the Blade Lord was a true monster. If he gained more than 2 cores, even with 3 in Yowan's possession, the battle would be difficult. He urged Yowan to obtain the White Tiger's core before the Blade Lord did, as that would give him a chance to stand against him. He recalled witnessing the man's blade art, saying it went beyond the limits of the human body. He reminded Yowan that only the heavenly demon sword art left by their founder could rival it. Qianji smiled faintly and said he had managed to recreate the energy circulation method of that art before infiltrating the 6 Ultimate Blade sect, allowing one to use at least 70% of its full power. He said they must not delay and that he would personally teach Yowan the method starting that day. Yowan turned pale, sweat running down his temples. Qianji said that with Yowan's talent he would be able to fully revive the lost heavenly demon sword art. But Yowan slowly raised his hand to stop him and said that he had already discovered the founder's energy method in the Azure Jade Palace, and completed the heavenly demon sword art himself. Qianji froze, shocked, and then laughed in amazement, praising his grandson's achievement. Yowan stayed silent, thinking that if he told his grandfather he had also created a martial art that combined the heavenly demon sword art with the blade god's extreme art, the old man might faint. 5 days later, Baekhyun called out, asking Yowan if he could stay a little longer before leaving. Yowan turned back to his disciples and calmly said there was no need to say things they didn't mean. Baekhyun frowned and said he truly wanted to learn more. Yowan folded his arms and told him that he had already taught everything he could and given him all the formulas of the profound cold ice art. He added that he would check later to see whether Baekhyun had mastered them properly. Baekhyun blinked in surprise, asking if Yowan would really check. Yowan's eyes burned red as he spoke fiercely that Baekhyun was his first disciple and that he wouldn't let things slide so easily. He said he would assign 5 members of the 6 Swords unit to stay and make sure Baekhyun didn't slack off in training. Baekhyun quickly bowed his head and promised not to disappoint him. The council elder with glasses watched quietly, thinking that Baekhyun not only lacked natural talent but also had little interest in martial arts despite being born into a martial family. The elder glanced at Yowan and said that for the future of the Northern Sea Ice Palace, Jusheng-dan should be the rightful successor, and that Baekhyun had just been luckier than others. Yowan stepped onto the ship, turned back with a faint smile and told them not to neglect their training. Baekhyun sighed and replied bitterly that he understood. Heo Bong approached Yowan with a grin and suggested that since Yowan had already taken them under his command, he should rename the Northern Sea Ice Palace to something like Heavenly Demon Cult Northern Branch, saying it sounded impressive. Before he could finish, Yowan smacked the back of his head hard. Heo Bong yelped, clutching his skull and complaining that his head wasn't a drum. Sanghua put her hands on her hips and scolded him to learn to keep his mouth shut. Heo Bong grumbled in pain and agreed reluctantly, then glanced toward Jusheng-dan's group. Jusheng-dan looked at him briefly before turning away without a word. Meanwhile, Mo Ying-kong and strategist Jiggle stood quietly at the edge of the ship observing. Mo Ying-yu glanced at Jiggle and sent her a voice transmission asking what would happen to them now. She told him calmly not to be anxious, explaining that since they were taken as hostages they wouldn't be harmed easily. Her eyes shifted toward Yowan, who was speaking with Baek Ji. Mo Ying frowned slightly and muttered that Yowan was a cold-blooded man. Strategist Jiggle clenched her fist and said they were being held as hostages to force the Martial Alliance to send troops and that the cult wouldn't openly fight the Alliance yet because eliminating the Blade God's 6 martial clans was more important to them. Mo Ying looked at her seriously and said they had to escape if they ever got the chance, warning that Yowan might cut off their arms or kill them if they displeased him. Jiggle's expression darkened as she asked if he really believed they could escape. Mo Ying insisted that they couldn't give up and that there was always a way out, even if the heavens collapsed. Suddenly, Baek Ji stepped forward and told Mo Ying that the cult leader was summoning him. Startled, Mo Ying asked what it was about. Baek Ji simply said the cult leader wanted to see him. Mo Ying grew nervous and protested that he hadn't done anything wrong, sweating as he followed. Jiggle sighed, thinking to herself that he was bold for planning to flee. When Baek Ji returned to Yowan with Mo Ying, he announced that he had brought him. Yowan looked at Mo Ying coldly and said he had heard that the Mo Ying clan lived in Liaoning province. Asking if he was familiar with its geography, Mo Ying swallowed and said yes, wondering why Yowan was asking such questions and fearing that Yowan might be planning to attack the Mo Ying clan. Yowan's eyes sharpened as he ordered Mo Ying to guide them to Chai Mountain once they arrived in Liaoning. The scene then shifted to the headquarters of the heavenly demonic cult in the 10,000 Mountains. Inside the Supreme Elder's training chamber, Xiao Meng approached Qian Yuzhong and reported that they had found his father. Yuzhong's eyes narrowed. Xiao Meng added that the cult leader had also brought the Northern Sea Ice Palace under their rule. Yuzhong stood in shock, realizing that Yowan had changed the state religion, taken control of the imperial capital Kaifeng, and now absorbed the Northern Sea Ice Palace into the cult. Xiao Meng placed a hand over his chest proudly, saying that he had recognized Yowan's potential from the beginning and accepted him as a disciple, calling it a great blessing for their cult. Yuzhong smiled faintly, his gaze distant, and said that Wa's child had far surpassed him. Turning to Xiao Meng, he said it was a joyous day and suggested they share a drink to celebrate. Xiao Meng agreed, but before he could continue, Yuzhong suddenly struck at his neck. Xiao Meng barely dodged, and the attack tore through the wall with a thunderous crack. Yuzhong burst through the shattered wall, his aura blazing as he landed outside. Xiao Meng peered through the hole in alarm, asking what was wrong. Yuzhong's sharp gaze swept the area as he said he thought someone had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Xiao Meng was shocked and reminded him that this was the most heavily guarded chamber in the cult, and no one could approach unnoticed, especially not by someone of Yuzhong's level, one of the 5 great masters. Yuzhong turned his head slightly and said he must have been mistaken. After a pause, he muttered that his weakened life force must have caused him to make such an error, then calmly suggested they go back inside. Xiao Meng smiled faintly and agreed. Far away on the peak of Mount Dian, a shadowy figure began to appear, flickering like blue holographic light. It was Director Qian of Sky Corporation, clutching his bleeding side and gritting his teeth. He muttered that there was no way Yuzhong could have seen him, yet somehow he sensed him. Blood dripped from his fingers as he cursed under his breath and looked into the distance, fear filling his eyes. He thought that the man he had just seen was a monster who defied all reason. Suddenly the small bag on his lap started to release smoke. Seeing this, he quickly grabbed it, his eyes widening in alarm. He cursed under his breath and pulled out a blue disc that was now giving off thick smoke, throwing it high into the air. The disc exploded with a loud bang, scattering glowing particles everywhere. In the next moment, a massive black hole formed at the center of the blast, sucking everything nearby with terrifying force. Soon after, it began to shrink until it disappeared completely. Director Qian let out a shaky breath of relief. Thinking that if he had been even a little slower he would have been pulled into the spatial distortion, he ran a hand through his hair and cursed again, angry that he had lost an entire time pack. Reaching into his bag, he took out another device. Realizing that he now had only 2 left, he took a deep breath, his expression grim, knowing he couldn't walk back to the cult without being detected if he moved carelessly. Suddenly his face changed and his eyes widened in alarm. Clicking his tongue in frustration, he muttered that they might have already picked up his trail. He checked his smartwatch, panic flashing in his eyes as he wondered how his pursuers were moving so fast. Cursing inwardly, he quickly entered new coordinates into his device, knowing that his original plan was completely ruined. As the device activated, a bright blue light surrounded him, and in an instant Director Qian vanished, traveling through time and space in a blinding flash. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Martial Artists Alliance. For a long time the balance between the 3 great powers and their respective duties had kept the Alliance's High Council and commanding officers from gathering together. Since the rise of the Blade God's 6 martial clan, such meetings had become even rarer. But that day even those who had skipped the Martial World Non-Aggression Treaty Assembly were present. For the first time in ages the great council hall was completely filled. At the head seat sat the Martial Alliance leader, North Justice Blade Li Mok. In front of him stood the general strategist Yu Bamareo, dressed in white. Beside him was the first master, Mu Gutchen of the Shangxi Sword Sect, wearing red robes. At the far end sat the second master, the Shaolin Abbot Gak Yin. To his right was the man in green robes, the 13th master and patriarch of the Yeagle clan, Yeagle Yang. Next to him, dressed in white, was the 14th master, Scarlet Sun Jin Yin of the Jiangnan sect. The man in blue robes was the 17th master, Peng Guyu of the Hubei Peng clan. Beside him was the 16th master, Yan Youngin, patriarch of the Jinzhou Yan clan. Alongside them sat the captains of each combat unit under the Martial Alliance's command. Only 4 masters and 2 unit commanders were absent. The 7th master, Yao Wang, who had not yet returned from the Northern Sea Ice Palace, the 15th master, Huangbo Nung, who had died in the Northern Sea, the 3rd master, Namgung Giang, who had died during the treaty signing, the 9th master, Wen Meisun of the Podolaka sect, who had been ambushed and killed by the supreme saber of the 6th martial arts sect in Jiangsu province, Yan Buso, who had gone into isolation training, and finally the Black Shadow Squad leader, Kong So-ah, who had also died in the Northern Sea. Peng Qian, dressed in black, stroked his beard quietly, thinking that the atmosphere felt grim. He wondered what could have happened for such an emergency meeting to be called. Li Mok then rose from his seat, clapped his hands, and firmly said that he was grateful everyone had answered the emergency call, adding that they had little time and should move straight to the main matter. He turned toward the guards at the door and ordered them to bring someone in. Moments later, a man in purple robes entered the hall with calm, steady steps. One of the Alliance masters was surprised, recognizing him as the Black Shadow Unit's vice-captain, Mek Yuzhong, who had been deployed to the Northern Sea with Commander Kong and wondering why he was there. The man bowed slightly, greeting the assembled heroes and introducing himself as Mek Yuzhong, the new commander of the Black Shadow Unit. The hall stirred in shock at the words new commander. The Shaolin Abbot Gak Yin turned sharply toward Li Mok and demanded an explanation. Li Mok raised a hand, asking everyone to stay calm and listen to Commander Mek Yuzhong's report first. Mek Yuzhong stepped forward, his voice tense with urgency. He said he would get straight to the point and announced that they had discovered the hidden headquarters of the Blade God's 6 martial clan. Yeagle Yang jumped up in disbelief, asking if he had really found the clan's base. Peng Guyu also stood abruptly, staring at Mek Yuzhong and asking where it was, whether in Jiangsu or Zhujiang. Mek Yuzhong turned toward the map, stepped forward and pointed sharply to a location. He said it was right there, Wangshan in Hangzhoujiang province. Peng Guyu froze, sweat forming on his face as he realized it was a perfect hiding place. A breathtaking mountain surrounded by steep, jagged peaks, both dangerous and ideal for a secret base. One of the beggar clan heads then asked how Commander Mek had discovered the hideout's location. Ever since they had lost Jiangsu and Zhujiang to the Blade God's clan, even their guild members who entered Zhujiang were slaughtered without mercy. Mek Yuzhong bowed slightly and replied calmly that given even one of the 3 great intelligence networks of the orthodox factions had suffered such losses, their doubts were understandable. Then he raised his head and asked them to look at something first. He glanced toward the alliance leader and Lee Mok nodded, telling him to open it. At his order, the 2 guards at the gate pushed open the large doors. Soon after, several attendants rolled in a massive cart covered with heavy cloth. With a quick motion, one man pulled the cloth away. Jinyan and Yan Yungan immediately stood up in shock, their eyes wide. Even the masters from other sects stared in disbelief. They asked what it was. Mek Yujong stepped forward and said it was the dragon turtle. Several masters moved closer to inspect the huge head before them. One murmured that it really did look like a dragon, just as the legend said. The head of the beggar clan then noticed something else. A moment later, another group entered, pushing a smaller cart also covered in cloth. They stopped in front of the council, and one of the masters cautiously said that there seemed to be something else. At a signal, one of the men pulled the cloth away, and everyone froze. Someone gasped, wondering what it was. Inside the cart were several rotting corpses with maggots crawling over them, and the foul smell filled the hall. The beggar clan head covered his face and asked Commander Mek Yujong why the corpses were there. Mek Yujong firmly replied that one of the bodies belonged to a master of the Blade God's 6 martial clan and the others were his followers. The hall went silent. The beggar clan head stepped forward and placed his hand on one of the corpses' necks. He muttered that there was a way to identify members of that clan. Striking several points along the body, he then froze. He explained that they always destroyed the meridians of their dead to keep others from learning their martial arts, and the marks confirmed their identity. He stepped back slowly, eyes wide with realization, and told the council that Mek Yujong was correct, it was indeed them. The alliance leader, Lee Mok, who had remained seated, raised his hand and calmly asked everyone to sit down once they were done verifying. The masters returned to their seats and silence filled the hall. Lee Mok then stood, his heavy robe swaying as he stepped forward. In a solemn voice he said that before them lay the severed head of the dragon turtle from the northern sea and the corpses of the Blade God's 6 martial clan disciples. The atmosphere grew tense. Lee Mok continued, explaining that Commander Mek Yujong and the Black Shadow Division had pursued the retreating forces of that clan from the northern sea, found their hidden base and successfully reclaimed the dragon turtle's head. One master in white robes, Chong Su, narrowed his eyes and said the evidence was clear, but questioned how Mek Yujong had found their headquarters when even their spies had failed to infiltrate Zhujiang. Mek Yujong bowed and said the doubt was understandable, admitting that if the enemy had been at full strength he would not have returned alive. Chong Su pressed him to explain. Mek Yujong recalled the moment he discovered their base at Wangshen during his secret pursuit, explaining that a large part of their forces had already left. At their current strength, he said, the alliance could easily crush them in a full assault. The beggar clan head frowned and leaned forward, asking if that was why the alliance leader had called an emergency meeting. Lee Mok turned toward the general strategist sitting beside him. The strategist stood smoothly, adjusting his white sleeves, and said the information had come from one of their spies inside the demonic alliance's territory. He went on to explain that the Blade Lord, the current leader of the Blade God's 6 martial clan, had taken part of his forces west toward Lhasa in Tibet. Yu Bamareo then continued in a grave tone, saying that some of the masters already knew another detachment had gone north in pursuit of the dragon turtle. At those words, Punguyu slammed his hand on the table and shouted that this must be why the alliance had sent their expeditionary force to the northern sea. Ubiomario's expression darkened as he said that, after reviewing all the gathered intelligence, he had realized their ambition was not limited to conquering the Central Plains. The hall went completely silent. Looking around at the tense faces of the assembled masters, he declared that the Blade God's 6 martial clan sought to slay the sacred beasts themselves, the ones guarding the Imperial Palace, the Northern Sea, and even the one in Lhasa. The general strategist begins. This intelligence comes from one of our spies embedded within the demonic alliance's territory. The Blade Lord, current leader of the Blade God's 6 Blade Martial Clan, has taken part of his forces and headed west toward Lhasa in Tibet, and as some of the masters here may already know, another detachment of their forces was sent north in pursuit of the dragon turtle. Punguyu, furious, says then the deployment of our expeditionary force to the Northern Sea was because strategist Yu Bamareo read answers after consolidating all the gathered intelligence. I have come to a realization that their ambition is not limited to conquering the Central Plains. He concludes the Blade God's 6 Blade Martial Clan seeks to kill the sacred beasts themselves, those dwelling within the Imperial Palace in the Northern Sea and in Lhasa as well. The present sacred beasts, just like the demonic cult, coveted the blood of the fire Qilin, a treasure of the Ming Empire. Are they now after these treasures as well? Pulls out a book and some recognize it as true scripture. They ask strategist Yu Bamareo why this book. He replies, as Grandmaster Gak Yin said, the extreme 6 Blade Martial Clan is after the sacred beasts. More specifically, they seek the true essence contained within these sacred beasts. Punguyu, true essence, do you mean to say they want a sudden surge in internal power? Strategist Yu Bamareo answers, no, honestly, I thought it was just a legend mentioned in the scriptures, but seeing that they are after the 5 spirits. Another asked, what are you trying to say? This is frustrating. Strategist Yu Bamareo responds, everyone, please look here. He opens the book and says it's exactly as written in true scripture. Whoever obtains the true essence of the 5 spirits shall achieve immortality. Another asked strategist Yu Bamareo, immortality, could it be the same immortality sought by the first emperor in ancient times? Leader Li Mok responds naturally, for many lords find this hard to believe. However, the crucial point is not immortality itself, he continues. According to the information gathered by strategist Yu Bomryo and Master Beck, our alliance can use this to decisively turn the tables on them. Strategist Yu Bomryo pulls 5 pieces from his sleeve, each corresponding to positions on the map. Mark Chariot, King, Upright, Earth. Strategist Yu Bomryo explains, from now on our alliance will launch an all-out campaign for the future of the orthodox martial world. Everyone is shocked, First Master Mu Guchen thinks. Was this why the Western Commander First Master was called? But if he leaves the front lines, won't it be difficult to counter the unorthodox faction? Strategist Yu Bomryo continues, right now the unorthodox faction is in chaos due to ongoing internal conflict. The all-out campaign must be launched at this moment. Mek Yujong speaks up saying that's not everything. The true essence of the dragon turtle has fallen into the hands of the demon god. Some present are shocked and ask how this could be. Strategist Yu Bomryo replies, the all-out campaign I mentioned earlier is to prevent that. Another asks, what do you mean? If that monster already possesses the true essence, how could we possibly stop it? Strategist Yu Bomryo answers, it's not over yet. I don't know if other sacred beasts truly exist. However, there is an interesting legend regarding Changbai Mountain. He asks, could it be there is a sacred beast on Changbai Mountain? Strategist Yu Bomryo replies, exactly, Wind White Tiger. According to Immortal White Classic True Scripture, there exists a sacred beast called Wind White Tiger, one of the 5 spirits on Changbai Mountain. Abbot Gak Yin says, if the white tiger truly is a sacred beast, it must also possess a true essence, and as Commander said, the Blade God's Blade Martial Clan or the demonic cult would very likely target it. Strategist Yu Bomryo continues, from now on our alliance will split into 2 forces and head toward the enemy bases marked on the map Hangzhou and Changbai Mountain. On the map, a king represents the Blade God's 6 Blade Martial Clan forces fleeing to Lhasa in the western regions. Chariot marks the demonic cult forces in the northern sea, and while General Strategist explain Make Jiang begins to think of Master Kong, he recalls the moment when he held his decapitated head and made things Lord Yang who dreamed of the blue sky. Your death has become the spark for a great flame for the greater good. The scene shifts to the northern Great Plains. Hyobong is amazed to see his jerk and asked, is this really mine? Hyobong excitedly says, can I really use it? Juqian Dan responds, weren't you pestering me to try it out? Hyobong steps inside and says, oh, the inside is really cool too. Juqian Dan thinks Hyobong has reached the unrestrained realm comparable to an elder or a sect master. Yet why does he act like a mere apprentice? He turns to him and asks, do you need it as well? Elder Mongmu answers, I'm fine. More importantly, it would be good if we could give one to the cult leader as a gift. Juqian Dan says, now that I think about it, the former sect leader isn't here. He answers he's probably with the former supreme leader. Juqian Dan asked, are the 2 of them training again? He responds, of course they are. We see Yoan with his grandfather before a rocky wall with a fire lit. His grandfather strikes the wall using the Heavenly Demon Sword technique 4th form. He strikes several points and after a few seconds, the wall collapses. Yoan praises him saying, excellent grandfather. You've flawlessly executed the 4th form of the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. His grandfather turns, laughs, and replies, it's all thanks to you, Yoan. Just knowing the Kai circulation technique grants such power. He thinks the Kai circulation technique I painstakingly developed seems trivial in comparison to this. Is it true that the Heavenly Demon Patriarch was a genius to have created this? It would have been ideal to cultivate inner power with the Heavenly Demon Sword technique instead of the Reverse Muscle Classic, but unfortunately, I can't convert my inner power immediately. What a shame. Yoan asked, grandfather, will you practice the 5th form as well? He answers, no, even with perfect theoretical understanding the 5th form is harder to master than I expected. Merging all sword techniques into one unified form is not easy. Then he says, Yoan, I'm grateful to you, but I also feel sorry. He replies, not at all, Supreme Grand Master. It's only natural for you to learn the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. His grandfather says, even so, the fact that this old man is learning our sect's greatest martial art. Yoan replies, but it's not the absolute best. Yoan thinks, I do not wish to hide the truth from grandfather after all the years he sacrificed for the sect. His grandfather asked, what do you mean the Heavenly Demon Sword technique is not the best? Yoan explains. On the cliff of Broken Sword Valley, the Heavenly Demon Patriarch left behind an unfinished sword manual. His grandfather is surprised, and Yoan continues, it would be better if you see it for yourself. He leaps high, releases his power, and summons his sword. His grandfather, seeing this, thinks the sword paths traverse directions that are impossible for a human body to execute. How can such a sword manual exist? And it seems as though the Heavenly Demon Sword technique and extreme divine martial arts are mixed together. Yoan strikes the wall with his devastating power. His grandfather is shocked and says, this can't be. This is what the founding patriarch created, an incomplete sword technique. We see that Yoan has made a huge hole in the wall, destroying it. He then says, strictly speaking, even the founding Heavenly Demon Patriarch gave up on completing this sword technique. It is explained that in the future, no one except the demon god Qian Yoan will be able to master it. Yao says, I have named it Demon God Sword Art. It is the moment the legendary sword technique makes its first appearance here in the northern Great Plains.
4 days later, at the northern border of Liaoning Province, Baek Ji's horse suddenly went wild, forcing him to dismount. Ko Wonger saw the scene and laughed, remarking that at Baek Ji's current pace he would never learn to ride properly. Baek Ji noticed how furious the horse looked and thought to himself that he had failed once again. He reflected that just a momentary lapse in focus had caused this, wondering how he could have lost his mind like that. Lightning burst from his hands and body, the result of drinking the blood of the dragon turtle. Since their time at the Demonic Academy, the Six Swords had always sharpened their skills through constant sparring. Baek Ji had once rivaled Ko Wonger for the top position among them, but eventually Ko Wonger was surpassed by Mongu. Ko Wonger advanced to the level of superior master, becoming a wall Baek Ji could no longer overcome. In hopes of surpassing that barrier, Baek Ji learned a new martial art created by Yed Woon, yet even that was not enough. Then an incident occurred that crushed the little confidence he had left. He was defeated by Hubong during a sparring match. Hubong, having followed Yo Woo and accumulated countless experiences and fortuitous encounters, was no longer the same man he used to be. Losing to someone he had always considered beneath him pushed Baek Ji into reckless desperation. Before anyone could stop him, he drank the unrefined blood of the dragon turtle. He ignored the fact that warriors from the North Sea Ice Palace had been burned alive by lightning energy after attempting the same. His friends tried to restrain him, but he convinced himself that if Hubong had succeeded in absorbing the fire Keelan's blood, then there was no reason he couldn't do the same. The result of his recklessness was horrifying. Had Yo Woo not arrived in time to suppress the lightning energy rampaging through his body, Baek Ji would have been consumed completely. Although Baek Ji eventually managed to absorb the lightning chi, controlling it proved far more difficult. Even the slightest relaxation caused lightning to surge out uncontrollably. Yo Won observed that Baek Ji was different from Hubong. He explained that the fire Qilin's blood from the imperial tomb had been partially diluted by the eternal snow, whereas the dragon turtle had died only recently. Its blood was still overflowing with spiritual power. Yo Woon told him that if he could completely circulate the lightning chi through his body using his internal energy, it would not leak out unconsciously the way it currently did. In response, Baek Ji asked how he was supposed to achieve full circulation. Yo Won answered that, simply put, Baek Ji would need to reach the level of superior master. Baek Ji thought bitterly that if it were easy, he would have already achieved it long ago. Despite possessing both inner strength and lightning chi, he could neither control them fully nor attain enlightenment. He wondered whether Hubong's natural talent surpassed his own. He then reflected that Hubong had not grown stronger by comparing himself to others. Hubong had simply devoted himself to his duty. Baek Ji admitted to himself that he had been the foolish one. Hubong was who he was, and Baek Ji was who he was. Martial arts, he realized, were not something that could be attained through impatience. Frustrated, he cursed internally. At that point, he felt he had no choice but to acknowledge Hubong's ability, and lightning began erupting uncontrollably from his body once more. Hubong turned and saw him, remarking that he seemed to be having trouble controlling his power. He claimed he understood how Becky felt, saying that great power always came with great responsibility. Becky found himself stunned by how wise Hubong suddenly sounded, and wondered if he had been misunderstanding him the entire time. Hubong went on to say that he himself could barely sleep at night because he was always struggling to suppress the heat writhing inside him, before bursting into loud laughter. Becky immediately took back his earlier thoughts, refusing to acknowledge someone he now considered a perverted fool and insisting he would never lose to an idiot like that. Hubong then teased him, calling for him to wait. Yowoo's grandfather observed the situation and commented that Yowoo had gathered quite the amusing subordinates. Yowoo recalled the first time he had met Hubong, remembering how the man had been crushed under the pressure of the demonic legion back then. Now, however, Hubong had become someone who lifted everyone's spirits, an indispensable presence. Yowoo felt genuinely glad that Hubong had been his first subordinate. Meanwhile, Hubong continued to play around with his power. Yowoo then turned to Muyong and asked whether, now that they had entered Liaoning province, he could guide them to Chang'ai Mountain. Muyong nervously asked if Lord Xian truly intended to go there. One of Yowoo's subordinates shouted at him, demanding how he dared to question the Lord's decision when he was merely serving as a guide. Yowoo noted that Muyong had hesitated even the last time Chang'ai Mountain had been mentioned, and asked what he feared so much. Muyong explained that among the people of Liaoning, there was an unspoken rule. No matter what happened, one must never enter Chang'ai Mountain. Yowoo's grandfather was surprised, and even Yowoo was taken aback, asking what kind of nonsense that rule was supposed to be. Muyong explained that both his father and grandfather had always given him the same warning. He said he had never even gone near the mountain's entrance in his entire life. One of Yowoo's subordinates questioned the legitimacy of such a rule, pointing out that the southern part of Chang'ai lay within the lands of the eastern tribes, which should simply be a matter of national borders. Muyong replied that his grandfather always told him that a monster dwelled at the entrance of Chang'ai Mountain and that anyone who valued their life should never approach it. Shioni then told Yo-woo that although his memory was not what it once had been, he believed he had heard something similar before. He recalled that officers of the Profound Blade and Martial sect had once spoken of a monster guarding Chongai Mountain. Yo-woo asked whether the monster they referred to could be the white tiger said to reside there. His grandfather replied that if the creature was indeed the one spoken of, then the path ahead might prove quite difficult for them. Yo-woo then asked if his grandfather meant someone he knew. His grandfather nodded and identified the being as the Eastern Cascade God, the Malice. 2 days earlier, at the border between Eastern Liaoning Province and Southern Jilin Province, several soldiers were seen marching. Ho Hen-ja, the sect leader of the Mount Diending sect and the 10th commander of the alliance, observed that since he had become head of his sect, this was the first time he had witnessed such a full-scale deployment. He remarked that if they wished, this force could wipe an entire city off the map, and that it was astonishing to see the righteous faction's finest warriors gathered to form an army 5,000 strong. Zhang, the head of the Mount Hong sect and the 4th commander of the alliance, remarked that he wondered whether such overwhelming strength truly needed to be mobilized to conquer Chongai Mountain. Ho Hen expressed that he felt the same as Master Zhang, and thought it might have been wiser to send 90% of their troops toward Hongzhou, where the Blade Lord's base was located. Chief Hong reminded them that they had already heard the strategist's plan and implied that questioning it at this point was unnecessary. Ho Hen-ja insisted that allocating 30% of their total forces to Chonbai Mountain still seemed unreasonable, suggesting that Chief Hong himself did not truly understand why they would commit so many men merely to seize or protect the core of a mythical beast. Gakyeon responded that perhaps sect leader Ho had not yet learned the full picture, given that he had only recently been promoted to Grand Commander Hai and Ja, then asked what Gakyeon meant by that. Gakyeon replied by asking why they thought 200 soldiers and the third strategist, Ogio, had been sent ahead as an advance party. Ho Hanja assumed it was to negotiate with the guardian of Chai Mountain, noting that even if that man was one of the 5 great masters, such an approach would make sense. Hong corrected him, explaining that the guardian was more than just one of the 5 great masters. When Ho Hanja asked what Hong meant, Hong explained that if the monstrous figure secluded on Chongai Mountain ever decided to walk the martial world again, he might well be hailed as the strongest under heaven. Ho Hai and Ja responded with disbelief, hoping for everyone's sake that Hong was exaggerating. Still, Ho Hai and Ja thought to themselves that although the Guardian was the oldest among the 5 great masters, it was difficult to understand why people spoke of him with such reverence. Ho Hai and Ja then acknowledged that if they could make the Guardian their ally, he would indeed be capable of standing against the demon god. Hong agreed that if everything unfolded as the grand strategist had planned, this possibility might truly come to pass. 2 other masters added that regardless of whether the negotiations succeeded or failed, the third strategist and the advance party were supposed to rendezvous at the mountain's entrance. Everyone hoped the talks would proceed smoothly. At that moment, Mu Qian, sect leader of the Shani Sword sect and first commander of the alliance, suddenly sensed something amiss and ordered the entire group to halt. Zhongyan asked what was happening. Mu Qian appeared to have perceived something unsettling. He noticed a stench in the air, a metallic tang that triggered a deep suspicion. As they looked around, they saw countless crows circling beneath a blood-red sky. Mu Qian recognized the odor and concluded that it was the smell of blood, the unmistakable scent of death. It became clear that the negotiation team had vanished. Now, 2 forces were converging upon Chai Mountain, Shanyo Wu from the north and the Murim Alliance's army from the south, and between them waited the Malice, the Eastern caste god. A storm was approaching, inevitable and deadly. Ho Hen suddenly sensed a chilling and ominous aura that shocked him. Hong covered his nose and mouth, remarking that something serious must have happened, as the thick scent of blood in the air clearly did not come from just 1 or 2 deaths. Gakyeon and Mu Guchen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before Mu Guchen ordered the troops to advance. In the distance, a figure rose, pierced through the void, and landed before them with lightning speed, radiating an aura so intense it resembled a blazing, supercharged energy field. The Murim Alliance soldiers were momentarily blinded by the light. One of the masters, keeping a single eye barely open, muttered in disbelief, wondering what kind of existence they were facing. The mysterious man left a crater in the ground simply by passing through with his aura. As the soldiers stood before him, they saw that he was long-haired and white, his entire body sculpted with hardened muscle, and he wore a straw hat stained with the blood of those he had slain. Ho Henja and Mu Guten broke into a cold sweat, realizing that even the man's stance and the shape of his feet radiated terrifying power. Gakyeon seemed to recognize him and thought that the man had to be the Eastern caste god, known as the Malice. He silently cursed, realizing that the upcoming battle against Yo Wu would be on a completely different level. The soldiers whispered among themselves, questioning whether the man before them truly was the Eastern caste god, the Malice himself. Mechujong, watching and sweating, realized that the rumors about Chongai had been true. Among the Central Plains' 5 great masters, this man was the only one who rose to the peak without relying on any weapons, climbing through the ranks of Murim with nothing but his fists, thus earning the title of god. His power distorted the air around him like a black hole. Mugutin then turned to Gakyan and pointed out the bloodstains on the robe. Gakyan thought that the heavy stench of blood and the man's fearsome reputation made the situation extremely ominous, and he could not deny that the aura radiating from him was entirely hostile. Mugutin shouted toward the stranger, demanding to know whether this truly was the power of the Eastern caste god's martial arts. He introduced himself as Mugutin, first master of the Martial Artists Alliance and clan leader of the Shani sword sect. He explained that an advance party had reported that Chongai Mountain and its spirit beast were in danger, and he asked whether the Malice had received that message. The Eastern caste god said nothing, simply watching in silence. Sate observed that the man seemed concerned about Chongai, yet it was unclear why he refused to speak. Mugutin insisted that they had come to prevent a crisis, and argued that even if deploying full force risked a misunderstanding, their intentions were righteous. Before he could continue, the Eastern caste god cut him off and ordered them to leave immediately. Mugutin attempted to continue reasoning with him, saying that a certain force was targeting the spirit beast of Chongai Mountain. However, the Eastern caste god responded with a final, menacing warning, declaring that they should leave at once or face grave danger. Gakyan cautioned the others that the man's tone left no room for negotiation. Mugutin fell silent, gripped his sword, and understood that they would have to abandon their original strategy. He reasoned that since the Guardian was still present, neither the demonic cult nor the Blade God's 6 martial clan had arrived yet. All the masters unsheathed their weapons and prepared for combat. Mugachan admitted to himself that he had hoped the Malice would join forces with them, but now they had no choice. They needed to seize the White Tiger's core at any cost. Drawing his sword, he vowed that their actions were for the protection of their forces and the spirit beast of Chongai Mountain. 7 masters leapt from their horses and struck in perfect unison, forming the Heavenly Gang North Star formation. Mugachutin instructed them to fight as fiercely as necessary, but reminded them to understand the structure of the formation. The Heavenly Gang North Star Formation, modeled after the Big Dipper and created by Wang Songyang, the founder of the Jianan sect, was then described in detail. Its 7 positions were listed: Celestial Pivot, Tianshu; Celestial Rotating Jade, Tinuan; Celestial Shining Pearl, Teni; Celestial Balance, Tinuan; Jade Sight, Yuing; Twinkling Brilliance, Keong; and Flickering Light, Ya. It was noted that when 7 masters combined their strength from these positions, their internal energy would be amplified. Because the formation's only weakness lay at its center, Tinuan, the most skilled warrior, Mugutin, took that position to compensate for the flaw. Mugutin shouted that the Eastern caste god dared to confront his sword technique head-on, and he charged forward with his sword dance, the peerless blade Shani sect's ultimate art. The Eastern caste god simply raised a fist and waited. Space distorted around his punch. When Mugutin's blade, unleashed at full force, clashed with that fist, the sword shattered into 1,000 fragments. Mugutin was left stunned, unable to comprehend how his treasured, peerless blade had broken like porcelain. The Eastern caste god then kicked him in the face, sending him tumbling dozens of meters away. Ponguyu watched the brutal strike and thought that even a pinnacle master had fallen from a single punch and a kick. Before he could finish the thought, the Malice was already upon him. A charged punch to the stomach dropped Ponguyu instantly. Seeing Ponguyu defeated, Hohenja lunged in hatred and swung his sword, but the Malice did not move. The overwhelming aura made Hohenja recoil in fear, and he realized in shock what that aura meant. A moment later, the Malice vanished from sight. 2 masters cried warnings as they realized he was now above Hohenja, descending with a charged fist. The blow crushed Hohenja's skull and fractured the ground. The other masters were paralyzed by the display of power. Hohenja was dead. The Eastern caste god advanced. Sate, horrified, thought that a single punch had driven a man knee-deep into the earth. She considered the strength unbelievable and feared that if things continued this way, they would all be wiped out. She decided to intervene and called out to Gakken for support. Sate felt horrified as she realized that with just a single punch, he had been driven knee-deep into the earth, displaying strength she found unbelievable. She thought that if things continued this way, they would all be wiped out. Determined to act, she called out to Gakken for help. The two combined their techniques. Gaekun unleashed a gum-gum gatling while Saute charged forward with her sword. They both rushed at the malice, yet he remained entirely undisturbed. When Saute's sword strike was about to reach him, he still appeared untouched, and the blade began to warp under his power as though a black hole were bending everything, even light itself. Stunned and breaking into a cold sweat, Saute shouted that the enhanced fist chi was being absorbed as if sucked inside. The Eastern combat god calmly spun his arm, and at its center, the strikes of both masters were drawn in, as if pulled by a singularity. Saute could not believe her eyes and wondered what on earth she was witnessing, but she had no time to think before the Eastern combat god lunged at her with a fist. She tried to shield herself by wrapping her hand in mana, but the moment it met his fist, the impact erupted in an explosion that sent her flying waves of mana slammed into her, causing her to bleed. Nearly unconscious and shocked, she wondered how he had penetrated her bodily protective chi, then corrected herself internally, thinking that it had not been pierced, it had simply passed through. She wondered whether it could be something about his fist before collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. Gakyan turned toward her, calling her name in alarm, but during his distraction, the Eastern combat god appeared behind him. When Gakyan spun around, it was already too late. The Eastern combat god struck him hard, sending him flying, then advanced immediately toward another master who ducked to evade the incoming punch. The Eastern combat god was already ready with a kick, and this time the master failed to dodge and took the blow squarely. Another master screamed that the opponent was a monster and attacked from behind with a flurry of strikes. The Eastern combat god sensed the attack, and an explosion followed. A body then flew up out of the blast. It was the master's body. Meichujong cried out in terror, asking what was happening. The master's body fell right in front of him, frightening his horse. Shocked, Meichujong stated that it was unthinkable for the leaders of the Murim alliance to fall so easily. To him, the Eastern combat god appeared indestructible, and he wondered whether Yao Wun would be able to fight him at all, since the man seemed unstoppable. Having defeated several of the most important masters, the Eastern combat god now faced only the remaining soldiers and Meichujong. Meichujong refused to back down and insisted that there was no time to simply watch. He argued that since they were 5,000 strong, if they attacked together, they could certainly stop the Eastern combat god. He ordered the troops to charge. Several soldiers obeyed and rushed at the enemy. Gritting his teeth, Meichujong told himself that no matter how powerful the Eastern combat god was, he was still human. If they overwhelmed him with numbers, he believed the man would eventually tire out. But suddenly, mana was pulled toward the Eastern combat god. Meichujong recognized the flow of true chi and thought that the energy felt like something powerful enough to topple even Mount Tai. Above the Eastern combat, God's head appeared an angry face made of energy. All of that power concentrated into his fist, and when Meichujong saw it, he was so shocked that he declared it dangerous and thought he needed to release the restriction. Then, unable to contain his disbelief, he shouted aloud that it was impossible. All the soldiers attempted to flee, and one of them screamed for everyone to scatter. Once he gathered all his energy, the Eastern combat god prepared a fist that drew power from his very footing before striking into empty air. His blow immediately created black creases, manifestations of black, hole-like force capable of distorting space and time. Meichujong stood in shock while the surrounding soldiers tried desperately to flee, but their efforts were futile. The force of the strike reached all of them. For an instant, even distant stars became visible. After a millisecond of silence, everything erupted at once. The blow was utterly devastating. Bodies were strewn across the ground, and a massive crater formed before him. Meichujong, though alive and collapsed on the ground, raged that a single punch had brought down 700 or 800 martial artists. He declared that such terrifying might belonged to the Eastern combat god, Ark Wui. The Eastern combat god then called out to everyone, telling them that if they did not want further casualties, they should take the fallen and leave. One soldier, startled by this command, wondered to himself about the fallen being carried away and realized they were still alive. Soon the soldiers began announcing among themselves that most were still breathing and only a few had died. They questioned one another about whether the leaders had survived as well. The Eastern combat god repeated forcefully that they should take everyone and withdraw at once. One of the masters then offered gratitude on behalf of the fallen leaders, introducing himself as Yudu Ji, the leader of the White Rocks Sword Clan, and expressed sincere thanks for the combat god's mercy. He said they would retreat as instructed before ordering his men to hurry and for each faction to carry their wounded and leaders away. Meanwhile, the Eastern combat god turned away and departed. As the soldiers retreated with the injured and the dead, Yudu-gi reflected that he should be grateful their lives had at least been spared. Suddenly, he sensed a dark, killing intent approaching him. He turned in alarm, wondering what this sudden, sharp hostility could be, noting that the Eastern combat god had already vanished. To him, it felt as though the entire forest below Mount Chongbai had transformed into a ferocious demon. Deep within that forest, the Eastern combat god entered a clearing where someone sat waiting on a rock. This figure remarked that what had happened differed from their agreement and claimed they had decided not to interfere with the vermin entering the mountain. The Eastern combat god simply responded that the intruders had already left. The mysterious being commented that the combat god's efforts to spare his own people were admirable and pointed out that he had chosen to block him here rather than at the mountain entrance. The being then asked how long he believed such protection would last. As he spoke, his eyes began glowing blood red. The Eastern combat god told him to maintain the pact. The being reacted with furious disbelief, demanding what the combat god thought he was saying. It became evident that this being might be the last of the 5 sacred beings, the White Tiger. In an instant, the being rose and appeared behind the Eastern combat god. He warned that only 6 days remained until the full 10 years were complete and declared that when the time came, the combat god would die by his hands. With that, he departed. Meanwhile, as the soldiers of the Murium Alliance continued their retreat, unaware of the true danger they had narrowly escaped, a far more unsettling confrontation unfolded in the shadows of Mount Chongbai's forest. At the same time, on a mountain peak roughly 500 meters from the entrance of Mount Chong, 2 men were watching the scene from a distance. They were members of the Blade God's 6 martial clan, Hang and another companion. The companion remarked to Hang that even after 20 years, the man's reputation remained fully justified, and he admitted that he still could not believe the monster continued to guard that place. Hang recalled the battle at Mount Chong 2 decades earlier, a battle in which he had fought as part of the Blade God's 6 martial clan. He explained that because of that confrontation, the clan's grand plan had been delayed by 20 years, and he confessed that the nightmare of that time had never left him. He went on to say that in order to reach Mount Chongai before the demon god, they had traveled non-stop from the Patala Palace in Napsau, and he wondered aloud why the Martial Artists Alliance had moved ahead of them. Observing the scene below, he estimated that roughly 30 to 40% of the Alliance's forces were already present. He noted that for such a large army to attempt entry into Mount Chong by force could only mean trouble. His companion then asked him with some concern whether the Martial Artists Alliance might also be pursuing the White Tiger's core. Hang replied that the likelihood seemed high. The companion suggested that they should wait for the Blade Lord to arrive and inform him of the situation, explaining that for now, only Huang Huol himself and 200 disciples were present. Though their clan held the advantage in individual skill, he pointed out that the Alliance's numbers were simply overwhelming. Hang conceded with a slight smile that his companion was correct, but added that perhaps the situation was actually turning out for the best. When the companion failed to understand, Hang clarified that there was no need for them to take action at this moment. Their intention was for the monster of Mount Chongai to remain alert and inevitably clash with the demon god. The companion expressed approval of the idea, saying that this had been their goal from the start. It would be ideal if the monster and the demon god destroyed each other. And even if they did not, whichever one emerged heavily wounded could easily be finished off by the Blade Lord upon his arrival. Turning his gaze toward the forces of the Murium Alliance, Hang remarked that those troops were the real complication. Despite having already been attacked by the monster, they were still holding their positions. He asked his companion whether he himself would stay after taking such a blow. Hang then explained that if the Alliance's goal was simply the core, they would have slipped away quietly. However, if their intent was to interfere with the clan's grand plan, they would undoubtedly try to strike from behind. He added that if all these troublesome elements could be dealt with at once, even by leveraging the Alliance's own forces, they might be able to regain the trust they had lost from the Blade Lord. His companion then asked which would prevail in a confrontation, the Eastern Caste God or the Demon God. Hang paused for a moment to think before replying that the Eastern Caste God would be the victor. 20,000 members of the Martial Artists Alliance had camped 20 kilometers north of Mount Chongbai, choosing a naturally strategic location surrounded by mountains on 3 sides while they waited for their leaders to recover. By the 4th day, most of the masters had regained consciousness and begun focusing on healing their internal injuries. However, the leader of the Mount Dending sect, Ho Hyena, had not survived. His broken neck had led to his death. Inside a large tent serving as a temporary conference hall, the masters and several soldiers gathered. Mu Guten, battered and exhausted, reflected miserably that although they had hoped 5,000 masters would be enough to subdue the Eastern Caste God, the result had been nothing short of absurd. He wondered bleakly what there was even left to discuss. Gakken eventually broke the silence, saying he could not understand one particular matter. 4 days earlier, although casualties had been unfortunate, Ark Wui, the Eastern caste god, had allowed their alliance to withdraw without inflicting significant harm. Another master admitted that this had troubled him as well. When Pavu asked for clarification, the master explained that, as Gakyan had said, Ark Wui's behavior suggested he had not intended to fight them directly, but rather had merely sought to prevent their entry into Mount Chongbai. Sate then recalled that before the battle, Ark Wui had seemed wary of something, looking around Mount Chongbai as if searching for a hidden threat. At that moment, Pong Guyu struck his fist against his chair in outrage and questioned why, if the entity truly had no desire to harm their alliance, he had annihilated the entire advance team. Gakun responded by suggesting that someone capable of such merciless slaughter would not simply spare the main force without reason. He speculated that perhaps the one who destroyed the advance team had been someone else entirely. But before he could elaborate, Mahjong interjected and urged everyone to show restraint, warning that they were treating the matter too lightly. Yin Yang snapped back, arguing that even if Mahjong had inherited leadership of the Black Shadow unit, it did not give him the right to interrupt the Alliance Master's deliberations. Internally frustrated by what he saw as their pathetic bickering, Mahjong apologized if he had offended anyone and clarified that he had spoken up only because the Alliance leaders appeared to be trivializing the losses. He reminded them that although 40 casualties were small compared to the total army, those men had been comrades and family, and among them was Ho Henja, one of their own masters. Simply because Ark Wui had let the main force escape did not mean they could hastily conclude that he had no involvement in the annihilation of the advance team. Yin Yang glared at him, but Gakun conceded that he too had treated the casualties with too little seriousness. Yuji then asked Commander Mahjong whether he meant that they should consider threats inside Mount Chongbai other than the Eastern caste god. Yuji insisted that the chilling, murderous intent he had sensed during their retreat had not come from Ark Wui. Pong Guyu scoffed at this, accusing both Mahjong and the leader of the Yu clan of indulging in far-fetched speculation. He demanded to know who other than the Eastern caste god would dare attack the Alliance's advance team. A soldier retorted sharply that Pong had been unconscious at the time and was dismissing Yuji's words too easily. Pong snapped that they were now using his injury against him. Mu Guten finally intervened, reminding them that they did not have time for pointless argument. The first and second plans had already failed. They had no choice but to carry out the final plan devised by the chief strategist. Sate agreed, saying that debating any further was meaningless. According to that plan, they needed to lure either the Heavenly Demon Cult or the Blade God's 6 Martial clan into clashing with the Eastern Caste God, after which the Alliance would support whichever side engaged him. If Ark Wui merely focused on blocking each faction's top masters, it would not be difficult for the Alliance to defeat their remaining forces. Mu then reminded everyone that even the third plan had assumed the Eastern Caste God would establish a force within Mount Chongbai. But Ark Wui, at his current level, was essentially a one-man army. There was no obstacle to executing the third plan, and he informed Commander M that it could not be carried out unless the Heavenly Demon Cult leader came to Mount Chonggai. He expressed his sincere hope that Make's prediction would prove correct. Make responded that the leader, who had gone to the North Sea after obtaining the Fire Chalin's core and had also taken the Dragon Turtle's core, would undoubtedly come to Mount Chambi. Make added that if they prepared a thorough ambush, they would not only be able to obtain the spirit entity's core, but might even seize the opportunity to kill the demon god. A voice suddenly commented that the plan sounded rather interesting. Make spun around in fury at the audacity, but all they could see were the invisible footsteps of the speaker. Make demanded to know who was present and who had spoken. The soldiers tensed, uncertain of the stranger's identity. The invisible being stopped, prompting the soldiers to point their swords in that direction as one of them shouted that someone was behind them. Make was stunned that so many masters had failed to sense any presence. Trembling, he whispered a fearful suspicion. The invisible man then began to reveal himself, remarking that he had been wondering where they had gone, since they were here scheming. It turned out to be Yo Woon. Make recognized the voice and began to tremble. When Yo Woon revealed his face, he warned them in a menacing tone that anyone who touched another person's belongings would have to pay the appropriate price. 7 days earlier, at Honggangu Kiong in the Heavenly Demon Cult branch reception room, Yamu Hua had entered with the chief of the eunuchs. The branch leaders of the Heavenly Demon Cult's Kiong division, Guanzhong and Guiyang, saluted Elder Huan and Elder Yan and asked whether they carried an order from the cult leader. Elder Huan laughed and replied that they did not. The matter was partly his own decision. Guiyang objected, insisting that Elder Huan, who supervised the secret sect, could not leave the main temple at that time and that acting without the cult leader's order was risky. But Elder Huan drew a scroll from his robe. Guiyang, shocked, recognized it as the Heavenly Demon Order and immediately knelt with his subordinate to pay respects. Elder Huan, pleased, explained that it was an emergency Heavenly Demon Order entrusted to him for precisely this occasion. Guiyang then asked if the emergency was related to the movements of the Martial Artists Alliance, adding that he had sent messenger hawks to the North Sea and to the main temple, which explained the lack of recent contact. Both elders were surprised. Elder Huan shook his head, prompting Guiyang to question him anxiously about his reaction. Elder Yan interrupted, pointing out that Guiyang had not been there long enough to notice that Qiang had already been isolated. The luxurious reception room was soaked in tension so thick it seemed almost tangible, while the silence itself weighed heavily on everyone present. With her folded fan resting near her lips, the female strategist tapped it thoughtfully and stated in a cool, analytical voice that the lack of response from both the Northern Sea and the main base could only mean one thing: the silence had been engineered. Her eyes narrowed as she deduced that this specific silence was the reason they hadn't received a single response. On the floor, the kneeling branch leader, Gu Yong, looked up in utter confusion, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, asking what she meant. The woman looked down at him with a mix of pity and arrogance. She remarked that he seemingly hadn't noticed the obvious reality yet before declaring with the crushing weight of a gavel that Qiang has been isolated. Qiang's face contorted in shock, his mouth gaping wide. Before he could process the disastrous news, he noticed the woman's gaze shift intently toward the silent adjutant standing in the shadows. Guiyang wondered internally why she was suddenly focusing on a mere subordinate. The adjutant stepped forward, shattering his cover. He bowed deeply with martial respect, introducing himself not as an adjutant, but as Yukimong, the vice leader of the Darkness sect. Guiyang was left reeling, mentally screaming in disbelief at the sudden appearance of a high-ranking executive. Yuk Simyong maintained his respectful bow, apologizing for the deception. He explained that he could not reveal his true identity due to strict orders from the Demon Lord. The woman, now smiling with cunning satisfaction, fanned herself gently. She revealed that she had sent the vice leader under the Demon Lord's orders for a specific purpose, to secretly transform Qiang into a new base of operations for the Darkness sect. Guiyang, struggling to keep pace with the political earthquake, simply stammered in awe. Her expression shifted instantly to business. Snapping her fans shut with a sharp clack, she demanded to hear the report, asking if Yukimong had sent operatives to the cult. Yuksimong's face turned grave. He admitted that he had been wondering about the situation himself. He reported a chilling statistic. More than half of the operatives he sent out had become unresponsive in less than 5 days. He emphasized the terrifying efficiency of the enemy, concluding with a heavy realization that this systematic elimination must be the handiwork of the Muram Alliance's first general strategist, Yubim Ryo. The strategist tapped her fan against her arm, her face shadowed by concern. She deduced that Yubim Ryo had intentionally left their spies alone previously to manipulate the flow of information only to cut them off now, acknowledging that he was the most difficult opponent they could possibly deal with. The 10th strategy session continued. Yuk Simyong furrowed his brow, questioning aloud if the enemy strategist was supposed to be focusing on the spies from the Supreme Saber of the 6 martial arts sect. Turning to the female strategist, whom he addressed as sect leader, he delivered a stunning piece of intelligence. He asked if she was unaware that the Orthodox Muram Alliance currently had their entire military force in action. The woman's composure cracked instantly. Her eyes widened in genuine disbelief, exclaiming in shock, unable to fathom that they would mobilize all of them. Collecting herself, she gazed out, visualizing the enemy's movements on a mental map. She coldly deduced that they must have split their massive army into 2 distinct columns, heading northeast and southeast. She noted that the forces protecting Jiangnan hadn't moved an inch, assuming this static defense was a calculated feint to ensure the cult wouldn't notice the massive gathering of forces elsewhere. Reaching a chilling conclusion, she stated that if they went to the trouble of dismantling their intel network to gather every available warrior, it implied only one thing. The Orthodox Muram Alliance viewed this conflict as a matter of absolute life and death against them. Guong, seeking to rationalize the situation, suggested that the reason the alliance didn't strike Qifeng directly was likely because their cult was recognized as the national religion. He assumed that they chose only to block information rather than launch a siege. The woman dismissed this optimism with a sharp turn. She argued they couldn't possibly maintain a blockade for long, asserting that the reason was simpler and more dangerous. They were trying to get something done in a hurry. She suspected the report from the Northern Sea must have been deeply concerning, forcing Yubrio into a quick, desperate decision. Her thoughts shifted to the alliance leader himself, visualizing a dark, intense figure shadowed by grief. She speculated that the death of the alliance leader's second son was a driving factor, grimly noting that since both his sons had met tragic ends, his judgment was purely personal. She concluded that the splitting of their forces was undeniably linked to the Alliance leader vendetta. But as the words left her mouth, a bolt of terror struck her. Her eyes widened and she froze, stammering out a horrifying realization. The letter she sent to the Northern Sea might have been intercepted as well. The female strategist regained her composure, her lips curling into a haughty smirk. She declared that this was precisely why they were here. Dismissing the worry, unfurling her fan with a sharp swish, she chucked darkly, vowing to teach the Alliance a painful lesson and asserting with absolute arrogance that their petty little tricks wouldn't work against her when it came to a war of intelligence. Voice bubbles erupted from the gathered crowd outside, filled with gasps of "how." The scene shifted to the military camp outside. Soldiers and masters recoiled in shock as a figure materialized in their midst. One man screamed, asking how he got in there, identifying the intruder with a trembling voice as cult leader Chan. A master with wild white-streaked hair was shown gritting his teeth, his face a mask of panicked disbelief. He screamed internally, unable to process the breach. He knew they had blocked off all intel from reaching the Northern Sea and even had the Blue Heaven Society's help. Questioning desperately how this was possible, another master, wearing blue robes and holding a staff, looked on with intense scrutiny. He reasoned that even if Kion was a martial master, there was a limit to how well one could hide their presence, noting that Kion bypassed all the guards. Chan Yun stood calmly in the center of the storm. He spoke internally, satisfied with the test results, noting that the transparency mode experiment was a success and quite useful. The visual showed Kion Yoan's form glitching into existence, outlined in blue data streams as the nano machine's optical camouflage deactivated, revealing his armored form beneath. A furious shout broke his concentration. Patriarch, an older master, lunged forward, roaring that even if Kion was the leader of the Alliance, this behavior was too rude. Chan Yun turned his head slowly, his eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light. The nano armor on his shoulders pulsed with energy as he asked with a chilling rhetorical tone, "Who is truly the one being rude?" Suddenly, a massive force slammed down. Patriarch Un was crushed towards the ground, letting out a choked gasp of Kohuk as the sheer pressure forced him to his knees. The scene exploded with visceral violence. Patriarch was slammed into the earth by an invisible, crushing gravity. A jagged scream tore from his throat as the ground beneath him shattered, sending debris flying into the air. Watching, a master with long dark hair and blue robes stared in disbelief. He analyzed the situation with horror, noting that Patriarch Un was an evolutionary realm master, yet he was brought down as easily as a child. Patriarch Un, pinned against the dirt, struggled desperately, feeling as though his entire body was about to be crushed into paste. He begged cult leader Kion to stop, screaming that they were allies. A master wearing brown robes and wielding a green bamboo staff rushed forward to intervene, shouting desperately that Chan Yo was crossing the line. Qian Yo paused, the red energy accents on his dark armor glowing ominously. The pressure lifted. Patriarch uncollapsed forward, gasping for air and sweat pouring from his face as he recovered. The staff-wielding master bowed deeply, thanking cult leader Chan for his mercy. But Qian Yo's expression shifted to a cold, predatory smile. He agreed that they were allies, but declared that in that case he would resolve his personal matters first. The master with the white strew raised his armored hand, which began to crackle with dark blue and red lightning. He demanded to know how they intended to pay the consequences for stealing from him. The force of the lightning blast sent the white streak master reeling back. He screamed in agony, his body convulsing as the residual energy coursed through him, shouting at Chan Yun, demanding to know what he did. Chan Yo looked down at him with eyes that saw through every deception. He pointed out with cutting precision that the master was only at the peak realm when they last met. The white streak master froze as blue lightning arced violently around his body. He realized his secret technique, dispersing all his internal energy to mask his true strength, had been exposed. He thought that even the Alliance leader hadn't noticed this deception, and a darker fear gripped him. He wondered if Kian could detect the stolen essence core of the dragon turtle inside him. He calculated the odds and despaired, realizing he wouldn't be a match. Suddenly, two masters leaped into the fray. A monk shouted, "Amipa!" while another master yelled that cult leader Kion was taking things too far. The older master, Muachin, the first master of the Alliance and leader of the Shani sword sect, introduced himself and pleaded with Kion to talk. Chan Yawun stood with his back to them, sighing deeply, muttering that he was sick and tired of these bastards using the Alliance as a shield. He turned his head, his eyes glowing with a supernatural white light, and uttered a single absolute command: "Move." Chapter Yo dissolved into a terrifying silhouette of blue shadows, rushing forward like a demon of the night. Muin and the monk were blasted backward, their faces distorting in terror as Muguchin screamed internally, realizing that Kion's true energy was absolutely insane. Muguchan and the monk struggled against the gale, realizing with horror that Kion was managing to push back two evolutionary realm masters with nothing but formless energy. The White Streak Master, transforming his shock into a demonic mask of glee, shouted, thanking the masters for the interference, revealing that they had bought him exactly enough time to reverse his dispersion process. With a maniacal grin, he screamed, "Die!" bringing his sword down and creating a gargantuan construct of purple and blue lightning. The massive energy construct was sliced cleanly in half in a blur of motion. The White Streak Master was left stunned, questioning frantically how Kion wasn't electrocuted. Chan Yun stepped through the fading sparks, his expression shifting to utter boredom and disdain. He looked the thief in the eye and sneered, calling him pathetic. Then Kion's blade erupted with a jagged, ferocious red lightning. He corrected the thief's ignorance, declaring with absolute authority, "This is lightning chi." The confrontation culminated in a singular vertical column of annihilation. Chan Yun descended from the heavens like a god of destruction, his form silhouetted against the blinding explosion of red lightning. Below him, the White Streak Master faced his end, his face contorted in a final, agonizing portrait of absolute despair, eyes rolled back and his mouth unhinged in a primal, jaw-breaking scream. As Kion Yo-woon casually blocked the lightning-infused chi sword of the new Black Shadow Commander, Make Mo, the commander froze in disbelief. The impact he expected never came. Instead, his overwhelming strike collided with something utterly immovable. A chilling realization crept through him as electricity crackled around his body. He could not comprehend how the demon god could wield a blade filled with lightning chi so effortlessly. Make Mo analyzed the situation in a flash of panic. He noticed that Yo-woon was not grounding the lightning at all, yet the energy didn't harm him. The raw power danced around the demon god, obedient to its master, lethal to anyone else. Yo-woon looked down at him with cold condescension, treating him as if he were an insect. The demon god's disdain struck deeper than any weapon as he called Make Mo pathetic and declared that this was what true lightning chi looked like. Yo-woon then released his own terrifying lightning chi. It surged forward in a blue-white torrent, coursing backward through Make Mo's sword and into his body. Make Mo's own energy, magnified by Yo-woon's power, electrocuted him violently. His scream tore through the tent as his muscles seized under the voltage. Gritting his teeth, he wondered why he couldn't expel the lightning. A master of his level should have been able to ground foreign chi, yet this energy clung to his marrow. Horror dawned on him as he realized he would die if this continued. Yo-woon, smiling without warmth, remarked that Make Mo was enduring better than expected, and mused that the commander almost seemed to have tasted the blood of the dragon turtle. The Sky Brotherhood soldiers standing guard trembled as they watched their leader being overwhelmed. Realizing the severity of the situation, they believed they had no choice but to attack first and force the demon god to release the sword. Loyalty outweighed their fear. If they wanted a new world for the Blue Sky Brotherhood, they had to protect their leader. With a unified war cry, they charged at Yo-woon from all directions. Yet while they rushed in with desperation, Yo-woon remained completely calm. With a simple wave of his hand, casual, almost dismissive, he released a massive surge of chi that crushed the soldiers to the ground. They were pinned by invisible force, unable even to lift their heads. Watching this, Abbot Gakyan of Shaolin gasped in shock, realizing that if the battle continued this way, the entire brotherhood would be annihilated. The revered monk stepped forward with his hands clasped, asking the demon god to forgive his rudeness once more before charging at Yo-woon with Shaolin's 72 techniques. His dragon claw hand glowed with golden energy as his hooked fingers aimed to disrupt Yo-woon's flow. Yet as the attack neared, Yo-woon remained relaxed, as if brushing off an annoyance rather than facing a lethal strike from a grandmaster. He remarked that he spared the monk only because he belonged to Shaolin, then pushed him back with invisible sword ki. The blast struck Gakyan sharply, injuring him and forcing him to stumble back, clutching his chest. He couldn't believe it was sword ki. Such an enormous burst of lightning energy combined with refined control should have been impossible. Releasing that much power while restraining it precisely enough not to kill was a level far beyond human capability. Muyon, the master of the Shani sword sect, grew pale as he watched the demon god repel the abbot effortlessly. Sweat formed on his brow as he realized Yo-woon had dismissed the head Shaolin monk as if he were an ordinary man. It hadn't even been a fight. He stared in shaken awe, thinking that Yo-woon had truly surpassed life and death itself. The oppressive pressure in the tent reminded him of the time he faced the Eastern caste god. Yowun then released Makemo's sword. The connection snapped, and Makemo collapsed with smoke rising from his armor. Even so, he fought to think clearly, believing he had to escape for the Blue Sky Brotherhood's new world. He tried to crawl away, but his ruined muscles refused to move. Yowun glanced down at him with a knowing smile and implied that he should stay still. Makemo didn't understand until he saw Yowun's hand glowing with condensed, ominous chi. Realization turned to panic. He tried to beg, choking out broken words, but Yowun ignored him and fired a destructive burst of chi directly into Makemo's dantian. The crack of the energy center shattering was unmistakable. Makemo's agonized scream tore out as he collapsed, overwhelmed by the loss of the very core of his martial arts and identity. Yowun surveyed the paralyzed guards and horrified masters, stating that there were too many pests around, so his questions would wait. As his hand lit with chi again, the air in the tent grew sharply cold. Frost spread across the floor as he began freezing Makemo. Makeo, trembling violently as ice locked around his limbs, tried to plead for death rather than endure such torment, but Yowun ignored him and sealed him completely inside a solid cocoon of ice, leaving him like a frozen monument of despair. The abbot whispered a shocked prayer and wondered how a single human could wield so many forms of chi, first lightning, now ice, questioning whether the demon god was truly a monster comparable to the Eastern caste god, Ark Wui. The same terror appeared on the face of Pingu, lord of Habuklon, who stared in disbelief at the brutality he had witnessed. To shatter a man's dantian and then imprison him in ice afterward made him realize how terrifying the demon god's foresight truly was. He saw no mercy, no room for an enemy to recover. Under the oppressive weight of the demon god's chi suppression, Muguchian struggled to keep his knees steady as he considered that this man might be even more dangerous than Ark Wui. At least Ark Wui remained in Chongai, a distant threat. But this demon god was here, active, advancing, and if he unleashed his full strength, the balance of the three great forces might collapse entirely. Nearby, the master of the Shani sword sect could barely endure the pressure. His organs felt as though they were being crushed, and as he stared at the figure standing alone in the center of the Alliance's army, seemingly undertaking a suicide mission while appearing entirely like the Predator, he wondered if sacrificing themselves to kill this monster might be the only way to save Morim. At that moment, Ai Yang Yin, lord of the Jinx Yan clan, used sound transmission to speak urgently into Muguchi's mind. He insisted that no matter what happened, they had to push the demon god into battling the Eastern caste god. If the demon god were capable of negotiation, their earlier plan might have worked, but he clearly was not. And now that he knew their intention to make the two titans destroy each other, that strategy was doomed. Resolving himself, Muguchian gathered chi in his hand, the energy violently trembling as he prepared for a final gamble. He looked up and declared that even if the demon god had infiltrated their camp unnoticed, escaping unscathed with 5,000 elite alliance troops surrounding them would not be possible. Then he unleashed all his chi at once. The tent shook, fabric ripping apart before the entire structure collapsed, exposing Yowun to the 5,000 martial artists encircling the area. Gasps erupted from the soldiers as they realized the demon god stood in the heart of their camp. Amid the chaos, one combat captain shouted that he had rushed over after hearing the commotion and demanded to know where the guards had been. Mugqian stepped onto the debris, raised his sword, and called for the soldiers to listen. He declared that as everyone could see, the demon god himself had stormed directly into the core of their camp. Pointing his trembling blade at Yowun, he demanded whether they would simply stand by. Then he ordered all Alliance soldiers to charge and kill him. The ground rumbled as all 5,000 soldiers of the Martial Artists Alliance surrounded the demon god, weapons drawn and killing intent rising like a storm. Yowun surveyed the encircling army, appearing unimpressed as he quietly reflected that this must have been their answer. From a distance, the head of the MA sect observed the lone figure facing thousands without a trace of fear, realizing that he truly embodied the title of demon god. Addressing him as Lord Kion, Muguchian attempted one final diplomatic effort, his strained voice revealing his unease. He explained that he wished to avoid pointless slaughter and insisted that the Alliance's only concern was Yowun obtaining another spirit core, asking if Yowun understood why that terrified them. Muguchian pressed the political angle, reminding him that their sect and the divine cult were still allies. He offered a compromise. If the demon gods swore to stop pursuing the spirit beasts, the Alliance would lower their swords immediately. But if he continued to push forward, they would fight to the very end. Muguchian then demanded that he choose between abandoning the spirit beasts for the sake of peace or driving this conflict to a bitter conclusion. Before he could finish, he sensed a shift in the air. Yowun's hand had transformed into a chi blade glowing with lethal intent. When he swung it, Muguchian barely escaped by throwing himself backward, but the martial artists standing behind him were sliced in half instantly by the unseen arc. Horrified, Muguchion shouted that the demon god clearly desired bloodshed. Yowoon dashed toward him in a blur, the distance vanishing in an instant. Terrified, Muguchion swung his sword wildly, trying to keep the monster at bay, but after the smoke of his frantic movements cleared, Yowoon had disappeared. Panic surged through him, until the demon god suddenly reappeared right before his eyes. Before he could react, Yowoon seized him by the throat and lifted him with effortless strength. Muguchion gripped his sword and tried to strike back in desperation, but Yowoon caught his wrist, the one holding the blade, and remarked with cold irritation that the alliance was all they ever spoke about. He squeezed, and the sound of breaking bones echoed sharply as Muguchion's hand was crushed into a mangled shape. Consumed by fury and impatience with their hypocrisy, the demon god muttered in contempt about the alliance and demanded whether Muguchion ever grew tired of repeating that word. And in that moment, as the master of the Shani sword sect hung helplessly from his grasp, it became clear just how terrifying the demon god truly was. As the demon god finally lost all patience, the air around him trembled with suppressed rage. His movements became faster than the eye could follow as he reached out and seized the hand of Muguchion, the revered master of the Shani sword sect, crushing it in a merciless grip. The sound of grinding cartilage echoed across the battlefield as bone was pulverized beneath his fingers. Muguchion was overwhelmed by an earth-shattering pain that went beyond physical suffering, striking directly at his cultivation and his pride. With cold cruelty, the demon god tore the hand from Muguchion's arm entirely. Blood sprayed into the air, splattering across the ground and staining the robes of the so-called righteous. The surrounding martial artists watched in frozen horror, their bodies trembling as they witnessed the demon god's mercilessness. Witnessing the scene, Mort of the Jinu Yian clan, Ian Yongin, felt his sanity unravel. In desperation, he shouted at the demon god, arguing that members of the Blade God 6 martial clan were still present and warning that fighting among themselves would only lead to casualties on both sides. He attempted to reason with him by pointing out the greater threat looming over the Jianghu, but his words vanished without response. An unnatural silence fell over the battlefield, heavy and imposed by force. Yowoon broke the silence, his voice resonating with overwhelming authority as he commanded absolute silence through chai-infused power that allowed no defiance. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent Muku flying backward. The body of the Shani sword sect master was hurled through the air like a rag doll, crashing into the ground and carving out a massive crater as dust and debris erupted. At that moment, the demon god's patience was completely exhausted. His anger manifested as a cold pressure that weighed down on everyone present. He gazed at the crowd with eyes devoid of warmth and accused the members of the martial alliance of only remembering the alliance when it suited their interests. Turning his disdain toward the divine cults, he condemned them for daring to scheme behind his back, exposing their hypocrisy hidden beneath their righteous facade. Yowoon then declared that from that moment onward, the heavenly demon divine cult alone would be sufficient to annihilate the Blade God 6 martial clan, and that the alliance was officially over. His words struck the battlefield like a death knell. Upon hearing the announcement, the lords of the Murim alliance stood frozen, their faces drained of color as shock overtook them. The political consequences and immediate danger crashed down on them all at once. Amid the chaos, the abbot of Shaolin, Gaqian, stood silently, chanting Amitabha in his mind while his fingers moved along his prayer beads. He reflected that the long-foreseen day had finally arrived. As realization settled in, the weight of karma pressed upon his shoulders. He understood what was coming next. The era of cooperation had ended, and the era of blood had begun. Filled with cold anger, Yowoon questioned whether they truly believed he would follow them forever. As the word alliance had been repeatedly waved like an empty banner, the oppressive pressure in the air grew heavier, signaling the irreversible collapse of everything that once held them together. The killing intent radiating from Yowoo's wound became tangible. Soon after, the demon gods suppressed every member of the alliance with overwhelming chi, making it feel as though the sky itself were pressing down upon them. Yowoo questioned the alliance whether they had come to take his life, and stated that if that was their purpose, they should be prepared to lose their own as well. As he expressed this intent, the demon god's chi spread through the surroundings. A strange vibration ran through the soldiers' weapons, particularly the swords of the Murim alliance. The blades began to tremble, resonating with the demon god's will, as though he were about to seize control of them. Realizing this, the patriarch of the Ian clan, Ian Yangin, widened his eyes as he recognized the phenomenon. He identified it as the sky flash technique and urgently ordered everyone to destroy their weapons immediately. Panic erupted, but the soldiers trusted their leader's command and acted at once. They began destroying their swords, snapping blades and shattering steel until nothing remained intact. Ian Yangan shouted again, instructing everyone to pour all their energy into reducing the swords to dust. He reasoned that even without Skyflash, they could still fight the demon god using the rotating wheel formation. In his thoughts, he warned the demon god not to believe they had come unprepared, reminding himself that the alliance still had contingencies and formations. Seeing them destroy their swords, Yo Wu released a faint sigh, sounding more bored than disappointed. With a cold smile, he remarked that it seemed they were capable of learning after all. In the next instant, the atmosphere turned frigid, the temperature dropped below zero, and the moisture in the air crystallized. Ice chi gathered rapidly, swirling around the demon god like a blizzard. The master of the M-sect hugged her arms and wondered what kind of power this was. The wind bit into her skin, numbing her senses, and she realized that this cold energy was completely different from the ice inside the command tent earlier. That had merely been cold, whereas this was absolute zero. Ice swords began gathering in the sky. When she looked up, she saw a scene both mesmerizing and terrifying. The sky glittered with countless deadly prisms as thousands of ice swords hovered above the Alliance members, beautiful in their lethality, like the judgment of the heavens. The patriarch of the Ian family, Ian Yang Yin, looked up in disbelief and shouted for everyone not to panic. He insisted that it was impossible for the demon god to channel power through ice swords, as martial arts logic dictated that ice was too fragile to withstand the immense chi required for a sword technique. Yo Wu slowly raised his hands and, in a cold tone, questioned the idea of impossibility, asking who had decided such a rule. With a simple gesture, he then launched all the ice swords toward the Alliance members. None of the martial artists present knew the truth. They did not know that Qian Yo had already mastered the heavenly ice celestial art to its highest level. He had transcended common logic, creating ice as hard as steel, ice that did not melt and could bear the weight of a mountain. The ice swords descended mercilessly, massacring the Alliance soldiers in a relentless rain of death. Screams filled the air, drowned out by the heavy sounds of ice piercing flesh. As Ian Yang narrowly avoided the ice swords, dodging with all his cultivation, he realized with bitterness that the situation mirrored what had happened in Jinsong. Memories of past massacres resurfaced in his mind. He understood that the demon god was showing no mercy, just as he had done the moment the cult leader had declared the alliance dissolved, and that from then on, hesitation no longer existed. Ian Yang observed that only a handful of supreme masters were capable of blocking or evading the ice swords, while the ordinary disciples and soldiers would inevitably be slaughtered. His thoughts raced as he concluded that killing the demon god was the only way to stop the carnage. During the Great Sect War, political restraints had prevented decisive action, but this time was different. Their survival depended on it. He ordered all members of the Martial Alliance to kill the demon god, instructing them to pierce his heart or sever his head, declaring that only then could victory be achieved. Ian Yang informed everyone that the demon god was controlling thousands of ice swords at once and insisted that such power must have weaknesses. He emphasized that no matter how overwhelming the situation seemed, their enemy was ultimately only one person. Hearing the words of the Ian clan's patriarch, the Alliance members hesitated. They questioned how such an attack was possible when they no longer had weapons, having destroyed them with their own hands. To charge into the storm of swords under such conditions felt like certain death. The frustration of the Amei sect leader grew as she watched the soldiers stand frozen in fear, their will to fight shattered by the overwhelming display of power. Even she struggled to block or evade the ice swords, her sleeves torn and her breathing unsteady. Amid the chaos and the howling wind, she heard a familiar voice. Turning back, she saw it was Guqian, the master of the Shani sword sect. The old man was battered and had lost one hand, blood flowing freely, yet his spirit remained unbroken. He sealed the blood vessels of his severed arm to stop the bleeding and forced himself back to his feet, his fighting spirit reigniting. Guqian shouted toward the Alliance members, his voice cutting through the blizzard. He proclaimed that for those who walked the true path, death and life were one, urging them not to fear death and to stand against evil. His righteous conviction shone brighter than any chi, and he believed that facing demonic tyranny directly meant that even death would be a form of victory. The head of the Amei sect looked at him with concern. She warned him that he had not fully recovered and questioned what he was doing. Guqian did not respond with words. He picked up a broken sword from the ground and infused it with chi, causing the jagged metal to glow faintly. He dismissed concern for himself and declared that he would lead. With renewed vigor, he called out once more for the true path and charged into the sea of ice swords, running straight into the storm. As he advanced, he acknowledged that Qian Yawun, the lord of the demonic cult, was a terrifying monster, and that the gap in their power was vast. In his injured state, he could not fully block the ice swords. They grazed him, cut into his flesh, and forced blood from his mouth, staining the ice beneath his feet. The more ice swords he shattered, the more his body deteriorated as the recoil tore at his internal organs. Even so, he refused to stop. Step by step, Mug Gucheon continued forward, witnessing the injured old man's unwavering determination. Something was ignited within the hearts of the others. Seeing a man with one hand shattered and bleeding still charging toward a godlike entity filled the others with shame and inspiration. The remaining lords of the Murim Alliance gradually regained their fighting spirit. Fear faded, replaced by burning resolve. United as one, they shouted for the master of the Shani sword sect to advance and cut down the monster, while the other alliance members began chanting Mug Gucheon's name. In that moment, a faint smile appeared on Mug Gucheon's lips. He believed there was still hope for the martial artists' alliance, and he knew his role was to reignite their will to fight. Pressing forward in a final selfless act, he resolved that even if he died there, his sacrifice would give the others the courage to fight on, whether to live or to perish. Mug Gucheon's sword then shattered, its steel breaking apart against the relentless ice. As the ice swords descended toward him like a wall of death, he closed his eyes. He knew he had given everything and felt no regret. One selfless act, he believed, could give birth to countless others. As Mug Gucheon released his attachment to life, he thought that this was as far as he would go. Yet nothing happened. The pain did not come, and death did not strike. When he opened his eyes, he saw something unexpected. His comrades were standing before him. The lords of the Martial Alliance had formed a human wall, shielding him from divine wrath. Stunned by the sight, Mug Gucheon wondered what this meant. The master of the MA sect responded with a smile, stating that they would fight by his side. Ian Yangan stepped forward, his killing intent flaring, declaring that they could not allow the first master to claim all the glory alone. He reaffirmed his belief that living meant dying, and dying meant living. Steel Squad Commander Omeno also joined the charge, his massive body blocking the raging wind. Though they stood at the edge between life and death, they were smiling. Their resolve was clear. At that point, Mug Gucheon could no longer restrain his emotions. Tears mixed with the blood on his face as he questioned, in his heart, whether the demon god finally understood. In the face of death, the Orthodox sect members stood united, proving they were not mere hypocrites, but warriors with burning spirits. As he gathered his chi, Mug Gucheon reflected that it did not matter if they no longer had swords. They would fight with their bare hands if necessary, even with their teeth if it came to that. What mattered most was a heart that would never surrender. Then the master of the Shani sword sect let out a roar, his voice carrying the collective will of the alliance. He declared that one sacrifice was enough and gave the order to charge. A bright smile appeared on the old man's face as he surged forward to meet his fate. Energy erupted from Gucheon's 2 fingers as he reflected inwardly that it did not matter even if he no longer had a sword. He believed that, if necessary, he could still fight bare-handed, because what mattered most was an unyielding spirit that refused to surrender. Overcome with fury, he shouted that the sacrifice of a single person was already more than enough and urged everyone to advance. Immediately afterward, the group surged forward. The energy gathered in Gucheon's hand instantly transformed into a drilling force, while they swiftly spread out to disperse Yeun's wide-area attack. As he moved, Gucheon calculated silently that to reach his target, he would need to close the distance within 3 steps. He reasoned that while Yeun's focus was momentarily diverted, he could move along the flank to shorten the gap. He also concluded that as long as Yeun was using Heavenly Lightning Flash, he would be unable to move. While counterattacking, Gucheon continued to calculate that if he could strike Yeun even once, Yeun would be forced to stop before killing him. At that moment, with the fighting spirit of the Alliance forces reignited, they would be able to finish Yeun off together. Thinking this far, Gucheon clenched his teeth and pushed his power even further. Yang Yungan and Sa Tai silently assessed the situation, realizing that only 7 steps remained. Someone standing on the outskirts shouted for them to attack the Demon Lord. Together, they began counting inwardly as the distance closed. 6 steps, then 5, then 4, and finally 3. They continued advancing through the relentless barrage of attacks. Yang Yungan suddenly cried out in alarm, urgently warning Warlord Mu to stop and insisting that it was too dangerous for him to advance alone. The brown-haired man beside him also turned in shock. Gucheon, however, smiled in quiet satisfaction and transmitted a message, asking Chief Hong to tell his family that he had fought until the very last drop of blood. As soon as he finished conveying this message, he leapt forward. Seeing this, everyone cried out in anguish, calling Warlord Mu's name. Gucheon, driven by madness, thrust the drilling force straight toward Yeun. Yeun responded with cold mockery, remarking that they were the ones who had started everything, yet now dared to stage a tragic drama. As he finished this thought, Yeun shifted his body aside and evaded the attack. In the next instant, Yeun twisted Gucheon's arm and pinned it tightly behind his back. Gucheon screamed in agony. Yeun then froze Gucheon's entire body, leaving him able only to moan in despair. Satai exclaimed in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Yeun could still move despite not stopping heavenly lightning flash. At that very moment, Yeun appeared behind Satai. Sensing the presence behind him, Satai turned his head, his eyes burning with rage as he swung his sword and cursed Yeun as a monster. Yeun immediately crushed Satai's wrist, struck his chest with a palm, and pierced straight through his body. Vomiting blood in torment, Satai realized that his core had been destroyed. As his body froze, he screamed in unbearable pain. Yeun coldly stated that Satai was not allowed to die yet. Seeing this, Peng Guyu hastily retreated, while Yang Yungan urgently ordered everyone to fall back and keep their distance. Yeun looked at the two of them and smiled coldly, asking where they thought they could possibly run. Realizing their path had been blocked, Yang Yungan cursed in frustration. In an instant, Yeun rushed forward and froze both of them as well, leaving them only able to scream helplessly. Yeun then spoke with brutal contempt, questioning whether the little drama was finally over. Soon after, the sounds of limbs tearing apart and someone's screams echoed throughout the air. Trembling, Gucheon thought in disbelief that this could not be real. He believed that they were supposed to be the ones to die, yet instead they were standing there, forced to witness the deaths of others. Enraged, he roared at the demon lord, demanding to be killed instead and questioning why Yeun would so shamelessly trample upon the dignity and sacrifice of a warrior. Yeun merely smiled faintly and replied with a mocking tone, questioning whether Gucheon truly meant sacrifice. As he finished speaking, Yeun slowly clenched his hand into a fist. The remaining people looked up in confusion, wondering whether Yeun had stopped and if his chi had finally been exhausted. The brown-haired man was equally doubtful, convinced that such a thing was impossible. He recalled that even back in Jinseong, the opponent had managed to maintain the heavenly lightning flash for more than 30 minutes, which made the current situation hard to believe. Gucheon continued his furious condemnation, directing his anger at the demon lord. He declared that regardless of the demon lord's intentions, if he truly intended to restore the alliance, then the Murim alliance would never allow it to happen. Yeun coldly interrupted him, remarking that Gucheon talked far too much. In the next instant, Gucheon's jaw was violently twisted out of shape. Satai cried out in shock and panic, calling Yeun a cruel demon and accusing him of attacking someone who was no longer capable of fighting. Yeun responded indifferently, stating that since Gucheon was so willing to die for the sake of his goal, he could not possibly ignore such resolve. Yang Yungan asked in confusion what Yeun meant by that. With a cold smile, Yeun replied that he would grant them an opportunity. Hearing this, everyone present was utterly stunned. Yeun then continued, addressing the warriors of the Murim alliance. He stated that he did not believe every person present truly shared the same convictions. The crowd fell silent, each person sinking into their own thoughts. Gucheon stared ahead in disbelief, silently wondering what Yeun was planning. Yeun went on to explain that despite having been given several chances, their leaders had continued to target both his life and the lives of his followers. He stated that unlike them, he did not wear a mask of justice like a group of hypocrites. Anyone who dared to provoke him or his subordinates was always eradicated completely, down to the very roots, to prevent future threats. However, since their current leaders had chosen to sacrifice themselves, he would make an exception. He added that, although he disliked leaving unfinished business, he was also not a man who delighted in bloodshed. He made it clear that he had no desire to slaughter thousands of people. The brown-haired man carefully considered Yeun's words, noting in disbelief that Yeun claimed he did not want a massacre. He hesitated, wondering whether Yeun was actually proposing peace. Immediately afterward, he clenched his staff and told himself that they could not allow their resolve to waver, especially not in front of the Cheon cult leader. With renewed determination, the brown-haired man shouted defiantly, declaring that Yeun should not think their warriors could be shaken so easily and insisting that they would never fall so cheaply. Yeun responded coldly that there was no need for things to go that far. He explained that the choice he was offering was extremely simple and that the decision would be left to the commanders and soldiers themselves. Peng Guyu ground his teeth in silent rage, cursing Yeun as a coward. He suspected that this was merely another ploy to make them fight amongst themselves and believed Yeun intended to trade the lives of their leaders for others. In his mind, such a threat would only serve to unite the alliance even further. Moments later, he spoke aloud with contempt, mocking the Cheon cult leader and questioning whether Yeun truly believed they would sacrifice their own leaders in exchange for the lives of others. Yeun replied with a faint, derisive smile, stating that Peng Guyu had misunderstood. He reiterated that the choice was actually very simple. He then extended his hand toward Peng Guyu and explained that if the families of their leaders were willing to exchange their lives for the remaining soldiers, he would forgive everyone present. Yeun then gestured toward the rest of the crowd and boldly declared that all of them would be spared. Peng Guyu and the brown-haired man were utterly shaken by this revelation. Guqian was also stunned, silently realizing that Yeun was weighing the lives of their families against the survival of the remaining warriors. Peng Guyu immediately shouted in disbelief, demanding to know whether Yeun was seriously asking them to sacrifice their own families, calling the idea madness. As soon as his words fell, the expressions of the people behind him darkened instantly. One by one, they turned their gaze toward him, their eyes filled with naked malice and murderous intent. Yeun spoke with clear amusement, remarking that they spoke of sacrifice with pride, yet questioning whether their words truly carried any weight at all. Ga Yeon, lost in thought, reasoned inwardly that if only the lives of the commanders had been at stake, everyone would surely have fought together to the death, but that continuing the struggle now meant sacrificing those commanders themselves in order to save the families of the leaders. Satai clenched his teeth and cursed silently, invoking Amitabha as he acknowledged how truly cunning the man was, while reflecting that for a monk like himself, for Elder Gakyeon, and for Chairman Hong who had no families, a single careless statement could spark immense chaos. The brown-haired man cast a calculating glance around him and argued that the Muriam alliance had been built on free will rather than military obedience, emphasizing that its members were not soldiers who blindly followed orders and that they could not simply command them to die at will. The others fell into a heavy silence, inwardly questioning why those called leaders were saying nothing at all. Their gazes fixed on the brown-haired man's back as they silently demanded to know whether the leaders' families were truly so precious, while they themselves were deemed unimportant, accusing them of preaching sacrifice for justice while offering nothing but empty words, and finally condemning all of it as sheer hypocrisy. Under the weight of thousands of staring eyes, the brown-haired man felt overwhelming pressure. Yeun let out a sigh as he reflected that they pretended to uphold justice, yet only used it when it benefited them, breaking their oaths as easily as breathing, which he found utterly disgusting. He noted that stagnant water was bound to rot, and that whether it was their alliance or his own 6 great sects, all were ultimately the same. He then calmly rose into the air and stated that it seemed they no longer had any answers, and that granting them more time would only be a futile act. As his words ended, thousands of ice swords were summoned forth. With indifference, Yeun concluded that it appeared their leaders had chosen to protect their own families, and as fellow members walking the path of righteousness, he expressed the hope that they would respect that decision. Yeun's feet slowly lifted off the ground as he spoke in an indifferent tone, stating that he supposed they were incapable of reaching a conclusion and that allowing them to think any longer would merely be a waste of time. As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of icy swords manifested in the air. With the same cold detachment, Yeun remarked that it seemed their superiors had chosen their families instead, and he expressed his hope that they would respect that decision as fellow orthodox martial artists. One man panicked and shouted desperately, demanding that cult leader Cheon stop and questioning why they had to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others' families. Another hastily echoed the protest, insisting that their own families were just as important and asking who would take care of them if they were to die. Seeing this, a young man angrily urged everyone not to fall for Yeun's wicked scheme, warning that Yeun was deliberately trying to incite internal conflict and that allowing themselves to be shaken meant falling right into his trap. He insisted that they had to work together to kill him instead. Another man, furious, shouted back that they were not idiots and that they already understood that much, but demanded that everyone look at their situation. Soon after, the entire group shouted in unison that while the higher-ups had stalled for time and attempted to sacrifice themselves for the orthodox path, it had been the ordinary martial artists who died to the heavenly flash. Guqian was stunned and thought to himself in disbelief that this could not be happening, realizing that all the ordinary martial artists had been turned against each other and wondering if this had been Yoon's plan from the very beginning. At the same time, Yoon curled his lips slightly and exhaled faintly. Observing the unwilling expressions on the faces of the 2 young men, he loudly asked what they had even done all of this for. A one-armed man clenched his teeth and replied that they had no weapons and that even the masters were no match for Yoon, declaring that they lacked any means to stop the heavenly flash. He accused Yoon of simply wanting them to die. Enraged, he demanded to know why they were being forced to sacrifice themselves and argued that if Yeun truly considered them part of the alliance, then it should be Yeun's turn to shoulder the burden. Gripping his fists in hatred, the man continued, asking whether only Yeun's family mattered and pointing out that if one considered all the alliance members and their families, far more lives were at stake. He then demanded to know why Yeun was merely standing by and watching. The The two bald men could only think helplessly about how everyone had fallen for such a shallow trick, acknowledging that anyone would hesitate in such circumstances. Seeing this, two others angrily criticized them, asking whether they were expected to kill their own families when those families had nothing to do with the situation, and questioning how such words could even be spoken. Another stammered in agreement, accusing the higher-ups of placing all responsibility on them while never once saying that they themselves would make any sacrifices. Satai frowned and inwardly lamented with a Buddhist invocation, thinking that such words should never be spoken. A furious young man then shouted loudly, asking if everyone had heard what was just said and questioning how anyone could trust such people and still speak of justice. He declared that they could no longer sacrifice themselves for people like that. In response, others began shouting in agreement, each introducing themselves by name and clan while declaring that they agreed and that they did not wish to sacrifice themselves either. Satai glanced sideways and transmitted a message, addressing the venerable sect leader Hong and stating that there was no way to win them back. He admitted that although it was humiliating, they had no choice but to retreat immediately. Master Hong could only respond weakly, apologizing. Satai nodded slightly and thought to himself that cult leader Cheon had already won this confrontation. He believed that Yeon would not kill him and silently hoped that Hong would survive, once again murmuring a Buddhist prayer. Meanwhile, the crowd continued shouting in agreement, demanding to know why they alone were expected to bear the sacrifice, their voices rising even higher as the chaos deepened. At once, Gak Yeon stomped his foot hard and forced his way into the chaos. Calling upon Amitabha, he shouted with all his strength, his voice trembling as he questioned why fellow members of the alliance were fighting among themselves. Declaring himself to be acting on behalf of the commander as the second master, he ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The two nearby were stunned and asked in disbelief whether he truly meant a retreat. Gak Yeon roared back, commanding them not to assume any formation and instead to flee at once, urging all alliance members to run without hesitation. The moment his command ended, Peng Guyu and another man shot into the air to escape. Someone nearby cried out in shock, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The remaining two exchanged doubtful glances, questioning whether their leaders were truly running away. As he fled, Peng Guyu coldly reflected that humiliation and shame no longer mattered, believing that escaping and protecting his family was all that counted now. Seeing their masters retreat, the remaining members shouted in unison that they should follow them. Yeon, observing the scene, crossed his arms with visible amusement and sneered internally, finding it foolish that they believed escape was possible when the area was surrounded by mountains on three sides. Soon after, the fleeing group decisively shouted that they should split up and run, insisting that they must put as much distance as possible between themselves and the heavenly flash. Burning with resentment, Peng Guyu swore in his heart that one day he would make the demonic cult leader pay for this humiliation. However, when he suddenly came to a halt, someone shouted in confusion, asking what was wrong. Grinding his teeth in rage, Peng Guyu cursed under his breath before staring at the distant shadows and realizing that Yeon had not been alone. Ragyom stood firmly before them, blocking the path. Behind him, all of Yeon's subordinates had revealed themselves, each standing ready for battle. Peng Guyu's eyes widened with fury as he recognized them as the Dark King and the elite subordinates of the demonic cult leader. When his gaze fell upon Danju, Peng Guyu raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Noting the silver hair and fur garments, he wondered whether the man hailed from the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Though uncertain why he was present, Peng Guyu was convinced that the silver-haired man was undoubtedly a martial master. Looking farther ahead, Peng Guyu frowned in confusion. His attention soon settled on Muhwa. As he examined her appearance, he questioned who she was, noting that while she seemed skilled, there were no allies protecting her. Concluding that she was an easy target, he decided that he could take her down. Without hesitation, Peng Guyu raised his sword and charged forward, commanding the others to follow him. Hearing the sudden movement, Becky froze in shock, wondering aloud whether Peng Guyu was serious. Wang Hol scoffed contemptuously, calling him an idiot, while mocking that he was practically begging to be killed. On the battlefield, Muhwa and Peng Guyu clashed violently. Shocked, Peng Guyu demanded to know how a young woman like her could counter his attacks so effortlessly. Enraged by his words, Muhwa snapped back internally, questioning what he had just called her. In the next instant, her sword flashed across his neck. Peng Guyu's head separated from his body. Unable to comprehend what had happened, he let out a broken cry as life left him. One of his followers screamed in horror, calling out to Patriarch Peng, while inwardly realizing in disbelief that he had died far too easily. Muhwa landed softly on the ground as Peng Guyu's severed head bounced away. She stepped down on it with a dull thud and coldly remarked that she had lived longer than he ever had. Elsewhere, Danju unleashed his freezing magic, instantly encasing the remaining enemies in ice. They screamed in terror as the cold overtook them. Two of them trembled internally, realizing that half of their bodies had already frozen solid, and wondered in fear what kind of monster this man was. Danju calmly stated that although it pained him to say this to his former allies, none of them would make it out alive beyond this point. One man, clutching his arm, reflected grimly that the enemy had been waiting at the only escape route all along. He finally understood that the demonic cult leader had allowed them to flee on purpose, only for them to run straight into their own graves. Watching Sangwa continue his relentless slaughter, the man admitted inwardly that this outcome was the result of their own choices. They had chosen to protect their families instead of standing by their allies. Glancing toward Yeun's blazing figure, he silently prayed that the demonic cult leader would honor his promise. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and clasped his hands together, loudly announcing his name as Xiong Jingkyung. He declared that they had accepted cult leader Cheon's offer and stated that they believed he would not break his word. Yeun's outstretched arm halted upon hearing those words, and the countless ice swords suspended in the air froze in place as well. Jingkyung, panicking, asked why cult leader Cheon had taken back only part of what had been agreed upon. At that moment, Yeun descended and cut him off, calmly assuring them that he would keep his promise. Soon after, a group of people rushed in carrying several large boxes and landed behind Yeun. Hyobong respectfully clasped his hands and reported that they had brought everything Yeun had ordered. Yeun responded with satisfaction, praising them for their good work. He then opened one of the boxes and remarked that the other two boxes would not be necessary. The others, seeing this, grew suspicious and wondered what the pills inside the box were. Yeun answered with a sinister tone, instructing each of them to take one pill and then leave. The group was horrified and exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether the pills were poison. Yeun replied indifferently that they were indeed poison. Jingkyung immediately broke into a cold sweat and protested that Yeun had promised to let them live, demanding to know why he was giving them poison and insisting that this was different from what had been promised. Yeun responded coldly, questioning how it was different and stating that he saw no issue with it. Upon hearing this, Hyobong and Beiki also let out sinister smiles. Yeun then declared cruelly that he was, in fact, letting them live. At the camping grounds of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, an open field surrounded by mountains on three sides, thousands of people gathered. Sohee's tears streamed down her face as she clenched her fists and sobbed uncontrollably. Through her grief, she apologized repeatedly, saying that she was truly sorry. After the war, the area had been stained with the blood of more than 2,800 corpses, and the bodies of the higher-ups, excluding the 6 masters, were piled among the dead. Sohee continued to bow her head, crying bitterly without restraint. At that moment, Yeun stood silently on a hill together with his grandfather, looking down at the scene below. His grandfather remained quiet for a while, deep in thought, as he watched the people holding pills in their hands and saw some of them staggering as they moved. With a tone of gratitude, he told Yeun that he was thankful Yeun had shown Shaolin mercy at his request. Rubbing the back of his hand behind him, he added that far more blood had been shed than he had expected, and that it was only natural for martial artists, even when cornered, to refuse humiliation. Recalling the moment when he had placed his hand on his opponent's abdomen to examine them, Yeun's grandfather reflected silently that 600 people had died after refusing to take the poison, believing that they had not wanted to burden their families by living under the poison's control. Glancing at Yeun, who stood lost in contemplation, the old man frowned and wondered whether this cruelty stemmed from the teachings he himself had received from Shaolin, as Yeun's methods seemed far more merciless than he would normally have imagined. Soon after, Yeun spoke in a detached manner, stating that they had been free to choose and that there was no reason to release those unwilling to take the poison. He added that he had originally planned to massacre them all. The narrative then shifted slightly into the past. 2 days earlier, inside the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's meeting tent, after Yeun had learned that the Murim Alliance was attempting to force a battle between Cheon Yeun and the combative divine, Sohee had knelt on the ground and begged him to spare them. Yeun, resting his chin on his hand, replied indifferently that such matters were not something she should concern herself with as a prisoner of war and ordered her to leave. Sohee continued pleading, arguing that most of them had been dragged into the war against their will and questioning whether they should not strive to reduce meaningless sacrifice. Ragyom coldly rebuked her, accusing her of having forgotten her status as a prisoner of war simply because the demon lord had allowed her some freedom, and immediately ordered that she be tied up. Hearing this, Sohee hurriedly cried out, begging them to listen to her and insisting that if even a hint of mercy were shown, she would personally ensure that they surrendered instead. Yeun looked surprised and asked what she meant, wondering if she intended to come up with a strategy for him. Sohee slammed her palm down and declared resolutely that she would not ask him to save everyone, but only to spare those who surrendered, adding that she was begging with her life on the line. Narrowing his eyes in suspicion, Yeun questioned whether she truly believed she could make them surrender. Hesitating briefly, So-hee answered that she could, then reflected that based on everything she had witnessed so far, cult leader Cheon showed no mercy to his enemies, and that she needed to reduce their losses at the very least. A moment later, So-hee's voice sounded from inside the tent, stating that very well, she would hear him out. Sitting there in silence, Yeun pondered inwardly that it was not a bad suggestion, and that if he acted as she proposed, it would certainly split the orthodox martial artists apart. Resting his chin on his hand, he remarked to himself that it was an interesting plan, but also noted the possibility that those orthodox martial artists who survived might obstruct him in the future. Closing his eyes, he made a firm decision and stated that he would not heed her request and ordered her to leave. Hearing this, So-hee cried out urgently, calling him cult leader Cheon. At that moment, Yeun's grandfather suddenly spoke up and asked whether Yoon could talk with him. Shortly afterward, the two of them moved to the top of a hill. With his hands clasped behind his back, the old man gently suggested that Yoon reconsider the child's proposal. Yoon replied calmly that the Orthodox Murim Alliance had ignored his offers of peace time and time again. He further analyzed that the reason they had brought such a massive army to Changbai Mountain was to eliminate both him and the Six Swords troop, and that showing further mercy would therefore be meaningless. Glancing sideways, Yeun's grandfather remarked that it was just as the girl had said. Some of them were not there of their own free will, and moreover, seeing Yeun's expression remain completely unmoved, the old man thought helplessly to himself that it did not look like Yeun would change his mind easily. Curious, he then asked whether Yeun was interested in uniting the entire Jianghu. Shuffling forward, the old man explained that such a goal could not be achieved merely by killing all of one's enemies, warning that ruling with an iron fist would only invite endless problems. He emphasized that a lord's duty was not only to punish, but also to reward, and that true unification came from making others submit and ruling over them. Closing his eyes, Yeun replied after some thought that he had no desire to become a despot. However, he added that if they continued trying to take their heads, even after he had given them multiple chances, then they needed to pay for it. He then asked whether it was correct to assume that his grandfather was saying this because of his relationship with Venerable Gu Jung. Hearing this, the old man was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his reaction, Yeun sighed and compromised, saying that he understood and would show them mercy. His grandfather hurriedly expressed his thanks. Yeun then smiled and added that he intended to include one more condition in the plan. The old man responded with a doubtful sound, prompting Yeun to silently calculate as he looked down at the people below. He reasoned that now that they had been poisoned, they would no longer be able to even dream of revenge, and that this should serve as a warning to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Someone raised a torch and brought it close to the corpses. The flames flared up, rapidly spreading and incinerating everything nearby. On the other side, Yeun's grandfather asked whether he was heading to Changbai Mountain now. Yeun answered decisively that he was. As the wind swept through his hair, Yeun considered their next move and stated that they needed to take the Wind White Tiger's essence core first. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of Shanxi province, amid desolate mountain cliffs, two people were riding horses along a narrow road. Huang Heol cursed furiously, raging about the damned Orthodox Murim Alliance and shouting that they had even sent their forces to Huang Mountain. The other person spoke anxiously, asking how the enemy had figured out their location. Huang Heol replied irritably that he did not know, but insisted that this was not what mattered. Narrowing his eyes, he warned that there were 20,000 enemies while only 4,000 of their own forces remained there, and that if they lost that base, the entire plan could be ruined. Looking at the road ahead, he weighed the situation and remarked that the Blade Master should already be crossing Shanxi with the elites. He added that, although the Wind White Tiger's essence core was important, this matter took priority and that they should hurry. At that moment, a group of riders charged toward them from the opposite direction. Huang Heol shouted excitedly as he recognized them and called out to the Great Supreme. The Great Supreme responded with a cold laugh and called Huang Heol by name. Huang Heol urgently asked where the Blade Master was, explaining that the base at Huang Mountain was under attack by the Orthodox Murim Alliance and that the message needed to be spread immediately. The Great Supreme calmly told him not to worry, stating that the Blade Master had already received the message and had left for the base on his own 4 days earlier. Huang Heol froze in shock and asked in disbelief whether the Blade Master had truly gone alone. He then cautiously questioned why the two of them were here if they already knew the base was in danger. With an arrogant chuckle, the Great Supreme replied that they were heading to Changbai Mountain under the Blade Master's orders. Huang Heol immediately questioned why Changbai Mountain of all places. Lowering his head with a sly expression, the Great Supreme told him not to worry too much, assuring him that the Blade Master had said he would join them soon, and that all they needed to do was follow his orders. He then began to mention the situation at Huang Mountain in Zhejiang Province. At that very moment, thousands of arrows were released. Several people were struck and coughed up blood as they screamed in pain. Jigang raised his sword and shouted orders for everyone to keep pushing forward, commanding them not to spare their arrows and to shoot while infusing them with qi. Curling his lips in quiet satisfaction, he thought to himself that if they continued pressing this hard, they should be able to bring the enemy down by tonight. On the opposing side, Li Mok cast a spell and launched several flying swords with a sharp cry. The swords swept through the front line, slicing through those blocking the path, and the wounded screamed in agony as they fell. At the same time, Peng Changwon stepped forward and commented that Li Mok was truly determined, noting that he had turned the entire mountain into a fortress. Li Mok replied cautiously that the enemy would not be able to hold out for long, explaining that the Jaegal clan's formation artists had said it would take 4 hours to dismantle the traps at the entrance. He then silently calculated that they would seize the place that very night so they could lie in ambush. If everything went according to plan, he reasoned, they should be able to eliminate both the demon god and the supreme saber of the 6 martial arts sects within 2 weeks. Immediately afterward, Li Mok waved his hand and shouted for the martial artists of the Orthodox Murim Alliance to win this war and lay the foundation stones of justice. Hearing this, everyone roared in response. An arrow suddenly pierced through a man, causing him to groan in agony. Li Mok cautiously reflected that even though the elites were gone, there were still several martial masters at the Supreme Peak Realm, and that they should remain alert. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calmly stating that Li Mok was indeed the leader of the Orthodox Murim Alliance. At those words, Li Mok's face stiffened completely. As he examined the figure standing before him, he panicked inwardly, realizing that although he had been focused on the war, he had never let his guard down, and yet he had somehow failed to notice this person's presence. Peng Changwon swiftly drew his sword and demanded to know who the intruder was. The other man casually waved his hand and replied with a cold laugh that it had been a long time since someone had pointed a sword at him from such a distance. He swung his arm down in excitement, remarking that it had been a long time since anyone had dared to point a sword at him from such a distance. Peng Changwon's expression stiffened for a brief moment, and in the very next instant, his entire body was lightly cleaved from top to bottom. The attack was so sharp that it seemed to tear through space itself. Those standing behind Peng Changwon were also struck by the residual force, crying out in agony as they collapsed. Seeing Peng Changwon fall to the ground, drenched in blood, Li Mok panicked and cried out in shock, calling out to Master Peng. Terror seized him as he wondered if what he had just witnessed was the formless blade, questioning in disbelief whether a single casual movement of that man's hand had truly been enough to kill him. Still reeling, Li Mok asked who the man really was. The man calmly answered that he was the one standing at the pinnacle of all blade arts, smiling proudly as he said so. Elsewhere, near Changbai Mountain, thousands of people were riding on horseback across the land. Yaon rode at the forefront, mounted on a majestic black horse. At that moment, Yeon's grandfather was lost in troubled thought, unable to stop dwelling on a conversation he had had just before their departure. His memories resurfaced. At an open clearing, someone had spoken with deep gratitude, saying that Amitabha, it was thanks to Yeon's side that the monks of Shaolin had been spared. He had warned that the combative divine Ak Yui, who resided on Changbai Mountain, was a monster, explaining that a single strike from him had been enough to knock out multiple masters at once. He clarified that it was not because they had underestimated the demon god that they had wanted him and Ak Yui to clash. The speaker was none other than Zen Master Wu Chun of the Hidden Recluse Forest. With his palms pressed together, Wu Chun added that although, as a member of the Murim Alliance, he stood against the cult leader Qian, as a monk of the Hidden Recluse Forest, he did not wish for Yeon's grandson to push himself recklessly into battle. He further mentioned that while this might not truly have been the case, on that day, the combative divine Ak Yui had seemed as though he was trying to protect them from someone. As the wind began to rise, Yeon's grandfather had questioned what he meant by that. With a grave expression, Wu Chun explained that it had felt less like Ak Yui was trying to stop them from going to Changbai Mountain, and more like he was trying to prevent them from placing themselves in danger. He recalled that as they retreated, they had sensed an overwhelmingly threatening, murderous intent. Everyone had assumed it belonged to the combative divine, yet Wu Chun had felt that something was off. It had not been Ak Yui's intent at all. The memory ended there. In the present, Yeon's grandfather frowned as he reflected inwardly that the ultimate realm all martial artists yearned to reach allowed one to unleash tremendous force with the smallest possible movement. Since the combative divine was capable of such a feat, he must have reached the pinnacle of martial prowess. It would not be an exaggeration, he concluded, to call him the strongest martial master in the Zhonghu. And yet, despite hearing all of that, Yeon showed no sign of worry or unease. Looking at Yeun's back as he rode ahead, the old man silently wondered whether Yeun was hiding his concern to avoid worrying him, or whether he was truly strong enough to handle such an opponent. Tightening his grip on the reins, he thought that either way, according to Zen Master Wu Chun, the combative divine would attempt to stop them from entering Changbai Mountain, and no matter what happened, they would inevitably end up in conflict with him. Suddenly, Hyobong exclaimed excitedly that he could see the mountain, adding that he had heard there was a lake at the peak that touched the heavens, and wondering aloud whether that rumor was true. Becky cut him off with a weary sigh, telling him to stop talking nonsense. Gang Moyong turned back anxiously and admitted that he no longer knew the way from that point on. Hearing this, Yeun hummed thoughtfully and, as he gazed at the scene ahead, silently reflected that he could feel spiritual energy emanating from the mountain, making it a perfect place for internal energy training. Yet he could not sense the presence of the combative divine, and supposed they would know more once they got closer. Having made up his mind, Yeun waved his hand decisively and ordered everyone to move forward. The group immediately increased their pace and responded in unison that they understood. Meanwhile, Gang Moyong cursed inwardly, recalling how his grandfather had always warned him never to come to this place, lamenting his current predicament and praying desperately that he would make it out alive. Elsewhere, Hyobong glanced back and asked curiously whether, since the dragon turtle had dragon heads and a turtle's body, the wind-white tiger might simply be a white tiger with white fur. Becky replied helplessly that it was probably so, then imagined a winged tiger and stroked his chin in thought, musing that it might even have wings since the word wind was in its name. At that moment, thousands of birds erupted chaotically from the forest, and the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Hyobong stared in shock as the horses panicked and reared. Gang Moyong grabbed the reins in alarm, stammering that something was wrong with the horses. Ragyom Ma felt a chill run through him as he thought that it was as if the entire forest were trembling in fear and that he had never felt such murderous intent before. Gyu Mun, equally horrified, thought that the bloodlust was powerful enough to engulf the entire area and that anyone lacking sufficient martial skill would be paralyzed by fear. Yeun's grandfather dismounted from his horse with a grave expression and pondered that the being had finally appeared, though he could not determine its exact location due to the overwhelming murderous intent, and he could not understand how someone they had never met could harbor such intense bloodlust toward them. Suddenly, he was startled by Yeun's expression. At the same time, Yeun shuddered inwardly, realizing that the energy did not belong to a human, but resembled that of a wild beast, and that he could not even gauge its level or martial arts. Without warning, a figure leapt high into the sky in the distance. Yeun immediately drew his sword in preparation, warning that the enemy was coming. In an instant, the man closed in with his blade and struck down with a heaven-piercing slash that split the ground beneath Yeun's feet, the force resounding through the surroundings. Yeun's grandfather raised his hand in shock, wondering what kind of power this was, while Gyu Mun cried out in alarm, calling the attacker a demon lord. On the other side, Yeun struggled to block the blow while thinking that this was undeniably the force of a blade, yet it was different from those used in Zhongyuan, and that the man's strength was far from ordinary. Indeed, in terms of sheer power alone, he was on par with Yeun himself. Seeing this, the young man reacted with delight, letting out an intrigued sound before shouting enthusiastically that he was truly lucky and that it had been worth moving faster than that other bastard. Yeun strained himself in confusion, wondering what the man was saying, as it did not sound like the language of Zhongyuan at all. He immediately called out to Nano for clarification. Nano responded at once, explaining that although there was a heavy mixture of regional dialects, the language was Korean, specifically a North Korean dialect. Yeun asked back doubtfully whether it was Korean, prompting Nano to project a map and clarify that it was the language of a country located east of Zhongyuan. Lowering his sword slightly, Yeun ordered Nano to translate what the man was saying. At the same time, the young man across from him poured more strength into his voice and coldly stated that he needed to kill all of them before a certain bastard arrived. He then questioned whether Yeun was the combative divine Ak Yui. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Yeun forcefully swung his sword upward. The young man hastily leapt back and asked whether Yeun was from Goryeo. Yeun fell silent, pondering whether Goryeo was the name of the nation Nano had mentioned earlier. Resting his sword on his shoulder, the man scoffed and remarked that someone from Goryeo would not have climbed up from the north like a rat. Yeun opened his mouth wide and urgently pressed the question again, insisting on whether the man was truly combative divine Ak Yui, while emphasizing that they were not there to fight and that their purpose in coming to Changbai Mountain was. Before he could finish, the man suddenly closed the distance and pressed the tip of his sword against Yeun's neck. Yeun hurriedly counterattacked, and the clash between their weapons unleashed a tremendous force that caused the ground itself to tremble. Terrified, Yeun thought to himself that the man's speed was astonishing, and that he would have been killed if he had not been watching him closely. The man spoke with excitement, remarking that Yoon was the first person other than that one bastard to block his attacks twice, before abruptly questioning what Changbai Mountain had to do with any of this. As he spoke, he swung his sword in a powerful slash. Yoon was sent flying backward, unable to believe what he was seeing. As he struggled to stop himself, shock echoed through Yoon's mind. Blood began to seep from the wound on his cheek, and he blankly analyzed that it was reflective power chi. No, it was innate core energy, sharp and piercing like the wind itself. The man extended his sword forward and cut in, stating that they must be misunderstanding something. Yoon cautiously reflected on the situation, questioning who this man truly was and realizing that this was nothing like how Zen Master Wu Chun had described combative divine Ak Yui. Stomping his foot down, the man coldly declared that if Yeun ever encountered his comrades in hell, he should pass along a message. Immediately afterward, the man leapt high into the air. Yeun watched in alarm as the jade ornament hanging from the man's belt swayed violently in the wind. A raging gale began to spiral and gather beneath the man. Yeun's grandfather raised his hand heavily to block the incoming torrent of energy. Yeun, stunned, cried out in disbelief. The massive vortex of energy roared as it engulfed the surroundings, shaking both heaven and earth. From above, the young man excitedly proclaimed that this place was Baekdu Mountain, not Changbai Mountain.